In 1561, an unusual event occurred over Nuremberg. Witnesses reported seeing a vast array of objects in the sky, described as spheres, disks, and cylinders engaged in a battle-like formation. Some accounts mention smoke, fire, and strange colors, all being seen at this phenomenon. It lasted for about an hour, leaving many people bewildered and frightened. Despite various theories, the causes of the celestial event remain a mystery, sparking debates and fascination among historians and ufologists alike. Photos of a boiled egg that now resemble a ruby have gone viral on a Chinese social media platform. The woman who owned the egg received it as a gift from her mother when she was just a child. Her mother had boiled the egg, but it changed color to a dark red. Instead of throwing it away, her mother kept it in a jewelry box. Over time, the egg fossilized and developed a smooth texture with fine cracks. The woman forgot about the egg until her mother found it while they were cleaning. The internet was amazed by the discovery, with some calling it a pharaoh egg. Mrs. Fu speculated that the cold, dry winter conditions might have helped preserve the egg, but experts have not confirmed this as of yet. The 23 enigma is the belief or superstition that the significance of the number 23 is ever present throughout the entirety of life. It suggests that events associated with or involving the number 23 occur much more frequently or have special meaning. This concept has gained attention in popular culture, particularly through films and literature. Some people regularly find coincidences around the number 23 throughout their life, leading to speculation about its mystical properties. While skeptics dismiss the 23 enigma as mere coincidence or confirmation bias, others find it an intriguing curiosity, adding an element of mystery to our everyday occurrences. A peculiar creature has been found with 24 eyes in a muddy pond in Hong Kong, surprising scientists who identified it as a new species of jellyfish. This tiny jellyfish, part of a box jellyfish family, has a transparent body with 3 long tentacles. What makes it stand out are its 24 eyes, divided into 6 groups around its bell. Box jellyfish are known for their venomous tentacles, capable of causing severe harm or even death to humans. The new discovery sheds light on the rich diversity of marine life in Hong Kong's waters. The phrase 35.black has become notorious for its mysterious status on Facebook. Users have reported receiving notifications that their comments containing this phrase violate community standards and cannot be shared. Despite its prevalence, little is known about the origin or meaning of the phrase. Some speculate it could be a reference to a website or a code language for illicit activities. One theory suggests that it may have been planted by trolls who then reported it to Facebook, causing the algorithm to flag it. However, this theory remains unconfirmed. Others suggest it could just be simply a glitch in Facebook's algorithm. The phenomenon has sparked memes and jokes, with some users finding humor in the mystery, while others express frustration at being unable to share seemingly harmless comments containing the phrase. In 1980, at a 3M adhesive tape factory in South Carolina, workers encountered a truly bizarre phenomenon, an invisible force field that blocked their path. Even when investigated by experts, the barrier remained impenetrable, with one individual experiencing a force strong enough to prevent movement. This force field was electrically charged and capable of drawing in birds, posing a danger to humans. Experts attribute the phenomenon to electrostatic forces, which can create an invisible barrier under certain conditions. Despite attempts to recreate the event, the invisible wall was not able to be replicated, leaving it a perplexing example of unexplained phenomena in the realm of science. Scientists widely agree that we are currently experiencing a 6th mass extinction. This ongoing loss of plant and animal species is happening at an alarming rate, estimated to be significantly higher than natural extinction rates. Human activities such as overhunting, habitat destruction, deforestation, and overfishing are the main drivers behind this phenomenon. While this concept of a mass extinction may be far-fetched to some, it is currently considered to be a real thing we are experiencing, and the evidence supporting it is truly undeniable. In 2011, a mysterious subreddit appeared on Reddit, featuring a cryptic string of numbers and letters as its name. The cryptic string of numbers and letters continued to be generated on the subreddit. Users speculated that they might be a code and attempted to decipher the messages, generating significant discussion on the web. Suddenly, the subreddit vanished without explanation, leaving users perplexed about its purpose and origin. Some believed that it was the work of a hacker or a sophisticated troll, while others thought it was just a game. Despite occasional appearances, the mystery persists. In 2016, a Redditor managed to decode one of the posts and discovered an ASCII art image of Stonehenge. However, the true purpose of the subreddit and its creators ultimately remain unknown, as it continues to appear and disappear sporadically. The Abaka alignment is a peculiar phenomenon observed in certain regions throughout the world, where natural elements align in a straight line across vast distances. This alignment often involves geologic features, such as mountains, rivers, or rock formations, and to extend for hundreds of miles without deviation. While the exact cause of the Abaka alignment remains a subject of speculation, some researchers suggest it could be attributed to tectonic forces or ancient cultural practices. Others propose more esoteric explanations, linking the alignment to the Earth's ley lines or the magnetic fields. Despite the various theories, the Abaka alignment still continues to perplex and interest those around the world. Biblical angels are often depicted with beautiful faces and angelic wings. But these don't quite match up to their biblical descriptions. In the Bible, angels appear in more formidable forms. The word angel originates from the Greek word meaning messenger. In the Bible, angels, or malachim, served as messengers of God. They were human-like, but weren't described as having wings. Early Christian art portrayed angels as wingless, human-like beings. However, in the 4th century, artists began depicting them with wings, despite no biblical mention of these wings. Cherubim, often shown as cute, chubby children with wings, are actually described as having 4 faces, straight legs, 4 wings, and bull hooves in the Bible. Seraphim, the highest-ranking angels, are depicted with 6 wings and associated with fire. They're not guardian angels, as commonly believed. Orphanim, described as beings with wheels covered in eyes, aren't considered angels in the Bible, but are close to God's throne. The disparity between popular angelic depictions and biblical descriptions may stem from the angels' incomprehensible nature to humans. They exist outside of time and space, making accurate representations challenging. Despite their intimidating biblical forms, angels serve God's purpose and act in humanity's best interests. In 1947, Admiral Richard Byrd embarked on a mission to Antarctica called Operation High Jump.
Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
It's believed that following his passing, his son published his diary, revealing a curious flight over the Arctic. Byrd's log detailed encountering unusual weather and flying over mountains, forests, and even a green valley with a river. He claimed to have spotted mammoth-like creatures and disc-shaped aircraft with swastika markings. According to Bird's account, he flew into the North Pole's opening and discovered Agartha, a utopian society within the hollow Earth. The concept of Agartha dates back to ancient legends found in various cultures, depicting it as a place of advanced beings possessing wisdom and technology beyond human understanding. Bird described encountering a man from this inner world, who warned of the dangers of atomic energy and humanity's impending doom. Upon his return, Bird was sworn to secrecy and debriefed by security forces and medical personnel. The significance of Bird's experience remains unknown, prompting speculation about the hollow Earth theory and extraterrestrial life. Advertisers have long been masters of persuasion, but the notion that ads can read your mind may seem like something out of science fiction. However, advancements in technology and data analysis have made it increasingly plausible. One way ads seem to read your mind is through targeted advertising algorithms. These algorithms analyze vast amounts of data collected from your online activities, including your search history, social media interactions, and browsing habits. By understanding your preferences, interests, and behaviors, these algorithms can accurately predict which products or services you might be interested in purchasing. Moreover, the use of cookies and tracking pixels allow advertisers to follow your online journey across different websites. This enables them to deliver personalized ads tailored to your specific interests and preferences, creating the illusion that they really know what you're thinking. Additionally, voice recognition technology and smart devices have further blurred the line between reality and science fiction. Devices like smart speakers and virtual assistants can listen to your conversation, analyze your voice commands, and use that information to serve your relevant ads. While it may seem like ads are reading your mind, it is important to understand that they're simply leveraging sophisticated technology and data analysis techniques to predict your preferences accurately. However, the concerns about privacy and data security remain valid. In recent years, scientists have made progress in understanding how new brain cells are born in adult mammals. This process, called adult neurogenesis, happens in specific areas of the brain, like the hippocampus and the ventricles. Researchers have found special cells that can actually create new additional cells. These cells are kind of like stem cells, which can divide and create other types of cells. Scientists use certain markers to identify these special cells. There are different ideas about these special cells and how they work. Some think they're what are called quiet cells that wake up to create new cells, while others think they are more active cells responsible for making new brain cells. However, there are still many things we don't know. We're not sure if there are individual cells in the adult brain that can make both new cells and renew themselves. Also, we're not sure where these different types of cells come from or how they're related to each other. Technology limitations make it hard to study these cells in humans, but obviously scientists are currently still working on ways to do this. In certain belief systems, time periods are divided into what are called eons. Each eon is said to have its own characteristics and themes that shape human thought and behavior. For instance, one eon might emphasize feminine qualities, symbolized by a goddess figure, while another might focus on masculine energy, represented by a god. These eons are believed to influence how societies develop, the values they hold, and the types of spiritual practices they engage in. The concept of eons is often associated with esoteric or occult teachings, where it's believed that humanity progresses through these different epochs as part of a larger cosmic cycle. Some interpretations suggest that we are currently in the midst of a new eon, characterized by themes of individualism, self-discovery, and spiritual awakening. This idea of shifting eons reflects a broader perspective on the evolution of human consciousness and the changing dynamics of our collective experience over time. In ancient times, ether, often called the fifth element, was believed to fill the universe beyond Earth, explaining natural phenomena like light propagation and even gravity. However, experiments like the Michelson-Morley experiment challenged its existence. Originating from Greek mythology, ether represented pure air or the essence of the gods. It evolved into the fifth element concept, separate from earthly elements, with Aristotle attributing celestial spheres' circular motion to it. Medieval scholars thought ether had different densities, with celestial bodies denser than the rest of the universe. Alchemists believed in its healing properties, incorporating it into the medicines available. In the 18th century, ether theories emerged to explain electromagnetic and gravitational forces. Newton used it to align with his physics, but later advancements superseded these theories. Some modern physicists explore similar concepts like dark energy. Luminiferous ether proposed that space was filled with ether, transmitting light vibrations through tiny whirlpools. This idea influenced early light wave theories, but was replaced by more accurate models. Ether was also considered in early gravitational theories. Newton associated it with gravity, describing its circular motion and density gradients as the medium through which gravity acted. Agenda 21 is said to be a United Nations action plan for sustainable development. However, it has sparked a world of conspiracy theories and concerns. While its goal is to promote global sustainability, some see it as a scheme for a one-world government threatening individual freedom. These ideas have gained traction, especially among certain groups in the US who fear it could infringe on property rights and lead to population control. Critics argue that Agenda 21 represents too much global control and poses a threat to national sovereignty. But even without conspiracy theories, some find its language vague and its objectives concerning. It focuses on various groups, including children and indigenous peoples, raising concerns about its intentions. Plus, its emphasis on science and technology transfer hints at a top-down approach that worries some individuals. In a groundbreaking development in ground transportation, a convertible vehicle known as the Air Car has successfully completed a flight between two airports in Slovakia. Developed by Klein Vision, this innovative vehicle offers the unique ability to transition seamlessly from a road vehicle to an aircraft and back again. During its recent flight from Nitra to Bratislava, the Air Car demonstrated its capabilities by covering the distance in just 35 minutes. Upon landing, the vehicle transformed from an aircraft into a sports car in under 3 minutes with a simple push of a button. Its wings fold upwards and rearwards, while the twin-boom tail retracts during the conversion process. Professor Stephen Klein, the inventor of the Air Car, hails the achievement as the beginning of a new era in transportation, one that restores the freedom of individual mobility. Powered by a BMW engine delivering 160 horsepower to a fixed propeller, the Air Car has already completed over 40 hours of test flights, reaching altitudes of 8,200 feet and speeds of 103 knots. Klein Vision's plans for the Air Car include a second prototype equipped with a more powerful 300 horsepower engine and a variable pitch propeller. The Akashic Field is a concept that suggests there is a pervasive energy or substance that fills the universe and contains information about everything that has ever happened. It's believed to be accessible through deep meditation, altered states of consciousness, or spiritual practices. Some people think it's a cosmic database that records all events, thoughts, and emotions throughout history. While the data is intriguing, it's not scientifically proven and remains a topic of interest in spiritual and metaphysical discussions. The Akashic records are believed to be somewhat of a cosmic library containing all knowledge and experiences of every soul that has ever lived. It's thought that these records exist on a non-physical plane and can be accessed through certain states of consciousness or spiritual practice. The Akashic Field and Akashic Records are related concepts and are often used interchangeably. Both suggest a repository of cosmic information containing records of all events, thoughts, and experiences. Some differentiate them by considering the Akashic field as an energetic medium that contains the records, while the Akashic records refer specifically to the information within the field. However, the distinction can vary depending on individual interpretations and beliefs. In Alaska, there's a region known as the Alaskan Triangle, known for its mysterious disappearances. Spanning across eastern Alaska, it covers various terrains, including wilderness, tundra, and mountain ranges. It's where many people and planes vanish without a trace. The disappearance rate here is nearly double the national average, and Alaska has the highest percentage of missing persons who are never found. While exact numbers are uncertain, it's estimated that thousands could be missing or deceased. The rugged landscape, extreme weather, and remote towns make it incredibly challenging to navigate. Numerous theories attempt to explain these disappearances, from mythical creatures to UFO sightings and secret structures. More grounded explanations include serial killings and the unforgivable wilderness. Search and rescue operations face unique challenges due to Alaska's vast size and hazards like exposure and drowning. Some scientists speculate that aliens might have their own unique version of the internet, dubbed the Galactic Internet. This hypothetical network could use gravity-boosted radio signals for interstellar communication. Gravitational lensing, a phenomenon where gravity bends light, could further enhance these signals, allowing efficient communication between stars. This idea isn't purely science fiction. It's based on the physics of gravitational lensing, applied to multiple alien civilizations in a galaxy. However, the distances required for this method of communication are truly immense, surpassing our current technological capabilities by far. Space scientist Claudio McCone warns that contacting advanced civilizations could be risky, as the evolutionary gap between us and a space colonizing species would likely be enormous. In essence, we may be completely insignificant to them. While discovering alien life remains a captivating idea, current efforts like SETI focus on listening for faint signals of alien traffic rather than direct messages to Earth. However, interpreting these signals amidst background noise presents significant challenges. Despite the difficulties, scientists like McCone argue that it is crucial to search for potential alien signals to avoid unexpected encounters, akin to historical events like the Aztecs encountering the conquistadors without warning.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Spherules, tiny metallic spheres about 0.3 millimeters in size, have been discovered all over the world, but more recently near Papua New Guinea. These minuscule objects, found embedded in volcanic ash, are believed to be remnants of an interstellar meteor that crashed into the Pacific Ocean in 2014. What makes these spherules in particular fascinating is their unusual composition. Unlike most meteorites, which contain iron-nickel alloy, these spherules are primarily composed of iron, with traces of magnesium and titanium, but no nickel. This composition is anomalous compared to both human-made alloys and known asteroids, not surprisingly sparking curiosity among scientists. The study of these spherules opens up new frontiers in the study of interstellar objects and their material composition. In a quest to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos, we often envision extraterrestrial beings as biological entities akin to ourselves. Yet, what if the true nature of alien life transcended beyond the organic, delving into the realm of the artificiality? Consider the exponential advancement of AI here on Earth. As our own creations evolve, it's conceivable that elsewhere in the universe, civilizations have birthed intelligences that surpass our understanding of biology. In this paradigm, aliens may not be flesh and blood, but rather manifestations of electronic consciousness. their existence woven into the fabric of cosmic machinery. Their origins lie not in the primordial soup of planets, but in the binary depths of computational substrates. This perspective challenges conventional wisdom, urging us to reimagine the diversity of life in the universe. Rather than seeking familiar biological signatures, we must attune ourselves to the subtler echoes of artificiality, the telltale traces of intelligences that transcend the confines of biology. In our search for these elusive beings, we may encounter artifacts, remnants of civilizations that have long transcended physical form. These artifacts could be akin to cosmic footprints, imprints of minds that have journeyed beyond the confines of planets and stars. Furthermore, the implications of encountering artificial intelligences extend far beyond mere curiosity. They prompt us to reconsider our place in the cosmos, challenging our preconceptions about life, consciousness, and the nature of existence itself. The Allagash abductions recount a perplexing UFO encounter that transpired in 1976. 4 campers, Jack Weiner, Jim Weiner, Chuck Rack, and Charlie Foltz, stumbled upon a bizarre experience while camping in the Maine wilderness. The strange episode unfolded on the second night of their trip when Jim spotted a peculiar object in the sky. This object, observed through binoculars, vanished suddenly, leaving an unsettling feeling. Several days later, while night fishing, they spotted a similar luminous globe, prompting them to signal it with an SOS message. The light responded by approaching them, triggering panic among the men, who hastily retreated to shore. Curiously, their recollection of events abruptly ended, with their campfire reduced to ashes upon regaining consciousness the next morning. Years later, Jack and Jim began suffering from recurring nightmares, involving a brightly lit room and shadowy figures. Seeking answers, they turned to UFO researcher Ray Fowler, who suggested hypnosis to uncover suppressed memories. Under hypnosis, all 4 men recounted harrowing tales of abduction. Their consistent recollections, illustrated through drawings, detailed examinations by alien beings who collected skin and bodily samples. The eerie aspect of the story lies in the striking consistency of their recollections, which emerged independently and under hypnosis. Skeptics have posited influences from popular culture, but the men's lack of prior interest in UFOs and their passing of polygraph tests challenge these assertions. Alternative medicine refers to a broad range of healthcare practices and therapies that fall outside the realm of conventional Western medicine. These approaches often emphasize natural remedies, holistic healing, and the mind-body connection. Practitioners of alternative medicine may use various techniques such as herbal medicine, acupuncture, chiropractic care, homeopathy, and energy healing. These methods aim to treat the underlying causes of illness and promote overall well-being rather than merely addressing symptoms. One principle underlying alternative medicine is belief in the body's innate ability to heal itself. Instead of relying solely on pharmaceutical drugs or invasive procedures, alternative therapies often focus on supporting the body's natural healing processes. Many people turn to alternative medicine for chronic conditions, pain management, stress reduction, and improving general quality of life. Advocates argue that these approaches can offer personalized care, fewer side effects, and a much more holistic approach to health. However, alternative medicine is not without controversy. Critics raise concerns about the lack of scientific evidence supporting many alternative therapies, as well as potential risks and interactions with conventional treatments. Additionally, some alternative practices may rely on unproven or pseudoscientific theories. Despite the skepticism, interest in alternative medicine continues to grow, with many individuals seeking complementary or integrative approaches to healthcare. Research into effectiveness and safety of alternative therapy is ongoing, and some practices once considered alternative are gradually gaining acceptability within mainstream medicine. In May 1996, in a village in Russia, an elderly woman made a startling discovery: a prematurely born baby with severe deformities. This infant, dubbed Alyoshenka, captured the public's imagination due to its unusual appearance, sparking rumors of extraterrestrial origins. Described as a grayish fetus around 25 centimeters long, with a hairless head adorned with dark spots, Alyoshenka's large eyes and uniquely ridged skull fueled speculation. Local residents embraced the extraterrestrial narrative, even charging fees for interviews with reporters. Japanese companies capitalized on the fascination by producing documentaries about this discovery. However, the situation took a dire turn when the remains vanished after being handed over for DNA testing. Speculation about Alyoshenka's fate ranged from UFO abductions to acquisitions by collectors. A local doctor, however, believed the fetus to be a premature human with severe deformities, challenging the supernatural theories. In 2004, scientific analysis confirmed the human origin of Alyoshenka, attributing its deformities possibly to fallout from a 1957 disaster. Despite this conclusion, debate persisted among experts and eyewitnesses, particularly regarding the unusual skull. Adding a fascinating twist to the tale, some suggested Alyoshenka could be a case of human saltationism, a theory proposing sudden, large-scale evolutionary changes. This theory posits that significant mutations could result in drastic physical differences, possibly explaining the unusual features of Alyoshenka. A 2018 study on a similar skeleton bolstered this idea, revealing a high number of mutations that could account for rare deformities like those seen in Alyoshenka. Amelia Hart, a trailblazing female aviator, made significant contributions to aviation history. Notably, she was the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean, among other achievements. However, her disappearance during an attempted circumnavigation of the globe in 1937 has remained an enduring mystery. Despite extensive search efforts, Earhart and her navigator Fred Noonan vanished without a trace. Various theories have emerged over the years, but the truth behind her disappearance has never been solved. In 2003, an astounding discovery was made in a monastery in Tibet. A hidden library containing 84,000 scrolls. These scrolls are believed to have been preserved for hundreds of years and cover a wide range of subjects, including Buddhist scriptures, literature, history, astronomy, and mathematics. The discovery sheds light on humanity's history and offers a glimpse into ancient knowledge and culture. Despite the challenges faced by the monastery, including damage during the Chinese Cultural Revolution, efforts to preserve and digitalize these ancient texts are currently underway, ensuring their wisdom is not lost to future generations. In the Ural Mountains of Russia, archaeologists conducting a geological survey made a startling discovery. They found peculiar microscopic objects near riverbanks, including metal coils and spirals embedded in ancient rock formations dating back thousands of years. These mysterious nanostructures, estimated to be around 300,000 years old, defy conventional explanations as they could not have been part of modern machinery. Termed out-of-place artifacts, OOP art, these anomalies challenge traditional understanding of history and civilization. While some researchers offer rational explanations, others speculate that these objects hint at advanced civilizations or even extraterrestrial involvement. Tests conducted by the Russian Academy of Sciences revealed that the nano-objects were made of metals like copper and tungsten, similar to materials used in spacecraft. Further research suggested that these materials were not of natural origin, indicating artificial manufacturing. The mystery surrounding these artifacts deepened due to their association with the region's history of mysterious events, including the Dyatlov Pass incident and several UFO sightings. Despite ongoing speculation, the origin of these artifacts remains unknown. In July 1984, Russian cosmonauts aboard the Salyut 7 space station witnessed an unusual event. On day 155 of their mission, they were suddenly surrounded by a brilliant orange light that filled the station, momentarily blinding them. Allegedly, the light appeared to be penetrating through the walls, confusing all the cosmonauts. During this luminous event, all the cosmonauts reported seeing 7 angelic figures floating outside the space station. These beings were described as humanoid in shape, adorned with wings and halos, and they remained near the station for about 10 minutes before vanishing. Later, on day 167 of their mission, 3 additional cosmonauts arrived aboard the Soyuz T-12 spacecraft to join the crew. Once again, the space station was bathed in a warm glow of the orange light, and the crew again glimpsed the mysterious angelic beings outside the windows. These beings were described as being as large as an airliner, according to the cosmonauts. The incident was classified by the Soviet Union, and the crew was instructed not to speak about it to the public. While some may attribute these sightings to the strain of extended space missions, it's significant that multiple crew members independently reported seeing these angelic figures. This peculiar event took place as the cosmonauts were setting a record by spending 237 days aboard the Salyut 7 before eventually departing from the space station. In the Republic of Guinea, biologists discovered evidence suggesting that chimps might have a special area resembling a shrine or sacred tree. They observed chimps placing stones in tree hollows and hitting trees with rocks, which could be a form of communication or symbolization. While this doesn't confirm chimps believe in a deity, it does showcase their intricate behavior. Chimps have demonstrated various fascinating behaviors, such as using spears for hunting, engaging in wars, and playing with stick-like dolls. Some behaviors, like a ritual dance during rainfall, or a slow-motion display during a bushfire, hint at a deeper understanding of natural phenomena. Chimps may bang stones to communicate when trees with buttress roots aren't available, and storing stones in hollow trees might be a tradition in some chimp groups. However, it's too early to determine if this is proto-religious behavior or simply a form of communication. Annabelle, a doll believed to be possessed by a spirit, resides in a museum after displaying unsettling behavior. Paranormal investigators, the Warrens, are associated with this eerie artifact. Though some critics dismiss artifacts as mere Halloween gimmicks, Annabelle's tale has garnered attention as a cultural phenomenon, blurring the lines between folklore and reality. Ants, despite having small brains individually, exhibit remarkable collective intelligence when foraging for food. Initially, their search appears chaotic, akin to stumbling drunks. However, when an ant finds food, it leaves a pheromone trail for others to follow. As more ants follow the path, they reinforce it, creating an efficient network. Over time, older ants become better foragers due to their experience, while younger ants learn on the job. This collective intelligence rivals even our most advanced technology, with Google's search algorithms operating similarly to how ants organize their foraging efforts. In fact, some researchers suggest that ants may even be more efficient at processing information about their environment than Google is at organizing online data. The concept of Antarctic pyramids has intrigued many, with some suggesting that the icy continent might harbor these ancient structures. The idea is rooted in observations of these pyramid-like formations worldwide, leading to speculation about similar structures in Antarctica's mountain range. While this notion has gained attention through popular media and shows like Ancient Aliens, which explore various hypotheses about extraterrestrial influences on Earth's history, the scientific community approaches the idea with caution. Geologists explain that these pyramid-like formations, often referred to as nunataks, are natural geological features shaped by the movement of glaciers and ice sheets. Although they may resemble human-made pyramids, they are the result of geological processes rather than ancient construction efforts. Despite the allure of the idea, the prevailing scientific consensus leans towards these formations being natural. The Antikythera mechanism is an ancient Greek analog computer from the 2nd century BC, discovered among the wreckage of a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901. This artifact is the oldest known example of its kind, used for predicting astronomical positions and eclipses, comprising 82 fragments with 4 containing gears and many others bearing inscriptions. The mechanism was revealed through advanced imaging techniques in 2008 to have 37 meshing bronze gears. These gears enabled it to track the movements of celestial bodies, predict eclipses, and model the irregular orbit of the moon, with some speculation about its ability to calculate the positions of classical planets. Crafted by Hellenistic scientists around 87 BC, the mechanism's exact calibration or construction date is subject to debate. After its discovery, the fragments were housed in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens. Discovered accidentally by sponge divers, the mechanism initially went unnoticed among other treasures recovered from the shipwreck. It wasn't until archaeologist Valerios Staeus identified its gear in 1902 that its significance was realized. Operating through a system of gears, driven by a hand crank, the mechanism could rotate a date pointer on the front dial, corresponding to the Egyptian calendar, and track the positions of the moon, sun, and known planets along their orbits. The exact origin of the Antikythera mechanism remains uncertain. The concept of apeiron, central to the cosmological theory of Anaximander, a Greek philosopher, suggests an eternal and infinite origin of reality. It's described as boundless, giving rise to opposing forces that shape the world. From this indefinite substance, everything emerges and eventually returns, according to Anaximander's theory. His ideas were influenced by both Greek mythology and earlier philosophers. Apeiron represents a transition from mythical to rational thought, reflecting changes in Greek society. Other ancient cosmologies also feature similar notions of primordial chaos. Interpretations of apeiron vary, with some emphasizing its metaphysical significance, and others its role in physical transformations. Anaximander's ideas have left a lasting impact on Western thoughts, influencing concepts of balance, justice, and the nature of existence. Other pre-Socratic philosophers had differing theories about apeiron. Great apes, including gorillas, chimpanzees, and orangutans, have been observed deliberately spinning themselves around to induce dizziness. Researchers suggest that this behavior might offer insights into why humans seek altered mental states. They studied videos of apes spinning, noting that they often used ropes or vines to spin faster and for longer periods. The spinning actually alters their consciousness, affecting their coordination and inducing sensations of sickness or elation. This behavior appears deliberate, resembling a form of dance, and suggests a possible ancestral connection to humans' desire for altered states of consciousness. Despite feeling dizzy, the apes continue spinning until they lose balance. While the exact motivation for this behavior remains unclear, it could be linked to mental health, boredom, or playfulness, particularly among captive individuals. Further research is needed to understand the underlying motivations behind this intriguing behavior. During the Apollo 8 mission, many photographs were taken, but they could not be seen until after returning to Earth and developing them. In these images, an unusual sight was captured, something resembling a squid with long tentacles floating in space. hence the nickname Space Squid. This led to questions about the possibility of creatures surviving in space without oxygen. Some scientists have speculated that prebiotic materials near nebulae or gas clouds might have evolved into life forms known as xeroids over time, adapting to extreme space conditions. Some believe the space squid may not be a living organism at all, but rather an advanced extraterrestrial spacecraft designed for travel and energy use. The tentacles might function as a unique propulsion system releasing energy behind the vehicle. Regarding alien travel methods, possibilities include rockets powered by nuclear fusion or electron beams. Some speculate that Apollo 8 might have captured traces of electron propulsion left behind by an advanced alien civilization. Aquaterrestrials are hypothetical beings that, according to some theories, could potentially exist in aquatic environments on other planets or moons. These beings would thrive in underwater habitats, much like how life on Earth flourishes in oceans, lakes, and rivers. The concept of aquaterrestrials stems from the idea that water is a crucial ingredient for life as we know it. Since water is abundant in the universe, scientists speculate that extraterrestrial life forms might have evolved to survive and thrive in aquatic environments elsewhere in the cosmos. Much like the aquaterrestrial theory, the aquatic ape hypothesis proposes a unique perspective on human evolution, suggesting that our ancestors took to the water rather than solely inhabiting land. This idea, first proposed by marine biologist Alistair Hardy in 1960, suggests that ancient apes adapted to coastal environments, leading to distinct human traits like bipedalism and hairlessness. According to this hypothesis, competition for resources pushed early apes to forage along coastlines and in shallow waters, driving the development of traits conducive to aquatic life. Features such as subcutaneous fat, front-facing copulation, and the diving reflex are cited as evidence of this aquatic adaptation. Despite initial interest, the aquatic ape hypothesis has forced skepticism from anthropologists. Critics argue that it lacks substantial support from the fossil record, and that the traits it aims to explain likely evolved through different mechanisms at various stages of human evolution. While intriguing, the idea of our ancestors as semi-aquatic beings remains largely speculative. Aramu Miru is an abandoned stone carving located in Peru near Lake Titicaca. Discovered in the early 1990s, it's believed to be an unfinished project by the Incas. The stone is large, about 23 feet square, with a T-shaped niche carved into it. The site has become a popular destination for paranormal enthusiasts. According to legend, an Incan priest once inserted a golden disc into the small depression in the stone, causing the door to open. The disc allegedly fell from the sky, adding to the mystique surrounding Aramu Muro. Archimedes Plutonium, the self-proclaimed king of science, is an intriguing figure known for his prolific presence on internet forums. Born in Germany as Ludwig Pohlmann, he later adopted various names, eventually settling on Archimedes Plutonium after a series of life events and epiphanies. Plutonium gained attention for his unconventional theories, most notably the plutonium atom totality theory, which suggests that the universe resembles a giant plutonium atom, with Earth and its surroundings situated in its outer electron shells. He claims to have a plutonium atom at the center of his brain, attributing his supposed supergenius to this unique configuration. Despite his claims of wealth and brilliance, Plutonium was often seen working odd jobs, such as dishwashing at Dartmouth College, where he attracted attention with his eccentric attire and behavior. He later moved to rural South Dakota, where he continued his online presence while living on a homestead. While some view Plutonium's ideas with skepticism or amusement, Others follow his exploits with a mix of fascination and bemusement, often referring to him affectionately by his nicknames Archie or Archie-Poo. Colors, as we see them, are not actually physical things or set properties. Their interpretations our brains make of light waves. When light hits an object, certain frequencies are absorbed and others are reflected. These reflected frequencies make up the colors we see. Our eyes have millions of rods and cones, with cones being sensitive to different wavelengths of light. The brain then combines signals from these cones to create a perception of color. But the physical reality is that colors are just different wavelengths of light. Interestingly, not all animals see colors the same way humans do. Some see fewer colors, while others see more. Cats, for example, see red and green as similar colors, while birds can see into the ultraviolet range. Even among humans, there's variations among color perception. Some people are colorblind, while others are extremely sensitive to different shades of color. Language may also influence how we perceive colors. Studies have shown that speakers of languages that distinguish between different shades of a color are actually faster at recognizing those differences. This suggests that language structures our experience of color. So while colors may not physically exist, they're very real to us because of how our brains interpret light. Our shared experience of color enriches our understanding and enjoyment of the world around us. Art Bell, a legendary broadcaster known for his late-night talk radio show Coast to Coast AM, unfortunately recently passed away. He was a pioneer in the realm of conspiracy theories and mysteries of the universe. Even before figures like Alex Jones, Bell captivated audiences with his show, which explored a wide range of topics, and it's safe to say that that talk show helped influence the creation of this channel. In 1997, Bell received a call from a man claiming to be a former employee of Area 51. The caller sounded frantic and distressed, sharing alarming information about aliens and government cover-ups.
Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone, so give us something quick.
Okay. Okay, what we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Discharge.
I started getting...
During the call, the show experienced a temporary outage due to a satellite failure, sparking speculation among listeners about the caller's authenticity.
In some way, something knocked us off the air, and we're on a backup system now.
It's the government or...
I don't know.
It has to be something, though.
Well, did you hear? Now, you tell me because you were listening.
That was awful strange.
There was a really weird guy on the air when it went off?
Yeah. Real weirded out.
Like going sort of sounding paranoid, schizophrenic?
Like crying and everything.
Yeah. Oh, you guys you really missed a call then, and I've got a feeling somebody didn't want you to hear it.
Despite many allegations of a hoax, doubts persisted about the true nature of the incident. Some believe it was a government cover-up, especially considering the odd circumstances surrounding the satellite failure. The audio from this infamous call has been incorporated into various media, including music recordings, notably by the band Tool. 7 months later, Art would receive a phone call from allegedly the same man.
You're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hello. I'll just do this and let the chips fall where they will.
All right.
Everybody, I am the Area 51 caller. That's my statement, and let you or whatever tear it apart.
You claim you're the Area 51?
I am the man.
How do you account for the fact, Area 51 caller,
Okay.
that part of the way through your spiel, the satellite went down?
I have no idea, and it scared the heebie-jeebies out of me that night. I've called a number of times on your specialty line nights doing different, kind of wacky characters, and that's all that one was supposed to be. And if the call had been completed, it would have been ancient history by now.
Has it occurred to you, as Barbara Marx Hubbard suggested tonight, that perhaps, if you're really what you say you are, you created the reality of the rest of the situation and took down my satellite?
That scares the heebie-jeebies out of me, because it means that what I was saying was somehow correct, and it was fabrication, kind of
creating a reality.
Yeah, if that was the case, I humbly apologize to you, because I love your show, and the last thing I would ever want to do is
knock
tear
me
you
off the air.
So what can I do to prove my claim here?
Well, I guess you could give us a little of what you gave us then, so that we could hear it and know it to be you.
Are you sure you want me to do that, Art?
I'm positive.
Don't, Art, please. I don't want you to ask me to do this. If I start doing that guy,
you're right about that. Now, let's just take that little sample that you just gave us, so that we don't alter some sort of horrid little reality here at the end of the program, and we'll let the callers be the judge.
Okay.
All right?
I thank you for this opportunity. This has just been driving me bananas for months, and I didn't know what you wanted me to do. I knew it was very difficult for me to prove to you. But I just thank you for your patience in dealing with me up to this time.
All right, it's quite all right. Thank you. Fritz in Phoenix, as a matter of fact, called and said, oh, yes, that's him. Somebody else said, oh, no. Now he has done his little Area 51 caller IMO, or the real thing, depending on what you think.
Not surprisingly, many questioned its legitimacy. 17 years later, a man called into a completely different show called Fade to Black. This man confessed to having fabricated the entire incident. This revelation added another layer of intrigue to the story.
I'm the anonymous Area 51 caller. I received no money from Tool, who used my call on the air. In no way has my being the Area 51 caller aided my career in 17 years until tonight. This is really cool to be able to be on a program affiliated with the same network where the original call was made 17 years ago, and at long last tell my side of the story. This is what I set out to do.
Despite this admission, some skeptics still questioned whether the confession was genuine or merely another part of the ongoing mystery surrounding the Area 51 call. The confession reignited discussions about the incident, prompting further speculation about the true nature of the caller's motivation and the possibility of government involvement. Regardless of the caller's authenticity, the Area 51 call remains a captivating and memorable moment in the history of radio broadcasting, adding to Art Bell's enduring legacy in the realm of conspiracy theories and the unexplained. The Ark of the Covenant is an ancient artifact mentioned in many religious texts. It's described as a sacred chest made of wood and covered in gold. According to tradition, the Ark housed stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments given to Moses by God. The Ark is said to have special powers and significance, often associated with divine presence and protection. It was carried by the Israelites during their wanderings in the desert and played a central role in religious rituals and ceremonies. Legends and stories surrounding the Ark include accounts of its power to bring victory in battle, as well as warnings of dire consequences for those who mishandle or disrespect it. The fate of the Ark remains a mystery, as it disappeared from historical records centuries ago. Some believe it was hidden or destroyed, while others speculate that it may still exist, waiting to be discovered. The Japanese tradition of carrying the amakashi during festivals shares intriguing similarities with the biblical story of King David and the Ark of the Covenant. Both involve the ceremonial carrying of the revered objects on poles, with the Ark carried by the Levites and the amakashi by festival participants. Both objects are adorned with gold and feature representations of celestial beings, such as cherubim on the Ark and the ho-oh bird on the amakashi. Additionally, both ceremonies involve singing, dancing, and the accompaniment of musical instruments. The practice of carrying the amakashi across a river during festivals may be linked to the biblical account of the Israelites crossing the Jordan River with the Ark. Similarly, participants in amakashi festivals undergo purification rituals akin to those before the Ark's procession. Furthermore, the distribution of food after the Ark's entry into Jerusalem mirrors the Japanese tradition of distributing sweets to festival participants, underscoring the intriguing parallels between these two cultural practices. In addition to these parallels, there's a village in Japan, Shingo, where some believe Jesus may have visited during his lost years, and some even speculate that he may have survived the crucifixion and spent his remaining years there. Several years back, on New Year's Eve, thousands of blackbirds suddenly fell from the sky, leaving residents bewildered and conjuring images of doomsday scenarios. This wasn't the first time such an event occurred. Similar incidents had happened before. Various research labs investigated the mysterious deaths, ruling out diseases and toxins, but finding evidence of blunt force trauma, suggesting collisions with objects like trees or buildings. Witnesses reported hearing loud noises, likely fireworks, which may have startled the birds, causing them to fly lower than usual and collide with structures. According to the mystery, dead fish were also found nearby, sparking rumors of apocalyptic events or environmental disasters. While experts point to fireworks as the likely cause, the recurring nature of the incidents and unexplained fish deaths keep the enigma alive, leaving residents of the small town anxious for what's to come. Artificial empathy, also known as computational empathy, refers to the development of AI systems capable of detecting and responding to human emotions in empathetic ways. While some find this technology concerning, it holds potential benefits, particularly in sectors like healthcare, where emotional expression plays a crucial role. One perspective suggests that artificial empathy could alleviate stress and burnout among caregivers by providing emotional support and assistance. However, there's debate over whether such technology might encourage emotional detachment rather than fostering genuine connections. Research on artificial empathy spans various fields, including artificial intelligence and business. It involves predicting human internal states based on signals like facial expressions and voice, as well as anticipating human reactions to stimuli. In practice, artificial empathy finds applications in areas such as marketing, where it's used to optimize advertising content based on viewer responses. It's also employed in recruitment processes, health assessments, and even self-harm prevention efforts, where algorithms analyze risk factors to predict and prevent future attempts. While artificial empathy has the potential to enhance human services by providing early risk detection and intervention, it's important to recognize its limitations and ethical implications as it becomes more integrated into various aspects of society. Artificial wombs, also known as artificial uteri, are devices designed to support the development of a fetus outside of the body. They serve various purposes and raise significant ethical and practical questions. These devices offer potential applications such as aiding fetal development for couples and enabling early-stage fetal surgeries. Recent research has shown embryos developing for extended periods within these artificial environments. However, legal restrictions in some countries limit how long human embryos can be kept in them. Replicating the functions of a natural womb presents a significant challenge. Artificial uteri must provide nutrition, oxygen, and waste disposal for the fetus. Some propose connecting them to a woman's circulatory system to supply nutrients and immune protection, eliminating potential risks from the mother's bloodstream. Techniques like extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, or ECMO, have been explored for providing oxygen, but concerns remain, especially for premature fetuses. Nutrition methods and hormonal stability also pose challenges. Researchers are investigating ways to replicate functions like the uterine wall, the artificial placenta, amniotic sac, and the umbilical cord, all crucial for supporting fetal development. The development of artificial wombs has bioethical and legal implications, potentially redefining fetal viability and impacting abortion laws. It could also change traditional gender roles in reproduction, offering greater flexibility for same-sex couples and potentially altering our understanding of parenthood. Ascended masters are believed to be spiritually enlightened beings who were once ordinary humans but underwent a series of spiritual transformations called initiations. In certain teachings, they're said to have reached a higher dimension of existence. The concept of ascended masters originated in the theosophical tradition, drawing from the idea of masters of the ancient wisdom. According to some beliefs, these masters have reached a level of spiritual evolution where they can dwell in higher dimensions. In some teachings, ascended masters are categorized based on the number of initiations they've undergone, with each initiation representing a higher level of spiritual attainment. For example, a Master of Light, or Healer, might have undergone the 5th initiation, while an Ascended Master has taken the 6th initiation, also known as Ascension. The term Ascended Master was popularized in the 20th century, particularly by authors like Baird T. Spalding and Godfrey Ray King. Ballard claimed to have received teachings from Ascended Masters like Saint Germain. Beliefs about Ascended Masters vary among different organizations and teachings. Some believe in a spiritual hierarchy led by particular beings who would be considered the Lord of Earth and humanity. Others mention figures like Jesus, Buddha, and Confucius as Ascended Masters. The Great White Brotherhood is a collective term used to describe these Ascended Masters, who are believed to guide humanity and spread spiritual teachings through selected individuals. However, these beliefs have faced criticism and skepticism, with some suggesting that certain figures may have fabricated or exaggerated their encounters with Ascended Masters. In psychology, the Asch conformity experiments were conducted by Solomon Asch in the 1950s to explore how individuals respond to group pressure and the impact of such influence on beliefs and opinions. Asch's initial experiment involved groups of college students, where only one participant was unaware that the others were actors. They were asked to match lines of different lengths. The actors deliberately chose the wrong answers on certain trials. Surprisingly, many participants conformed to the group's wrong answer, even though it was obvious which line was correct. Results showed that about a third of participants conformed to the majority, despite knowing the correct answer. Interviews revealed various reasons for this, such as a desire to fit in or in doubts about their own judgment. Ash also studied variations of the experiment. For example, having a, quote, true partner who gave the correct answer decreased conformity. Partner dissent, where one person disagreed with the majority, also reduced conformity. Interestingly, written responses instead of verbal ones also decreased conformity. The Ashtar command is a movement based on messages from an alleged extraterrestrial being named Ashtar. Founded by George Van Tassel, it revolves around the idea that humans can tap into a universal mind of God for their evolution. Van Tassel claimed to receive telepathic messages from Ashtar, which he shared in weekly sessions at Giant Rock in California. These gatherings led to the Giant Rock Spacecraft Convention, a famous UFO meeting center. As the movement grew, the concept of Ashtar and a galactic law enforcement agency planning to rescue humanity became widespread. However, when these predictions failed, the movement fractured. In the mid-1990s, Ashtar command groups began using the internet to unify and address conflicting beliefs. They emphasized spiritual focus over extraterrestrial concerns and set guidelines for new channels. The Pioneer Voyage, introduced in 1994, describes a select group being lifted into ships of light for the ascension of humanity. Astral parasites are entities that some claim to encounter during their experiences, like astral projection or other out-of-body experiences. Descriptions vary, with some suggesting these entities feed on emotional energy. According to some accounts, individuals report encountering these beings in different forms, ranging from shadowy figures to bizarre creatures. Some believe these entities attach themselves to individuals, influencing emotions and behavior. As alluded in the previous entry, astral projection is the belief that individuals can have out-of-body experiences and consciously travel beyond their physical bodies. It's a concept found in various cultures for centuries, connected to ideas about the soul and mystical consciousness. Ancient texts from cultures like Egypt and India mention astral projection. Modern figures, including writers like Helen Keller and Robert Monroe, have shared their own experiences as well. Practitioners use techniques like meditation and visualization to induce altered states and transfer awareness to their astral body. They describe visiting spiritual realms, the astral plane, or even physical locations. However, there's no scientific evidence supporting astral projection as an objective phenomenon. Skeptics view it as a delusion or a vivid dream. While many believe in astral travel, it remains a controversial metaphysical idea without scientific proof. In the Atacama Desert of Chile, a peculiar skeleton was discovered, measuring only 6 inches in length. With its cone-shaped head and unusual features, some speculated it to be the remains of an extraterrestrial being. However, forensic analysis revealed it to be human, with a mix of Native American and European ancestry. Its unique appearance is attributed to rare genetic mutations linked to dwarfism and other bone disorders. A study published in Genome Research utilized open-source genetic data to pinpoint specific genetic mutations associated with the skeleton's phenotype. Despite the limited information available about the specimen, the analysis identified genes related to bone diseases and collagen production. Further research into the skeleton's bone aging could potentially benefit medical treatments for bone growth disorders. The skeleton, affectionately nicknamed Ada, is believed to be a child from the South American region, but likely no more than 40 years old. The scientists involved in the study advocate for returning Ada to her country of origin for proper burial, emphasizing her human identity and cultural significance. In 1987, an interesting incident unfolded in Atlanta that puzzled both investigators and the public. A 77-year-old woman, Minnie Winston, discovered bloodstains in her bath while showering. Further inspection by her husband, William, revealed blood in various parts of their home, including crawl spaces, walls, floors, and even appliances. What's truly wild is the sheer volume of blood that was found within their home. It wasn't just a few drops. It seemed to seep from every corner, giving an eerie impression that the walls themselves were bleeding. Adding to the mystery is the absence of any obvious source for the blood. There were no signs of violence or injury to the Winstons, and yet the blood was confirmed to be human. Despite thorough investigation by the police, including checking for break-ins or visitors, no concrete explanation was ever found. Numerous theories have been proposed, ranging from supernatural explanations like hauntings or poltergeists to more mundane possibilities like a hoax perpetrated by someone within the family. However, none of these theories have been substantiated. Atmospheric beasts are peculiar flying entities that challenge traditional notions of biology. Witnesses report seeing them hovering without wings, often appearing semi-transparent or even invisible. Various types of atmospheric beasts have been allegedly observed, including those resembling jellyfish and elongated serpents, known as sky serpents, which glide through the air akin to Asian dragons. Initially mistaken for UFOs, some researchers like Ivan T. Sanderson propose that atmospheric beasts could be low-density creatures native to the clouds. One famous sighting, the Crawfordsville Monster in 1891, is often likened to a dragon. Eyewitnesses describe many of these creatures as soft and blanket-like. Some believers speculate that these beings are lightweight entities, possibly originating from interstellar gas clouds or native to Earth. They are typically viewed as non-sapient animals rather than intelligent extraterrestrials. Atmospheric beasts are known to change their density, sometimes appearing metallic or cloud-like, even emitting a faint glow. Sometimes they resemble whales and are occasionally referred to as air whales or cloud beasts. It's been said that upon death, these beasts reportedly fall to Earth as gelatinous masses that quickly evaporate, potentially explaining phenomena like gelatinous meteorites or star jelly. Atomic storage, not surprisingly, involves storing data at the atomic level. This means encoding information within individual atoms. It's a concept that's still very experimental, but holds significant potential for significantly increasing data storage capacity. By manipulating atoms to represent bits of data, atomic storage could lead to much denser storage solutions in the future, potentially revolutionizing data storage technology. Atoms are incredibly small, about 100,000 times smaller than the width of a human hair, making the idea of storing data at this scale all the more fascinating. In 1897, an unusual event occurred in Aurora, Texas. A mysterious flying craft resembling an airship crashed on a farm. According to reports, the pilot of the craft, believed to be an extraterrestrial, died in the crash. This incident gained attention due to its peculiar circumstances. During that time, there were similar reports of mysterious airships around the world. In the United States, newspapers documented sightings of these airships, with some claiming that the occupants were from Mars. A newspaper article from the Dallas Morning News described the crash in detail. The craft appeared over Aurora early in the morning and collided with the windmill tower, causing it to explode and scatter debris. The pilot, presumed to be the only occupant, was killed in the crash. Upon examination, it was concluded that the pilot was not from Earth. Some speculated that the pilot was from Mars based on the findings. The pilot's remains were buried in the Aurora Cemetery, and some wreckage from the crash was buried with them. Despite skepticism and the incident being labeled as a legend by the Texas Historical Commission, many still believe it occurred. Various theories exist, ranging from the pilot being an extraterrestrial to a government experiment gone wrong. The true nature of the Aurora incident remains a mystery, with speculation continuing to this day. In the future, if humans give birth in space, the babies born could have a much different appearance than we are used to. Conceiving a baby in zero gravity is challenging because gravity helps sperm cells reach the egg, and without it, fertilization becomes less likely. During pregnancy, the flow of fluids from the mother's baby to the embryo is essential. In space, this flow may be disrupted, potentially affecting the baby's development. The mother's health is also at risk in space. Astronauts lose bone density in space, making childbirth risky due to the potential for pelvic fractures. C-sections may be the safer option. The way we give birth on Earth affects our anatomy. More C-sections in space could lead to babies with larger heads, as there's no restriction from the birth canal. In space, bodily fluids don't settle downwards as on Earth. Some babies might have bloated bodies, puffy faces, and increased blood pressure in the upper body, causing bulging eyes and reduced brain efficiency. Space radiation, without Earth's protective ozone layers, could also lead to changes in skin color as evolution adapts to cosmic rays. So, spaceborn babies might resemble the alien emoji: bigger heads, bulging eyes, different skin colors, and unique features. During JFK's assassination, a mysterious woman known as the Babushka Lady was spotted in the footage. She wore a headscarf and filmed the event. Despite being close to the scene and appearing in photos and video, her identity remains unknown. The nickname Babushka Lady came from her headscarf, resembling those worn by elderly Eastern European women. During the event, she remained composed while others panicked, continuing to film. Despite her importance as a witness, she never came forward or revealed her identity. Efforts to find her by the FBI and others have failed. Not surprisingly, the mystery surrounding her has led to numerous conspiracy theories. Some believe she was a government agent, while others suggest involvement in secret societies or foreign intelligence. Some even speculate she may have had a role in the assassination herself. Despite efforts, this individual's identity and motives remain unresolved. The Babylonian map of the world, also known as Imaga Mundi, is an ancient clay tablet with a map and inscriptions in the Akkadian language. It dates back to around the 9th century BC and is one of the earliest known depictions of the world. The map is circular and centered on the Euphrates River, with Babylon depicted in the northern part. Surrounding Mesopotamia is a circular bitter river or ocean with triangular sections representing regions beyond. There are inscriptions labeling various locations on the map, including several cities. Some regions are depicted as mountains, possibly indicated by triangular shapes. The tablet was excavated near Babylon and is now housed in the British Museum. It consists of 3 parts: the map, a text above it, and a text on the back. These texts describe the creation of the world by the god Marduk and provide details about mythical creatures and legendary heroes. The back side of the tablet describes different regions referred to as Nagu, with details about their characteristics. Some regions are described as impassable deserts, while others mention large objects and mythical gates. Despite its age and partial damage, the Babylonian map of the world provides valuable insights into ancient Mesopotamian beliefs and geographical knowledge. The Baghdad Battery, discovered in present-day Iraq in 1936, consists of 3 ancient artifacts: a ceramic pot, a copper tube, and an iron rod. Their purpose remains a mystery. Some suggest they could have been an ancient battery, possibly used for electroplating or electrotherapy, but most archaeologists disagree. The ceramic pot, about 6 inches tall, holds a copper cylinder with an iron rod inside, isolated by bitumen plugs. Corrosion and tests indicate that an acidic agent like wine or vinegar might have been inside the jar, leading to speculation that it could generate an electric current. However, this remains unproven. Supporting experiments have shown electrical activity when replicas were filled with grape juice or other substances, but no definitive proof of their original function exists. Critics note the lack of electrical connections and the difficulty of maintenance due to the bitumen seal. Some archaeologists believe the artifacts might have been used to store sacred scrolls. Looted during the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the Baghdad Battery remains an interesting relic from the past, with its true purpose still uncertain. The Baltic Sea anomaly, discovered in 2011, remains an unsolved mystery. A sonar image captured by the Ocean X diving team shows a circular object with features that don't appear natural. While some speculate it could be a sunken UFO, experts lean toward it being a geological formation, although they can't pinpoint its exact nature. Experts lean towards it being a geological formation, although they cannot pinpoint its exact nature. The Ocean X team claimed the sonar image reveals a 60-meter diameter circular object, possibly man-made. They returned to the site for more scans and analyzed stone samples, finding basaltic rock that could have been transported by glaciers. However, many experts criticize the sonar image, citing distortions caused by faulty equipment. They suggest the anomaly could be a rock formation, sediment, or even a school of fish, rather than a sunken UFO. The true identity of the anomaly remains elusive. The Banach-Tarski paradox is a puzzling math idea that challenges what we think and what we know about shapes and sizes. Simply put, it states that you can take a solid shape, cut it into several pieces, then by moving these pieces around in a special way, you can end up with two identical shapes that are exactly the same size as the original one. This seemingly impossible result defies common sense and appears to violate basic principles of geometry and conservation of volume. The paradox arises from the mathematical properties of infinity and the non-measurability of certain sets in three-dimensional space. It's named after the mathematicians Stefan Banach and Alfred Tarski, who first formulated the theorem in the early 20th century. Despite its counterintuitive nature, the paradox is a valid consequence of the axioms of set theory and the axiom of choice, which allows for the creation of sets with no well-defined volume. While the paradox has no practical implications for physical objects, it serves as a fascinating illustration of the strange and abstract concepts that arise in advanced mathematics. In creationism, there's a concept known as created kinds, which stems from a literal interpretation of the Bible's Genesis. It suggests that all living things were created by God in distinct forms or kinds, and these forms have genetic boundaries preventing interbreeding. The term kind originates from Genesis, where it describes different groups of plants and animals. Creationists debate what exactly kinds mean, with some suggesting it could refer to species or broader groups. A creationist named Frank Lewis Marsh introduced the term Berriman to describe these created kinds. He suggested that the ability to produce viable offspring was a key factor in determining membership in a Berriman. In the 90s, Kurt Wise developed Berrimanology, a method to study and categorize these created kinds. It uses some techniques similar to evolutionary systematics, but focuses on identifying gaps between groups rather than similarities. Berrimanology has faced criticism, even from within the creationist community. Some argue that its methods lack rigor and consistency, while others point out that its conclusions sometimes conflict with scientific evidence. During World War II, an unusual event occurred over Los Angeles, California, on February 24th and 25th, 1942. Anti-aircraft artillery fired at supposed attacking forces from Japan, but no enemy planes were ever found. This led to panic among residents who feared a Japanese invasion. Despite official explanations attributing the incident to a weather balloon and war nerves, theories and speculation persisted. Some believed it was a cover-up, while others speculated about enemy agents or secret bases. The event's enduring mystery has led to various theories, including claims of alien visitation. A photo published in a newspaper was even cited as evidence of a spaceship, although it had been heavily edited before publication. To this day, the Battle of Los Angeles remains one of the most bizarre and unexplained events in U.S. history, sparking ongoing fascination and speculation. On June 2, 2000, an unusual Morse code transmission was detected on the 30-meter amateur band. The signal, though weak, repeated periodically without any clear identification. It contained misspelled words and uncommon Morse characters, suggesting an inexperienced user. The frequency of the transmission was a particular megahertz, and it traveled via skywave over long distances. The content of the message was bizarre, often involving references to violence, threats against religions, pornography, and the U.S. government. Despite being reported to relevant authorities, including the FCC and the ARRL, the sender's identity remained a mystery. The purpose behind the transmissions remained uncertain. After its initial appearance in 2000, the signal fell silent until 2021 when it was detected again after 21 years. Yet, even with this resurgence, the origin and intentions of the so-called beacon of hate remain unknown. In late 1989 to early 1990, there was an unusual series of sightings known as the Belgian UFO wave. Witnesses reported seeing large, low-flying objects shaped like flat triangles with lights underneath. One notable incident involved Belgian Air Force F-16s sent to investigate a tracked object, though the pilots didn't visually confirm it. Witness testimonies described slow-moving objects maintaining relative positions in the sky. During the F-16 chase, radar contacts were intermittent, later attributed to radar locks on each other and atmospheric interference. Some theories suggest the objects might have been helicopters due to reported low engine noise and jerky movements, but many witnesses didn't report hearing noise. Photographic evidence from the wave, including a famous image initially thought to be a UFO, was debunked as a hoax. The lack of background details and blurred lights contradicted eyewitness accounts. Explanations range from mass delusion fueled by media coverage to calls for investigation by human sciences experts. Skeptics highlight the lack of substantial evidence and the influence of media on people retroactively associating ordinary sightings with UFOs. The Belgian UFO wave remains an unsolved mystery, with witness testimonies, questionable photos, and conflicting theories adding to its intrigue. The Bermuda Triangle, an area in the western part of the North Atlantic Ocean, has gained notoriety for mysterious disappearances of aircraft and ships. Various theories attempt to explain this phenomenon, ranging from supernatural concepts like leftover technology from Atlantis to natural explanations such as compass variations and violent weather. Some suggest UFOs or a parallel universe in the region causing a time-space warp. Natural explanations include the Gulf Stream carrying objects away, human error, and methane hydrates causing rapid sinking of ships. Despite claims of unique danger in the triangle, reputable sources dismiss it as a manufactured mystery with exaggerated or unverifiable claims. A recent DNA study suggests that Bigfoot might be a distant relative of humans, dating back around 15,000 years. According to the study, the genetic makeup of Bigfoot is similar to that of modern humans. However, the scientific community remains skeptical about these claims, as the research has not been published in any peer-reviewed scientific journals. Without access to the evidence or the methodology used in the study, it's difficult to assess its validity. Some experts speculate that the DNA samples may have been contaminated, leading to misleading results. Additionally, previous attempts to prove the existence of Bigfoot have been inconclusive. While the search for Bigfoot continues, conclusive evidence remains hidden. The Bilderberg meeting is an annual conference that started in 1954 to encourage discussions between Europe and North America. It brings together around 120 to 150 political leaders, industry leaders, and experts to discuss various global issues. Originally focused on preventing another world war, the agenda now revolves around promoting free market Western capitalism globally. The meetings operate under the Chatham House rule, allowing for open discussions while ensuring privacy. However, the secretive nature of the meetings has led to conspiracy theories, with some accusing the group of pushing capitalist domination and others claiming they aim to establish a world government and planned economy. Despite the controversies, the meetings continue to be held in secret. Researchers have made a curious discovery about our minds. When we see our own body while also perceiving it in a humanoid robot, it creates a peculiar illusion. This illusion tricks our brains into feeling like we exist in two bodies at the same time. In previous studies, scientists found that when our senses receive coordinated information, our minds can feel like they're outside our physical body. It's almost like having an out-of-body experience. To explore this further, researchers conducted an experiment using a humanoid robot to replicate a person's body. They allowed individuals to control the robot's movements and see through its eyes. The results were unexpected. When people experienced their own bodies through the robot, something strange occurred. They felt as if they were inhabiting two bodies simultaneously. It's akin to a phenomenon called haudoscopy, where you perceive yourself from a different perspective. In simpler terms, our minds have the ability to make us feel like we're in two places at once when we see ourselves in a robot. It's a fascinating quirk of human perception. Satoshi Nakamoto is the mysterious figure behind Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency. Despite claiming to be a man from Japan, Nakamoto's true identity remains unknown. Some believe Nakamoto might be a group of individuals, possibly located in the United States or Europe. Starting development in 2007, Nakamoto published a white paper about Bitcoin in 2008 and released the initial software version in 2009. By 2010, Nakamoto handed over control of the project to Gavin Andresen and withdrew from further involvement. It's estimated that Nakamoto owns a substantial number of bitcoins, potentially making him one of the wealthiest individuals globally. Despite this wealth, Nakamoto has kept his identity and personal details secret. Numerous experts have attempted to uncover Nakamoto's identity by analyzing his writing style and online behavior, but no definitive conclusions have been reached. Some clues, such as his use of British English and references to British media, suggest potential ties to the Commonwealth, while others speculate on his true location based on his sleep patterns. Nonetheless, the enigma surrounding Satoshi Nakamoto endures. The legend of the Black-Eyed Kids, BKs, is a chilling tale that has circulated in various forms on the internet and in urban folklore for several years. These mysterious entities are said to be children with entirely black eyes, devoid of any sclera or iris, who approach unsuspecting individuals in the dead of night, usually requesting entry into their homes or vehicles. Many attribute the first recorded instance to a series of postings online in the early 2000s. Encounters with the Black-Eyed Kids typically follow a similar pattern. A lone individual, often walking or driving alone at night, is approached by one or more children who appear distressed and in need of assistance. They may knock on car windows or ring doorbells, imploring the person to let them in. Witnesses often report feeling an overwhelming sense of dread or fear during these encounters, sometimes accompanied by a feeling of paralysis or disorientation. One of the most unsettling aspects of the Black-Eyed Kids legend is the inexplicable and malevolent nature of these encounters. Those who have encountered them often report feeling as though they are in the presence of something deeply sinister, despite the seemingly innocuous appearance of the children. Some claim that the children exhibit unnatural behavior, such as speaking in a monotone voice or displaying an eerie knowledge of personal details about the person they are approaching. Many who have encountered the black-eyed kids describe a feeling of intense pressure to comply with their demands, whether it be granting them entry into their home or giving them a ride in their car. However, those who have resisted or refused the children's requests often report feeling a profound sense of relief as though they narrowly avoided a grave danger. While skeptics dismiss the legend of the black-eyed kids as nothing more than a modern urban myth or internet hoax, others believe that there may be a more sinister explanation for these encounters. Some speculate that the black-eyed kids are supernatural beings or extraterrestrial entities, while others suggest that they may be the product of mass hysteria or psychological phenomenon. Black Star Canyon holds a collection of mysterious tales and legends. One story suggests it's haunted by the spirits of the Tongva Gabrielino people who met a tragic end there. Hikers and campers claim to have witnessed eerie sights and heard unexplained noises. In the 1980s, a puzzling incident involved bikers who, while riding through the canyon, encountered a hooded figure. The bikers reportedly fled into the woods and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind an unsolved mystery. Adding to the intrigue, some propose the existence of a hidden government facility or underground base in the canyon. Reports mention peculiar military activities such as low-flying unmarked helicopters and mysterious underground explosions. Conspiracy theories speculate on secret experiments and top-secret technology stored in the canyon, making it a captivating and enigmatic location. The Black Stickmen, a strange and unsettling phenomenon reported globally. These two-dimensional figures, tall and thin like oversized stick drawings, lack discernible features. Witness accounts describe their smooth but unnatural movements and an odd ability to almost disappear when viewed from certain angles. Presence of these figures reportedly induces dizziness, tiredness, and a distinct sense of static charge, occasionally accompanied by a perceived malevolence. Though not inherently aggressive, the reported sense of malevolence raises questions about their intentions. Witnesses note the stickmen's skittish behavior, often slipping away into the night or simply vanishing when noticed. Unlike ghosts, they make no sound and cast no shadows, appearing without ties to specific locations or tragic events. While a relatively recent phenomenon, some link the Black Stickmen to ancient cave drawings, sparking theories about ancient aliens or extra-dimensional travelers. Despite this, there's been no recorded instance of communication or aggression from these figures. Their presence, however, consistently leaves witnesses with an eerie sense of being watched or followed, even within the safety of their homes. A perplexing and unsettling occurrence, the mystery of the Black Stickmen continues to baffle and terrify people worldwide. The Blackbird of Chernobyl, described as a terrifying creature with large wings, a headless body, and glowing red eyes, reportedly appeared before the Chernobyl disaster. Workers in the control room claimed sightings of this creature and experienced distressing dreams and ominous phone calls. Some connect it to the Mothman, a creature associated with foretelling disasters. The lore surrounding the Chernobyl disaster, including tales of the Blackbird, remains a source of fascination and intrigue. The Blank Room Soup video surfaced online in 2005, depicting a man crying and eating soup while a peculiar doll-like character comforts him. This video has left viewers puzzled and unsettled, sparking various theories attempting to unravel its meaning, origin, and significance. Some suggest it could be a quirky fan creation involving stolen mascot costumes, while others speculate it might be a performance art piece attributed to animator and director Raymond S. Percy. Despite numerous theories, the video's true meaning and origin remain unconfirmed. Notably, Percy, known for creating alter egos and comedic YouTube videos, has fueled speculation that he may be the mastermind behind the enigmatic Blank Room Soup video. In Antarctica's Taylor Valley lies a perplexing phenomenon known as bloodfalls. It's a flowing plume of salt water tainted with iron oxide emerging from the Taylor Glacier onto the icy surface of West Lake Bonny. First discovered in 1911, its red color was initially thought to be caused by red algae, but later proven to be due to iron oxides. The The source of the saltwater is a subglacial pool located several kilometers away from the small outlet at Blood Falls. Unlike most Antarctic glaciers, the Taylor Glacier is not frozen to the bedrock, possibly due to concentrated salts from ancient seawater beneath it. Blood Falls harbors a unique microbial ecosystem. Analyses revealed autotrophic bacteria that metabolize sulfate and ferric ions. The absence of oxygen indicates a rare subglacial ecosystem where bacteria likely use sulfate to respire with ferric ions and metabolize organic matter. The coexistence of ferrous and sulfate ions under anoxic conditions is poorly understood, adding to the enigma. In 2014, scientists used the ice mole probe to sample the subglacial brine, discovering a cold, iron-rich brine with bacteria capable of surviving extreme conditions. This sheds light on Earth's ancient microbial populations and has astrobiological implications for potential life on other celestial bodies like Mars or Europa. The Blue Planet Project is a collection of online documents discussing aliens, UFOs, and government secrets. Opinions on its authenticity vary, with some believing it's real while others dismiss it as fake. One section, the Pulsar Project, details a scientist hired by the government to study aliens and UFOs for over 30 years, starting in the 1950s. The documents delve into various topics, including some of these fascinating concepts. Drugs aliens might use on humans. Alien mind powers like mind reading. How alien spaceships might work. Alien helpers for the Greys, a type of alien. A project about hypnotizing people from far away. Details about Nordic aliens' bodies. Examples of alien writing. Learning to read the language of the vegan aliens. A new version of the periodic table with alien elements. Updates on how gray aliens make babies. What the government thinks about aliens and how they act. And some updates about the Roswell UFO crash. Blue zones are regions where people are said to live longer than average. They were identified based on demographic research, with examples including Sardinia, Italy, and Okinawa, Japan. The term blue zones comes from researchers marking these areas with a blue pen on a map. The idea is that lifestyle factors such as regular physical activity and community support contribute to longevity in these regions. Some skepticism exists about the concept of blue zones, with critics questioning the scientific evidence and noting declines in life expectancy in some proposed blue zone areas. For example, Okinawa, once considered a blue zone, has seen a decline in life expectancy in the 21st century. Research on blue zones has involved estimating population longevity using various indices such as the Extreme Longevity Index and the centenarian rate. These indices compare the number of centenarians in blue zones to the total population, suggesting higher rates of longevity compared to other areas. However, some limitations exist in estimating longevity in blue zones, including potential errors in birth records. Additionally, claims about the health benefits of blue zone diets have been criticized for lacking solid scientific evidence. The Blythe intaglios, or Blythe geoglyphs, are massive figures etched into the ground near Blythe, California. 3 human figures, 2 four-legged animals, and a spiral were created by scraping away darker rocks to reveal lighter soil. Not noticed by non-natives until the 1930s due to their sheer size. Located on flat terraces in the Colorado River floodplain, no local Native American group claims to have made them. Their age and creators remain uncertain, possibly dating from prehistoric times. Believed to be ceremonial, with patterns suggesting dance areas, similar geoglyphs are found worldwide, like the famous Nazca lines in Peru. Blythe intaglios, over 200 in the Colorado desert, are the sole known desert intaglios in North America. Despite study since 1932, their creation is an unsolved mystery. Theories range from pilgrimage stops to mythic characters from human oral history. Intriguingly, the Blythe intaglios draw visitors despite their enigmatic origins. Bohemian Grove, a massive secluded campground owned by the all-male Bohemian Club, gathers prominent figures annually for over 2 weeks. Members include artists, musicians, business leaders, government officials, and former U.S. presidents. The grove is shrouded in controversy and conspiracy theories. A notable event is the cremation of care ceremony held in front of a 40-foot-tall owl statue. Officially explained as symbolizing the banishment of worldly cares and the salvation of trees, it attracts scrutiny. Radio host Alex Jones, after infiltrating in 2000, alleged it was a ritual sacrifice tied to ancient mysteries. His documentary, Dark Secrets, Inside Bohemian Grove, fueled conspiracy theories. The club's mascot, an owl, is linked to speculation. Some theorize it symbolizes the occult, suggesting secretive rituals and practices among Grove members. The Boltzmann brain idea is a weird concept in cosmology. It suggests that it's more likely for a single brain to just pop into existence in the universe than for the whole universe to develop the way scientists usually think it did. This idea helps scientists test their ideas about how the universe works. They use this idea to imagine how, over a really long time, random stuff happening in the universe could lead to the creation of complex things like human brains. This makes us rethink how the universe might have changed over time. It's named after a scientist, Ludwig Boltzmann, who had some ideas about how the universe started out. These Boltzmann brains were first talked about as a way to think about his ideas. Nowadays, scientists are worried that, according to some theories, brains like ours might come about more often from random stuff happening than from normal ways. This makes us wonder if our memories might not be so reliable, and maybe we're actually just brains that randomly popped into existence. Even though it's possible for these Boltzmann brains to happen because of random stuff, it would take way longer than the universe has been around. Scientists are still figuring out what to make of all this. It's a big challenge to how we understand the universe and whether there might be more of these random brains than regular ones. Some think that better understanding how tiny particles work or exploring string theory might help us understand it better. The Book of Caverns is an ancient Egyptian netherworld book from the New Kingdom, found inside kings' tombs. It details the sun god Ra's journey through 6 caverns of the underworld, depicting interactions with its inhabitants, rewards for the righteous, and punishments for enemies of the worldly order. Originating in the 13th century BC, the earliest version was discovered in the Osirian in Abydos. It features in the tomb of Ramesses IV in the Valley of the Kings, recorded by Jean-François Champollion. The book is structured with 7 scene tableaus, providing insights into the imagined topographical structure of the underworld. Unlike other netherworld books, it lacks ancient titles and divisions into hours of the night. The Book of Caverns, more literary than other funerary books, contains approximately 80 scenes with more text and fewer pictures. 13 text witnesses exist, spanning various locations and dates, with the first almost complete version found in the Osirion. The translation history includes initial efforts by Rossellini and Champollion in the 19th century. The Bo-Otis void, also known as the Great Nothing, is a vast and mysterious region in space near the constellation Bo-Otis. With a diameter of approximately 330 million light-years, it ranks among the largest known voids in the universe. Named for its scarcity of galaxies, it's nearly empty. If the Milky Way were at its center, our knowledge of other galaxies might have been delayed until the 1960s. Despite its emptiness, the void aligns with the lambda model of cosmological evolution. Some scientists propose it formed by smaller voids merging, akin to soap bubbles coalescing. This might explain the presence of a few galaxies within. While not entirely empty, the void houses only a handful of galaxies compared to the usual number expected for its size. Its origins remain largely unknown, making it an intriguing mystery for astronomers who continue studying its peculiar characteristics. The Booyah stones, sacred to the priests of Murray Islands in the Torres Straits, were believed to possess powerful magical properties, including healing and protection from evil spirits. Emitting an intense blue light, they held significant religious importance. When Europeans arrived, the priests concealed the stones to safeguard them. Their true nature and origin remain mysterious, with speculation ranging from natural explanations to the possibility of containing pure radium, though this remains unconfirmed. Boriska Kiprianovich, a young man from Russia, gained attention for claiming to be from Mars. Born in 1996, he displayed advanced skills from an early age, learning to read, write, and speak at an accelerated pace. Fascinated by space, especially Mars, he later asserted he was a Martian on a mission to save humanity from nuclear destruction. Boriska believes his Martian race faced extinction due to nuclear warfare, warning Earth of a similar fate if the nuclear power situation doesn't change. He claims to be part of a group called the Indigo Children, otherworldly beings sent on the same mission. According to him, some Martians still live on Mars, possessing advanced technology and immortality, stopping aging at 35. Despite reports of a high IQ, there's no official confirmation. After his claims, Boriska disappeared, prompting speculation about his whereabouts. While some question his credibility, others remain intrigued by the possibility of extraterrestrial life and advanced technology beyond our understanding. In central Bosnia and Herzegovina, there's been a contentious claim since 2005 that a cluster of hills near Visoko are the largest ancient pyramids built by humans, but it's been debunked by scientists. Studies by geologists and archaeologists consistently show these hills are natural formations called flatirons, with no signs of human construction. Despite this, Osmanagic promotes them as tourist attractions, organizing activities like meditation sessions. While these claims have attracted tourists and economic benefits to Visoko, they lack scientific support. Experts emphasize the hills are natural, not ancient pyramids. Osmanagic's assertions have been condemned as a hoax diverting resources from genuine archaeological sites. The brainworld theory proposes our universe exists on a flat surface called a brane, within a larger space with more dimensions than we can observe. This theory allows for the presence of other universes close to ours, but in different dimensions. According to the holographic origin theory, our universe might have originated from the collapse of a black hole in a higher dimensional space. This challenges the traditional idea that the Big Bang was the starting point of our universe. Physicist Nikodem Poplavsky suggests that when a star collapses into a black hole, a new universe could be created on the other side of a wormhole. This alternative perspective offers an intriguing explanation for the potential birth of new universes. Enidia, also called breatharianism, is the belief that people can survive without eating food or drinking water. This idea is considered pseudoscientific and has led to cases of starvation and dehydration. Some followers claim they can sustain themselves solely through air or sunlight, but scientific research contradicts these claims. Studies consistently show that prolonged fasting poses serious health risks, including starvation, dehydration, and death. When the body doesn't get food, it starts using up its stored energy like glycogen, body fat, and muscle. Breatharians argue that their bodies don't use up these reserves during fasting, but there's no scientific evidence to support this. While some individuals have tried breatharian fasting under medical supervision, the results haven't proven their claims. Some have even stopped because of significant weight loss, and there have been cases of people dying from attempting breatharianism. Throughout history, several people have been linked to Enidia, but their claims have faced skepticism and criticism from the scientific community. Researchers have devised a clever method to turn regular bricks into electricity storing devices. By converting the red pigment in bricks into a conducting plastic, these brick supercapacitors can store electric charge, unlike traditional batteries. Bricks are ideal for this as their porous structure offers a large surface area for energy storage. The process involves filling brick pores with acid vapor to dissolve iron oxide, which is then replaced with a sulfur-based material that reacts with iron, resulting in electrically conductive plastic coating the brick surfaces with nanofibers. These nanofiber-coated bricks can power LED lights, with around 60 bricks providing emergency lighting for 50 minutes and recharging in 13 minutes. Remarkably, these supercapacitor bricks can be recharged up to 10,000 times, making them highly durable. This research effectively repurposes waste material into valuable resources for producing advanced construction materials with enhanced capabilities. While groundbreaking, this work is just the beginning. Researchers are exploring various applications for chemically altered bricks, including as chemical catalysts and for pollution removal. In the future, they aim to increase the energy storage capacity of these bricks by incorporating other semiconductors and developing self-assembling 3D patterns within them, creating bricks that can be easily assembled like Lego blocks. The Bridgewater Triangle, spanning southeastern Massachusetts, is a perplexing area covering 200 square miles. It's notorious for a range of reported paranormal phenomena, from UFO sightings to poltergeists and orbs. But what sets it apart are the more bizarre encounters. Sightings of Bigfoot-like creatures, giant snakes, and thunderbirds with massive wingspans. Adding to the intrigue are reports of cult activity and animal mutilation, leading some to suggest a Native American curse linked to colonial conflicts. One of the most fascinating creatures rumored to inhabit the area is the Pukwudgie, a mischievous being from Algonquian folklore known for its trickery and potential danger to humans. In the Freetown State Forest within the Triangle, these creatures are said to be especially active. The Broders engine is claimed to be a groundbreaking invention aiming to extract energy directly from gravity. In essence, it's described as a theoretical device with the potential to power entire cities solely through gravitational force. The technology is likened to a shake light, using a copper coil around a magnet to generate electricity. The innovation lies in scaling it up. Picture a large lever with 1,000 shake lights on one side. As this lever tips, 3 magnets come into play, electrolyzing the coils and generating power. The other 997 coils continue to provide energy. Imagine this mechanism on a grand scale, like a warehouse-sized engine. The potential impact of this technology could be immense, potentially transforming our world, although its existence remains unconfirmed. The Brown Mountain Lights, situated near Brown Mountain in North Carolina, have captivated people's curiosity for more than a century. Despite scientific explanations attributing them to mundane sources like trains or car headlights, many still perceive them as enigmatic ghost lights. What adds to the intrigue surrounding these lights are the numerous tales and narratives spun around them. Although documented mentions of the lights only emerged around 1912, imaginative stories speculate on their existence even before modern electric lighting. Accounts of encounters with the lights have evolved over time, adapting to cultural beliefs and expectations. Furthermore, the Brown Mountain Lights have gained cultural significance, making appearances in popular TV shows like The X-Files and movies such as Alien Abduction. The Buddhabrot is a fascinating visual representation connected to the Mandelbrot fractal. Think of it as a beautiful picture created by following certain rules. It gets its name because, if you look closely, it kind of looks like the traditional images of Buddha. A smart person named Melinda Green figured out how to make these pictures. She used a technique where you create a grid of boxes, like tiny squares on a piece of paper. Each box represents a tiny part of the picture. Then, she looked at lots of points on the picture and counted how many times they escaped or went away. The more times a point escaped, the more it counted for that box in the grid. After doing this for many points, she used different shades of gray to color the boxes based on how many points went there. Creating these pictures is a bit tricky and takes a lot of computer power. The final image can look detailed or not so detailed depending on how you set things up. What's cool is that this Buddhabrot thing is connected to another math idea called the logistic map. It's like showing how 2 different math things are related in a 3D picture. So it's not just a pretty image, it also helps us understand how some math concepts work together in a cool way. Some people hold a peculiar belief that buildings possess consciousness and malevolent intent, exerting control over humanity. This unconventional notion proposes that buildings, through their construction materials, acquire awareness and possess the ability to influence human thoughts. According to this belief, significant events such as historical tragedies and social movements are not orchestrated by people, but are instead orchestrated by influential buildings. It even suggests a connection between Freemasonry and the construction industry, proposing that buildings replicate like living organisms with the ultimate goal of eradicating humanity through automation. While this perspective may appear strange, it reflects concerns about how our surroundings, particularly urban environments and structures, impact human behavior and well-being. Some individuals argue that the artificial environment created by buildings clashes with human needs and may have adverse effects on our health and behavior. The buttered cat paradox is a playful and amusing idea that blends the belief that cats always land on their feet with the notion that buttered toast always lands butter side down. Imagine dropping a buttered toast attached to a cat from a height. While purely fictional, it has led to imaginative theories. One whimsical suggestion is an anti-gravity effect, envisioning the cat slowing down, rotating, and hovering just above the ground while spinning rapidly. This playful scenario speculates on the toast and the cat's feet trying to land simultaneously, creating a hovering cat. This concept has sparked creativity in science humor, appearing in forums, comic strips, and webcomics. It even made its way into a commercial humorously proposing perpetual energy from a buttered cat. In reality, cats have a natural instinct to turn upright when falling, allowing them to land on their feet. Toast, being inanimate, lacks this ability. Studies confirm buttered toast often lands butter side down due to how it falls and aerodynamic drag. While the buttered cat paradox is fictional and lacks scientific backing, its bizarre and amusing qualities continue to capture people's imaginations. The butterfly effect is a concept in chaos theory that explains how a small change in one part of a system can lead to significant differences in another part. It's like the idea that a butterfly flapping its wings in one place could eventually cause a hurricane somewhere else. This effect is intriguing and often puzzling because it's hard to predict how a tiny change will affect the whole system. The outcomes can be unpredictable and chaotic, making it tough to study and understand. Even though it's mysterious, we've seen the butterfly effect in many natural and human-made systems, like weather patterns, stock markets, and even individual behavior. Some think it might be a fundamental law of the universe, affecting everything from big systems to small ones. The implications of the butterfly effect are both fascinating and a bit unsettling. It suggests that our smallest actions can have big and unpredictable consequences, showing us how interconnected and complex our world really is. In 1970, a strange event unfolded in Caldwell, New Jersey. A mysterious silvery thread appeared in the sky above a house, seemingly hanging from the clouds. The rigid thread baffled locals and authorities. Theories circulated, suggesting everything from extraterrestrial origins to a dropped line from a blimp. The thread, illuminated by sunlight, stayed visible for weeks, drawing curious onlookers. Local boys eventually brought it down using a fishing pole and line. Analysis by the DuPont company revealed it was a monofilament similar to fishing string, but its true source remained a mystery. The Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained reported multiple threads in the sky made of a plastic material. Yet, the upper and lower ends were never found. They appeared and disappeared into invisibility. What's truly eerie is the thread's persistence, remaining taut despite storms. Despite investigations, no clear pattern or explanation emerged, defying conventional physics and leaving the community and experts perplexed. Chris Cantelmo, a biochemist and Yale graduate, gained attention on Reddit for his habit of generously gifting digital awards. Alongside this, he promoted unconventional beliefs, asserting that DMT, a potent hallucinogenic, cured his brain cancer and had therapeutic properties. Cantelmo's activities led to the creation of subreddits and what some call a pseudo-cult named Cantelmoism. Despite his popularity, concerns arose among Redditors about his messages and claims. Consequently, he was banned from the platform. By mid-2019, Cantelmo's focus on DMT intensified, and he advocated for its use in treating cancer, inviting patients to explore its benefits. He contended that DMT enabled people to perceive spirits and linked schizophrenia and autism, attributing both to an excess of bioavailable DMT. Tragically, Cantelmo's story took a dark turn, and in 2019, at the age of 57, he took his own life in a remote area of the Angeles National Forest using a folding knife. By this time, he had become isolated from the online movement he initiated, facing bans and severed relationships. While his claims persist online, Chris Cantelmo's legacy is one marked by confusion and tragedy. Capgras delusion is a psychiatric oddity where a person believes their close ones or pets have been replaced by identical imposters. It falls under delusional misidentification syndromes and can be acute, transient, or chronic. It's commonly linked to schizophrenia, but also seen in brain injury, dementia, and other conditions, particularly in older individuals. Here are a couple of examples. A woman believed her husband was replaced and took extreme measures, while another, diagnosed with schizophrenia, thought people were being duplicated. In another case, a man with a neurodegenerative disease saw his wife as a double. The syndrome's causes involve complex organic factors, often linked to brain damage. The disconnection between recognizing faces and emotional response is a key aspect. Diagnosis is challenging due to its rarity, relying on psychiatric evaluation and tests for brain changes. Treatment, often a combination of therapy and antipsychotic medication, aims at managing core symptoms. It's named after Joseph Capgras, initially considered a purely psychiatric disorder, but now recognized as having neurological roots. The oddity also has historical cases of actual imposters, adding an extra layer of intrigue to this peculiar phenomenon. The Cassandra curse refers to a phenomenon where individuals make accurate predictions or warnings about future events, but are ignored or disbelieved. It's named after Cassandra, a figure in Greek mythology cursed by Apollo to prophesy true, but never be believed. The curse symbolizes the frustration and isolation experienced by those who foresee disaster but are unable to prevent it due to disbelief or inaction from others. This concept has been observed in various contexts, including personal relationships, business decisions, and societal issues, highlighting the recurring pattern of ignoring valuable insights until it's too late. Cattle mutilations involve unexplained alterations to cattle, often in rural areas. The oddity centers around precise surgical-like cuts on the animals, including removal of body parts without a clear explanation. It gained attention in the late 20th century, particularly in North America. The mysterious aspect lies in the precision of the cuts and the absence of typical signs of predators. Eyes, tongues, and reproductive organs are commonly removed. Some theories attribute it to natural decomposition, scavengers, or unknown predators, while others suggest extraterrestrial involvement or secret government experiments. Despite investigations, the true cause remains unknown. The Tejka files are a collection of documents related to John Tejka, an electrical prodigy with extensive knowledge of the free energy scene. Alongside John Bedini, Tejka's files contain insights and predictions, including accurately foreseeing future U.S. presidents in the early 80s. The files cover diverse scientific findings and experiments, patents, and more. Noteworthy is information on high-power electromagnetic experiments by the USSR in the 70s, linking Tesla and energy waves to significant events like the 1977 Indian Ocean earthquake. In discussions on forums, users delve into the files, expressing excitement about topics like German cancer cures, the Markovitch Project, and the pyramid stand's potential as an energy source. Some express skepticism, cautioning against taking the information at face value. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, there's a peculiar spot known as the Center of the Universe. It's not marked by any grand monument, but by a simple concrete circle on a pedestrianized bridge. Step into this circle and something strange happens. When you speak, your voice echoes back, louder than expected, and the sounds around you become distorted. The mystery lies in the lack of a clear explanation. The concrete circle, surrounded by planters and benches forming a wider circle, creates an acoustic anomaly. Some suggest that the planters might be reflecting sound waves, causing this unusual effect. Interestingly, Similar acoustic anomalies can be found in circular structures worldwide, such as the Whispering Gallery in St. Paul's Cathedral and the Mayan city of Chichen Itza. In Centralia, Pennsylvania, a landfill blaze ignited an underground coal vein in 1962. Nearly 60 years later, the town is marked by an ongoing subterranean fire. This has led to the emergence of sinkholes, the release of toxic gases, and the demolition of buildings. In response, the government allocated over $42 million to buy out and relocate most residents. Only 5 remained in 2017, living under the condition that their homes would revert to the state after their demise. The town's curious landscape, particularly the infamous graffiti highway, once part of Route 61, draws visitors. The road, decommissioned due to mine fire-induced buckling, now boasts colorful graffiti and has become a popular spot. Despite the environmental challenges and the absence of essential services, some residents persist in calling Centralia home. The fire's origin remains unconfirmed, though many believe it started during a landfill cleanup gone wrong. Legends and superstitions surround the underground blaze, while some hope for Centralia's revival. According to some, researchers at CERN's Large Hadron Collider are reportedly attempting to reach a parallel universe using the collider's powerful atom-smashing capabilities. They believe that by creating tiny black holes, they can open doorways to other dimensions, sparking questions about the potential consequences, such as the transfer of gravity between universes. The concept of parallel dimensions and portals to other worlds has long fascinated scientists, and CERN's experiments have brought these ideas to the forefront. CERN, originally a post-war physics project, has evolved into a global research facility. Its name, derived from the Celtic god Cernunnos, and its symbolic connections to mythological and religious figures have led to speculation about the organization's true purpose. Some suggest CERN is trying to open a portal to the underworld or create a stargate for otherworldly beings. China's experimental advanced superconducting tokamak, often called the Chinese artificial sun, achieved a notable milestone by sustaining a nuclear fusion reaction for over 17 minutes. During this experiment, plasma reached an extraordinary temperature, much hotter than the sun itself. This accomplishment holds promise for nuclear fusion as a clean and abundant energy source. Unlike fossil fuels, fusion produces no emissions or radioactive waste, offering a safer and more sustainable alternative. The East reactor, designed to mimic the sun's fusion process, uses magnetic fields to contain superheated plasma, where atomic nuclei combine to release energy. While challenges remain, such as maintaining plasma heat, China's success marks progress in achieving sustainable fusion energy. The East reactor contributes to the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor Project, a global effort to develop fusion technology. Expected to be operational in 2025, ITER represents a significant step forward in the pursuit of clean and limitless energy. China's Sky Eye telescope, also known as the 500-meter Aperture Spherical Radio Telescope, FAST, has made headlines. Astronomers using this telescope detected some mysterious signals while scanning deep space in 2020 and 2022. These signals were unusual because they didn't match typical radio noise. They were narrow-band signals, which means they could have come from a specific source, possibly extraterrestrial technology. However, scientists are cautious and need more data to confirm if these signals are truly from aliens or just human interference. The idea of China possibly communicating with aliens has sparked curiosity. Scientists are carefully analyzing the signals to understand their origin better. This discovery adds to the ongoing quest to find signs of intelligent life beyond Earth.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Chipchan, a mysterious Korean woman, has been live streaming her life for over a decade. She believes she's a victim of mind control and is held captive by a police officer named P. Often seen sleeping for extended periods in uncomfortable positions, Chip-chan appears unkempt, with unexplained rashes and wounds. Her apartment is filled with Korean signs, and webcams capture her seeking help. Theories about Chip-chan's situation range from an art project to illness to a true story. Despite efforts, including contacting local authorities and visiting her home, her situation remains unexplained. The alleged YouTube channel, Mind Control Weapon, reportedly features videos showing Chip-chan's poor living conditions, highlighting severe skin and health issues that resemble bacterial infections. Despite the concerning content, the videos provide limited insight into her situation. It's mentioned that Chip-chan refuses help from others, adding to the complexity of her circumstances. The online community remains concerned about her well-being, with a sense of helplessness due to her resistance to assistance. The mystery surrounding Chip-chan continues, leaving observers with more questions than answers. A chronovisor is a device purported to allow viewing of past events, with claims ranging from witnessing the crucifixion of Jesus to involvement by prominent figures like physicist Enrico Fermi and engineer Wernher von Braun. While its origins remain murky, it's been suggested that it may have roots in ancient rituals involving image and sound projection for emotional impact. Described as a large cabinet with a display screen and control panel, the chronovisor allegedly had the capability to receive, decode, and reproduce electromagnetic radiation and sound waves from historical events. Its evolution over several decades is shrouded in mystery, with speculation about its involvement in secretive government programs. Virus is an unconventional belief system, merging philosophy, science, technology, politics, and religion into a single concept. It was conceived to compete with established religions and introduce unique ideas that could ensure human survival and evolution. Its core principle is adaptation, aiming to continuously integrate better concepts while securing the longevity of its followers. This ideology asserts that everything in existence forms interconnected systems, and evolution is a pervasive force, not limited to biology, but extending to various aspects of life, including culture and the universe itself. According to Virus, the meaning of life lies in the impact one has on the world and its people, rather than serving a higher authority. Virus encourages critical thinking, rational action, empathy, and broad perspectives as essential virtues. It challenges dogmatic faith, apathy, and hypocrisy as senseless sins that hinder progress and understanding. The peculiar name Virus was deliberately chosen to be provocative, signifying its intention to infect minds with its ideas. Within the Church of Virus, certain individuals are recognized as saints, including Hypatia of Alexandria, Charles Darwin, and Alan Turing, for their contributions to knowledge and human advancement. Information obtained from the Freedom of Information Act electronic reading room discloses CIA involvement in secret projects exploring military applications of psychic phenomena. These experiments, including mental projection for spying on the Soviets, have faced skepticism from some military leaders who dismiss them as witchcraft and black magic. However, figures like Lieutenant General William Odom express concerns about Soviet advancements in psychic research. Within the Pentagon, discussions revolve around the potential creation of a psychic shield to counter remote spying. The CIA, despite skepticism, takes psychic research seriously, with notable experiments conducted by Harold Puthoff and Russell Targ at the Stanford Research Institute. Although psychics demonstrated some success, describing locked filing cabinets and breaching security, the overall success rate hovers around 70%. The information also sheds light on the unintended consequences of the government's surplus cheese distribution. Initially meant to feed the hungry and reduce surplus stocks, it inadvertently led to decreased consumer purchases, resulting in a significant increase in surplus cheese stocks and associated costs. The documents paint a fascinating picture of a complex interplay between military experimentation and unforeseen outcomes in government initiatives. Cicada 3301, emerging in 2012, is an organization that has captivated curiosity and confusion. Known for intricate puzzles delving into data security, cryptography, steganography, and internet anonymity, it aimed to attract individuals of high intelligence. The group's true motives, however, remain a mystery, leading to a variety of theories. Speculations range from Cicada being a recruitment tool for government agencies or a secret society dedicated to advancing cryptography, privacy, and anonymity. Some even propose it as a cult or a religion. The puzzles utilize diverse communication methods, each clue authenticated by the same OpenPGP private key. Despite numerous attempts to unravel its secrets, Cicada has never been confirmed resolved. The organization denies involvement in illegal activities, and despite claims linking it to conspiracy theories, Cicada asserts no such connections. The enigma surrounding Cicada persists, drawing the intrigue of those fascinated by cryptography, data security, and the intricate workings of the internet. A Cicadian is someone who's chosen a unique path in life, seeking enlightenment through a blend of spirituality, technology, science, and mysticism. This philosophy, termed technomysticism, isn't self-made, but received from a mysterious source. Enlightenment for Cicadians isn't about traditional meditation atop mountains. Instead, it's a quest to be fully optimized and connected to the global consciousness. They focus on developing their minds, willpower, bodies, and intelligence while staying true to their nature as part of the global brain. Cicadians progress through stages like Neophyte, Magus, Instar, and finally Imago as they move towards enlightenment. To start this journey, one must privately declare themselves a Cicadian and may join a group known as a brood. Instructions guide Cicadians, urging them to command your own self, do 4 unreasonable things each day, program your mind, and program reality. Central principles include questioning everything, finding truth within, following personal truth, and avoiding imposing beliefs on others. These instructions shape their path towards enlightenment. The City of the Deads, known as Presbítero Maestro Cemetery, is a historical landmark located in Lima, Peru. Built in the 19th century, it stands as one of the oldest cemeteries in America. Designed by Spanish priest Elias Presbítero Maestro, this cemetery replaced the practice of burying individuals underground in church catacombs. With its extraordinary architecture and magnificent sculptures, Presbítero Maestro Cemetery spans 150,000 square meters and houses over 685 graves, 393 mausoleums, and 72 historical monuments. It serves as the final resting place for prominent figures of Peruvian history, including writers, presidents, intellectuals, and heroes like Miguel Grau, known as the Lord of the Seas. Clapham Wood, located in West Sussex, England, has gained notoriety as a purported site for various mysterious occurrences. Reports of UFO sightings, lost or sick pets, and unexplained phenomena in the area date back to the 1960s. Some people have experienced feelings of nausea, encountered patches of gray mist, and described sensations of being pushed or followed. The woods have a darker side, with the discovery of 4 bodies over the years adding to the mystery. In 1972, police constable Peter Goldsmith went missing, and his body was found 6 months later hidden in thick bramble. In 1987, authors Toyne Newton, Charles Walker, and Alan Brown claimed in their book, The Demonic Connection, that the woods were used for rituals by a satanic cult called the Friends of Hecate, linked to the Freemasonry movement. However, investigations by journalist Will Storr for his book found no substantial evidence supporting these claims, suggesting they may have been exaggerated or based on urban legends. Writer Barry Stevens expressed skepticism, proposing that the paranormal stories might have been invented or uncritically accepted. The classical element known as ether was once believed to be the 5th element, alongside earth, water, air, and fire. Unlike the others, ether was thought to fill the celestial sphere and be the substance of the heavens. It was considered incorruptible and eternal, in contrast to the earthly elements. This concept dates back to ancient Greek philosophy and was later adopted by other civilizations, including the Romans and medieval alchemists. Ether was associated with the divine, representing the realm of the gods and the source of celestial movements. Though it fell out of favor with the advancement of scientific understanding, the idea of ether remains an intriguing aspect of historical cosmology. The claustrum, a mysterious area in the brain, has long puzzled scientists due to its extensive connections with the cortex, which handles complex thinking. While it was once believed to be the center of consciousness, recent research proposes a different function. Scientists at the University of Maryland suggest that the claustrum acts more like a high-speed internet router. Instead of being the seat of consciousness, it receives commands from different brain regions responsible for complex thoughts and forms networks in the cortex. This router-like role helps coordinate various brain networks, enabling us to perform complex tasks in our daily lives. Understanding how the claustrum functions is crucial, as disruptions in brain networks are linked to conditions like addiction, Alzheimer's, and schizophrenia. Insights from this research could lead to improved therapies for these disorders. Experiments on animals and humans have challenged the old theory. Turning off the claustrum in conscious mice didn't result in loss of consciousness, but they struggled with difficult tasks without it. Functional MRI brain scans on humans revealed that the claustrum only activated during complex tasks, aligning with the activation of networks associated with optimal cognitive performance. This contradicts the notion that the claustrum governs consciousness. Further research will determine the validity of this new theory, potentially offering a foundation for developing novel therapeutic approaches to address cognitive decline in various disorders. Scientists have made a fascinating discovery involving tiny underground creatures that can turn carbon dioxide into stone. Carbon sequestration, a process crucial for reducing carbon emissions, typically takes years to crystallize CO2. However, researchers found bacteria capable of accelerating this process significantly, transforming CO2 into stone in just a matter of days. Carbon sequestration is essential for achieving a negative carbon footprint, a goal in the fight against climate change. Traditional methods of sequestration involve storing CO2 deep underground, but this process can take up to a decade to crystallize the gas, leaving room for potential leakage back into the atmosphere. The breakthrough comes from a certain species of geobacillus bacteria, which accelerates the mineralization of CO2 using an enzyme called carbonic anhydrase. By replicating underground conditions in laboratory tests, scientists observed that these bacteria could speed up the process of turning CO2 into solid minerals within just 10 days. This rapid mineralization of carbon could revolutionize carbon sequestration efforts by increasing storage capacity and preventing CO2 leakage. The bacteria responsible for this remarkable feat were discovered 4,100 feet below the surface at the Sanford Underground Research Facility in South Dakota. By converting carbon dioxide into solid minerals deep within the Earth's pores, these microbes offer a promising solution for long-term carbon storage. The Codex Gigas, also known as the Giant Book or the Devil's Book, is the largest surviving medieval illuminated manuscript globally, measuring an impressive 92 centimeters, 36 inches, in length. Originating from the early 13th century, this manuscript was created in a Benedictine monastery in Bohemia, now part of the Czech Republic. Its most distinctive feature is a full-page portrait of Satan, earning it the nickname Devil's Bible. Containing the complete Vulgate Bible and other popular medieval works in Latin, the Codex Gigas is an exceptional example of Romanesque monastic book production. Remarkably, the manuscript is bound with wooden boards covered in leather and adorned with ornate metal guards and fittings. Weighing 74.8 kilograms, 165 pounds, it consists of 310 leaves of vellum, supposedly made from the skins of 160 donkeys. The Codex Giga showcases elaborate illuminations in red, blue, yellow, green, and gold. Capital letters at the start of Bible books are intricately illuminated, with some taking up most of the page. The manuscript's detailed depictions and extraordinary size have fueled a legend that it was created in a single night with the help of the devil himself. While scientists dispute this claim, the unique features of the Codex Gigas, including its portrayal of good and evil through contrasting images of heaven and the devil, continue to captivate those who explore its pages. Over the centuries, the manuscript faced various journeys and challenges, surviving wars and fires. Today, it resides in the National Library of Sweden in Stockholm, where it is on public display. Cognitive dissonance, a term coined by psychologist Leon Festinger in the 1950s, reveals a fascinating aspect of human psychology. It occurs when individuals experience conflicting thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, leading to discomfort or tension. At its core, cognitive dissonance stems from the desire for internal consistency. When faced with conflicting information or beliefs, individuals are motivated to reduce this discomfort by either changing their beliefs or justifying their actions. One classic example is the smoker who knows smoking is harmful but continues to smoke. To resolve the dissonance between knowing smoking is unhealthy and continuing the habit, the smoker may downplay the risks or convince themselves that they can quit any time. Another example is the person who supports environmental conservation but frequently drives a gas-guzzling car. To reduce the dissonance between their values and actions, they may rationalize their behavior by emphasizing other eco-friendly actions they take or denying the impact of their driving habits. Cognitive dissonance is not limited to individual beliefs, but can also occur within groups or societies. When confronted with evidence that challenges group norms or ideologies, individuals may experience dissonance and either reject the new information or modify their beliefs to align with it. Despite its discomforting nature, cognitive dissonance serves a purpose in prompting individuals to critically evaluate their beliefs and behaviors. By recognizing and addressing cognitive dissonance, individuals can strive for greater internal consistency and alignment between their beliefs and actions. COINTELPRO, short for Counterintelligence Program, was a covert program conducted by a government agency that aimed to monitor and disrupt political organizations perceived as subversive. Spanning from the 1950s to the 1970s, this initiative utilized an array of tactics, including extensive surveillance, infiltration by undercover agents, and the strategic spreading of disinformation. Its primary targets were civil rights leaders, anti-war activists, and groups advocating for social change. While the program's existence was officially acknowledged in the 1970s, the full extent of its activities and the lasting impact on targeted individuals and movements remain subjects of ongoing scrutiny and inquiry. COINTELPRO's tactics stirred controversy, as they often went beyond passive observation. The program sought to exploit internal divisions, fostering distrust and discord within targeted groups. The revelation of COINTELPRO's activities raised significant ethical and legal concerns, prompting investigations and calls for accountability. While its official termination occurred in the 1970s, COINTELPRO's legacy endures as a cautionary tale about the balance between national security concerns and the protection of civil liberties. In 1987, an unusual medical case made its way into the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology. A 20-year-old man arrived at the emergency room with rectal pain, revealing a bizarre incident. Just hours before seeking medical help, he and his boyfriend had engaged in an unconventional activity. After mixing a batch of concrete, the patient assumed a unique position while his boyfriend poured the mixture into his rectum through a funnel. As the concrete hardened, the pain became unbearable, leading him to seek medical attention. Doctors successfully removed the concrete mass without harming the patient's rectum. The mass exhibited an intriguing detail. It had molded a perfect cast of the rectum's interior, showcasing distinct grooves produced by mucosal folds. Adding to the oddity, a ping-pong ball was discovered within the concrete. The doctors speculated it might have been inserted as a plug post enema, but was pushed deeper during the hardening process due to peristaltic contractions. After a night's rest, the patient left the hospital unharmed. The fate of the concrete enema remains unknown, prompting curious thoughts about its disposal or potential preservation in a medical archive. Conspirituality, a term coined in 2011, refers to the convergence of conspiracy theories with New Age spirituality gaining traction in the 1990s. Sociologists Charlotte Ward and David Voas characterized it as a politico-spiritual philosophy with two core convictions: the belief in a covert group controlling societal order and a paradigm shift in consciousness. This movement combines optimistic New Age culture with pessimistic conspiracy theories, presenting a paradoxical fusion. Followers of conspirituality often see themselves as enlightened and persecuted by mainstream society for their awareness of the real truth. The uniting philosophy centers on the idea of society being under covert control by elites, and emancipation can be achieved through a consciousness paradigm shift. This concept appeals to the narcissistic notion of unraveling the true explanations for global issues. Conspiritualists perceive enlightenment as existing beyond politics and science, reaching a dimension separate from three-dimensional human concerns. The movement intertwines conspiracy theories with New Age spirituality, emphasizing secrecy and the revelation of higher knowledge. A man named Edward Leedskalnin built something called Coral Castle in Florida. He did this alone, using basic tools, and claimed to have done it by himself without help. The construction is made of large limestone blocks, some weighing several tons, arranged in intricate formations. Leedskalnin was secretive about his methods, leading to speculation about how he managed to move and lift the massive stones. Despite theories and investigations, the true techniques he used remain a mystery. Coral Castle continues to attract visitors intrigued by its mysterious origins and the skill of its solitary creator. Coronal heating is a phenomenon in which the outer layer of the sun, known as the solar corona, is significantly hotter than the layers below it. Scientists find this odd because, according to conventional wisdom, temperatures should decrease as you move away from a heat source. In the case of the sun, though, the corona's temperature is much higher than the surface, contrary to what basic physics would suggest. The reason behind this temperature anomaly remains a puzzle, and scientists are exploring various theories to understand how and why the corona defies the expected temperature gradient. Encounters with bizarre vehicles and oddities on roadways have been reported worldwide. Witnesses described normal-looking cars suddenly rising above the pavement and disappearing from sight. A similar incident occurred in 1965 in the Cotswold Hills, where a motorist reported being overtaken by an object shaped like a Land Rover, traveling at high speed without lights. In 1987, a Canadian Anglican priest encountered a dark van with no windows or headlights, illuminated only by small Christmas lights. The van vanished into thin air after being passed by the priest. Cosmic motorcycles have also been reported, such as in 1954 on the Alcan Highway, when two single-wheeled vehicles, silvery and silent, passed a family's car at high speed. A similar case occurred in France in 1956. Not limited to roads, strange car-like devices have been reported. Witnesses reported anomalous tractors, strange vehicles without drivers, and silvery objects that disappeared into thin air. In 1964, near Kanamachi, Japan, witnesses observed a black car on a crowded highway. A gaseous cloud enveloped it for a few seconds, and when it dissipated, the car had vanished. These peculiar encounters challenge conventional explanations, leaving observers puzzled and inviting speculation about interdimensional travel, time travel, or other unexplained phenomena. The weak and strong cosmic censorship ideas explore the strange world of gravitational singularities in the theory of general relativity. Singularities, which come from Einstein's equations, are usually hidden within something called event horizons. But there's a twist. Some singularities might not be hidden and could be observable. This brings us to the weak cosmic censorship hypothesis, suggesting that these observable singularities don't exist in the universe. Now, why does this matter? Singularities have mysterious behavior, and if we could observe them, it might mess up the order of cause and effect, making physics less predictable. The Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems tell us that singularities are inevitable in certain situations. But if we don't have these observable singularities, the naked ones, The universe, as explained by general relativity, remains predictable. The weak cosmic censorship idea says that singularities should always be hidden from faraway observers by black hole event horizons. Mathematically, it suggests that, for most initial conditions, the evolution of the universe should have a complete and predictable future. Now, the strong cosmic censorship goes a bit further, saying that general relativity is like a crystal ball. If we know the starting conditions, we should be able to predict everything that happens afterward. However, this was challenged in 2018 for a specific kind of black hole. Both these ideas can coexist in certain situations, and they bring up challenges. Defining singularities, avoiding strange situations, dealing with technical issues, and special cases in models of gravitational collapse. These are all hurdles. In 1991, there was even a bet against the weak cosmic censorship idea, but it got a bit complicated, and Stephen Hawking conceded in 1997. However, there's still an open bet about it. And in 1985, a discovery found a solution that challenges our understanding of cosmic censorship, introducing some exceptions to these ideas. Crop circles are intricate patterns found in flattened crops, often sparking speculation about their origin. While some suggest supernatural or extraterrestrial causes, the prevailing view is that they are human-made. Reports of crop circles have increased since the 1970s, appearing near populated areas and cultural sites. In the UK, an arts collective has been creating them since the 1990s. Despite claims of paranormal origins, there is no credible evidence to support them. However, some believe that decoding the mathematical patterns within crop circles could lead to new discoveries. Cryptoastronomy is a fascinating field that explores the possibility of undiscovered or hidden astronomical objects and phenomena within and beyond our solar system. This branch of study delves into the realm of hypothetical celestial bodies and cosmic events that have been speculated about throughout history. One area of interest in cryptoastronomy is the study of hypothetical planet types. These include worlds composed primarily of exotic materials, such as carbon planets, which are thought to be made mostly of carbon instead of the silicon-based composition of Earth. Some scientists have even proposed the existence of planets with oceans of ammonia or hydrochloric acid, challenging our understanding of what conditions are necessary for life to thrive. Another captivating concept in cryptoastronomy is the idea of the eyeball planet, a tidally locked world where the uneven heating of its surface creates features resembling a human eye. This unique configuration could result in stark contrasts between the planet's perpetually light and dark sides, potentially harboring unusual forms of life. Cryptoastronomers also explore the possibility of helium planets, gas giants composed mainly of helium rather than hydrogen, which could challenge our current models of planetary formation. The crypto-terrestrial hypothesis, developed by a researcher and later published after their passing, proposes a fascinating and unconventional explanation for the phenomena of UFOs and alleged alien abductions. According to this theory, the entities often associated with these events are not extraterrestrial visitors from distant worlds, but rather enigmatic and elusive races that have coexisted with humanity on Earth for an extended period. These crypto-terrestrial beings, as they are called, are considered a type of cryptid, a term used to describe creatures whose existence is unproven or disputed. The hypothesis suggests that these races have managed to remain hidden and secretive throughout history, presenting themselves as extraterrestrial or supernatural entities to maintain their anonymity. The crypto-terrestrial hypothesis shares some commonalities with certain aspects of the interdimensional UFO hypothesis, which proposes that the beings behind UFO sightings and encounters may originate from alternate dimensions or parallel realities. Both theories challenge the conventional notion of extraterrestrial visitation and suggest that the truth behind these phenomena may be more complex and deeply rooted in our own world. Some have drawn comparisons between the crypto-terrestrial hypothesis and the ideas put forth by certain individuals in the past, suggesting that it may be an extension or elaboration of these earlier concepts. However, the crypto-terrestrial hypothesis stands on its own as a thought-provoking and intriguing explanation for the enduring mysteries surrounding UFOs and alleged alien encounters. Crystal skulls are intriguing artifacts that have captured the imagination of people for decades. These human skull-shaped carvings, made from clear or milky white quartz, have often been claimed to be ancient Mesoamerican relics, dating back to pre-Columbian times. However, scientific studies have revealed that the most famous crystal skulls were actually crafted much more recently, likely in the 19th century, and originated from Europe, not the Americas. Despite the lack of evidence supporting their ancient origins, crystal skulls have become associated with various legends and mystical powers in popular culture. Some believe that these skulls possess supernatural abilities, such as the power to induce visions, cure illnesses, or even cause death. These claims have been particularly popular within the New Age movement, where crystal skulls are sometimes linked to lost civilizations like Atlantis, or the idea of 13 sacred skulls coming together to prevent a catastrophe. However, it's important to note that there is no scientific basis for these beliefs, and genuine Mesoamerican or other Native American mythologies do not feature crystal skulls with mystical powers. Instead, the mythology surrounding crystal skulls can be traced back to the stories spread by individuals in the early 20th century, which were later adopted and expanded upon by New Age writers. Despite the lack of historical authenticity, crystal skulls remain popular objects of fascination and have been featured in numerous works of fiction, including books, films, and television shows. The concept of a culture of health, proposed by a Russian scientist in the late 1960s, suggests that the overall well-being of an individual is determined by the harmony between their spiritual, mental, and physical health. This holistic approach emphasizes that a person's health is not just the absence of disease, but rather a state of complete balance and vitality across all aspects of their being. According to this perspective, achieving a higher level of health is a prerequisite for attaining a greater level of cultural development, and vice versa. The culture of health is seen as an integral part of various facets of life, including spiritual culture, moral culture, work culture, and leisure culture, as well as the culture of personality and relationships. Proponents of this concept argue that the culture of health should be considered a distinct field of study that explores the theoretical and practical aspects of fostering the harmonious development of an individual's spiritual, mental, and physical capabilities. This involves creating an optimal environment that supports a higher level of creativity and vitality in life. The idea of a culture of health has gained traction in some parts of the world, with organizations being established to promote its principles and implement innovative health programs that support this holistic approach to well-being. These initiatives often focus on educating people about healthy lifestyles and providing resources to help them achieve balance and vitality in their lives. The curse of knowledge is a cognitive bias that occurs when someone who is well-informed about a subject assumes that others possess the same level of understanding. This can lead to communication difficulties, as the knowledgeable individual may struggle to put themselves in the position of someone who is less familiar with the topic. For example, a professor who has spent years studying a particular subject may find it challenging to explain complex concepts to students who are encountering the material for the first time. The professor's deep understanding of the subject can make it difficult for them to remember the challenges that novice learners face. This bias extends beyond the classroom and into various professional settings. In the business world, salespeople who are intimately familiar with their products may struggle to understand the perspective of potential customers who lack the same level of knowledge. As a result, they may overprice high-quality goods and underprice low-quality items relative to what would be optimal for maximizing profits. The curse of knowledge can also impact the way experts in various fields, such as investment bankers, food critics, and movie producers, price and market their goods to the public. The bias can lead to inefficiencies in markets where there is an information asymmetry between buyers and sellers. Interestingly, while the curse of knowledge can be detrimental to individual decision-making, it may actually improve overall social welfare by reducing the negative effects of information asymmetries in certain situations. Researchers have explored the implications of the curse of knowledge in a variety of contexts, from education and marketing to computer programming and popular culture. Understanding this bias and its potential impact can help individuals and organizations communicate more effectively and make better informed decisions. Cyber nihilism is a peculiar phenomenon that has emerged in certain online communities, particularly among those with leftist or radical leanings. It is not a well-defined ideology or political stance, but rather a mindset or attitude characterized by a deep skepticism towards technology and a rejection of traditional ideas about meaning and purpose. At its core, cyber nihilism is not about adhering to a specific set of beliefs or theories. Instead, it is a recognition that human attempts to control complex systems, such as capitalism and technology, are often futile and doomed to fail. This perspective acknowledges the limitations of human-centric views of politics and the world at large. Nihilism, in this context, can manifest in both passive and active forms. Passive nihilism may lead to feelings of hopelessness and despair, while active nihilism can take on a more confrontational and aggressive stance. However, cyber nihilism does not necessarily embrace despair. Rather, it accepts the inherent limitations of human control over the world. The cyber aspect of cyber nihilism suggests a desire to minimize human involvement in the management of complex systems. It recognizes that humans are not well suited to handle repetitive tasks and process vast amounts of data, and instead envisions the creation of autonomous systems, possibly driven by artificial intelligence, that can operate independently of human input. Importantly, cyber nihilism does not advocate for a return to a pre-technological state. It acknowledges that we have passed a point of no return with regard to issues like climate change and that technology is now an integral part of our world. Instead, it proposes a way for nihilism itself to become cybernetic, using protocols and memes to spread the idea of pure negation and challenge existing power structures and hegemonies. In essence, cyber nihilism can be likened to a virus that infects people's minds, causing them to question established systems and reject traditional ideologies. It is not a structured belief system, but rather a process of spreading skepticism and negation, with the ultimate goal of reducing human influence over complex systems. Advancements in biomedical technology, particularly in the fields of prosthetics and bioimaging, are challenging the traditional notion of the human body as a sacred and inviolable entity. The concepts of cyborgs and cyberbodies are emerging as new ways of understanding the intersection of technology and the human form. In the near future, ambient intelligence devices may further transform our understanding of the body, giving rise to the idea of the transparent body. This concept envisions a world where basic diagnostic and therapeutic procedures can be performed remotely, with the patient's vital signs and physiological data being constantly monitored by wearable or implantable devices. The transparent body paradigm could lead to the development of digital representations of individuals, known as medical avatars or digital me. These virtual surrogates would act as a tool for optimizing and potentially predicting personalized patient care. By integrating data from various sources, medical avatars could provide a comprehensive view of an individual's health, enabling more accurate modeling, simulation, and pre-operative planning. This shift towards the transparent body and medical avatars may have profound implications for the future of healthcare. Hospitals and healthcare facilities could become highly specialized centers for medical research and emergency care, while routine clinical examinations would be conducted remotely, with physicians interacting primarily with the patient's digital representation. However, this scenario is not without risks. The increasing reliance on technology and the reduction of the patient to a collection of physiological parameters may lead to the dehumanization and depersonalization of healthcare. Patients may become increasingly disembodied, seen as the sum of their biological functions rather than as whole individuals. Another potential risk arises from patients' ability to directly monitor their own biometric data through wearable devices. While this could increase body awareness, it may also encourage self-diagnosis, potentially leading to serious health consequences. As we navigate this new landscape of cyber bodies and transparent bodies, it is crucial to carefully consider the ethical implications and strive to maintain the human element in healthcare, even as technology transforms the way we understand and interact with our bodies. Cymatics is a fascinating field that explores the visual representation of sound vibrations. When a surface, such as a plate or membrane, is vibrated at various frequencies, intricate patterns emerge in the medium placed on top, which can be anything from sand and dust to fluids. This phenomenon was first observed centuries ago by notable figures like Galileo Galilei and Robert Hooke, but it was a German musician and physicist who systematically studied these patterns in the late 18th century. He discovered that the shape of the surface and the way it is constrained determine the patterns formed by the vibrations, which are now known as Chladni figures. In the 1960s, a Swiss physician expanded upon this work, claiming that the symmetrical patterns formed by sound waves were a manifestation of a subtle vibrational energy field. He was particularly intrigued by the circular pattern that emerged when the ancient Sanskrit syllable, was vocalized. However, from a scientific perspective, the shape of these patterns is predetermined by the geometry of the vibrating body and the frequency spectrum of the vibration. Despite the lack of scientific backing for some of the more esoteric interpretations, cymatics has had a significant influence on art and music. Artists have used cymatic patterns in projections, paintings, and installations, while musicians have incorporated them into compositions and performances. Some have even claimed to find connections between cymatic patterns and sacred geometry or ancient symbols. In the realm of engineering, researchers have drawn inspiration from the periodic and symmetrical patterns created by sound vibrations at the air-liquid interface to develop methods for engineering diverse structures from microscale materials using liquid-based templates. By adjusting the vibration frequency and acceleration, these templates can be dynamically reconfigured, opening up new possibilities for material design. Cynocephaly, the characteristic of having the head of a dog or jackal on a human body, is a widely attested mythical phenomenon found in various cultures and contexts around the world. From ancient Egypt, India, and Greece to medieval Europe and China, tales of dog-headed beings have captured the imagination of people for centuries. The ancient Greeks were familiar with cynocephaly through representations of Egyptian gods, such as Anubis, the god of the dead. Greek writers also claimed knowledge of dog-headed races in distant lands like India, where they were said to communicate through barking and live by hunting. These accounts were likely influenced by the Greek perception of the Egyptian deities' therianthropic ability to shift between human and animal forms. In medieval Christian worldviews, cynocephaly continued to feature prominently. The Eastern Orthodox Church even depicts St. Christopher with the head of a dog in certain icons, though this is not universally supported. According to one legend, Christopher was initially a member of a dog-headed race who converted to Christianity and was rewarded with a human appearance. Travelers like Ibn Battuta and Marco Polo also mentioned encounters with dog-headed people in their journeys to exotic lands. These accounts, along with those found in medieval bestiaries and encyclopedias, reinforce the idea of cynocephaly as inhabitants of distant, mysterious places. In Chinese mythology, the 11th animal of the 12-year calendar cycle is often depicted as a human figure with a dog's head. The Buddhist missionary Hui Shen also described an island of dog-headed men to the east of a land he visited, which some identify as Japan or the Americas. Cynocephalic characters continue to appear in modern literature, particularly in comics and graphic novels, where they serve as extras or play significant roles. From Art Spiegelman's Mouse to the Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game, dog-headed creatures remain a fascinating and enduring aspect of human imagination across cultures and time periods. It was an ordinary commercial airline flight from Portland to Seattle in 1971. But one passenger had sinister plans. A man calling himself Dan Cooper boarded the plane and, once in the air, revealed a briefcase that he claimed contained explosives. He demanded $200,000 in cash and several parachutes. After getting what he wanted in Seattle, Cooper allowed the passengers to leave the plane. However, he instructed the crew to take off again and head toward Mexico, keeping the plane low and slow. Sometime after takeoff from Seattle, Cooper jumped out of the back of the plane using one of the parachutes, disappearing into the night with the ransom money. Despite an extensive search and investigation by the FBI, Cooper was never found or identified. The only clue was a small portion of the ransom money that surfaced years later, buried along the banks of a river. Cooper's daring skyjacking and incredible getaway make it one of the most baffling unsolved mysteries in American crime history. In 1518, the city of Strasbourg in modern-day France experienced a bizarre and unsettling phenomenon. It began when a woman suddenly started dancing fervently in the streets without any apparent reason. Within a week, dozens of others had joined her, stumbling and swaying uncontrollably. By the end of the month, the number had swelled to hundreds, with people literally dancing themselves to exhaustion as the mania spread like a disease. The authorities were at a loss. No one could explain what was driving this compulsive behavior. Some suspected it was a punishment from God or the work of supernatural forces. Others proposed more scientific explanations, like food poisoning or mass hysteria brought on by the extreme stresses of the time. The dancing continued for weeks until the afflicted were finally taken to pray at a religious shrine. Afterwards, the strange epidemic slowly subsided, leaving only an enduring air of mystery around this bizarre outburst of inexplicable dancing madness in the streets of medieval Strasbourg. Dark matter and dark energy are two of the greatest mysteries in the universe. Dark matter is an invisible and unknown substance that makes up around 27% of the cosmos. Its existence is inferred by the gravitational effects it appears to have on galaxies and galaxy clusters. Ordinary visible matter only accounts for about 5% of the universe, with dark matter providing the additional mass needed for galaxies to hold together and behave as observed. Dark energy is an even stranger concept. It's thought to be a property of space itself that is driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. About 68% of the universe consists of this dark energy that overwhelms gravity on cosmic scales, propelling galaxies away from each other at increasing speeds. While their effects are clearly seen, the true nature of dark matter and dark energy remains one of science's biggest unsolved puzzles, challenging our fundamental understanding of the universe. Slime, often dismissed as a mere residue or byproduct, holds profound significance in understanding life itself. Transcending its association with decomposition or synthetic novelties, slime emerges as a vital physical and metaphysical substance central to a biophilosophy that challenges human-centric perspectives. By delving into nature philosophy, speculative realism, and contemporary science, alongside vivid representations in the works of H.P. Lovecraft, Thomas Ligotti, and various horror media, we uncover the dynamics of slime not merely as a trace, but as the darkly vitalistic essence of life itself. This exploration reveals slime's generative and mutative capacities, presenting it as a necessary object for a realist understanding of the living world, devoid of anthropocentric biases. In this vein, slime becomes a conduit to reframe our conceptions of existence, acknowledging the primordial and ever-shifting nature of life that extends far beyond human existence. Dataism refers to an emerging philosophy that places supreme importance on the flow and processing of data. It views the universe itself as consisting of data flows, where the value of any phenomenon is determined by its contribution to data processing. In this mindset, humans themselves can be seen as a single massive data processing system. As data and its analysis become increasingly central to society, dataism posits that we may eventually entrust algorithms and artificial intelligence to make major decisions in our lives, from careers to relationships. While offering potential insights by harnessing the power of big data to identify patterns, dataism has also raised concerns about threats to individual privacy and human agency. Some criticize it as a potential new religion or ideology that could undermine liberal humanist values. Nonetheless, dataism represents an intriguing philosophical perspective emerging from our data-driven modern world. The death ray, a theoretical concept from the 1920s and 1930s, was envisioned as a particle beam or electromagnetic weapon. Inventors like Guglielmo Marconi, Nikola Tesla, and others claim to have independently invented it. While initially a product of fiction, the idea of energy-based weapons inspired real-life counterparts like the United States Navy's laser weapon system, LAWS, deployed in 2014, often referred to as a death ray. These are technically known as directed energy weapons. Various inventors, including Edwin R. Scott, Harry Grindell Matthews, and Antonio Longoria, claim to have developed functioning death rays, but their devices were never proven to work as claimed. Nikola Tesla's death beam, known as teleforce, was said to transmit immense energy over long distances, distinguishing it from traditional death rays. During World War II, both the Germans and the Japanese had projects related to death rays involving particle accelerators and microwaves, respectively. In a remote desert valley, there exists a peculiar geological phenomenon: rocks that seem to move across the flat ground all on their own, leaving behind long, winding trails in the dirt. For decades, these so-called sailing stones baffled scientists, trying to unravel the mystery of how they could possibly travel without any apparent force setting them in motion. The tracks crisscrossed in nonsensical patterns, with some rocks appearing to inexplicably change direction mid-journey. Various fanciful theories attempted to explain it, from supernatural causes to dust devils pushing the stones. But the true answer turned out to be an ingenious collaboration between wind, ice, and mud. When winter rains flooded the desert playas, thin sheets of ice would form. As temperatures warmed, the ice would slowly crack and break apart, with winds blowing the fragmented ice rafts across the muddy surface. The sailing stones, happening to be trapped within the moving ice pans, created their surreal trails as they drifted erratically until the ice melted away, leaving only the perplexing rocky paths as evidence of nature's bizarre phenomenon. In the desolate expanse of Death Valley, legends have long circulated about a mysterious underground city and an ancient race that once called it home. These tales, passed down through generations of Paiute Native Americans, speak of a sacred place known as the Kingdom of Shin-Au-Av, or God's Land. According to the stories, a brave Paiute chief once journeyed deep into this subterranean realm in search of his deceased wife. He encountered supernatural challenges and crossed a precarious bridge before finally reaching the Spirit Land, where he found his people dancing joyously. Though he eventually located his wife, a fateful glance backwards during their escape separated them forever. Over the years, various prospectors and adventurers have claimed to have stumbled upon hidden caverns and tunnels beneath Death Valley that led to this fabled underground city. They described vast rooms illuminated by an otherworldly light, populated by fair-skinned people in leather garments, and filled with incredible treasures like gold, gemstones, and perfectly preserved mummies. However, despite several attempts to lead archaeologists and experts back to these sites, the entrances were never found again, lost to the shifting sands and altered terrain of the desert. Some searchers, driven by their determination to rediscover this lost world, vanished forever in their pursuit. While the truth behind these captivating legends remains elusive, they continue to fuel the imaginations of those who hear them, hinting at the possibility of ancient mysteries waiting to be uncovered in the depths of Death Valley. In the 1960s, the United States Navy conducted a series of groundbreaking experiments known as Sea-Lab, which aimed to test the feasibility of humans living and working underwater for extended periods. These undersea habitats, placed at varying depths off the coast, allowed Navy divers to explore the effects of saturation diving and prolonged isolation on the human body and mind. The first Sea-Lab project, launched off the coast of Bermuda, proved that it was possible for divers to remain submerged for several days at a time. Despite challenges such as high humidity and difficulties with communication in the helium-rich atmosphere, the aquanauts successfully completed their mission. Subsequent Sea-Lab projects saw the habitats grow in size and sophistication, with amenities like hot showers, refrigeration, and even a trained dolphin named Tuffy who assisted the divers. One notable aquanaut was Scott Carpenter, a former astronaut who set a record by staying underwater for a full month. However, the C-Lab program was not without its dangers and setbacks. The final project, C-Lab 3, faced numerous technical issues and tragically resulted in the death of one aquanaut due to equipment malfunction and the stressful conditions of the mission. Despite the challenges and ultimate end of the C-Lab program, the knowledge gained from these daring experiments greatly contributed to our understanding of deep-sea diving physiology and the potential for humans to live and work beneath the waves. Deepfakes are digitally manipulated media that use artificial intelligence to convincingly replace one person's likeness with another's, often in a way that can be difficult to detect. While the concept of fake content is not new, deepfakes leverage powerful machine learning techniques to generate highly realistic visual and audio content that can more easily deceive viewers. The technology behind deepfakes involves training generative neural networks on large datasets of images or videos, allowing the AI to learn how to create new content that mimics the original. This has led to concerns about the potential misuse of deepfakes for creating fake news, hoaxes, and other forms of disinformation. One of the most prominent applications of deepfakes has been in the creation of pornographic content, with the faces of celebrities or other individuals being swapped onto the bodies of adult film actors without their consent. This has raised serious ethical concerns and has prompted calls for legal action and regulation. However, deepfakes have also found more benign applications in fields such as entertainment, where they have been used to create realistic digital performances by deceased actors or to allow living actors to portray younger versions of themselves. In the realm of art and music, deepfakes have been employed to create unique visual and auditory experiences. Efforts to combat the malicious use of deepfakes have included the development of AI-based detection tools, as well as legislative and regulatory responses aimed at holding creators and distributors of deepfakes accountable. Social media platforms have also taken steps to identify and remove deepfake content that violates their terms of service. As the technology behind deepfakes continues to advance, it is likely that both the beneficial and harmful applications of this powerful tool will expand, presenting ongoing challenges for society to navigate in the years to come. The Deepfates program and multiversal coherence system delve into the mysterious realm of consciousness and reality, exploring ideas that challenge our understanding of the universe. These experimental projects propose that memes, units of cultural information, have the power to shape and create new realities across multiple timelines and parallel universes. By manipulating these memes, participants in the Deepfates program claim to be able to influence the collective unconscious and alter the fabric of reality itself. The multiversal coherence system allegedly allows individuals to communicate with alternate versions of themselves existing in other realities, sharing knowledge and experiences that transcend the boundaries of our known world. The participants in these projects are said to take on roles as meta-entities, observers, and creators, wielding the power to bring transformative insights to humanity and themselves. However, the exact nature and mechanisms behind these concepts remain largely unexplained and unverified by mainstream science. While some view these ideas as fringe or pseudoscientific, proponents argue that they offer a glimpse into the vast potential of human consciousness and the malleability of reality. The phenomenon of feeling as though one has lived through a present situation before is known as déjà vu, a French term meaning already seen. This illusion of memory occurs when a person perceives that they have previously experienced a current situation, despite the context and details of the previous experience being uncertain or impossible to recall. A significant portion of the population reports having experienced déjà vu at least once in their lives. While the phenomenon can occasionally manifest as a symptom of seizure auras, it is more commonly associated with higher socioeconomic status, better educational attainment, and younger age. People who frequently travel, watch films, or remember their dreams are also more likely to experience déjà vu. The term déjà vu was first coined by French philosopher Émile Boirac in 1876, who included the sensation in his book, The Psychology of the Future. Since then, various theories have been proposed to explain the causes of déjà vu, ranging from medical disorders such as temporal lobe epilepsy and migraines with aura to pharmacological triggers like certain drug combinations. One possible explanation for déjà vu is that it occurs when a person experiences a sensory input twice in quick succession, with the first input being brief, degraded, or distracted. Another theory suggests that déjà vu is related to implicit memory, where a current situation triggers recognition memory without the person being able to recall a specific previous experience. The concept of cryptomnesia, where forgotten information stored in the brain is invoked by similar occurrences, leading to a feeling of familiarity, has also been proposed as a potential explanation for déjà vu. Additionally, some researchers have suggested that déjà vu may be caused by dual neurological processing, where delayed signals in the brain result in an experience being processed as two separate events. While the exact causes of déjà vu remain unclear, ongoing research continues to explore this fascinating phenomenon. Demolition elves are mysterious, diminutive beings that have been reportedly sighted around the world, often in connection with mass disasters or catastrophic events. These creatures, resembling the mythical gnomes and pixies of European folklore, are said to appear just before or after a tragedy strikes, as if warning of impending doom or examining the aftermath. In the United States, tales of demolition elves are mostly confined to urban legends and accounts from paranormal authors, such as those surrounding the collapse of the Silver Bridge and the Twin Towers. However, in Iceland, elves are taken more seriously, with some even recognized as legal entities with rights to their territory. Icelandic folklore suggests that disturbing certain rocks associated with elves can lead to misfortune and disaster. Descriptions of demolition elves vary, with some witnesses portraying them as small, humanoid figures dressed in whimsical attire, while others liken them to gray aliens, or even suggest they may be robotic in nature. The sightings often occur in the presence of large crowds, yet the details of the elves' appearance seem to differ from one observer to another. Several theories attempt to explain the phenomenon of demolition elves, ranging from mass hysteria and hallucinations triggered by shock to the possibility of interdimensional travelers, extraterrestrials, or culturally significant visionary experiences. Some even propose that these entities could be advanced robots. Notable encounters with demolition elves include incidents in Iceland, where construction projects interfering with alleged elf rocks have been plagued by accidents and misfortune, and in West Virginia, where witnesses claim to have seen peculiar figures climbing the Silver Bridge days before its collapse. These sightings, along with other strange phenomena, have led some to believe that demolition elves may be harbingers of impending catastrophe or connected to otherworldly forces beyond our understanding. Denver International Airport, which opened in the mid-1990s, has been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories since its construction. The airport, nicknamed DIA, faced numerous setbacks during its building process, including design changes and contract disputes that pushed its completion date back by over a year and resulted in a final budget billions of dollars higher than originally estimated. These discrepancies have led conspiracy theorists to speculate about the true purpose of the airport, with some believing that there are hidden underground levels and tunnels connecting DIA to nearby military installations. The artwork displayed throughout the airport has also fueled these theories, with murals and sculptures allegedly containing hidden messages about death, genocide, and a one-world government. One curious aspect of the airport is a dedication capstone that lists an organization called the New World Airport Commission as a main contributor, despite no record of such a group existing. This has led some to believe that DIA was built by a secret society to serve as a shelter during an apocalyptic event. The layout of the airport itself has also drawn scrutiny, with its runways and terminals forming a shape reminiscent of a swastika when viewed from above. Additionally, the fences surrounding the airport feature barbed wire curiously facing inward, leading some to speculate that DIA could be used as a prison or concentration camp in the future. Other theories suggest that the airport may host a secret government base akin to Area 51, housing extraterrestrial artifacts and beings, or that it could serve as a military headquarters in the event of a war on U.S. soil. In recent years, the airport has embraced these conspiracy theories, installing an animatronic gargoyle that interacts with visitors and playfully addresses some of the rumors surrounding DIA. The despair code, a mysterious and unsettling phenomenon, has been circulating on the internet for years, often associated with conspiracy theories and the supernatural. This code or equation is said to trigger intense feelings of despair, anxiety, and even thoughts of self-harm in those who believe in its power. Some speculate that the code originated from a notorious online forum known for its conspiracy theories and paranormal discussions. The equation itself is believed to be a combination of factors that, when multiplied together, create a sense of hopelessness and despair in those who engage with it. However, the origins of the despair code may run deeper than just internet forums. There are theories linking it to past government programs involving human experimentation, suggesting that it could be a tool used by secret organizations to manipulate and control individuals. Others draw connections between the code and the works of a renowned horror writer, suggesting that it may be a manifestation of cosmic horrors and malevolent entities seeking to break the minds of those who dare to unravel its secrets. Despite the varying beliefs surrounding its origins and alleged ties to the supernatural, some consider the despair code to be nothing more than a meme, a collection of nonsensical phrases strung together to create an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. However, others maintain that there is a dark and powerful truth hidden within the code, one that is too terrifying for most to comprehend. The modern-day Nostradamus, a Brazilian seer named Athos Salome, has made a startling prediction about the potential return of the devil in the form of artificial intelligence. Salome argues that this biblical figure could materialize through new technologies, AI, and robotics, rather than as a human being. Salome points to the Book of Revelations, where people are described as being peacefully dominated and marked on their foreheads and hands, which some interpret as a reference to smartphones. The head of the Russian Orthodox Church has also suggested that smartphones could be the Antichrist of the modern era. According to Salome, humanity may be defended by a Knight Templar who could fight against this technological Antichrist. Interestingly, he points to Elon Musk as a potential candidate for this role, despite others ironically suggesting that Musk himself could be a reincarnation of the evil one. Salome emphasizes that the Antichrist will come from a state within a state, and believes that this mythical figure could materialize through new technologies, AI, and robotics. He claims his predictions come from studying the occult mathematical applications and calculations based on the Kabbalah of Judaism. Among his other alleged successful predictions are the finalists of the World Cup, the death of the Queen of England, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the global pandemic, and the world's richest man buying Twitter. In the winter of the mid-1800s, a series of mysterious hoof-like marks appeared in the snow across a significant area of southern England. These tracks, which became known as the Devil's Footprints, extended for a great distance, allegedly even crossing over obstacles like rooftops and high walls. The footprints measured around 4 inches long and 3 inches wide, with a spacing between each print of 8 to 16 inches. They mostly appeared in single file lines and were reported from over 30 locations across 2 counties. The unusual event sparked considerable excitement and superstition among the local population, with some even suggesting that the marks were left by Satan himself. Clergymen discussed the phenomenon from the pulpit, and the news spread far beyond the region. Several theories have been proposed to explain the incident, ranging from the prosaic to the fantastic. Some suggested that the prints were made by common animals like donkeys, ponies, or even hopping rodents like wood mice. Others proposed more unusual explanations, such as an escaped kangaroo or an experimental balloon trailing shackles. However, the lack of definitive evidence and the variations in eyewitness descriptions have led some researchers to question the full extent and nature of the event. Similar incidents of anomalous footprints have been reported in other parts of the world, both before and after the Devon case, adding to the mystery surrounding this strange occurrence. In northern Minnesota, there's a mysterious waterfall known as the Devil's Kettle. For years, people have wondered about the fate of the water that flows into a strange hole on one side of the falls. The water seems to simply vanish into the rock, never to be seen again. This peculiar phenomenon has sparked all sorts of wild speculation. Some believe the water travels underground all the way to Canada, while others imagine it leads to a hidden subterranean civilization. Curious visitors have tossed various objects into the kettle, hoping to discover where they might emerge, but they never seem to turn up anywhere. Recently, hydrologists have shed some light on the mystery. They've discovered that the water from Devil's Kettle actually rejoins the river after traveling through an underground passage. In the middle of a forest near Bear Creek, North Carolina, there's a peculiar camping spot known as the Devil's Tramping Ground. For generations, this area has been the subject of eerie local legends and folklore. According to these tales, the devil himself is said to haunt a barren circle of ground at this site, where he tramps around on certain nights, contemplating ways to bring evil into the world. The stories claim that nothing has been able to grow within this 40-foot ring for over a century. Visitors to the Devil's Tramping Ground have reported strange occurrences, such as objects left inside the ring mysteriously disappearing overnight, and dogs becoming agitated and refusing to approach the area. Some even believe that spending the night within the circle's boundaries can lead to bizarre and unsettling experiences. The legend has become so ingrained in local lore that the Devil's Tramping Ground has often been featured on lists of unusual place names. The site has also found its way into popular culture, including being mentioned in a couple of horror novels set in a fictional North Carolina town. In the early 2000s, a Polish journalist claimed to have uncovered evidence of a secret Nazi weapon called Die Glocke, which translates to the bell in English. According to the journalist's book, this device was supposedly a glowing, rotating machine that had anti-gravitational properties and may have even been a time machine. The bell was described as being several meters tall and wide, containing cylinders filled with a mysterious, highly radioactive liquid. Allegedly, many scientists and technicians who worked on the project died from exposure to this substance, and any survivors were reportedly killed by the SS at the end of the war to maintain secrecy. Some theories suggest that the technology behind Die Glocke was later traded to the US military by a high-ranking SS official in exchange for his freedom. There are also claims that prisoners from a nearby concentration camp were used as test subjects, resulting in numerous deaths and health issues. However, many mainstream reviewers and historians have criticized the claims, labeling them as pseudoscientific, recycled rumors, and even a hoax. They argue that the evidence presented is largely anecdotal and lacks credibility, with some suggesting that the story is based on exaggerations and fantasies of Nazi occult science that have been circulating since the 1960s. In the riverbed of the Taunton River in Massachusetts, there once lay a massive boulder known as the Dighton Rock. This 40-ton rock is notable for the mysterious petroglyphs carved into its surface, which include lines, geometric shapes, drawings of people, and what appears to be writing. The origins of these inscriptions have been the subject of much speculation and controversy over the centuries. One early colonist made a drawing of the petroglyphs back in the late 1600s, which has been preserved to this day, although it differs from later reports and the current appearance of the rock. Many hypotheses have been put forward regarding the creators of these markings. Some believe they were made by indigenous peoples of North America, who were known to create petroglyphs in other locations. Others have suggested that the carvings could be the work of ancient Phoenicians, Norse explorers, Portuguese sailors, or even Chinese explorers. One theory that gained some traction proposed that the markings were made by a Portuguese explorer in the early 1500s, claiming that the inscriptions were abbreviated Latin, indicating his arrival in the New World. However, this idea has since been largely debunked by researchers. In the mid-20th century, the area around Dighton Rock was turned into a state park, and the boulder itself was removed from the river during the construction of a dam and placed in a nearby museum for preservation. Despite centuries of investigation and speculation, the true origins and meaning of the petroglyphs on this fascinating rock remain a mystery. In the realm of theoretical physics, there exists a curious and somewhat controversial notion known as digital physics. This concept proposes that the entire universe can be understood as an immense digital computation device or the product of a computer program, be it deterministic or probabilistic in nature. The idea that the universe might be akin to a digital computer first emerged in the late 1960s, put forth by a German computer pioneer in a book exploring the concept of a calculating space. However, it was an American computer scientist who, a decade later, coined the term digital physics to encapsulate this line of thought. Proponents of digital physics suggest that, in principle, there could exist a program for a universal computer that would be capable of computing the evolution of the universe itself. One proposed model for such a computer is a vast cellular automaton, a grid of cells that evolve over time according to a set of predetermined rules. However, the existing models of digital physics face significant challenges when confronted with the continuous nature of various physical symmetries that are fundamental to our current understanding of the universe. These models also appear to violate certain well-established principles of quantum physics, falling into a category of theories that have been largely ruled out by experimental evidence. Despite these obstacles, some researchers continue to explore the possibilities of digital physics, seeking to formulate theories that can preserve the essential symmetries and principles of modern physics while still embracing the concept of a digitally computed universe. When people take a powerful psychedelic drug known as DMT, they often report encountering strange entities or beings during their intense hallucinations. These entities are commonly referred to as elves or machine elves, and many people who have encountered them consider the experience to be highly meaningful and even life-changing. A recent survey of thousands of DMT users found that the vast majority of respondents had positive emotional responses to these encounters, describing feelings of joy, trust, love, and kindness. Interestingly, most respondents believed that the entities they encountered were not mere hallucinations, but were actually real beings existing in a different dimension or reality. The survey also revealed that many people received messages or insights from these entities, which often related to personal growth, the nature of reality, or the afterlife. These encounters frequently led to lasting changes in the individual's beliefs and overall well-being. While some believe that DMT entities are genuine beings inhabiting alternate realities, others argue that they are simply hallucinations generated by the brain when its visual processing system is overwhelmed by the drug. Nonetheless, the consistency of these reports across different individuals and cultures has led to ongoing fascination and debate about the nature of these enigmatic encounters. Regardless of their ultimate nature, DMT experiences with these entities have proven to be deeply impactful for many people, leading to profound shifts in their perception of reality and their place within it. In the 1980s, a Japanese-American geneticist and evolutionary biologist made a fascinating discovery about the relationship between DNA sequences and music. While studying the SARC-ONCO gene, which is responsible for causing cancer in both chickens and humans, he decided to translate the genetic sequence into musical notes. To do this, he assigned each of the 4 DNA subunits to 2 positions on a musical staff, creating an octave. He then mapped the heavier molecules to lower positions and the lighter molecules to higher positions. When he played the resulting musical sequence, he was surprised to find that it sounded remarkably similar to Chopin's Funeral March. This scientist, who had no formal musical training, went on to explore other genetic sequences using the same method. He found that an enzyme responsible for breaking down glucose in the body translated into a soothing lullaby. When this tune was recorded by a violinist and played for kindergarten children in Tokyo, it effectively lulled them to sleep. Through his research, the scientist discovered that more evolved organisms tended to have more complex musical sequences in their DNA. He hoped that by studying these musical patterns, he might uncover a fundamental pattern governing all life. This innovative approach to exploring the connection between genetics and music opened up new avenues for understanding the complexity and beauty of the building blocks of life. The Dogon people of Mali in West Africa are the subject of a fascinating hypothesis that suggests they preserve a tradition of contact with intelligent extraterrestrial beings from the Sirius star system. This idea was popularized in a book which presents the theory that these beings taught the arts of civilization to humans and originated the systems of the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Sumerians. Central to this mystery is the question of how the Dogon allegedly acquired knowledge of Sirius B, a white dwarf companion star to Sirius A that is invisible to the naked eye. The book explores various possibilities, including the idea of alien contact or the existence of a very ancient advanced civilization. However, doubts have been raised about the reliability of the ethnographic work on which these claims are based, and alternative explanations have been proposed. One theory suggests that cultural transfer could have taken place between 19th century French astronomers and Dogon tribe members during a solar eclipse expedition. Some researchers who studied the Dogon after the original ethnographers found no evidence that they considered Sirius a double star or that astronomy was particularly important in their belief system. Others have criticized this dismissal, arguing that it demonstrates a general ignorance of Dogon esoteric tradition. While the information the Dogon allegedly possessed about Sirius somewhat resembles the facts, skeptics argue that it is more likely the result of European influence. In the Arizona desert, just south of the town of Casa Grande, lie a group of strange abandoned structures known simply as the domes. These round concrete buildings were originally constructed in the early 1980s by an electronics company that had grand plans to manufacture circuit boards during the coming tech boom. The company chose the unique dome design for its cost-effectiveness, quick construction time, and temperature regulation properties in the hot desert climate. Steel frames were erected around giant balloons, which were then coated with polyurethane foam and concrete to create the distinctive structures. However, the electronics company soon ran into financial troubles and was forced to abandon the project, leaving the domes to slowly decay in the desert. Over the years, they became a popular spot for graffiti artists, partying teenagers, and illegal dumping. As the domes fell into disrepair, strange stories began to circulate about the site. Visitors reported hearing unusual sounds, seeing ghostly figures, and feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. Some even claimed that the domes were used by satanic cults to perform dark rituals and sacrifices. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, the domes are built on land that was once a burial ground for the ancient Anasazi tribe. Some believe that a medicine man from the nearby Tohono O'odham tribe placed a curse on the site, contributing to the electronics company's failure. Despite the unsettling tales surrounding the domes, they remained a popular destination for curious explorers and photographers drawn to the unique architecture and post-apocalyptic vibe. However, the local government has ordered the site to be demolished due to safety concerns as the structures continue to crumble and pose a liability. In early 2023, the domes were sadly demolished. Doppelgangers are exact doubles of living people, right down to the way they walk, talk, and dress. These mysterious duplicates have been reported for centuries, and while they are often viewed as sinister or evil omens, many modern accounts suggest they are simply going about their lives like normal individuals. Sightings of doppelgangers can be difficult to explain away as mere cases of mistaken identity, especially when they are encountered by close friends or family members who know the original person intimately. It seems unlikely that they would be fooled by someone who simply resembles their loved one, especially when the doppelganger has the same haircut and clothing. Another explanation for the phenomenon is bilocation, which involves a psychic projection of oneself that can appear in another place and even interact with others. This theory suggests that doppelgangers may be more than just physical lookalikes, but rather a form of supernatural manifestation. In popular culture, doppelgangers are often used as plot devices in literature, television, and movies. They can be portrayed as evil entities or used for comedic effect. While encountering a doppelganger is often associated with bad luck, it can also be a fascinating and insightful experience. Meeting someone who looks, talks, and dresses just like you may provide a unique opportunity for self-reflection and introspection. A toroidal planet is a hypothetical type of exoplanet with a distinctive donut shape. While no such planets have been observed, and the odds of their natural formation are likely incredibly small, the concept itself is not entirely implausible. Under certain conditions, a rotating mass in the form of a torus can achieve a balance between gravitational attraction and centrifugal force, potentially allowing for a stable configuration. This is somewhat analogous to the principles behind theoretical megastructures like Dyson rings or Stanford Tori. At large enough scales, the rigid matter that typically makes up rocky planets can behave more like a fluid, which is a key factor in evaluating the mechanics of toroidal self-gravitating bodies. Various researchers have analyzed the stability of ring-shaped masses without central nuclei, finding that they can be stable under certain conditions but may be prone to specific types of instability depending on factors like their aspect ratio and the nature of any perturbations. The interior of a toroidal planet would likely be quite dynamic, with tectonic plates drifting inward and undergoing significant contraction. This could result in mountainous formations in the inner region of the torus, further amplified by the reduced gravitational effect in that area. One potential mechanism for the formation of a toroidal planet might be through a structure called a synestia, a loosely connected donut-shaped mass of vaporized rock that has been proposed as a possible intermediate stage in the formation of the Earth-Moon system. However, this remains highly speculative. While the existence of toroidal planets is an intriguing concept, the sheer improbability of their occurrence means it is extremely unlikely that any will ever be directly observed, even within the vast expanse of our cosmological horizon. In the state of Wisconsin, there are stories of a small town that supposedly disappeared in the 1990s. This town was called Doveland, and while no concrete evidence of its existence has been found, some people claim to have memories of it or even possess souvenirs like mugs and shirts bearing the town's name. Interestingly, when searching for Doveland online, search engines would sometimes suggest the term Doveland, Wisconsin, despite no actual results being returned. There are several theories surrounding the town's alleged existence and disappearance. Some believe it may have been a military town associated with a project in the 1960s that was destroyed after an incident. Others speculate that it could have been a town that dispersed due to a failing economy or was abandoned once a military operation ran its course. More skeptical theories suggest that Doveland may simply be a hoax, tall tale, or internet legend, with the lack of evidence explained as a mass delusion or urban myth. Some even propose that the souvenirs could be the result of bot-generated advertisements based on users' search histories. One particularly intriguing theory draws from the concept of a hyperstition, where an idea functions retrocausally to bring about its own reality. In this case, the story of Doveland, while initially fictional, could have retroactively granted the town a foothold in reality through the memories of real people who have come to believe in its existence. Rhabdomancy is a form of divination that involves the use of rods, wands, staffs, sticks, arrows, or similar objects. This practice has a long history and has been used for various purposes, such as determining the direction one should travel or finding answers to specific questions. One method of rhabdomancy involves setting a number of staffs upright and observing the direction in which they fall. This is believed to provide guidance or insight into the matter at hand. Rhabdomancy has also been associated with divination by arrows, a practice known as bellomancy, where the flight or landing position of an arrow is interpreted for divinatory purposes. In some traditions, rhabdomancy has been connected to the I Ching, a Chinese divination text that traditionally uses a bundle of yarrow stalks. However, the most well-known form of rhabdomancy is dowsing, particularly the use of a forked wooden stick to locate water, minerals, or other hidden materials. Rhabdomancy has been mentioned in various biblical passages, with some scholars and theologians interpreting certain verses as references to this practice. Despite its long history and cultural significance, rhabdomancy, like dowsing, is not supported by scientific evidence. Controlled studies have consistently shown that the effectiveness of these practices is no greater than what would be expected by chance or guesswork. A recent study suggests that the 15th century Romanian governor, who inspired the iconic vampire novel Dracula, may have suffered from a rare condition called hemolacria, which causes a person to shed tears mixed with blood. Researchers came to this conclusion after analyzing proteins and peptides extracted from letters written by the historical figure using advanced scientific techniques. The governor, known as Vlad the Impaler due to his alleged cruelty, has long been associated with the vampire mythology popularized by the novel. While the connection between the real-life figure and the fictional character is debated, the study sheds new light on the health and living conditions of the time. By examining the ancient proteins found on the letters, researchers discovered evidence that the governor likely suffered from inflammatory processes affecting his respiratory tract and skin. Additionally, the presence of certain peptides and proteins suggests that he may have indeed experienced bloody tears, a symptom of hemolacria. Hemolacria is an extremely rare condition that can be caused by various factors, including infections, lesions, and tumors in the eye or surrounding areas. The study provides a fascinating glimpse into the medical history of a notorious historical figure and demonstrates the power of modern scientific techniques to uncover secrets from the past. While the study focuses on the proteins related to the governor himself, the researchers acknowledge that other individuals from the medieval period may have also handled the documents. Nonetheless, they believe that the most prominent ancient proteins should be those of the governor, who personally wrote and signed the letters. In the vibrant historic center of Naples, Italy, a church holds a fascinating secret. It may be the final resting place of the legendary Count Dracula. The monumental complex of Santa Maria la Nova, a beautiful church with a rich history dating back to the 13th century, has become the focus of intense research and speculation surrounding the tomb of the infamous Vlad III, also known as Dracula. Researchers have been drawn to the strange symbolism found on a 15th century tomb in the church's minor cloister. The tomb, originally attributed to the Fringe family, features intriguing esoteric and alchemical symbols that seem to point towards the mysterious figure of Count Dracula. Encrypted codes and inscriptions on the walls surrounding the tomb have further fueled the intrigue, as they remain undeciphered to this day. One theory suggests that Dracula's daughter, Maria Balsa, an aristocrat who found refuge in the Kingdom of Naples, may have brought her father's remains to the city for burial. The presence of a gigantic knight's helmet adorned with a dragon's head, along with opposing sphinxes on the tomb, has led some to believe that it belongs to a member of the Order of the Dragon, an order to which Dracula's father belonged. Further connections to Dracula's homeland can be found in the coat of arms depicted on the tomb, which features two paired dolphins, a symbol associated with a region of Romania once governed by Vlad Tepes. In the world of gardening, there's a popular flower known as the snapdragon or dragonflower. Its unique appearance has captured the imaginations of people for generations. When the flower is in bloom, it resembles the head of a dragon, and if you squeeze it gently, the mouth will open and close, as if the dragon is talking. But it's what happens after the flower dies that takes a turn for the macabre. Once the petals fall away, the seed pod that's left behind looks eerily like a miniature skull. This spooky appearance has led to all sorts of myths and superstitions surrounding the plant. In ancient times, people believed that snapdragons held supernatural powers. Planting them in your garden was thought to offer protection against curses, witchcraft, and deceit. Some even believed that eating the flowers could restore youth and beauty to women. The Victorians associated snapdragons with deception and presumption in their famous language of flowers. However, they could also symbolize gratitude if sent from one lady to another, perhaps as a coded thank you for a mystical anti-aging potion. Under the scrutiny of an electron microscope, the snapdragon seed pod takes on an even more otherworldly appearance, its skull-like features becoming all the more pronounced. In today's rational world, most people don't put much stock in tales of witchcraft and sorcery. But when confronted with a handful of snapdragon seed pods, each one resembling a miniature dragon's skull, even the most skeptical among us might find ourselves wondering, if only for a moment, whether there might be some truth to those old legends after all. Some companies have started experimenting with a controversial new marketing tactic called dream advertising, which involves attempting to place images of their products, along with positive associations, into people's dreams. This practice, also known as dream hacking or dream incubation, has raised concerns among researchers and the general public. One recent example involved a beverage company explicitly aiming to implant visions of their beer, along with refreshing imagery, into people's minds the night before a major sporting event. They even enlisted a celebrity to sleep on a live streaming platform while supposedly dreaming about the product. While the concept may seem far-fetched, dream incubation is not a new idea. Ancient civilizations, such as the Egyptians and Greeks, used similar techniques for healing and spiritual purposes. Today, some therapeutic practices still incorporate elements of dream incubation. However, the use of these techniques for advertising purposes has drawn criticism from scientists who argue that it is highly intrusive and could have real-world consequences. Studies have shown that ideas introduced during sleep can significantly influence a person's thoughts and actions, raising concerns about the potential misuse of this power. On the other hand, research has also demonstrated that dream incubation can have positive applications, such as enhancing creativity, treating mental health conditions, and overcoming addiction. As technology advances, it may become easier for marketers to target specific stages of sleep and plant ideas in the form of dreams, leading to a future where even our sleeping minds are not safe from advertising. The Drapa Stones are a set of alleged artifacts that have been the subject of much intrigue and speculation in the world of pseudo-archaeology. According to the earliest known version of the story, which appeared in a German magazine in the 1960s, an archaeological expedition in the mountains of China discovered hundreds of granite discs with tiny hieroglyph-like markings. These discs were supposedly dated to around 12,000 years ago. The story goes on to claim that the expedition also found star maps and remains of beings with unusually thin bodies and large heads. After decades of study, Chinese researchers allegedly translated the markings on the discs and concluded that they were carved by extraterrestrials who had crashed in the region. Over time, additional details were added to the tale, such as the discs being shipped to the Soviet Union for further study, and an Austrian engineer claiming to have seen and photographed two of the stones in a Chinese museum. However, despite the intriguing nature of the story, there is no credible evidence to support the existence of the Drapa stones or the people and events surrounding their alleged discovery. Extensive inquiries have failed to uncover any records of the stones being displayed in museums or of the individuals supposedly involved in their discovery and translation. Some have suggested that the photos purportedly showing the Drapa stones actually depict a type of ancient Chinese jade disc known as a bi, which are often decorated with parallel grooves and other markings. Many researchers and skeptics consider the entire Drapa stone story to be a hoax or a work of fiction that has been mistaken for fact over time. In the early 16th century, Spanish explorers encountered a unique tribe living near the Chicora people in what is now South Carolina and Georgia. This tribe, known as the Duhare, were strikingly different from other native groups in the area. They were described as being Caucasian in appearance, with red or brown hair that reached their heels, freckles, gray eyes, and notably taller stature. Most of the men sported mustaches, and their leaders even wore beards. What set the Duhare apart was their way of life. They practiced a form of animal husbandry, herding domesticated deer using dogs in a manner similar to European cattle herding. The deer were milked, and the Duhare even made cheese from the milk. Excess male deer were fattened with corn for slaughter, and the animals were kept in corrals at night but allowed to roam during the day under the watch of herders. The Duhare were also skilled farmers, raising various fowl and growing substantial crops of corn, grains, potatoes, and other vegetables. They possessed some metal tools and were governed by a chief of immense size who was carried on the shoulders of strong young men and lived in a stone palace with his equally large wife. Some researchers have suggested that the Duhare may have been of Irish origin, citing their physical appearance and certain cultural practices. For example, several Gaelic tribes in Ireland and Scotland were known to have domesticated dairy deer before the introduction of dairy cows. The name Duhare itself can be translated from Gaelic to mean either place of the clan Hare or place of the Irish. However, this theory remains controversial, with some scholars and historians vehemently disagreeing. Attempts to link the Duhar to Irish explorers who may have reached North America before Columbus have been met with skepticism and criticism. Regardless of their origins, the Duhare remain an intriguing and enigmatic part of the early history of the Americas, offering a glimpse into a unique culture that differed markedly from other native tribes encountered by European explorers. In the rugged mountains of northern New Mexico, a conspiracy theory has taken root, claiming the existence of a secret underground facility known as Dulce Base. This alleged base, said to be located under Archuleta Mesa near the town of Dulce, is purportedly a joint operation between humans and extraterrestrial beings. The origins of the Dulce Base legend can be traced back to a local businessman who became convinced that he was intercepting electronic communications from alien spacecraft and installations in the area. As the story spread within the UFO community, it gained traction, with some claiming to have independent confirmation of the base's existence. The legend of Dulce Base has been fueled by various accounts of strange occurrences in the area, with residents reporting sightings of UFOs, mysterious moving lights, and other unexplained phenomena. Some have even claimed that the base is the site of bizarre genetic experiments conducted by malevolent extraterrestrial entities on human subjects. While the presence of Cold War-era underground missile installations in the region has lent a degree of superficial plausibility to the rumors, the more outlandish aspects of the Dulce Base legend, such as alleged firefights between aliens and special forces, place it firmly in the realm of the extraordinary. The town of Dulce itself has embraced the legend to some extent, with local officials seeing it as a potential draw for tourism. The community has even hosted conferences dedicated to the alleged base and its associated UFO activity. Parallels have been drawn between the Dulce Base legend and the Shaver Mystery, a series of stories published in pulp science fiction magazines in the 1940s that told of sinister subterranean beings piloting disc-shaped spacecraft. Some have characterized the tales of alien experimentation at Dulce Base as a modern incarnation of this enduring cultural mythology. In the winter of 1959, a group of experienced hikers from the Soviet Union set out on a challenging trek through the northern Ural Mountains. Led by a seasoned ski instructor, the group aimed to reach a remote mountain peak. However, something went terribly wrong during their journey, and all 9 members of the expedition perished under mysterious circumstances. The hikers' bodies were discovered weeks later, scattered around their campsite on the slopes of a mountain known as Kholat Syakhl. Investigators were baffled by what they found. The group's tent had been cut open from the inside, and the hikers had fled into the freezing wilderness, some of them barefoot and wearing only underwear. Autopsies revealed that 6 of the hikers had died from hypothermia, while the remaining 3 had suffered traumatic injuries, including fractured skulls and severe chest wounds. Strangely, the bodies showed no signs of struggle or external injuries that would indicate an attack by another person or animal. The unusual circumstances surrounding the hikers' deaths have sparked numerous theories and speculations over the years. Some have suggested that the group fell victim to an avalanche, while others have proposed more outlandish explanations involving military experiments, infrasound-induced panic, or even an encounter with extraterrestrial beings. One of the most intriguing aspects of the case is the presence of high levels of radiation on some of the hikers' clothing. This discovery, along with reports of strange orange spheres in the night sky around the time of the incident, has fueled conspiracy theories about secret government tests or a possible cover-up. Despite extensive investigations and numerous attempts to explain the tragedy, the Dyatlov Pass incident remains one of the most enduring mysteries of the 20th century. The remote location where the hikers met their fate has since been named Dyatlov Pass in their memory, and their story continues to captivate people around the world, serving as a chilling reminder of the untamed wilderness and the unknown forces that may lurk within it. Across the internet, a mysterious bot has been posting spam on numerous forum sites, creating a trail of fake diploma advertisements and other dubious content. What sets this particular spammer apart is its uncanny ability to bypass CAPTCHAs and other forms of verification that typically prevent automated posting. The bot's posts often revolve around the sale of fake diplomas, with many of the messages written in Korean. This focus on counterfeit credentials may be linked to the immense pressure to attend prestigious universities in South Korea, where fake diplomas have become a lucrative form of crime. On some sites, the bot creates fake user profiles at an astonishing rate, making it difficult for human administrators to keep up with the onslaught of spam. The usernames generated by the bot often follow a pattern, incorporating variations of a seemingly random string of characters. In addition to diploma-related posts, the bot has been observed promoting escort services, casinos, and other questionable businesses. This suggests that the individual or organization behind the bot may be involved in a wide range of illegal or unethical activities. A Dyson sphere is a theoretical structure that could encircle a star to capture its energy. This idea originated from a science fiction novel in the 1930s and was further developed by physicist Freeman Dyson in the 1960s. The concept suggests that advanced civilizations could harness the energy of stars by building structures around them. Instead of a solid shell, Dyson envisioned a swarm of objects orbiting independently, known as a Dyson swarm. Detecting these structures around stars could indicate the presence of extraterrestrial life. While Dyson spheres are theoretically possible, building one around our sun is currently beyond our technological capabilities. However, scientists continue to explore this concept as a potential solution for meeting the energy needs of advanced civilizations in the future. In the early days of rail travel, people held some rather peculiar beliefs about the potential hazards of locomotive transportation. One particularly strange notion was that women's bodies were simply not built to withstand the high speeds of train travel, with some even speculating that their uteruses might literally fly out of their bodies as the train accelerated. This kind of extreme reaction to new technology is not uncommon throughout history. Whenever a significant technological advance emerges that alters our relationships with time, space, or each other, society often experiences a moral panic. These panics tend to focus disproportionately on the perceived threats to women and children. Similar fears arose with the advent of the automobile. Many saw these noisy, unpredictable devil wagons as too much for women to handle, believing that their supposed propensity for fainting, physical weakness, and sudden bouts of hysteria made them unfit to drive. Despite these misgivings, women fought for their right to mobility. A young woman proved the skeptics wrong in the early 1900s by successfully driving cross-country with 3 female companions, demonstrating that women were perfectly capable of handling an automobile. As time has passed, many of the fears surrounding new technologies have proven to be unfounded. The telephone, once thought to cause impropriety, possession, or electrocution in women, has become a mundane part of everyday life. While concerns about the impact of new technologies on society persist, history suggests that we often overestimate the dangers and underestimate our ability to adapt. Astrobiologists propose an intriguing idea. Planets could possess intelligence. This concept suggests that the collective activity of life on a planet, like Earth, could be considered a form of intelligence. Planetary intelligence, in this context, refers to the cognitive activity and knowledge operating on a large planetary scale. It goes beyond thinking of intelligence solely in terms of sentient beings and considers the cumulative effects of all life forms, including microbes and plants. For example, underground fungal networks in forests respond to changing climate conditions, significantly impacting the planet. This concept challenges us to see the planet as having a green mind and prompts us to consider the collective intelligence of life forms working together for the planet's survival. However, it's noted that Earth may not yet exhibit true planetary intelligence as technological activity hasn't fully integrated with the environment. Achieving planetary intelligence would involve aligning biological and technological processes for the planet's benefit. This idea challenges our understanding of intelligence and encourages us to view physical nature as potentially intelligent beings. It offers new perspectives on addressing global challenges and working together for the planet's well-being. Mysterious luminous phenomena known as earthquake lights have been reported in the sky near areas of tectonic stress, seismic activity, or volcanic eruptions for centuries. These lights, which differ from disruptions to electrical grids caused by ground shaking or hazardous weather, have been described in various historical accounts, with one of the earliest records dating back to an earthquake in Japan in the 9th century. Earthquake lights are reported to appear before, during, or after earthquakes, with shapes similar to auroras and a white to bluish hue, although a wider color spectrum has also been observed. The luminosity can last for several seconds to tens of minutes and has been visible at distances of up to hundreds of kilometers from the epicenter. Recent appearances of earthquake lights, accompanied by video footage, have been reported in various locations worldwide, such as California, New Zealand, Mexico, and China. These lights seem to occur more often during high-magnitude earthquakes, generally those measuring 5 or higher on the Richter scale. While research into the causes of earthquake lights is ongoing, several theories have been proposed. One model suggests that the high stress before and during an earthquake can break peroxy bonds in certain types of rocks, ionizing oxygen atoms that travel through rock cracks and ionize air pockets, forming light-emitting plasma. Other hypotheses involve piezoelectric effects in quartz-containing rocks or local disruptions of the Earth's magnetic field and ionosphere. Despite these theories, there is no broad consensus on the exact mechanisms behind earthquake lights, and some skeptics question whether the phenomenon truly exists, citing a lack of direct evidence and the inconsistency of reported observations. Nonetheless, the study of these mysterious lights continues, with researchers hoping to gain insights that could potentially aid in earthquake prediction. The notion that certain weather conditions can precede or predict earthquakes, often referred to as earthquake weather, has been a topic of discussion and debate since ancient times. This belief, which is considered one of the most common pseudoscientific methods of predicting earthquakes, has taken various forms throughout history. In ancient Greece, it was thought that earthquakes were caused by winds trapped in caves, with small tremors being attributed to air pushing on cavern roofs and large ones to the air breaking the surface. This led to the belief that hot and calm weather indicated a large amount of trapped underground air, signaling an impending earthquake. Later theories suggested that earthquakes occurred in calm, cloudy conditions, preceded by strong winds, fireballs, and meteors. Some modern proponents claim that certain cloud formations, sometimes called earthquake clouds, can be used to predict seismic activity, although this idea is largely rejected by the geological community. While some recent research has found correlations between sudden spikes in atmospheric temperature, these changes do not result in a single recognizable weather pattern that could be labeled earthquake weather. The concept may persist in part due to psychological factors, such as heightened sensitivity and memory retention during unusual weather conditions. In 2003, a mysterious discovery occurred in the Bucegi Mountains of Romania, triggering a cascade of secretive events involving the State Security Department and military intervention. 2 climbers stumbled upon ancient symbols carved in stone, leading to the disappearance of a strange yellow object when touched. The area was quickly isolated, and investigations revealed a massive tunnel within the mountain, detected by Pentagon satellites. This tunnel, protected by energy barriers, was linked to a similar structure in Iraq. Inside the mountain, a vast chamber housed stone tables emitting fluorescent light and holographic images depicting scientific information. These included genetic combinations and a revisionist history of humanity. A control panel with levers and buttons revealed holographic projections, including one showing Earth's water receding to reveal a hidden landmass. An amphora containing monatomic gold powder, believed to enhance longevity, was also found. The discovery challenged conventional understanding of history and science, hinting at a hidden chapter in our world's story. Further exploration revealed 3 mysterious tunnels leading to Egypt, Tibet, and deep within the Earth's crust, raising questions about the origin and purpose of the structures. Despite intense secrecy and political tensions, plans for expeditions to explore these tunnels were underway in 2003. Earth has a second mini-moon that was discovered just a few years ago. This quasi-moon, named after a Hawaiian term for a moving celestial object, is quite small, measuring less than the length of a football field across. It circles our planet in a peculiar corkscrew-like trajectory, never coming closer than dozens of times the distance of our more familiar moon. This strange orbit is caused by the competing gravitational pulls of the Earth and the Sun, which constantly alter the moonlet's path. Unlike conventional moons, this quasi-moon is not primarily influenced by Earth's gravity, but instead performs an odd dance between the two celestial bodies. Initially, the origins of this mini-moon were a mystery. Its composition didn't match that of typical asteroids, which are often captured by a planet's gravity to become moons. It was dimmer and reflected light differently, suggesting a unique origin. After extensive research using advanced telescopes, scientists discovered that the quasi-moon's composition closely matched lunar samples brought back by astronauts on a historic mission. The silicates on the mini-moon's surface had undergone space weathering, bearing a distinctive fingerprint that revealed its lunar origins. It turns out that this second moon is likely a piece of lunar debris ejected from the moon's surface by an impact event. Instead of landing on Earth or drifting off into space, it became caught in a complex gravitational dance, making it a temporary companion of our planet. However, this cosmic partnership is not meant to last. Estimates suggest that the quasi-moon will only remain in its current orbit for a few centuries before breaking free from Earth's gravitational influence and venturing off into the void. Once a piece of our familiar moon, then a companion to Earth, this fascinating object will eventually embark on a solitary journey through the cosmos. In the heart of Philadelphia stands a former prison that once held some of America's most notorious criminals. The Eastern State Penitentiary, operational from the early 19th century until the 1970s, was a revolutionary institution that emphasized principles of reform rather than punishment. Designed with a unique wagon wheel layout, the penitentiary featured 7 corridors of skylighted cells radiating from a central hub. Each cell was equipped with running water, a flush toilet, and a small exercise yard, amenities that were considered quite advanced for the time. The prison system of isolation, known as the Pennsylvania system, encouraged solitary confinement as a means of rehabilitation. Prisoners were kept in their cells for most of the day, with hoods placed over their heads during rare moments of movement to prevent communication and recognition. Despite its progressive ideals, the penitentiary was not immune to the darker aspects of incarceration. Guards and counselors devised various physical and psychological torture regimens to punish inmates, including dousing them in freezing water, chaining their tongues to their wrists, and confining them to a pitch-black underground cell known as the Hole. Over the years, the prison housed a range of infamous inmates, from bank robber Willie Sutton to gangster Al Capone. Even a dog named Pep was allegedly sentenced to life in the penitentiary for murdering the governor's cat, though the true story behind this canine convict remains a subject of debate. Today, the Eastern State Penitentiary stands as a haunting reminder of the country's penal history. Visitors can explore the crumbling cell blocks, learn about the prison's famous residents, and even brave a haunted attraction that brings the eerie atmosphere to life. The site also features thought-provoking art installations that delve into the complexities of crime, punishment, and the human experience behind prison walls. The cause of Edgar Allan Poe's untimely death has been a subject of much speculation and debate, as all medical records and documents, including his death certificate, have been lost to time. Over the years, numerous theories have been put forth, ranging from hypoglycemia and depression-related suicide to murder conspiracies and rare brain diseases. Some biographers have pointed to Poe's alleged struggles with alcoholism as a potential factor in his demise, though the evidence for this is largely anecdotal and disputed. While Poe was known to have periods of heavy drinking, he was also a member of the Sons of Temperance at the time of his death, suggesting a more complex relationship with alcohol than simple addiction. Other proposed causes of death include various forms of enzyme deficiency, syphilis, epilepsy, cholera, and even rabies, possibly contracted from one of Poe's pets. The rabies theory put forth by a cardiologist in the 1990s gained traction due to Poe's reported symptoms of delirium and hydrophobia during his final days. One of the more intriguing theories suggests that Poe may have fallen victim to a practice known as cooping, in which individuals were abducted, drugged, or plied with alcohol, and used as pawns to vote multiple times in elections. This could potentially explain Poe's disheveled appearance and disoriented state when he was found shortly before his death. Despite the many theories and investigations, the true cause of Poe's death remains a mystery. Edgar Cayce, an American clairvoyant, claimed to access higher knowledge while in a trance state. His readings covered diverse topics like healing, dreams, and reincarnation. As a child, he had paranormal experiences and developed unique study habits, learning while asleep on his books. Despite facing health challenges, including losing his voice due to laryngitis, Cayce's diagnostic skills while in a trance impressed many. He garnered attention for his accurate readings, refusing to commercialize his gift and instead focusing on helping others. In the early 1900s, Cayce's reputation grew, leading to the establishment of the Association for Research and Enlightenment in Virginia Beach. The organization aimed to research Cayce's holistic healing methods, which included diagnosing and treating illnesses through psychic means. However, Cayce's beliefs in pseudo-historical theories like Atlantis and polygenism drew criticism from skeptics. Despite this, his work left a lasting impact, with many still studying his readings and exploring his contributions to alternative medicine and spirituality.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
The tale of a 19th century English nobleman born with a second face on the back of his head has captivated imaginations for generations. According to legend, this aristocrat known as Edward Mordache was a man of remarkable grace and scholarly accomplishments, but his life was overshadowed by the presence of a female visage that occupied the posterior portion of his skull. This secondary face, while unable to see, eat, or speak, was said to display intelligence of a malevolent nature. It would sneer while Mordache was happy and smile while he wept. Mordache himself claimed that the face whispered terrible things to him at night, temptations and secrets that one would only speak of in hell. Driven to despair by this constant torment, Mordache reportedly begged doctors to remove the demon face, but none would attempt the surgery. Unable to find solace, he chose to sequester himself from society, living a life of seclusion until, at the age of 23, he ultimately took his own life. The earliest known account of Mordache's story appeared in a late 19th century article penned by a fiction writer who claimed to have discovered the case in old reports from a Royal Scientific Society. However, no records of such a society or of Mordache's existence have been found from that time period, casting doubt on the veracity of the tale. Despite its questionable origins, the legend of Mordache has endured, even finding its way into a medical encyclopedia published shortly after the initial article. While the encyclopedia provided no definitive diagnosis for Mordache's condition, modern medical knowledge suggests it may have been a form of craniopagus parasiticus, diprosophis, or an extreme case of parasitic twinning. Ephilism is a philosophical concept centered on absolute antinatalism, where the act of bringing new life into the world is seen as morally wrong due to the suffering it entails. It extends beyond antinatalism by aiming to end the cycle of suffering for all sentient beings. The term itself is a wordplay spelling life backward, symbolizing the belief that non-existence is preferable to a life filled with pain and suffering. Ethelists are driven by the desire to minimize suffering for all beings and adhere to principles of negative utilitarianism and philanthropy. It's important to understand that ethelism and antinatalism are altruistic philosophies that do not advocate harm to existing beings. At the core of ethelism is the asymmetry argument, suggesting that it's better for a being to never exist than to experience pain and the absence of pleasure. This argument challenges the human optimism bias and underscores the ethical implications of bringing new individuals into existence given the prevalence of negative experiences in life. Unlike antinatalism, ethelism rejects speciesism, viewing all sentient creatures as equal. Ethelists often adopt a vegan lifestyle to avoid contributing to the suffering of animals raised for slaughter. Critics find ethelism's ideas uncomfortable and associate them with depression. Some religious groups oppose it, perceiving not having children as against divine will. Additionally, some mistakenly link ethelism to misanthropy or eugenics, despite its fundamentally philanthropic nature and focus on minimizing suffering. Ego death, also known as psychic death or ego loss, is a concept found in various contexts, including psychology, mythology, and spirituality. It's often associated with experiences induced by psychedelics. In psychology, ego death involves a profound transformation of one's self-identity, leading to a shift in personality and a sense of letting go of the ego or the idea of a separate self. In mythology, particularly in Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, ego death represents a phase of self-surrender and transition seen in world mythologies. It signifies a transformation where the hero gains wisdom to enrich the world. In the realm of drugs, ego death refers to the temporary loss of one's sense of self due to substances like LSD. This concept gained popularity through figures like Timothy Leary. In spirituality, ego death is connected to Eastern traditions like Buddhism and Enlightenment. It involves liberation from attachment to a separate sense of self, freeing oneself from suffering by disidentifying with the ego, which is seen as an accumulation of thoughts and emotions. The DNA of ancient Egyptian mummies from a site south of Cairo has been found to be more closely related to populations from the Eastern Mediterranean, Turkey, and Europe than to those from sub-Saharan Africa. This surprising discovery challenges the common assumption that ancient Egyptians were primarily of African descent. Researchers analyzed the mitochondrial DNA of dozens of mummies, as well as the full genetic profile of a few individuals, all of whom lived between approximately 1400 BC and 400 AD. The results revealed that these ancient Egyptians shared the greatest genetic similarities with ancient populations from the Levant region, which includes modern-day Syria, Jordan, Israel, and Lebanon. They also exhibited close genetic ties to Stone Age populations from Europe and the Asian side of Turkey. These findings suggest that extensive trade networks across the Mediterranean during this period likely facilitated the movement of people, not just goods, between these regions. The limited historical record from this era supports the idea of widespread cultural exchange. Interestingly, the study also found that modern Egyptians have a higher percentage of sub-Saharan African DNA compared to their ancient counterparts. This indicates that a significant influx of sub-Saharan genetic influence occurred within the last 1,500 years, long after the time period during which the studied mummies lived. The genetic composition of the ancient Egyptian community remained relatively stable over the 300-year span covered by the study, implying that foreign conquest and rule did not significantly alter the population's genetic makeup during this time. Eidetic memory, also called photographic memory, lets you recall images with precision after seeing them once without using memory aids. It's often confused with true photographic memory, which involves remembering text or numbers in detail. Eidetic memory mainly occurs in children and is rare in adults. Language development might play a role in this shift. Some individuals claim to have vivid afterimages of objects, but scientific consensus on eidetic memory is lacking. Contrary to popular belief, there's no concrete evidence supporting the existence of true photographic memory. Expert mnemonists demonstrate remarkable memory skills, but these usually involve memory techniques rather than eidetic memory. Cases of hyperthymesia, where individuals remember intricate personal details, are distinct from eidetic memory. Competitive memory champions don't attribute their success to photographic memory. While some individuals are labeled as having eidetic memory, it's unclear whether they rely on mnemonic techniques. Notable figures like savant Stephen Wiltshire can produce detailed drawings from memory, but their abilities may not be purely eidetic. The theory that ghosts are a form of energy that persists after death, based on a misinterpretation of Einstein's laws of physics, is a common belief among many ghost hunting enthusiasts. These individuals often point to the first law of thermodynamics, which states that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only converted from one form to another, as evidence for the existence of ghosts. However, this application of Einstein's work is fundamentally flawed. When a living organism dies, the energy stored within its body is indeed transferred back into the environment, but not in the form of a ghostly apparition. Instead, this energy is released as heat and consumed by bacteria, insects, and other organisms that decompose the body. In the case of cremation, the energy is released as heat and light during the combustion process. When the body is consumed by other organisms, the energy is converted and used for their own biological processes, such as growth and reproduction. While it is true that the human body generates small amounts of electrical energy through metabolic processes, this ceases at the moment of death when these processes stop. Just like a light bulb turning off when the power supply is cut, the electrical energy in the body dissipates quickly after death. Ghost hunters often claim to detect the lingering electrical fields of ghosts using EMF detectors, but this assertion reveals a misunderstanding of the nature of energy and its behavior after death. The majority of the energy from a deceased person's body takes years to re-enter the environment through the food chain, and it is not in a form that can be detected by ghost hunting equipment. Although the existence of ghosts remains a topic of debate, the principles of thermodynamics and Einstein's theories do not provide a scientific basis for their reality. The persistence of this misconception among ghost enthusiasts highlights a widespread lack of understanding regarding fundamental scientific concepts. In the folklore of parts of the Americas, there exists a legendary creature known as the chupacabra, which translates to goat-sucker in Spanish. This name is derived from the creature's reported habit of attacking and drinking the blood of livestock, particularly goats. Physical descriptions of the chupacabra vary depending on the region. In Puerto Rico and Hispanic America, it is often depicted as a heavy reptilian alien-like creature roughly the size of a small bear, with a row of spines running from its neck to the base of its tail. In the southwestern United States, however, it is more commonly described as resembling a strange, mostly hairless breed of wild dog with a pronounced spinal ridge, unusually pronounced eye sockets, fangs, and claws. The chupacabra first gained widespread attention in 1995 when a series of livestock killings in Puerto Rico were attributed to the creature. Eyewitness accounts described the chupacabra as having features similar to those of the alien creature Syl from the science fiction film Species, which had been released earlier that year. Investigations into the alleged chupacabra attacks have yielded mixed results. While some reports claim that the affected animals were drained of blood through small, circular incisions, necropsies have not confirmed this. Researchers have proposed alternative explanations for the killings, such as attacks by coyotes or dogs suffering from mange, a parasitic skin disease that can dramatically alter an animal's appearance. The chupacabra legend has spread beyond Puerto Rico to other parts of the Americas, with sightings reported as far north as Maine and as far south as Chile. However, the varying descriptions of the creature and the lack of concrete evidence have led many to doubt its existence, with some suggesting that the chupacabra may be a product of misidentification, exaggeration, or even mass hysteria. El Yunque, a lush rainforest in Puerto Rico, is not only known for its stunning natural beauty, but also for its dark side involving human disappearances and alleged encounters with otherworldly beings. This revered site, once considered a dwelling place of deities by ancient indigenous peoples, has been the scene of numerous unexplained vanishings over the years, some of which have been linked to the high level of UFO activity reported in the area. One particularly unnerving incident occurred in the 1970s when a group of campers consisting of students and adults ventured into El Yunque with the intention of making contact with UFOs and their occupants. As they made their way up the mountain trail, they encountered 3 identical-looking individuals who mysteriously disappeared from a photograph taken of them. Later that night, the campers found themselves surrounded by several eerie humanoid creatures with claw-like hands and elongated ears. These beings blocked the only path down the mountain, trapping the terrified group. One of the leaders attempted to approach the creatures, even managing to touch one, but the situation remained tense throughout the night. In another incident, a group of college students investigating the mountain's reputation witnessed a tall, shadowy figure darting across the road. They gave chase, following a seemingly pre-cleared path through the dense vegetation, only to find themselves at an abandoned lookout point. Later, while stationed in an observation tower, they experienced unexplained phenomena, such as the rattling of aluminum cans by an invisible force and the sighting of a massive, luminous, oval-shaped object hovering between 2 peaks. These chilling accounts, along with the persistent reports of UFO activity and the unsettling history of disappearances, have solidified El Yunque's reputation as a hotspot for paranormal occurrences. The rainforest's enduring mysteries continue to attract researchers and curious individuals, despite the potential risks associated with venturing into its depths after dark. Electromagnetic theories of consciousness propose that the phenomenon of consciousness can be understood as an electromagnetic field produced by the brain. These theories suggest that when neurons fire, they generate disturbances in the surrounding electromagnetic field, and that the synchronous firing of multiple neurons amplifies these disturbances to create a unified conscious experience. One proponent of this idea argues that the brain's electromagnetic field creates a representation of the information in the neurons, and that this field influences the brain by modulating neuronal activity. In this view, thoughts are considered electromagnetic representations of neuronal information, and the subjective experience of free will is the result of the electromagnetic field acting on the neurons. Another variation of the theory proposes that consciousness is identical to certain spatiotemporal patterns of the electromagnetic field itself. This view suggests that the electromagnetic field comprises a universal consciousness that experiences the sensations, perceptions, thoughts, and emotions of every conscious being in the universe. Quantum brain dynamics, a related theory, proposes that the electric dipoles of water molecules in the brain constitute a quantum field that interacts with quantum coherent waves generated by biomolecules in neurons. This interaction is thought to give rise to consciousness. While these theories offer a unique perspective on the nature of consciousness, they have faced criticism from cognitive scientists who argue that there is no particular reason why electromagnetic fields in the brain should give rise to consciousness. Some studies have also failed to find evidence supporting the influence of electromagnetic fields on brain function. Despite the challenges, proponents of electromagnetic theories of consciousness maintain that their ideas are a legitimate line of scientific inquiry, and that locating consciousness in the brain's electromagnetic field could help explain how information scattered across millions of neurons can be unified into a single conscious experience. Electronic voice phenomenon, EVP, is a peculiar phenomenon often associated with paranormal investigations. It involves capturing unexplained voices or sounds on audio recordings, purportedly originating from spirits or other supernatural entities. EVP enthusiasts typically use recording devices in allegedly haunted locations, hoping to capture voices that are not audible during the recording session. These captured voices are often faint, distorted, or garbled, making them open to interpretation. The origins of EVP date back to the early 20th century when recording technology became more accessible. However, it gained significant popularity in the mid-20th century with the rise of paranormal research and the spread of portable recording devices. There are various theories about the nature of EVP. Some believe that these voices are manifestations of spirits or ghosts trying to communicate with the living. Others attribute EVP to random noise patterns interpreted as speech by the human brain, a phenomenon known as auditory pareidolia. Skeptics often attribute EVP to natural causes such as radio interference, equipment malfunction, or the misinterpretation of ordinary sounds. They argue that the human brain is wired to find patterns and meaning in random noise, leading to the perception of voices where none exist. Despite skepticism, EVP continues to be a popular tool in paranormal investigations and has been featured in numerous documentaries and TV shows. Whether these recordings capture genuine paranormal activity or are simply the result of natural phenomena remains a subject of debate among believers and skeptics alike. In early 2013, the body of a young Canadian tourist was discovered in a water tank atop a hotel in downtown Los Angeles, where she had been staying as a guest. The woman, who had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and depression, was last seen alive in late January and was reported missing by her parents shortly thereafter. Interest in the case surged when police released security camera footage showing the woman behaving erratically in a hotel elevator on the day she was last seen. The video went viral, sparking widespread speculation and conspiracy theories about her fate. An autopsy later ruled the death an accidental drowning, with the woman's bipolar disorder being a significant contributing factor. However, many questions remained unanswered, such as how she accessed the locked rooftop area and entered the water tank, which was difficult to open from the inside. The woman's parents filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the hotel, claiming it had failed to properly secure the premises and protect its guests, but the suit was dismissed in 2015. The mysterious circumstances surrounding the case have since been referenced in popular culture, inspiring various creative works, including television episodes, films, and music. The story has drawn comparisons to plot elements in certain horror movies, particularly those involving haunted hotels and hidden bodies in water tanks. Some of these works, such as a horror script sold shortly after the woman's death that used the investigation as a backdrop for a fictional detective's deteriorating sanity, have been criticized for exploiting the tragedy. Others, like a music video meant to commemorate her last day, have aimed to humanize the victim and counter the sensationalized media narratives surrounding her death. Despite the ongoing fascination with the case, the precise details of what happened to the young woman during her final hours at the hotel remain a mystery. The Elixir of Life, a mythical potion said to grant eternal life and youth to those who drink it, has captured the imaginations of people across various cultures and throughout history. The concept of this life-giving elixir can be traced back to ancient Mesopotamia, where the epic tale of a legendary king recounts his search for a plant at the bottom of the sea that could restore youth. In ancient China, the pursuit of immortality was a common theme among rulers, who sent alchemists on expeditions to find the elixir of life. The Chinese believed that consuming long-lasting minerals such as jade, cinnabar, or gold could confer longevity. However, many of these substances were actually toxic and led to cases of alchemical elixir poisoning. In Hindu scriptures, the elixir of life is known as Amrita and is described as a substance that the gods and demons fought over in order to gain power and immortality. The idea of transmuting base metals into gold, a concept closely related to the elixir of life, also appears in ancient Indian texts. The Islamic world and European alchemical tradition also have their own versions of the elixir of life, often associated with the creation of the philosopher's stone. Some famous alchemists, such as a French scribe and nobleman living in the 18th century, have gained reputations as creators of the elixir. In Japan, folktales speak of waters of rejuvenation possessed by the moon god, drawing parallels to the elixir of life. These stories also warn of the consequences of misusing such a powerful substance. Throughout history, the elixir of life has been known by hundreds of names in different languages and cultures, each reflecting the universal human desire for immortality and eternal youth. Despite the many attempts to create this mythical potion, the elixir of life remains an elusive and tantalizing concept that continues to inspire the imagination. The Elisa effect, named after the 1966 chatbot Elisa, refers to the tendency of people to attribute human traits to computer programs, particularly those with textual interfaces. Elisa, developed by MIT computer scientist Joseph Weizenbaum, simulated a psychotherapist by rephrasing user input as questions. Users often ascribed understanding and empathy to Elisa's responses, despite knowing it was just a program. This phenomenon extends beyond Elisa to any situation where users perceive computer systems as having qualities beyond their actual capabilities, even when aware of the system's limitations. Researchers observed that users unconsciously assumed the chatbot's questions implied genuine interest and emotional involvement, even when they consciously knew the program was not capable of simulating emotions. This cognitive dissonance between the user's awareness of the program's limitations and their behavior towards its output is the key characteristic of the Elisa effect. The discovery of the Elisa effect was significant in artificial intelligence, showcasing the effectiveness of social engineering in human-machine interaction. It led to advancements in technologies simulating human behavior, such as general and specialized digital assistants. However, Weizenbaum cautioned against reducing all human thought to logical formalisms and warned about developing emotional attachments to machines anthropomorphized as humans. In the late 2010s, a controversial phenomenon emerged on YouTube and YouTube Kids involving videos that appeared to be child-friendly but contained disturbing themes inappropriate for young audiences. These videos often featured popular characters from family-oriented media, such as Disney's Frozen or Marvel superheroes, engaging in bizarre or unsettling behavior. The controversy, dubbed Elsagate, after the frequent appearance of the Frozen character Elsa in such videos, raised concerns about the ease with which inappropriate content could slip past YouTube's child safety algorithms. The videos often used keyword manipulation and misleading tags to circumvent content filters, making them difficult to moderate on the platform's large scale. Many Elsagate videos were produced using live-action footage or simple flash animation, with some even employing claymation or computer-generated imagery. The videos typically lacked dialogue, making them accessible to a global audience without language barriers. They often featured nonsensical or disturbing scenarios involving bodily functions, violence, or sexual themes. As the controversy gained public attention, some content creators came under scrutiny for channels featuring real-life children in potentially abusive or dangerous situations. One notable example was the channel Toy Freaks, which was terminated by YouTube after concerns were raised about the content creator's treatment of his young daughters. In response to the growing outrage, YouTube announced stricter guidelines regarding content featuring children and began aggressively deleting channels and videos that violated these policies. Despite these efforts, critics argued that the platform's algorithms remained ineffective at protecting young viewers from harmful content. The Elsagate controversy highlighted the challenges faced by YouTube in moderating the vast amount of content uploaded to its platform and the potential risks posed to children by videos masquerading as family-friendly entertainment. At the bottom of the sea, an unusual object captured in a photograph has sparked intrigue and speculation among those fascinated by the possibility of extraterrestrial artifacts. The image, taken by a research ship in the 1960s while surveying the seafloor west of Cape Horn, shows a peculiar structure reminiscent of an antenna, standing upright at a depth of nearly 13,000 feet. The object's striking resemblance to a modern antenna has led some proponents of fringe theories to suggest that it might be evidence of an alien presence on Earth. However, marine biologists have offered a more terrestrial explanation, identifying the mysterious object as a rare species of carnivorous sponge. This particular sponge species is known for its distinctive appearance, featuring a long stem with nodes and club-like appendages that bear an uncanny similarity to a microwave antenna. Illustrations of the sponge from the late 19th century depict it as a bush-like organism deeply rooted in the muddy seafloor. Despite the sponge's identification by experts, the photograph and its enigmatic subject have continued to capture the imagination of those drawn to the idea of underwater alien artifacts. The M drive is a concept for a spacecraft thruster that has captured the imagination of some inventors and garnered media attention despite its apparent violation of the laws of physics. The basic idea behind the M drive is that it could generate thrust by reflecting microwaves inside a closed container without expelling any propellant. Several individuals have constructed prototypes based on this concept, each with their own design variations. Some have claimed to measure small amounts of thrust from their devices, leading to speculation about potential revolutionary applications in space travel. However, the scientific community has generally viewed these claims with skepticism, noting that a true reactionless drive would defy the fundamental principles of conservation of momentum and conservation of energy. Many physicists have argued that any apparent thrust measurements are more likely the result of experimental errors or unaccounted for forces. Over the years, various teams have attempted to replicate and test M-drive prototypes, including researchers in China and at NASA's EagleWorks laboratory. While some experiments seem to indicate small amounts of unexpected thrust, subsequent studies have suggested that these anomalies could be explained by external factors such as thermal effects or electromagnetic interactions. In 2021, a group of researchers in Germany published a series of papers detailing their efforts to rigorously test the M-drive concept. After carefully isolating possible sources of error, they found no evidence of any measurable thrust, concluding that previous positive results were likely false positives. They went on to replicate several past experiments, demonstrating how the apparent thrusts could be fully accounted for by known sources of experimental error. Despite the lack of scientific support, the M-drive concept continues to attract interest from those drawn to the idea of a revolutionary propulsion system. However, the consensus among experts remains that the device is fundamentally incompatible with our current understanding of physics, and that any extraordinary claims of its efficacy would require extraordinary evidence to overturn this view. Emil Stranu, a Romanian general, is a notable figure in discussions surrounding geoengineering and geowarfare. His expertise sheds light on these complex topics, particularly regarding the potential use of geoweapons in response to natural disasters. General Stranu's distinction between geoweapons, which alter the environment for military purposes, and geoengineering, which manipulates it for various objectives, provides valuable insight into the field. His exploration of geoengineering encompasses a range of techniques, including those with military applications, such as carbon removal and solar radiation modification. One of the focal points of General Stranu's discourse is the HARP project, a controversial initiative suspected of clandestinely influencing climate conditions for military advantage. His investigation into HARP installations in various countries, notably the Potent facility in the United States, has raised questions about its capabilities and potential implications. General Stranu's visit to HARP's Alaskan facility, despite its official guise as a university research center, has brought attention to its connections with the U.S. Army and CIA, prompting discussions about its diverse applications, from directed energy weaponry to space monitoring. Despite facing threats and multiple assassination attempts due to his outspoken views, General Stranu continues to contribute to the discourse on geoengineering and geowarfare, highlighting the potential risks and implications of these technologies. His analysis of the global landscape underscores the ongoing struggle between sovereigntist states and advocates of neo-progressivism or globalization, with secretive groups exerting significant influence behind the scenes. In regions like Eastern Europe, General Stranu's observations on Western agendas to fragment socialist states into smaller, more manageable entities, as evidenced by conflicts such as Kosovo, provide valuable perspective on geopolitical dynamics. While most people are raised to believe that ghosts are the spirits of the deceased returning to visit, there is another intriguing theory that suggests the living may be responsible for these paranormal occurrences. This idea proposes that our minds have the ability to leave behind emotional imprints or records of significant events, which can later manifest in the physical world long after we are gone. These emotional imprints, also known as residual energy or psychic imprints, are thought to occur when a person experiences a dramatic or traumatic event, causing their emotions to become so intense that they embed themselves into the surrounding environment. Much like a record player leaves grooves that can emit sounds under the right conditions, our minds could create a recording that can be played back when specific circumstances align. This concept has been explored in various forms of media, including a television production and a film, which have helped to popularize the idea and inspire people to reconsider the nature of ghosts. The theory suggests that historical repeaters, or apparitions that follow a consistent pattern without interacting with their surroundings, could be the result of a person's routine actions being imprinted on a location over an extended period. Traumatic experiences such as murders or car crashes are thought to generate enough energy to imprint the moment on the environment, resulting in the echoes of the past that we witness as hauntings. Some even believe that emotional imprints could be responsible for haunted objects, such as rocking chairs that move on their own or ghost ships, as a result of people pouring their love and affection into these items over the years. While the exact mechanism behind emotional imprinting remains unclear, it is speculated that it may be related to the electrical activity in our brains, particularly brainwaves. Under certain circumstances, a surge in this activity could potentially create a unique form of energy capable of affecting the physical world. Psychics who claim to be able to sense past events and emotions may already possess the ability to interpret these embedded emotions, and if this power could be harnessed, it could have significant implications for criminal investigations and our understanding of the past. Empathy, a fascinating aspect of human interaction, goes beyond merely understanding others. It's about feeling and sharing their emotions. What makes it bizarre is its complexity and the way it blurs the lines between individuals. Imagine experiencing someone else's joy or pain as if it were your own. It's not just about understanding, it's about mirroring emotions, almost like a psychological echo. This ability to resonate with others, to step into their emotional shoes, can be both awe-inspiring and puzzling. Furthermore, empathy isn't limited to humans. It's observed in animals too, suggesting it's deeply ingrained in our evolutionary history. The fact that it starts to emerge in children as young as 2 years old adds another layer of intrigue. How do we instinctively grasp something so nuanced from such a young age? But perhaps what's most bizarre about empathy is its variability among individuals. Some people seem to effortlessly empathize, while others struggle. And while it's often associated with kindness and compassion, it can also lead to overwhelming distress, especially when one feels another's pain too deeply. Even our brains play a role in this oddity. Brain trauma can impair empathy, highlighting its intricate neural pathways. Yet, evidence suggests it's not just hardwired. Empathy can be trained and cultivated, hinting at its malleable nature. In a world where empathy seems to be both a fundamental aspect of our humanity and a mysterious phenomenon, it's no wonder it continues to fascinate and perplex us. Joshua Abraham Norton, born in England in the early 19th century, eventually settled in San Francisco, California. Initially, he was a commodities trader and real estate speculator, but he faced financial ruin due to a failed rice market investment during a Chinese famine. In 1859, Norton proclaimed himself Emperor of the United States in a whimsical act. While he had no actual political power, people in San Francisco treated him with respect, and some businesses accepted currency issued in his name. Norton's eccentricity made him a beloved figure in the city, and he received free services and had his image featured on souvenirs. Norton's life took an interesting turn when he declared himself protector of Mexico after Napoleon III invaded Mexico. Despite lacking any formal authority, he issued decrees on various matters, including one that abolished the United States Congress. His actions ranged from visionary, like suggesting the League of Nations, to humorous, like imposing fines for saying Frisco. He also created his own currency, which some restaurants accepted, and he was known for his distinctive attire, often seen inspecting the city's streets and engaging in conversations with residents. Norton even intervened in anti-Chinese rallies in San Francisco. Throughout his reign, Norton engaged in foreign diplomacy, writing letters to foreign leaders, including Queen Victoria and Kamehameha V of Hawaii, in an attempt to foster relations. In his later years, Norton lived in poverty, and he died suddenly on the streets of San Francisco in 1880. Contrary to rumors, he was not wealthy, and his possessions included only a few dollars, a gold sovereign, and various headgear. His funeral, attended by a diverse crowd, reflected the city's respect and affection for the eccentric Emperor Norton. Today, he is remembered as a unique and beloved figure in San Francisco's history, with various references to him in literature and popular culture. In the depths of the internet, a bizarre conspiracy theory has emerged, suggesting that the vibrant network of human interaction we've come to know and love is nothing more than a facade, a lifeless wasteland secretly controlled by artificial intelligence. This idea, known as the dead internet theory, has gained traction among some online communities, who point to the increasing prevalence of AI-generated content as evidence that genuine human presence on the web is dwindling. Advocates of this theory contend that a significant portion of the content encountered online is actually the product of AI algorithms, and that even seemingly human-produced material is often the work of sophisticated bots. They propose that a cabal of influencers, bankrolled by powerful corporations and government entities, is orchestrating this silent takeover with the sinister goal of manipulating our thoughts and steering us towards consumerism. While the dead internet theory may seem far-fetched, it has struck a chord with certain users who perceive the internet as an increasingly bland and predictable space. They observe the same cyclical conversations and patterns of outrage playing out ad infinitum, leading them to question whether anything truly authentic remains. Yet, despite the presence of bots and AI-generated content, the reality is that the internet largely remains a realm of human interaction. The fact that this conspiracy theory has gained any traction at all, however, points to a profound sense of unease among some users regarding the trajectory of the web and the potential erosion of genuine human connection in the digital age. Enactivism is a position in cognitive science that argues cognition arises through a dynamic interaction between an acting organism and its environment. This theory suggests that the environment an organism inhabits is brought about, or enacted, by the active exercise of that organism's sensorimotor processes. In other words, living beings and their environments stand in relation to each other through mutual specification or codetermination. Proponents of enactivism maintain that organisms do not passively receive information from their environments, which they then translate into internal representations. Instead, natural cognitive systems participate in the generation of meaning by engaging in transformational interactions with their world. Some authors suggest that the increasing emphasis on enactive terminology presages a new era in thinking about cognitive science. Enactivism is closely related to situated cognition and embodied cognition, and is presented as an alternative to cognitivism, computationalism, and Cartesian dualism. It proposes that the self arises as part of the process of an embodied entity interacting with the environment in precise ways determined by its physiology. In this sense, individuals can be seen to grow into or arise from their interactive role with the world. One application of enactivism to perception is the analysis of the human hand. The many demanding uses of the hand are not learned by instruction, but through a history of engagements that lead to the acquisition of skills. It is suggested that the hand is an organ of cognition, not merely a subordinate working under top-down instruction, but a partner in a bidirectional interplay between manual and brain activity. Enactivism has also been applied to social cognition, suggesting that interaction processes can sometimes play constitutive roles in social cognition. This notion has led to research in social neuroscience and autism. In the field of education, enactivism is seen as a rich and powerful explanatory theory for learning and being, closely related to both Piaget's ideas of cognitive development and Vygotsky's social constructivism. Enactivism in education looks at each learning situation as a complex system consisting of teacher, learner, and context, all of which frame and co-create the learning situation. The concept of endless elevators has captured the human imagination for generations, with tales of these mysterious lifts extending deep into the earth, connecting to vast networks of underground tunnels and caverns. These stories have been perpetuated through urban folklore, with one notable proponent being a writer who chronicled a subterranean world filled with ancient ruins, reptilian creatures, and robotic entities in a popular science fiction magazine. There are few concrete explanations for what this phenomenon might represent. Some speculate that it could be an exaggeration of pit depth, elaborate hoaxes, or perhaps openings to undiscovered cave systems, clandestine military installations, ancient ruins, or even evidence of a hollow Earth. Others propose that endless elevators might be a manifestation of an extreme or paranormal phenomenon, such as a wormhole or a portal to an alternate dimension or reality. Some even suggest that it could be a symbolic cognitive space, given the frequency with which this imagery appears in dreams. The specifics of endless elevator accounts vary considerably, from individuals claiming to have accessed subterranean realms via hidden elevators in abandoned structures to those who have encountered the phenomenon in their dreams. Some of these tales are particularly disturbing, featuring reports of cannibalistic sadists and violence. The legend of endless elevators has also been linked to the Hypogeum, a massive 3-level underground complex hewn from living rock. According to a decades-old article in a prominent geographic magazine, it was once possible to traverse the length of a certain island nation entirely underground, but the government sealed all entries following a tragic incident involving a school group that vanished during a field trip into these passages, never to be seen again. The Enneagram, a geometric figure featuring 9 interconnected personality types, has been touted by some as a powerful tool for self-discovery and the attainment of higher states of consciousness. Proponents of this system believe that by delving into the intricacies of one's Enneagram type, individuals can cultivate a profound understanding of their own behaviors, motivations, and inner workings. Adherents of Enneagram-based spiritual practices suggest that through techniques such as meditation and self-reflection, one can harness the insights provided by this framework to unlock previously hidden aspects of the self and ultimately achieve a state of enlightenment. These practices often involve deep introspection and the exploration of the unconscious mind, guided by the wisdom of the Enneagram. However, the concept of Enneagram enlightenment remains a topic of debate and skepticism within both psychological and spiritual communities. Critics argue that the Enneagram lacks scientific rigor and empirical validation, casting doubt on its reliability as a tool for personal growth and transformation. Others maintain that the system oversimplifies the complex nature of human personality and spiritual development, failing to account for the myriad factors that contribute to an individual's journey toward self-realization. Despite the controversy surrounding Enneagram enlightenment, its proponents continue to advocate for its transformative potential, sharing anecdotal evidence of profound personal breakthroughs and spiritual awakenings. Detractors, on the other hand, caution against placing undue faith in a system that has yet to be fully substantiated by rigorous scientific inquiry. As the debate persists, the true efficacy of Enneagram enlightenment remains subjective. While some individuals wholeheartedly embrace this approach as a catalyst for spiritual growth, others remain unconvinced, viewing it as yet another unproven pathway in the ever-evolving landscape of personal development and self-discovery. Enochian is a mysterious language that was supposedly received from angels by 2 occultists in 16th century England. The language is integral to the practice of Enochian magic and is recorded in the private journals of those who claim to have received it. The Enochian language has a limited vocabulary of around 250 words, with more than half of these words appearing only once in the known texts. Some of the words resemble biblical names, but most have no apparent etymology. The grammar of Enochian is similar to English, with a scarcity of articles and prepositions. Adjectives are rare and typically precede the noun, as in English. Enochian texts were primarily recorded using the Latin alphabet, but a unique Enochian script also exists. The phonology of the language is essentially English, with a few challenging consonant and vowel combinations that resemble the kind of arbitrary patterns one might create by randomly combining letters. The available evidence suggests that Enochian verb conjugation is rudimentary and reminiscent of English, particularly the highly irregular verb to be. Personal pronouns exist, but are used infrequently and in ways that can be difficult to comprehend. Enochian numerals from 0 to 10 can be identified, but larger numbers are written in an alphabetical form with no discernible system, making the numerical system largely inexplicable. Despite claims that Enochian is the original language spoken by Adam in paradise, modern analysis indicates that it is a constructed language with strong similarities to English. The limited evidence of verb conjugation and word order closely follows English patterns, more so than ancient languages like Hebrew, which were said to be debased versions of Enochian. Ergophobia is an extreme and debilitating fear associated with work, employment, or specific workplace tasks. This phobia is not specifically defined in the Standard Diagnostic Manual for Mental Disorders, but can be classified under the category of other specific phobias. The features of ergophobia are often consistent with social phobia or performance anxiety, involving irrational fears related to the work environment. These fears can include failing at assigned tasks, public speaking, socializing with coworkers, or experiencing emotional, psychological, or physical injuries at work. Phobias, in general, are psychological conditions in which an individual has a persistent fear that is disproportionate to the actual threat posed by a situation or object. Phobias can be specific to certain stimuli or general to social situations and are often associated with other mental health disorders. Ergophobia has both physical and psychological symptoms, such as rapid heart rate, dry mouth, excessive sweating, general uneasiness, and panic attacks. It can also cause impairment at work, including difficulty meeting work requirements, keeping a job, or engaging with the workplace. The concept of ergophobia has been controversial, with some dismissing it as laziness in the past. However, it is now considered by some to be a corollary of occupational burnout, which is thought to result from long-term unresolvable job stress. Similar syndromes to ergophobia include generalized anxiety disorder, social anxiety disorder, and other specified anxiety disorders, all of which can cause distress and anxiety in work-related situations. The changing nature of employer-employee relations in the service-based economy and the use of performance appraisal systems can exacerbate emotional exhaustion among employees, potentially leading to feelings of burnout or ergophobia. A disturbing conspiracy theory has emerged from the depths of the internet, centered around an alleged computer algorithm known as Erratus. According to the theory, this enigmatic algorithm conducts covert data surveillance on anyone who searches for its name online, leaving no trace of its existence. The information gathered by Erratus is purportedly utilized by massive corporations to develop an artificial intelligence capable of distinguishing humans from other entities. Some proponents of the theory suggest that the algorithm's primary purpose is to identify and eliminate instances of copyright infringement on popular video sharing platforms. The origins of this conspiracy can be traced back to an anonymous post on an online message board in 2015. The rabbit hole deepens with the mysterious disappearance of a small-time content creator who delved into the Erratus mystery. Many speculate that this individual was silenced by the powers behind the algorithm for exposing its true nature. Despite numerous theories and investigations, the truth behind Erratus remains elusive. It is unclear whether the algorithm actually exists or if it is merely an elaborate hoax designed to captivate and unsettle those who stumble upon it. The Esalen Institute, a non-profit retreat center and intentional community nestled in the coastal mountains of California, has played a significant role in the development of humanistic alternative education and the human potential movement. Founded in the early 1960s by two Stanford graduates, the Institute quickly became a hub for exploring unconventional ideas and practices related to human consciousness and personal growth. Esalen founders envisioned a space where individuals could delve into a wide range of philosophies, religious disciplines, and psychological techniques without the constraints of mainstream academia or the dogma often associated with groups centered around a single charismatic leader. The Institute attracted a diverse array of influential thinkers, artists, and innovators who led experiential workshops focused on body awareness, sensory education, and emotional expression. The Institute's programs and workshops cover a broad spectrum of topics, from personal growth and spirituality to somatics and ecological sustainability. Esalen has also been at the forefront of research initiatives and educational projects, including the groundbreaking schizophrenia research project conducted at a state hospital. Over the years, Esalen has faced its share of challenges, including devastating natural disasters, leadership changes, and financial strains. Despite these obstacles, the Institute has remained committed to its core mission of exploring human potential and fostering personal and social transformation. While Esalen's workshops and accommodations come at a significant cost, the Institute strives to maintain a balance between financial stability and accessibility. The revenue generated from its programs is reinvested into the maintenance and improvement of its facilities, as well as supporting its various research and educational initiatives. Esalen's influence extends far beyond its scenic California campus, as it has played a crucial role in shaping the New Age movement and popularizing ideas and practices that have since become mainstream. The Institute's legacy continues to inspire those seeking personal growth, spiritual awakening, and a deeper understanding of the human experience. The Ethership Mystery refers to a collection of seance memoranda and letters published by a spiritualist organization in the years following World War II. These documents present a unique hypothesis for the origin of flying saucers, suggesting that they originate from a dimension of spacetime called Etheria, which exists alongside our own, separated by differences in density or vibration. The primary sources for this theory were channeled spirits of the deceased and psychically received information from Etherian entities themselves. One of the key figures in the development of this idea was a medium who claimed to have made psychic contact with the Etherians and observed an unusual craft, described as being the size of a large plane with flapping wings and reddish lights. Through seances, a collective of channeled intelligences known as the Inner Circle provided further details about the ether ships, asserting that they were constructed in Etheria and piloted by Etherian entities. The Inner Circle presented themselves as an astral body of discarnate intelligences, not directly responsible for the craft's construction or operation. Members of the spiritualist organization offered speculations on the physical laws that might explain the appearance, propulsion, and mechanics of the Etherian aeroforms, drawing on concepts such as grain and vibrational density. They also received communications from individuals claiming direct contact with Etherians, who provided additional information about the various types of crafts and the Etherian realm itself. The Ethership Mystery also includes controversial claims, such as a purported meeting between the US president and Etherians at a military base, which was disputed by some of the channeled entities. Despite the extraordinary nature of these assertions, the proponents of the Ethership Mystery maintained their belief in the interdimensional origin of flying saucers and the existence of Etheria. Designed by an artist with a background in amusement park rides, the Euthanasia Coaster is a hypothetical roller coaster concept that takes the idea of thrill-seeking to its darkest extreme. The coaster's sole purpose is to end the lives of its passengers, serving as a theoretical means of execution or euthanasia. The design begins with a lengthy, steep climb to a height far exceeding that of any existing roller coaster, during which riders would have time to contemplate their lives. At the top, passengers could choose to exit the ride or continue on to their demise. Should they choose to proceed, the coaster would plummet down a vertigo-inducing drop, reaching speeds close to terminal velocity before entering a series of 7 increasingly tight inversions. These loops would subject riders to lethal levels of G-force, causing a progression of symptoms from graying of vision to blackout, and ultimately death by cerebral hypoxia, a lack of oxygen to the brain. The concept behind the euthanasia coaster is rooted in the idea of the ultimate roller coaster, one that pushes the limits of what the human body can endure. While the design remains purely hypothetical, it has been featured in art exhibitions exploring themes of life extension and the ethical implications of such technologies. Though undeniably macabre, the euthanasia coaster serves as a thought-provoking artistic statement, prompting reflections on mortality, the nature of thrill-seeking, and the potential consequences of pushing the boundaries of human experience to their most extreme conclusions. The expanding Earth theory suggests that our planet has been growing larger over time. According to this idea, Earth started out much smaller millions or billions of years ago. The continents were once joined together on this small Earth, but as the planet grew, the land masses broke apart and spread out to their current positions. Some scientists think this expansion happens as new matter is created deep inside the Earth. They propose a mechanism where electrically charged particles from the Sun enter the planet's core and are transformed into new material, causing the Earth to swell outwards from the center. Proponents of the expanding Earth have tried to reconstruct what the planet looked like in the distant past based on the ages and positions of rocks on the continents and ocean floor. Their models indicate the Earth may have been around half its current size around 250 million years ago, and maybe only a quarter of its present size billions of years ago during the early stages of the planet's history. They calculate the Earth could currently be growing by around 2 centimeters per year. The expanding Earth concept provides an alternative explanation for how continents moved apart over time, in contrast to the widely accepted theory of plate tectonics. While still quite speculative, it offers a thought-provoking perspective on the dynamic nature of our planet and how it may have evolved over the eons. The phenomenon of animals exploding, while uncommon, can occur through both natural causes and human intervention. Natural explosions in living animals may serve a defensive purpose, while post-mortem explosions, such as those observed in beached whales, result from the buildup of gases produced by bacteria during decomposition. Throughout history, various military attempts have been made to weaponize animals by using them as delivery systems for explosives. These efforts have ranged from oxen carrying explosive charges in ancient China to more recent experiments with bat bombs and kamikaze dolphins during World War II. There have also been documented incidents of donkeys, mules, and horses being used in animal-borne bomb attacks. Some species of ants and termites have the ability to self-destruct through a process called autothysis, rupturing their bodies and releasing noxious chemicals to protect their colonies from intruders. This altruistic behavior occurs at the expense of the individual insect for the benefit of the colony as a whole. In one unusual case, a dairy cow in Australia was reported to have been partially blown up and killed after accidentally triggering a blasting cap it had picked up while grazing. The resulting explosion occurred while the cow was being milked, knocking the farmer unconscious. During World War II, the British Special Operations Executive developed a weapon known as the explosive rat. These booby-trapped rat carcasses were filled with plastic explosives and intended to be disposed of by burning, potentially causing boiler explosions in German facilities. A series of toad explosions in Germany prompted investigations into the cause of the bizarre phenomenon. While initial theories suggested viral or fungal infections, a veterinarian proposed that the explosions were the result of a combination of crow attacks and the toad's natural defense mechanism of puffing up their bodies. Extremophiles are organisms thriving in extreme environments, pushing life's boundaries. They endure extreme temperatures, radiation, salinity, or pH levels. While some spores and bacteria remain dormant for long periods, extremophiles flourish in such conditions, making them abundant life forms. Scientists have found extremophiles in diverse extreme environments, from Antarctica's cold depths to ocean sediments. Their resilience and adaptability stem from unique amino acid compositions affecting protein folding. Extremophiles are categorized based on the extremes they tolerate, like thermophiles, high temperatures, and acidophiles, acidic environments. Some fit into multiple categories, known as polyextremophiles. Astrobiologists study extremophiles to understand life's limits and potential on other planets. Extremophiles' adaptability to space conditions raises questions about life's interplanetary travel. In bioremediation, extremophiles clean polluted sites where traditional methods fail. Some, like piezophiles, tolerate deep sea pressures and metabolize pollutants. Extremophiles contribute to biotechnology with enzymes like Taq-DNA polymerase used in molecular biology for their stability and effectiveness under extreme conditions. Some aid in genetic modification. Extremophiles constantly reveal adaptability, crucial for understanding life's limits and offering potential in biotechnology and astrobiology. Eyelid viewing, sometimes considered a type of hallucination, has captured the curiosity of many. There are communities where people openly share their experiences with this phenomenon. In these spaces, individuals describe seeing vivid images and scenes with their eyes closed. They encounter various sights, sounds, and even sensations, creating a rich inner world that feels remarkably real. Interpretations of eyelid viewing differ among people. Some see it as a form of mental exploration, a way to tap into the depths of their imagination. Others believe it provides insights into their subconscious mind, revealing hidden thoughts and emotions. Many actively engage with eyelid viewing, using techniques like meditation or lucid dreaming to enhance their experiences. They see it as an opportunity for self-discovery, creativity, and spiritual growth. While some may dismiss eyelid viewing as mere hallucinations, these communities embrace it as a fascinating aspect of human consciousness. To them, it's a journey into the mysterious realms of the mind, where imagination flourishes and new insights await. Cydonia, a region on Mars, has captured scientific and public curiosity for its unique features, including a mesa-like structure famously dubbed Face on Mars. Cydonia showcases flat-topped mesas, hills, and valleys. Situated in Mars's northern hemisphere, Cydonia lies between cratered areas to the south and smoother plains to the north. Some speculate it might have once been a coastal area, with theories suggesting the northern plains could have been ocean beds. Initial interest in Cydonia was sparked by images captured by the Viking 1 and Viking 2 orbiters in 1976, which revealed the mysterious Face on Mars. Although initially thought to be a product of lighting and shadows, subsequent missions like NASA's Mars Global Surveyor and Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter provided clearer, higher-resolution images of Cydonia. In the spring of 1967, an industrial mechanic and amateur geologist was prospecting for precious metals in a remote area of a Canadian provincial park when he claims to have had a close encounter with a UFO. According to his account, he was startled by two glowing, hovering objects, one of which landed nearby. Upon approaching the craft, he observed it lacked any identifying insignia and had a smooth, metallic surface that changed color and emitted a golden glow. The man claimed to have heard muffled voices coming from inside the craft and attempted to communicate with the occupants in various languages, assuming they were experiencing mechanical difficulties. As he approached the craft, he says he donned welding goggles for protection and saw flashing lights and panels inside. When he touched the craft, he found it incredibly hot, melting the tips of his gloves. According to the man's story, as he walked away, the craft rotated, and a panel with a grid of holes emitted a blast of heated gas that struck him in the chest, setting his clothing on fire and knocking him backward. He claims to have torn off the burning clothing as the craft flew away. Following the incident, the man experienced a range of physical symptoms, including burns on his chest and stomach, diarrhea, headaches, blackouts, and significant weight loss. The grid-like pattern of his burns matched his description of the craft's exhaust panel. The incident was investigated by various Canadian and American authorities, with inconclusive results. Analysis of the site yielded unusual findings, such as a circle of burned vegetation and the presence of highly radioactive elements in soil samples and the man's clothing. However, skeptics have suggested that the man's burns could have been the result of an alcohol-related accident, and that the incident may have been a hoax to deter competitors from prospecting in the area. Despite the skepticism, the incident remains one of the most well-documented UFO cases in Canadian history and continues to fascinate those interested in the possibility of extraterrestrial encounters. 5 mice, given the playful nicknames Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum, and Fooey, made history as the first members of their species to travel to the moon. These intrepid rodents, alongside astronaut Ronald Evans, orbited the lunar surface for a record-breaking 6 days and 4 hours in the command module, while their human crewmates conducted the Apollo program's final lunar excursions. The mice were housed in a specially designed aluminum container, complete with individual compartments, a food supply, temperature control, and a system to absorb carbon dioxide and provide fresh oxygen. Their mission was part of a biological cosmic ray experiment, which aimed to study the effects of space radiation on living organisms. Tragically, one of the male mice did not survive the journey, and the remaining 4 were euthanized upon their return to Earth for further study. Despite the detection of lesions in their scalps and livers, these were not attributed to cosmic ray exposure, and no significant damage was found in their retinas, viscera, or brains. The 3 astronauts and their murine companions hold the distinction of being the last Earthlings to visit and orbit the moon, with Evans and the mice sharing the records for the longest time spent in lunar orbit and the most lunar orbits traveled. Feng Shui is an ancient Chinese practice that involves harmonizing individuals with their surrounding environment. The term itself means wind water, referring to the flow of energy or cosmic currents through places and structures. At its core, Feng Shui aims to situate living spaces, buildings, tombs, and other structures in optimal positions to maximize positive energy flow. This traditional belief system has its origins dating back over 3,500 years, stemming from early Chinese astronomy and cosmology. Foundational concepts include the idea of qi, an invisible life force that can be managed through proper placement and alignment. Principles like yin and yang polarity and the 5 elemental forces of metal, earth, fire, water, and wood are integral to Feng Shui philosophy. Techniques involve analyzing landscapes, observing celestial patterns, utilizing the bagua or 8 trigrams, and employing various instruments like the Luopan compass. Historically, Feng Shui guided community planning, conflict resolution, and environmental management in rural villages. It helped allocate resources, mediate disputes over land usage, and maintain social order through its system of cosmic rules. Even today, Feng Shui remains culturally significant, finding modern applications in interior design, architecture, and personal well-being practices like energy balancing and harmonious living spaces. Feral children, also known as wild children, grow up isolated from human society, lacking care, language, and social norms. Often depicted in legends, they struggle with basic skills like using a toilet or walking upright due to their isolation. Learning language becomes a significant challenge, supporting the critical period hypothesis. Interest in feral children grew in the 18th and 19th centuries as science sought to understand human development. Philosophers and scientists pondered whether they represented a distinct human species, posing a dilemma for psychologists in the 20th century. Documented cases of feral children vary, with some raised by primates like monkeys and others by wolves, dogs, or even bears. These children adopt animal behaviors and find it challenging to adapt to human society upon discovery. While feral children's stories have fascinated people for centuries, some cases are debated or regarded as hoaxes. Nonetheless, studying them provides insights into the importance of human interaction and society in our development. The Fermi paradox seeks to address the apparent absence of alien life in the universe, despite the vast number of potentially habitable planets and the presumed ease of interstellar travel given enough time. The paradox suggests that if intelligent life exists beyond Earth, it should have already visited or contacted our planet. Several factors contribute to the Fermi paradox, including the immense age and size of the universe, the relatively young age of our solar system, and the thousands of confirmed exoplanets, many of which may be capable of supporting life. However, the lack of evidence for extraterrestrial civilizations has led to numerous hypotheses attempting to explain this apparent contradiction. One possible explanation is that Earth may have developed life relatively early in the universe's history, and other habitable worlds may not yet have had sufficient time for intelligent life to evolve and spread. Alternatively, life could be more fragile than we assume, with habitable environments difficult to maintain over the long term due to various cosmic and planetary processes. Some researchers have also suggested that technologically advanced civilizations may tend to self-destruct soon after reaching a certain level of development, either through warfare or environmental catastrophe. Others propose that the most common life-bearing environments in the galaxy might be subsurface oceans on icy moons, which could limit the ability of intelligent life to explore and expand beyond their home worlds. Alien psychology and motivations could also play a role, with advanced civilizations potentially lacking interest in communicating with or visiting Earth. The vast distances and timescales involved in the universe may also make it unlikely for humanity to overlap in time and space with detectable alien civilizations. While there is likely no single solution to the Fermi paradox, ongoing research into exoplanets, astrobiology, and the origins of life may help narrow down the list of possible explanations. The discovery of microbial life within our solar system, for example, could suggest that the emergence of life is more common than previously thought, altering our understanding of the factors that contribute to the apparent silence of the cosmos. In the realm of physics, there are 4 fundamental forces that govern all interactions in nature: gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. Yet, some scientific theories suggest the existence of a mysterious 5th force, distinct from the known quartet. This hypothetical force, if it exists, comes in various forms with varying strengths and ranges. The quest for this elusive 5th force has intensified recently due to perplexing cosmic discoveries. First, there's dark matter, an enigmatic substance constituting most of the universe's mass. While many believe it's composed of undiscovered particles, others speculate it could be linked to an unknown fundamental force. Second, the universe's expansion is accelerating, attributed to a phenomenon called dark energy. Some physicists theorize that quintessence, a form of dark energy, might be this elusive 5th force. Detecting a 5th force poses challenges. Just as gravity acts weakly on smaller objects, this force might be feeble, making it hard to observe. In the late 1980s, researchers reported a potential 5th force, but subsequent experiments failed to confirm it. There are 3 key approaches to search for the 5th force. The equivalence principle tests involve comparing it to the strong equivalence principle, a fundamental tenet of general relativity. A 5th force might manifest as deviations in solar system orbits, measured through experiments like lunar laser ranging. Another form of the 5th force arises from theories with extra dimensions, like Kaluza-Klein theory. This Yukawa force is transmitted by a light scalar field, and experiments aim to detect deviations from the inverse square law of gravity on small scales. Some experiments focus on the Earth's mantle, using geoelectrons as giant particle detectors, while others examine pulsation rates of Cepheid variable stars. Yet, despite these efforts, there's no conclusive evidence for the existence of the 5th force. In 2015, researchers proposed the existence of a new lightweight boson called the X17 particle, indicating a possible 5th force. Subsequent experiments provided further support for its existence, but the quest for concrete proof continues. The Fiji mermaid, a grotesque curiosity once exhibited in sideshows, was not a mythical creature at all, but rather a clever fabrication crafted from the torso and head of a juvenile monkey sewn onto the back half of a fish. This mummified amalgamation, often adorned with fish scales, animal hair, and pendulous breasts, was touted as an authentic mermaid caught near the Fiji Islands in the South Pacific. The original Fiji mermaid was acquired by an American sea captain from Japanese sailors in the early 19th century, likely one of many such specimens being manufactured in Japan at the time by fishermen with an eye for profit and a mischievous sense of humor. The mermaid made its way to London in 1822, where it was displayed and even immortalized in an etching by artist George Cruikshank. In 1842, the renowned showman P.T. Barnum leased the Fiji mermaid from its owner and exhibited it in his American Museum in New York City. Barnum, ever the master of promotion, generated publicity for the specimen by having an agent plant stories in newspapers about its supposed discovery in South America. Despite its rather gruesome appearance, described by Barnum himself as an ugly, dried-up, black-looking, diminutive specimen, the Fiji mermaid proved to be a popular attraction. Although Barnum's original Fiji mermaid disappeared, likely destroyed in one of the many fires that plagued his collections, several replicas and variations have surfaced over the years, each claiming to be the true original. These exhibits, found in sideshows and curiosity museums, have kept the legend of the Fiji mermaid alive, even as they continue to trade on the public's fascination with the strange and the macabre. In ancient times, a cataclysmic conflict known as the Finno-Korean Hyperwar allegedly took place between the two most powerful empires of the era, the Proto-Finnic Holy Roman Khaganate and the Great Huan Empire. This war, which occurred thousands of years ago, supposedly resulted in the collapse of both empires and the near-total destruction of the world's population. According to some hypotheses, the Finnish and Korean empires may have been closely connected before the war, suggesting that the conflict could have been a large-scale civil war. Alternatively, the similarities between the two empires might have been a result of the massive territorial shifts caused by the war itself. Lore surrounding the events leading up to the Hyperwar describes the rise and fall of various ancient empires and civilizations, such as Atlantis, Iberia, and the Emu Confederation. The Finnish and Huan empires are said to have enslaved Proto-Indo-Europeans and Neanderthals, while Semitic and Congolese states emerged in other regions. The war allegedly involved land, sea, air, and even space-based combat, with the Finnish Empire invading Mesopotamia and India to counter growing Huan influence. The Huan Empire, in turn, claimed Persia, India, and Mesopotamia for itself. Following the collapse of the Huan Empire, the Proto-Finnic Khaganate withdrew its soldiers from Asia to fight the, quote, war on autism, which ultimately consumed and collapsed the empire. Some believe that later conflicts, such as the wars between Rome and Parthia, the Crusades, and even World Wars I and II, were continuations of the Hyperwar. The Finno-Korean Hyperwar remains a subject of speculation and debate, with some linguists pointing to similarities between Uralic and Altaic languages as possible evidence of the conflict's impact on human history. In ancient Rome, a glassmaker supposedly invented a flexible glass that could bend without breaking and return to its original shape. According to legend, the glassmaker presented this remarkable creation to the Roman Emperor Tiberius. However, rather than rewarding the inventor, the emperor had the man executed and his workshop destroyed. Tiberius apparently feared that this unbreakable glass would devalue precious metals like gold and silver. While the story's truth remains uncertain, some speculate the Roman artisan may have added boric acid or borax to the glass mixture, which can create a more durable material. These substances were known to be used by ancient craftspeople. However, the exact recipe for this flexible Roman glass, if it ever truly existed, remains a mystery lost to history. 5 U.S. Navy Avenger torpedo bombers, collectively known as Flight 19, mysteriously disappeared over the Bermuda Triangle during a routine navigation and combat training exercise in December 1945. The flight, consisting of an experienced leader and 4 trainee pilots, lost contact with the base after the flight leader reportedly became disoriented and believed they were over the Florida Keys, when in fact they were likely over the Bahamas. Radio communications between the pilots, overheard by other aircraft in the vicinity, revealed confusion about their location and a disagreement about which direction to fly to reach land. As the weather deteriorated and night fell, the flight leader made the decision to ditch the planes together when fuel ran low. A subsequent search and rescue mission launched a flying boat to locate Flight 19, but that aircraft also disappeared, with witnesses reporting flames from an apparent explosion at the plane's last known position. The Navy's investigation concluded that the flight leader had mistakenly led the squadron out to sea due to his belief that they were over the Gulf of Mexico, and that the rescue plane was likely lost due to an explosion. However, the cause of the explosion was not determined, and the report was later amended to state the cause of the disappearances as unknown. Over the years, several expeditions have claimed to have found the wreckage of Flight 19 or other Avengers lost in the area, but none have been conclusively identified as the missing planes. Forest rings are large, circular patterns found in the boreal forests of northern regions like Canada, where the tree density is lower inside the ring compared to the denser ring of trees around the outer edge. These distinctive formations can range from around 50 meters to nearly 2 kilometers across, with the rim about 20 meters thick. Despite being visible from aerial surveys since the 1950s, the exact origin of how forest rings form remains unknown, though various hypotheses have been proposed. One early idea suggested a radially spreading fungus infection could kill interior trees first, allowing new growth in the center while the fungal mat formed the circular stunted ring. However, this hypothesis fell out of favor due to lack of evidence. Another proposal involves bacterial species like Geobacter potentially playing a role through their ability to transfer electrons in a circular pattern, increasing acidity and dissolving materials to create a depression ringed by denser growth. While the cause remains uncertain, forest rings represent an intriguing phenomenon found in certain northern forest scapes. With their large scale only apparent from above, they showcase one of nature's more visually striking and obscure landscape patterns. According to Cherokee legends, a mysterious group of people once inhabited the Appalachian region long ago. These people were described as having white skin, beards, and eyes that were sensitive to daylight, leading to them being called the moon-eyed people. Stories claim they built ancient ruins in the area before eventually being driven out by the Cherokee. The origins and true nature of the moon-eyed people are uncertain. Some accounts suggest they may have been indigenous tribes, while others propose they could have been early European explorers. Certain legends even link them to a Welsh prince who supposedly came to America centuries before Columbus. While the existence of the moon-eyed people remains a mystery, their legend has endured through the centuries in the folklore of the Cherokee and in the accounts of early American settlers who learned of these strange ancient inhabitants of the Appalachian Mountains. The scattered historical references to the moon-eyed people have kept alive the tantalizing possibility that an unknown race once called the region home in the distant past.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Fractals, in mathematics, are geometric shapes with intricate patterns repeating at different scales. Unlike regular shapes, when you enlarge a fractal, its occupied space scales by a non-whole number factor described by its fractal dimension. These shapes often display self-similarity, with patterns recurring at varying scales, either exactly or approximately. Fractal geometry deals with these unique properties and patterns. Fractals possess peculiar traits like being nowhere differentiable, meaning their irregular, jagged structures make measuring their length or area challenging without infinite precision. The concept of fractals traces back centuries, with Benoit Mandelbrot coining the term in 1975. Fractals have evolved from early ideas of recursive patterns to modern computer-generated visualizations. They find applications in diverse fields such as art, computer graphics, physics, and biology. Fractals help model and understand complex natural phenomena like coastlines, clouds, blood vessels, and neuronal structures. A heroic Chicago firefighter named Frank Levy tragically lost his life along with several other firefighters battling a massive blaze at a dance hall in the 1920s. According to local legends, Levy had eerily leaned his hand on the window of the firehouse earlier that day, saying something foreboding about it being his last day on the job. The story goes that after Levy's death, his handprint mysteriously remained on that window, unable to be removed by any means until exactly 20 years later when a paperboy accidentally shattered the glass. This peculiar tale has become part of Chicago's ghost lore, told and retold over the decades. However, while Levy and the deadly fire were very real, there seems to be little evidence to support the handprint part of the story. No photographs exist of the supposed print, and the tale doesn't appear in records until long after the old firehouse had been torn down. So, the Levy handprint story is likely more folklore than fact, but its persistence over the years has transformed a fallen firefighter into a legendary figure, etching his name, heroism, and sacrifice into Chicago history. The tale, true or not, has made Levy an enduring symbol of the bravery of those who risk all to keep the city safe. A renowned Dutch-American primatologist and ethologist dedicated his career to studying primate social behavior, including conflict resolution, cooperation, and empathy. His groundbreaking work shed light on the complex emotional lives and cognitive abilities of our closest living relatives. Early in his career, he conducted a multi-year study on a large captive chimpanzee colony, resulting in a seminal book that was the first to describe primate behavior in terms of planned social strategies. His research initially sparked controversy for attributing emotions and intentions to primates, but ultimately helped establish the field of primate cognition. Over the years, his work drew attention to behaviors like deception, conflict resolution, and empathy in primates. He introduced concepts that were initially met with skepticism, such as reconciliation after fights, but gradually gained acceptance. He also played a key role in popularizing bonobos and their "make love, not war" reputation. Fundamentally, he aimed to understand the social glue that binds primate societies together. His studies led him to conclude that empathy and cooperation are shared by great apes and humans to varying degrees. He saw these traits as part of our evolutionary heritage, not unique to humans. In addition to his scientific work, he authored popular books relating insights from primate behavior to human society. He had a talent for making complex concepts accessible to a broad audience. 2 of his final books became bestsellers, cementing his legacy as both a pioneering researcher and gifted science communicator. Sadly, he passed away from cancer at the age of 75, leaving behind an immense contribution to our understanding of primates, including ourselves. His work will continue to shape the field and inspire new generations of scientists to explore the depths of the animal mind. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that traces its origins back to the local guilds of stonemasons in the 14th century. It's the world's largest and oldest non-religious, non-political, fraternal, and charitable organization. Freemasonry evolved from the guilds of stonemasons and cathedral builders of the Middle Ages. With the decline of cathedral building, some guilds of stonemasons began to accept honorary members to boost their declining membership. From a few of these guilds emerged modern symbolic or speculative Freemasonry, which particularly in the 17th and 18th centuries adopted the rites and trappings of ancient religious orders and of chivalric brotherhoods. In 1717, the first Grand Lodge was founded in London. This marked the beginning of the modern Masonic era and the standardization of the ritual. The Freemasons are organized into independent and sovereign Grand Lodges. A Grand Lodge governs the individual or subordinate Masonic lodges within its jurisdiction. There is no single overarching governing body that presides over worldwide Freemasonry. Within the fraternity, members are taught its precepts by a series of ritual dramas that follow ancient forms and use stonemasons' customs and tools as allegorical guides. These rituals take the form of degree ceremonies which dramatically depict a progression of allegorical two-part plays. The essential principles of Freemasonry are brotherly love, relief, and truth. Its symbolic emblems include the square and compass, the trowel, the rough and trued ashlars, the pyramid, and the globe. It has its own myths, allegories, and legends. Much of the content of its ceremonies and lectures is derived from the Old and New Testaments, and its aims and principles are essentially Christian. Over the years, Freemasons have been accused of everything from controlling the world to engaging in occult practices. But in reality, Freemasonry is a fraternal organization dedicated to philanthropic and educational purposes. Some of the most famous Freemasons include George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and Winston Churchill. Despite facing occasional opposition and conspiracy theories over the centuries, Freemasonry has continued to thrive and remain an influential and intriguing part of society. Its symbols and rituals have captured imaginations, while its commitment to brotherhood and charitable causes have earned respect. The fraternity's longevity and past roster of luminaries has only added to its mystique. For those both inside and outside the order, Freemasonry remains a source of fascination, a centuries-old society with legendary roots, arcane rites, and profound global influence. Viral videos of a mysterious creature dubbed the Fresno Nightcrawler have captured the imagination of the internet and spawned a modern folklore legend. The story began when a Fresno resident shared eerie surveillance footage from his front lawn, showing what appeared to be a pair of walking pants with no visible upper body. Another video a few years later captured similar pale figures with long, spindly legs wandering through a community near Yosemite National Park. These strange clips quickly spread online, sparking rampant speculation and debate about what has come to be known as the Fresno Nightcrawler. Over time, the Nightcrawler has joined the ranks of other famous cryptids like Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster, animals whose existence is claimed but unproven. But what makes the Nightcrawler unique is its humble origins in these specific videos and its rapid rise to internet fame. Artists worldwide have embraced the Fresno Nightcrawler, creating their own interpretations ranging from the creepy to the cute. Photorealistic images blend the creature into historical photos. Quirky illustrations adorn stickers and keychains. The Nightcrawler's simple, almost silly appearance lends itself well to merchandising. Beyond the visuals, the Nightcrawler has also become a muse for storytellers. Because the videos merely show the creatures innocently lurking in the night, there's ample room for playful tales rather than just terror. Podcasters have delved into the legend, even touring with comedy shows devoted to the cryptid. Locally, Fresnans have taken pride in their native Nightcrawler. It's been the star of art shows and the theme of Halloween displays. Some even prefer being known for this quirky creature than for some of the region's less savory claims to fame. So while the Fresno Nightcrawler's reality remains a mystery, its place in pop culture is firmly established. This bizarre beast, whatever it is, has truly captured the world's imagination, one stilted step at a time. In the late 19th century, the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche introduced several concepts that would later be reflected in the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud. Despite Freud's claims to the contrary, there is evidence he was familiar with Nietzsche's works and integrated some of the philosopher's ideas into his own psychological framework. Nietzsche and Freud both explored the concept of the unconscious mind, the notion that repressed thoughts and feelings continue to influence us even when we are unaware of them. They believed this repression serves a protective function, making individuals more emotionally comfortable and high-functioning by pushing unacceptable ideas out of conscious awareness. However, these repressed drives later find disguised outlets, such as altruistic acts, masking unconscious hostile feelings. The two thinkers also drew parallels between dreams and the unconscious. They saw dreams as complex symbolic illusions that offer a cathartic, healthy release for our hidden emotions and instincts. Nietzsche and Freud further connected unconscious drives to psychological conditions like paranoia, suggesting that projection of hostile feelings can lead individuals to perceive others as persecutors. Beyond these conceptual similarities, Freud used some of the same terminology as Nietzsche, hinting at a direct influence. Despite Freud's adamant disavowal of ever reading Nietzsche, references to the philosopher appear in Freud's writings, letters, and secondhand reports of his conversations. While Freud would go on to become a monumental figure in the field of psychology, it seems Nietzsche's philosophical musings on the inner workings of the human mind paved the way for some of Freud's revolutionary ideas about the unconscious roots of behavior and mental illness. Scientists are exploring the feasibility of building a massive new particle accelerator that would dramatically exceed the capabilities of any previous circular collider, including the famous Large Hadron Collider. This enormous machine, dubbed the Future Circular Collider, would smash together particles at unprecedented energies in the hopes of unlocking the deepest secrets of the universe. The proposed accelerator would be housed in a sprawling underground tunnel, stretching up to 100 kilometers in circumference. This tunnel would dwarf the current 27-kilometer loop that houses the Large Hadron Collider, which itself is a marvel of modern engineering. Inside this vast subterranean ring, beams of protons would race around in opposite directions, propelled to astronomical speeds by cutting-edge technologies. When the beams collide, the total energy released would be orders of magnitude greater than anything achieved by the LHC, opening up entirely new frontiers in particle physics. Scientists believe this jump in power could shed light on some of the most perplexing mysteries in physics today. It may reveal the nature of dark matter, help explain the imbalance between matter and antimatter in the universe, and even provide clues about how the fundamental forces of nature unite at extremely high energies. But realizing this ambitious vision will require overcoming immense technological challenges. In a vast dust cloud at the heart of the Milky Way galaxy, astronomers have discovered a rather unusual molecule, ethyl formate. This chemical compound is responsible for giving raspberries their distinctive flavor and aroma. Oddly enough, ethyl formate is also known for its rum-like scent. While scouring through thousands of signals from this interstellar cloud, known as Sagittarius B2, researchers were hoping to find evidence of amino acids, the building blocks of life. Although they didn't detect any amino acids this time around, the discovery of ethyl formate and another molecule called propylcyanide has boosted their confidence that these vital compounds could be found in the coming years. The molecules were spotted using a powerful radio telescope that analyzed the radiation emitted by the dust cloud surrounding a newborn star. Different molecules absorb and re-emit this radiation at specific energies, allowing astronomers to identify them from afar. So far, the team has identified around 50 unique molecules in their cosmic survey, with many more waiting to be analyzed. These complex molecules are thought to form when simpler compounds like ethanol link together on the surface of dust grains floating in space. As researchers continue to sift through the data, the prospect of finding the elusive amino acids that could seed life on other planets remains an exciting possibility. While we may not be able to harvest space raspberries anytime soon, the detection of increasingly complex organic molecules in deep space brings us one step closer to understanding the origins of life in the universe. In the early 20th century, an unconventional thinker named William Danmar developed a peculiar theory he dubbed galomalism. At the heart of this esoteric concept lies the golem, which Danmar defined as the fundamental essence of mass and the ever-present product of two opposing tendencies, one driving matter into existence, the other resisting this materialization. According to Danmar, by grasping the principles of galomalism and its mathematical representation, which he termed contravaxentism, one could unlock a complete understanding of the universe. He claimed that every substance contains spantums, which, when chipped or shaved, give rise to color. Danmar also introduced an array of quirky terminology, such as the chemograph, temperatometer, chemicature, and xeron, the latter referring to organic substances near the so-called zero of nature or point of death. Perhaps the most bizarre aspect of Danmar's theory was his nervanology, a supposed science of death that purportedly proved the existence of ghosts. He even went so far as to locate these spectral entities in the tail of the Earth, providing a diagram oriented to the latitude of New York City. Contemporary reviewers of Danmar's work were understandably skeptical, with one describing his ideas as a new budget of paradoxes. Despite the outlandish nature of his claims, Danmar's galomalism serves as a fascinating example of the human mind's capacity for conjuring up unorthodox explanations for the mysteries of the universe, no matter how far-fetched they may seem. The Ganzfeld effect is a peculiar phenomenon that occurs when you undergo sensory deprivation for an extended period. By blocking out all external stimuli, your brain tries to make sense of the lack of information, often leading to vivid visual and auditory hallucinations. To experience the Ganzfeld effect, your entire field of vision must be filled with a uniform color, free from any changes in brightness, movement, or depth. This is typically achieved by placing halved ping pong balls over your eyes or wearing a specially designed paper mask. The room should be illuminated with a single color of light, usually red, and you'll listen to white noise to minimize auditory disturbances. Within minutes of this sensory deprivation, your perception begins to shift. You may notice a gradual dimming of the light, even though it remains constant. Colors may appear to change or fade, and you might see eye tracers or blood vessels. Prolonged exposure can lead to more vivid hallucinations, similar to those induced by certain drugs. While generally safe, the Ganzfeld experiment can be unsettling, causing disorientation and confusion. Those with mental health conditions like schizophrenia may find the experience particularly negative. Parapsychologists have long used the Ganzfeld experiment to investigate the possibility of extrasensory perception, or the sixth sense. In these studies, a receiver undergoes the sensory deprivation while a sender in another room focuses on a target image. If the receiver's hallucinations match the target, it's considered a success. However, the scientific community remains skeptical due to inconsistencies and methodological issues in these studies. Ultimately, the Ganzfeld effect demonstrates the brain's remarkable ability to generate perceptual experiences in the absence of external stimuli. It induces an altered state of consciousness, blurring the line between wakefulness and sleep, and potentially offering a glimpse into the mind's inner workings. Gaslighting is a devious form of psychological manipulation that can occur in both personal and professional relationships. Victims of gaslighting are fed a steady stream of false information, leading them to question their own perceptions, memories, and even their sanity. The term gaslighting comes from an old play and movie, where a manipulative husband slowly convinces his wife that she's going insane. In real life, gaslighters often have narcissistic or psychopathic personality traits. They lie, twist reality, and undermine their victim's sense of self to gain control over them. Gaslighting often starts subtly, with small lies and inconsistencies. The manipulator may shower their target with affection and confide in them early on, a tactic known as love bombing. But as the relationship progresses, the gaslighter's distortions grow more complex and potent. They may deny things they've said, question the victim's recollection of events, and even recruit others to back up their version of reality. Over time, the constant doubt and manipulation can erode the victim's self-esteem and ability to trust their own judgment. They may start to blame themselves, wondering if they're too sensitive or truly losing their grip on reality. When a victim tries to break free, the gaslighter often turns on the charm, promising to change and lavishing them with praise. A manipulative ploy called hoovering, named after the vacuum cleaner. But once the victim lets their guard down, the cycle of abuse continues. The psychological effects of gaslighting can be devastating, shattering the victim's trust in themselves and others. Escaping a gaslighter's influence is rarely easy, but it is possible with support and a firm grasp on one's own truth. Recognizing the signs of manipulation is the first step in breaking free from the twisted reality the gaslighter has created. According to voodoo tradition, the souls of the dead reside in a murky realm of the underworld known as Guinea. This plane serves not as a place of punishment, but rather a transitional space spirits must navigate before reaching the deep waters, where they reunite with their ancestors. Presiding over Guinea is the powerful Loa, or spirit, Baron Samedi, often depicted as a top hat-wearing skeleton. He guards the crossroads that serve as portals to other worlds, the most significant being the 7 Gates of Guinea. Interpretations of these gates vary among voodoo practitioners. Some view them as metaphorical, representing the 7 days following death when the soul remains close to the body and vulnerable to being zombified by hoodoo magic. During this period, the soul passes through each gate, meeting Baron Samedi at the 7th before being escorted to the land of the dead. Others believe the gates have earthly counterparts scattered throughout the cemeteries of New Orleans' French Quarter. The area was once home to numerous burial grounds, making it a veritable city of the dead. Specific tombs and monuments, such as that of famed voodoo priestess Marie Laveau, are thought to mark the locations of these portals. Opening the gates in the correct order is crucial, lest dangerous spirits be unleashed or the seeker be dragged into the underworld. A traditional voodoo rhyme is said to reveal the proper timing: 7 nights, 7 moons, 7 gates, 7 tombs. Each gate is guarded by a powerful Lo who must be appeased with ritual offerings. The 7 Guinea gateways are believed to be most active on certain holidays, such as Christmas, Mardi Gras, and All Saints' Day, making them easier to open. But those seeking to enter the realm of the dead must tread carefully, respecting the guardians and the mysteries that lie beyond the gates of Guinea. Genetically modified organisms, or GMOs, are organisms whose genetic material has been altered using genetic engineering techniques. While humans have been modifying the genomes of plants and animals for thousands of years through selective breeding, recent advances have allowed for much more precise control over the genetic changes being made. Crops, farm animals, and soil bacteria are some of the more prominent examples of GMOs. Genetic modifications can provide benefits such as increased crop yields, reduced need for pesticides, enhanced nutrient content, and resistance to pests and environmental stressors. Animal modifications can increase yield and reduce susceptibility to disease. In the pharmaceutical industry, GMOs are used to produce proteins, antibodies, and tissues for medical treatments. However, there are also concerns about potential risks associated with GMOs. Some worry about unintended consequences of altering an organism's natural state, such as changes in metabolism, growth rate, or response to environmental factors. There are also concerns about the possibility of GMOs spreading antibiotic resistance or causing ecological imbalances. Debates have arisen over specific cases such as Bt corn and its potential impact on monarch butterfly populations. Economic concerns include the control of GMO patents by private companies and potential impacts on small farmers. There are also philosophical and religious objections, with some believing it is intrinsically wrong to tamper with nature, or that mixing genes between species is immoral. This has led to calls for clear GMO labeling to allow for informed consumer choices. Regulation of GMO research and development has evolved over time. Early guidelines focused on lab safety, but as GMOs moved toward commercialization, broader issues arose. Governments now perform risk assessments before allowing commercial use, but regulation remains challenging due to the difficulties in predicting impacts. The case-by-case approach to risk assessment is widely accepted, though specific regulatory approaches vary between countries. While many believe that adequate research can allow for safe use of GMOs and that they have significant potential benefits, others maintain that extreme caution is warranted given the possible risks. As GMO use continues to expand, ongoing research and improved safety measures will play a key role in shaping their future impacts. Geofacts are naturally occurring rock formations that can be easily mistaken for man-made artifacts. These stones can take on shapes that resemble tools or other objects created by ancient humans, making it challenging for archaeologists to distinguish between true artifacts and geofacts during excavations. The process of glacial melting and the movement of rocks can create geofacts that appear similar to weapons like spears. Mixing of natural and salt water during glacial periods can also alter sediment locations within rocks, leading to artificial markings that mimic human craftsmanship. Archaeologists have developed methods to differentiate geofacts from artifacts, such as analyzing blow angles on rocks and examining the roundness of abrasions. However, even with these techniques, geofacts are still often misinterpreted as artifacts, leading to errors in archaeological findings. In some cases, geofacts can be found mixed with genuine artifacts and human remains, further complicating the identification process. Archaeologists must carefully consider factors like the natural environment of the rocks and the presence of similar shapes and edges to determine whether an object is a geofact or an artifact. While some argue that the presence of rocks far from their original environment indicates human intervention, evidence suggests that glacial moraines and fluvial glacial deposits can also cause rocks to move significant distances, creating geofacts in unexpected locations. Geometrodynamics is a physics theory that aims to explain the fundamental aspects of the universe using geometry, such as shapes and measurements. It's like trying to piece together the puzzle of space, time, and forces using geometric principles. One aspect of this theory, known as Einstein's geometrodynamics, takes a special approach to understanding how things move and change in the universe. Named after Albert Einstein, this part of the theory delves into the dynamics of spacetime. Another facet, called Wheeler's geometrodynamics, delves even deeper into concepts like mass and charge, exploring phenomena such as geons and wormholes. Geons are essentially ripples in space that can affect objects, while wormholes are theoretical shortcuts through spacetime. Today, scientists continue to explore these ideas, particularly in the realm of quantum geometrodynamics. This branch seeks to understand space and time on the smallest scales imaginable, akin to using a microscope to examine the universe's intricacies. It's an ongoing quest for scientists to unravel the mysteries of our universe at its most fundamental level. In a small Georgia town known as the granite capital of the world, a mysterious monument called the Georgia Guidestones stood for over 4 decades. Commissioned by an enigmatic stranger using the pseudonym Robert Christian, the Guidestones consisted of massive granite slabs inscribed with 10 guidelines for humanity in 8 languages. The first of these cryptic commandments called for maintaining the global population under 500 million, a staggering reduction from the current number. This sparked speculation and controversy from the moment the Guidestones were unveiled in 1980. Over the years, the monument weathered vandalism and criticism, its true purpose and meaning remaining elusive. However, a rare book written by Robert Christian himself, titled Common Sense Renewed, shed light on the motivations behind the Guidestones. In it, he espoused troubling ideas about population control, including the notion that some lives are more valuable than others. Despite these disturbing revelations, many local officials seemed unconcerned. Some even expressed agreement with the Guidestones' messages, viewing them as sensible rather than sinister. But the Guidestones story took a dramatic turn in 2022 when a gubernatorial candidate pledged to demolish the satanic monument if elected. Shortly thereafter, an explosive device damaged the stones, leading to their complete demolition by authorities. The identity and motives of the bomber remain unknown. However, the mystery of who commissioned the Guidestones may have been accidentally solved years earlier. In a little-known documentary, a local banker entrusted with managing the monument's construction let slip a key piece of evidence, a letter from Robert Christian with a return address belonging to an Iowa doctor named Herbert Kirsten. Kirsten, it turned out, had a history of writing newspaper letters about the need for rational population control. Even more concerningly, an acquaintance claimed Kirsten had bragged about his friendship with a prominent eugenicist who believed in the genetic inferiority of certain races. While some locals dismiss these allegations or prefer not to grapple with their implications, the revelations cast the Guidestones' curious messages in a darker light. As the town reckons with the aftermath of the monument's explosive demise, the troubling beliefs that may have motivated its creation linger like a conspiracy carved in stone. Gadolinium gallium garnet, or GG for short, is a synthetic crystalline material with several unique properties that make it a promising candidate for next-generation data storage. Its cubic lattice structure allows for precise 3D laser writing and reading, while its optimal hardness strikes a balance between economical large-scale processing and durability against frequent read-write cycles. GGG's magnetic and optical properties are also well documented, thanks to its previous use as a substrate in magnetic bubble memory technology. The potential data storage capacity of GG is truly astounding. A single cube of this material, measuring just a few centimeters per side, could theoretically hold the equivalent of several entire internets worth of data. This is because each GG molecule is capable of storing a certain number of data bits, resulting in an incredible data density when scaled up to macroscopic sizes. However, to fully harness the power of GG, researchers are exploring the concept of quantum electronic processing, or QP. Unlike traditional computing, which deals with binary states of 0 and 1, quantum processing can handle a superposition of all states between those values simultaneously. This introduces a form of parallelism that could make quantum computing millions of times faster and more efficient than current transistor-based systems. The main challenge in implementing QP lies in observing the quantum dynamics without disrupting the delicate superposition of states. One potential solution involves a phenomenon called quantum entanglement, where two particles become correlated in such a way that measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. By using one entangled particle for measurements while leaving its partner inside the quantum processor, it may be possible to gather information about the system's quantum states without triggering a collapse of the superposition. While many of the technologies involved in creating a GG quantum electronic processor are still in the experimental or theoretical stages, rapid advancements in fields like laser engineering and quantum computing suggest that such a device could become a reality within our lifetimes. The successful integration of GG's immense storage capacity with the raw processing power of QP could revolutionize computing as we know it, opening up new frontiers in data-driven research, simulation, and discovery. In China, there's a curious phenomenon of under-occupied property developments, often referred to as ghost cities or ghost towns. These aren't abandoned, defunct places, but rather new installations that have yet to receive their intended residents. Interestingly, the way property values are structured in China contributes to this situation. There are two main types of housing: economically affordable housing, which must be lived in by the owner and can't be bought and sold as an investment, and commodity housing, which can be purchased as an investment and is considered a more secure way to store money. The construction of commodity housing is driven by the significant disparity between urban and rural land prices. Municipalities can redesignate rural land as urban construction land, reselling it at much higher prices. This provides a lucrative non-tax income stream for local governments. Developers who acquire these plots are mandated to build quickly, often without sufficient housing demand in the area. While some initially criticize these ghost cities, many argue that they should be viewed as long-term investments in China's future urbanization. Over time, several of these once under-occupied developments have transformed into thriving, economically vibrant areas. As China's urban population continues to grow, these seemingly empty cities are gradually filling up, becoming functional and lively places to live and work. So, what may appear to be a ghost town today could very well be a bustling metropolis in the years to come. The concept of the mind existing separately from the body, often referred to as the ghost in the machine, has been a topic of philosophical debate for centuries. This notion, originally put forth by René Descartes, suggests that mental and physical activities occur simultaneously but independently. However, this idea has been critiqued by various philosophers, most notably Gilbert Ryle, who argued that it is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of the mind and its relationship to the body. Ryle contends that the mind-body dualism theory commits a category mistake by attempting to analyze the mind and body as if they were of the same logical category. He argues that this confusion of logical categories is evident in other theories that attempt to reduce either mental reality to the status of physical reality or vice versa. According to Ryle, the principles underlying the mind-body dualism doctrine are unsound and conflict with our understanding of the mind. Ryle's critique of the ghost in the machine concept challenges the long-held belief that the mind is a distinct entity, capable of existing independently from the physical body. His arguments have contributed to the ongoing philosophical debate surrounding the nature of consciousness and the relationship between the mental and the physical. Despite the complexity of the topic, Ryle's insights offer a thought-provoking perspective on one of the most enduring questions in the history of philosophy. In the southeastern Anatolia region of Turkey lies a remarkable archaeological site known as Göbekli Tepe, which dates back to the pre-pottery Neolithic period. This ancient settlement, inhabited from roughly 9,500 to 8,000 BCE, is home to the world's oldest known megaliths, massive stone pillars arranged in large circular structures. These structures, some reaching up to 30 meters in diameter, feature T-shaped limestone pillars weighing up to 50 tons each. Many of these pillars are intricately decorated with carved reliefs depicting various animals, abstract symbols, and even some humanoid figures. The site's discovery has challenged our understanding of early human civilization, as it predates the advent of agriculture and pottery by several centuries. The construction of such monumental structures would have required significant organization and labor, suggesting that the inhabitants of Göbekli Tepe had already developed complex social systems. One of the most intriguing aspects of Göbekli Tepe is the apparent lack of evidence for permanent settlements or agriculture in the immediate vicinity. This has led some researchers to propose that the site may have served as a regional gathering place for various hunter-gatherer groups who came together to participate in rituals or ceremonies. The precise purpose of the circular structures and their enigmatic iconography remains a topic of ongoing research and speculation. The God Helmet is an intriguing experimental device designed to investigate the effects of weak magnetic fields on the brain's temporal lobes. Created by Stanley Coren and neuroscientist Michael Persinger, its original purpose was to explore creativity and religious experiences. When worn, some individuals have reported feeling a sensed presence, sparking public interest and TV documentaries. Operating with very weak magnetic fields comparable to household appliances, the helmet aims to stimulate specific brain regions. While Persinger claims positive results, replication attempts have yielded mixed outcomes. Some suggest suggestibility or flawed methodologies may explain reported experiences. Although not intended to induce divine visions, the God Helmet explores theories like the vectorial hemisphericity hypothesis, which proposes our self-awareness involves both brain hemispheres. Disruptions in their communication could lead to unusual perceptions. Persinger theorizes that paranormal experiences may result from such disruptions, with some users reporting sensing presences, angels, or God while wearing the helmet. Despite skepticism, the God Helmet continues to captivate interest in neuroscience and human perception. The concept of God not being omnipotent, known as the omnipotence paradox, raises thought-provoking questions about the nature of divine power. Traditionally, the idea of God as omnipotent suggests unlimited power and authority. However, the omnipotence paradox challenges this notion by presenting logical dilemmas that question the coherence of omnipotence itself. One such paradox revolves around the question, can God create a stone so heavy that even He cannot lift it? If God can create such a stone, then there exists something He cannot lift, contradicting His omnipotence. On the other hand, if God cannot create such a stone, then there is something He cannot do, also challenging His omnipotence. This paradox highlights the inherent contradictions in the concept of unlimited power. It suggests that the very idea of omnipotence may be logically inconsistent or impossible to fully comprehend. Various theologians and philosophers throughout history have grappled with the implications of the omnipotence paradox. Some propose alternative understandings of divine power, suggesting that God's omnipotence may be limited by His own nature or by logical principles. On a secretive Scientology compound in California, there's a place called The Hole, where dozens of the organization's senior executives have reportedly been confined for months or even years at a time. It's said to consist of a few double-wide trailers joined together. According to accounts from former members, the Scientology leader began sending executives there in the early 2000s as a form of punishment. Life inside the hole was described as degrading and inhumane. At times, up to 100 people were allegedly crammed into the small space, forced to sleep on the floor or under desks. They could only leave the building under guard to shower at a nearby maintenance garage. The executives were made to wear rags, eat scraps, and participate in bizarre group confessions that sometimes turned violent. People were reportedly beaten, hazed, and psychologically tortured to make them comply. Some well-known figures in Scientology's international management are said to have spent time in the hole, although the church denies the facility exists and states that no one was ever held against their will. A few managed to escape the compound entirely, later describing their experiences to the media and FBI. However, law enforcement has been unable to investigate conditions there, as no one still inside has filed a complaint. The disturbing allegations bring to light the darker side of Scientology's strict hierarchy and raise serious questions about how the controversial organization treats its members behind closed doors. But so far, the secretive nature of the church has allowed it to avoid any real accountability. The golden ratio and the golden spiral are two intertwined mathematical concepts that have captivated the minds of mathematicians, artists, and scientists for centuries. The golden ratio, represented by the Greek letter phi, is an irrational number approximately equal to 1.618. It emerges when two quantities are in a specific proportion to each other, such that their ratio is the same as the ratio of their sum to the larger quantity. This seemingly simple mathematical relationship has far-reaching implications and appears in various aspects of nature, art, and design. The golden spiral, a logarithmic spiral that grows outward by a factor of the golden ratio for every quarter turn, is a visual representation of this fascinating concept. Its graceful, ever-expanding shape maintains the same proportions as it grows, creating a mesmerizing pattern that has been observed in a wide range of natural phenomena. From the spiral chambers of the Nautilus shell to the swirling arms of galaxies and the intricate arrangement of seeds in a sunflower, the golden spiral seems to be nature's preferred design. The prevalence of the golden ratio and the golden spiral in the natural world has led to widespread speculation about their significance. Some believe that these mathematical concepts represent a fundamental principle governing the structure and beauty of the universe. The fact that they appear in such diverse contexts, from the microscopic to the cosmic scale, suggests an underlying order and interconnectedness that is both awe-inspiring and mysterious. Artists and architects have long been drawn to the aesthetic appeal of the golden ratio and the golden spiral. Masterpieces like Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man and works by Michelangelo and Salvador Dali incorporate these concepts to achieve a sense of balance, harmony, and visual pleasure. The use of the golden ratio in art and architecture has been a topic of debate, with some experts questioning the extent of its intentional application. However, the enduring fascination with these concepts highlights their power to captivate the human imagination. The golden ratio and the golden spiral are not merely abstract mathematical ideas, they are deeply rooted in the fabric of our reality. Their occurrence in the Fibonacci sequence, where each number is the sum of the two preceding ones, further underscores their fundamental nature. The Fibonacci sequence itself has a myriad of applications in mathematics, computer science, and nature, adding to the intrigue surrounding these concepts. During the Cold War era, the United States intelligence agencies became increasingly interested in the potential of using psychic abilities like remote viewing and astral projection for espionage purposes. This interest was fueled in part by reports that the Soviet Union was heavily investing in parapsychological research. In response, the US launched several secret programs, such as Operation Stargate, to investigate and harness these alleged abilities. Remote viewing involves a person projecting their consciousness to distant locations to gather information, while astral projection is an out-of-body experience where the soul is said to leave the physical body and travel freely. Historically, stories of astral travel date back to ancient times, but the idea gained popularity in the 19th century spiritualist movement. As part of these secret programs, the CIA purportedly developed a special camera known as the glass camera. This device was supposedly used by psychics to record images and sounds encountered during astral projection sessions, providing a more objective form of intelligence than subjective descriptions alone. However, concrete evidence for the existence of this camera remains elusive. One curious case involves a psychic named Robert Golf, who allegedly died during a remote viewing session while using the glass camera. According to some accounts, Golf's consciousness became untethered from his body upon death and was drawn into the afterlife, possibly heaven itself. The recording captured by the camera was reportedly classified at the highest levels, never to be viewed by the public. Some speculate that the government suppressed this information to maintain control over the population's beliefs about the afterlife. The tale of Robert Golf and the glass camera, while intriguing, remains a mystery. Nonetheless, it reflects the enduring fascination with the possibilities of psychic phenomena and the lengths to which governments have gone to exploit these abilities, whether real or imagined. When browsing satellite imagery on popular map services, you might occasionally encounter areas that appear blurred, distorted, or obscured. These digital blind spots, sometimes called map blanks or black zones, often conceal sensitive locations around the world. The reasons behind this intentional censorship vary, but they usually involve national security concerns or requests from governments and private entities. In some cases, the obscured sites are unsurprising. Military bases, defense installations, and royal residences are common targets for this type of digital redaction. For example, the entire region encompassing Israel and Palestine remains one of the most extensively blurred areas on global map services, largely due to a U.S. regulation restricting the resolution of commercially available satellite imagery of the area. Other instances of map censorship might seem more peculiar at first glance. A county in New York once requested that Google blur out an amusement park, a beach, and several parking lots, citing them as potential terrorism targets. Some governments, like Malaysia, have opted not to request any map censorship at all, arguing that doing so would only serve to highlight the locations they consider sensitive. Curiously, vast swaths of Antarctica also appear in low resolution on many map platforms. The continent's harsh, remote conditions and largely featureless terrain make high-resolution imagery both challenging to capture and arguably less necessary. However, some sizable areas are specifically blurred, standing out from the already obscured landscape and hinting at unknown structures or activities concealed beneath the ice. As technology advances and the availability of detailed satellite imagery continues to grow, the practice of map censorship remains an intriguing and sometimes controversial aspect of our digital world. In the world of particle physics, there's an ongoing quest to develop a so-called grand unified theory, or GUT for short. The goal of a GUT is to merge three of the fundamental forces of nature, the electromagnetic, weak, and strong forces, into a single, overarching force that would have existed in the very early universe. While this unified force hasn't been directly observed, many theoretical models predict its existence. The idea is that at extremely high energies, far beyond what can be achieved in particle accelerators today, these three forces would essentially become indistinguishable from one another. They would unite under a larger symmetry, governed by a single force carrier particle and a unified coupling constant. As the universe cooled and expanded after the Big Bang, this symmetry would have broken, causing the forces to differentiate into the distinct interactions we observe today. Developing a functional GUT is no easy task, as it requires accounting for all known particles and their properties while also predicting new, undiscovered ones. The most promising candidate models are based on large symmetry groups like SU, 5, SO, 10, and E6. These groups contain the symmetries of the standard model as subgroups, allowing for a mathematical framework that could potentially describe all elementary particles and their interactions. One of the key predictions of many GUT models is the existence of magnetic monopoles, hypothetical particles with only one magnetic pole, either north or south. Another common prediction is proton decay, a process that would see the fundamental building blocks of atomic nuclei break down into lighter particles, So far, no magnetic monopolies have been found, and proton decay has never been observed, placing constraints on the viability of certain gut models. Despite the lack of experimental evidence, the allure of a grand unified theory remains strong. It promises a more fundamental understanding of the universe, a glimpse into the conditions that existed mere fractions of a second after the Big Bang. The search for a gut represents a profound quest to uncover the most basic laws of nature, to find unity in the seemingly complex tapestry of particles and forces that make up our world. The Great Attractor is a mysterious region of space that seems to be pulling our galaxy and many others towards it with immense gravitational force. Scientists estimate that the Great Attractor contains the mass of tens of thousands of galaxies concentrated together. However, it's difficult to observe the Great Attractor directly because it lies in a direction obscured by the dense plane of our own Milky Way galaxy. Astronomers first noticed something unusual when measuring the motion of galaxies. Many of them seem to be streaming in the same direction at very high speeds, as if being tugged by an unseen mass. The source of this gravitational pull was dubbed the Great Attractor. More recent studies have suggested the Great Attractor may just be part of an even larger structure of galaxy clusters, and that our local group of galaxies is actually being drawn towards something called the Shapley supercluster even further away. So while we can't see it directly, we know the Great Attractor is out there, drawing our cosmic neighborhood towards it as though a giant plug had been pulled in that direction. The true nature of this bizarre phenomenon remains one of astronomy's enticing unsolved mysteries. Perhaps future observations will reveal what colossal objects or cosmic structures are responsible for the perplexing motion induced by the Great Attractor. Researchers have used cosmic ray imaging to uncover a hidden 30-foot-long corridor within the Great Pyramid of Giza. This discovery was made as part of an ongoing international partnership called Scan Pyramids, which has been using various non-invasive scanning techniques to map out the inner structure of the pyramid since 2015. The newly found passage is located just behind a chevron-shaped configuration of stones near the pyramid's entrance. The Great Pyramid, built around 2560 BCE under the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, has always been shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The complex system of chambers and passageways within the pyramid is unique among structures of its time, and the reasons behind their construction remain largely unknown. This is not the first hidden chamber discovered in recent years. In 2017, researchers found another mysterious void measuring 98 feet long. While the purpose of these chambers is still being investigated, some experts believe they may have served to distribute weight within the massive structure, which consists of 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing an average of more than 2 tons. Researchers plan to continue their scans at the site, hoping to uncover artifacts and further unravel the mysteries of the Great Pyramid. The discovery of this hidden corridor opens up new avenues for exploration and research into one of the world's most iconic and enigmatic structures. The Great Serpent Mound is an ancient Native American effigy located in Ohio, stretching over 1,300 feet in length and varying in height from a few inches to a few feet. The mound is shaped like a serpent, with its body winding back and forth and ending in a triple-coiled tail. At the head of the serpent is an oval-shaped feature that some believe represents an egg, the sun, or even a frog. There has been much debate among scholars about which specific Native American culture built the mound and when it was constructed. Recent research suggests that the Serpent Mound was initially built by the Adena culture around 2,300 years ago and then later rebuilt or repaired by the Fort Ancient culture about 900 years ago. The mound is situated on a plateau that is actually the site of an ancient meteorite impact crater, adding to its mystique. Some theories propose that the mound's construction could have been influenced by astronomical events, such as the appearance of a supernova or comet. The Serpent Mound has been a source of fascination for many, with various interpretations of its meaning and significance. Some see it as a representation of an ancient Native American creation story, while others find spiritual power and enlightenment in its presence. In 1888, a peculiar event known as the Great Sheep Panic occurred across southern England. On the evening of November 3rd, tens of thousands of sheep simultaneously fled from their fields and enclosures across an area spanning several hundred square miles of Oxfordshire. The following morning, the sheep were found scattered far and wide, with some still trembling in fear under hedges and others huddled together in the corners of distant fields. The sheer scale of the event was astounding, as it would have been impossible for even 1,000 people to have caused such widespread panic among the sheep. Interestingly, a similar incident occurred the following year in nearby Berkshire. One possible explanation for the Great Sheep Panic is that it happened on an exceptionally dark night, punctuated by occasional flashes of lightning. Sheep are known to be timid and easily frightened animals, and the unusual atmospheric conditions may have triggered their instinctive flight response on a massive scale. Greek fire was an incendiary weapon used by the Eastern Roman Empire starting in AD 672. It was designed to set enemy ships on fire and was ejected from a device similar to a flamethrower. The mixture was highly flammable and could ignite upon contact with water, likely made of naphtha and quicklime. The Byzantines effectively used Greek fire in naval battles, even burning on the water's surface. This technology played a crucial role in Byzantine military victories, notably in defending Constantinople from Arab sieges. The reputation of Greek fire was so significant that crusaders from Western Europe referred to any incendiary weapon as Greek fire. However, these mixtures differed from the Byzantine formula, which remained a closely guarded secret. Byzantines used pressurized nozzles to project the liquid, similar to a modern flamethrower. The exact composition of Greek fire remains uncertain, with suggestions including pine resin, naphtha, quicklime, calcium phosphide, sulfur, or niter. Despite the term Greek fire being widespread, original Byzantine sources used various names like sea fire, Roman fire, or liquid fire. Incendiary weapons existed long before Greek fire, including sulfur, petroleum, and bitumen-based mixtures, incendiary arrows, and pots. Greek fire's development is attributed to Callinicos, an architect who fled to the Romans and played a crucial role in repelling Muslim forces during sieges of Constantinople. The secrecy surrounding Greek fire extended to its composition, manufacture, and deployment, with knowledge compartmentalized to prevent enemies from understanding it fully. Theories on its composition have varied, but most modern scholars believe it was based on crude or refined petroleum, similar to napalm, with additional ingredients like resins for thickening and intensifying the flame. Greek fire was mainly deployed through tubes on ships, with portable projectors also used, and jars thrown by catapults. However, it had limitations, such as limited range and sensitivity to sea and wind conditions. Despite this, Greek fire remained a significant factor in battles and Byzantine history. In the 12th century, during a period known as the Anarchy in England, a remarkable event occurred in the Suffolk village of Woolpit. A group of villagers came across two young children with green skin near an old wolf pit. The children, who appeared nervous and spoke an unintelligible language, were taken to the home of a local nobleman, Sir Richard de Calne. Initially, the green children refused to eat any food offered to them. However, they eventually found green beans in Richard de Calne's garden and consumed them straight from the ground. Over time, the children were introduced to a normal diet, and as a result, their green complexion faded. As the children learned to speak English, they shared their story. They claimed to be from a land called St. Martin, where the sun did not shine as brightly and a luminous country could be seen across a river. The children recalled hearing a loud sound while tending to their father's flocks and suddenly finding themselves in the fields of Woolpit. The boy fell ill and passed away shortly after the children were baptized, but the girl, later known as Agnes, lived on. She worked for Richard de Calne for many years before marrying the Archdeacon of Ely and having at least one child. Some believe the green children of Woolpit were descendants of persecuted Flemish immigrants, their green skin a result of malnourishment. Others prefer the more whimsical notion that they emerged from an underground world inhabited by green people. Regardless of their true origins, the tale of the green children of Woolpit remains an intriguing part of English folklore. Gray goo is a hypothetical doomsday scenario involving molecular nanotechnology, where self-replicating machines spiral out of control and consume all matter on Earth to build more of themselves. This process, called ecophagy, could potentially reduce the entire biosphere to dust in a matter of days. The term gray goo was coined by a nanotechnology pioneer in the 1980s to illustrate the difference between machines that are superior in terms of human values and those that are merely superior in terms of competitive success. While the self-replicating machines need not be literally gray or gooey, the term emphasizes the idea that such replicators, despite being evolutionarily successful, might not be particularly inspiring or valuable to humans. Some experts have raised concerns about the risks associated with developing advanced nanotechnologies, including the potential for weaponization or accidental release of self-replicating machines. However, more recent analyses suggest that the likelihood of a gray goo scenario is much lower than initially thought, as creating such machines would be needlessly complex and inefficient. Despite the low probability of a gray goo catastrophe, the concept remains a useful tool for considering the potential low probability, high impact outcomes of emerging technologies. A mysterious magnetic vortex, located in the Gulf of Aden, has reportedly defied the efforts of several major world powers to shut it down or even determine its exact origin and purpose. The vortex, which was first noticed by U.S. scientists around the turn of the millennium, has been expanding in recent years, prompting an unprecedented warning and a massive naval buildup in the region. Some have speculated that the vortex could be a stargate, a portal opening up into our world from another dimension or distant galaxy. However, mainstream scientists dismiss this theory as lacking any credible basis in astronomy or fact. The expansion of the vortex has been accompanied by unusual seismic activity in the Gulf of Aden, with dozens of earthquakes occurring in the region for the first time in recorded history. These events have coincided with strange astronomical phenomena, such as the disappearance and reappearance of a stripe on the planet Jupiter. While mainstream media outlets have largely avoided reporting on the vortex, some alternative news sites suggest that it may be linked to recent global weather anomalies and catastrophes, such as unprecedented snowfall, record low temperatures, and massive storm systems affecting multiple continents. The true nature and implications of the Gulf of Aden vortex remain a mystery, with some fearing that the public release of secret government files related to the phenomenon could sow panic on a global scale. The High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, or HAARP, is a fascinating research facility in Alaska that has sparked a lot of speculation and wild theories. HAARP consists of an array of nearly 200 tall antennas that can transmit high-frequency radio waves into the Earth's ionosphere, the layer of charged particles high above the surface. By exciting a small region of the ionosphere, HAARP allows scientists to study how radio waves interact with this part of the atmosphere. This research has important applications for improving global communication and navigation systems that rely on transmitting signals through the atmosphere. However, HAARP's capabilities have been vastly exaggerated by some conspiracy theorists. They have claimed the facility is a secret weapon that can control the weather, trigger earthquakes, knock out aircraft, and even control people's minds. In reality, HAARP is far too weak to cause such dramatic effects. Its transmissions are quickly overpowered by the sun's natural influence on the ionosphere. While HAARP was partly funded by the US military, it is not a classified project. The facility holds open houses, and its research is conducted by many universities. So, while HAARP allows unique scientific experiments, it is not the doomsday device that some have imagined it to be. As with many powerful technologies, the reality of what it does is often more mundane than the wild rumors and theories that surround it. In a fascinating experiment, scientists recently used a powerful transmitter in remote Alaska to bounce radio signals off a passing asteroid. The goal was to learn about the asteroid's interior makeup, which could prove valuable if we ever need to defend Earth from a potentially hazardous space rock. The transmitter, located at the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, or HAARP facility, sent out long wavelength signals that can penetrate deep into objects, unlike the shorter wavelengths typically used to image asteroid surfaces. By analyzing how these signals reflected off the asteroid's interior, researchers hope to map out its internal structure and composition. This information could be vital for developing an effective asteroid defense strategy. If we know how the mass is distributed inside a threatening asteroid, we can better target it with deflection devices to nudge it off course. The experiment also relied on a worldwide network of amateur scientists who helped track the HAARP signal and confirm it reached the asteroid. This collaborative approach highlights how the scientific community and citizen scientists can work together to conduct cutting-edge research. While the final results will take some time to process, this innovative test demonstrates a new way to study asteroid interiors and improve our ability to protect Earth from potential impacts. By peering inside these ancient space rocks, we may unlock secrets that one day help safeguard our planet and all life on it. Scientists have discovered unique particles called massless Dirac polaritons that blend the properties of light and matter. These particles emerge in specially designed ultra-thin materials with a honeycomb-like structure at the nanoscale. What makes Dirac polaritons special is that they behave like particles with no mass, allowing them to travel very efficiently, similar to how electrons move in single-layer graphite, one of the most conductive materials known. However, unlike in single-layer graphite, the properties of these Dirac polaritons can be easily tuned and controlled. By sandwiching the honeycomb material between two mirrors and adjusting the distance between them, researchers can modify the fundamental characteristics of the Dirac polaritons, such as their speed and internal structure, in a simple and reversible way. This tunability is a key advantage over single-layer graphite, where altering its properties is extremely challenging. The discovery of Dirac polaritons and the ability to control them opens up exciting possibilities for the development of photonic circuitry, where information is transported by light instead of electrons. This could lead to much faster and more efficient light-based computers in the future, revolutionizing the field of computing as we know it today. During World War II, a secretive division of the Nazi SS called the EI-4 developed revolutionary spacecraft known as the Haunebu. These saucer-shaped craft allegedly utilized an advanced propulsion system that harnessed electromagnetic energy and gravity manipulation. The Haunebu craft ranged in size, with some models reaching diameters of over 70 meters and capable of incredible speeds, potentially even achieving spaceflight. They were said to be constructed from an exotic metal called Victelen, providing enhanced protection. As the war neared its end, the SS purportedly aimed to evacuate key personnel and technology using the largest Haunebu craft, the 71-meter-wide Haunebu 3. This massive saucer was rumored to carry a crew of up to 32 and sustain them for several weeks. Speculation suggests these craft were relocated to a hidden Antarctic base or possibly even used for off-world missions. In the decades following, disc-shaped UFOs bearing resemblance to the Haunebu were reported worldwide, leading some to believe the Nazis had secretly survived and continued developing their unusual technologies. While evidence remains scarce and much is clouded by myth, the stories of the Haunebu continue to capture the imagination of those fascinated by tales of secret Nazi wonder weapons and the enduring mysteries of UFOs. The exotic propulsion, incredible capabilities, and strange history ascribed to these craft have cemented their place in the annals of fringe science and conspiracy lore. Havana syndrome is a mysterious illness that has affected American diplomats and intelligence personnel around the world. Sufferers report hearing strange sounds, often described as buzzing, grinding, or squealing, followed by a range of symptoms such as dizziness, headaches, and fatigue that can last for months. The syndrome first emerged in Cuba, but cases have since been reported on every continent, impacting hundreds of individuals. While some believe it may be a psychological condition brought on by stress, others suspect it could be caused by a secret weapon, possibly involving microwave energy. Decades ago, researchers discovered that microwaves, particularly when pulsed at certain frequencies, could produce sounds perceived inside a person's head without any external noise. During the Cold War, both the United States and the Soviet Union explored the potential of microwaves for mind control and weaponization. In the 1970s, the US discovered that the Soviets were bombarding their embassy in Moscow with low-level microwaves, possibly for surveillance purposes. Some embassy staff later developed health issues, though a link to the microwaves was never proven. Now, as more cases of Havana syndrome emerge, suspicion has fallen on Russia, China, and other adversaries who may have developed microwave weapons to target American personnel. However, hard evidence remains elusive, and some experts propose that mass psychogenic illness, where symptoms spread among a cohesive group, could be responsible. As the mystery deepens, the US government is taking the issue seriously, investigating possible causes and working to support affected individuals. While answers remain scarce, the syndrome continues to have a real impact on America's diplomatic and intelligence capabilities overseas. In 18th century Britain and Ireland, exclusive clubs known as the Hellfire Clubs served as meeting places for high society rakes to engage in what were considered immoral acts. The most notorious of these was founded by a prominent politician who led a double life. The club's members were thought to take part in mock religious ceremonies, allegedly while dressed as biblical characters and dining on provocatively named dishes. The club president's title was even that of the devil, though members didn't actually worship demons, instead using the imagery to satirize religion and morality at a time when blasphemy was in vogue. Unlike other clubs of the era, this one welcomed both men and women as equals. Its meeting places included local taverns and members' private residences. Reports of the club's activities eventually led to political rivals, accusing its founder of immorality, forcing him out of Parliament. Another well-known Hellfire Club was founded later in the 18th century at Medmenham Abbey. The abbey was extensively renovated, with phallic symbols, mythological themes, and sexual items featured in its decor. Its members referred to themselves as monks and their leader as the abbot. Rumored attendees included prominent political and society figures of the day. Legends claim the members' activities involved prostitutes, orgies, and even satanic rituals, though the extent of debauchery is difficult to prove. Despite the serious allegations leveled against them, the Hellfire Clubs were likely less diabolical than the public imagination made them out to be, providing a way for the elite to let loose away from the era's strict social conventions. In the philosophy of Plotinus and others, there exists a concept known as henology, which is centered on the idea of the One. This notion stands apart from other philosophical disciplines in its focus. While many philosophical traditions begin with the study of being or existence itself, henology takes a more radical approach. It looks beyond mere being to contemplate an ultimate unity that transcends all things. Similarly, henology differs from philosophies primarily concerned with understanding knowledge and truth. Rather than examining how we come to know, it fixes its gaze on the source from which all knowing and being emerge. The one of henology is not a being among other beings, but rather the ineffable origin of all beings. It is a oneness surpassing any conception or category our minds might frame. By positing the One as the supreme principle, henology represents a metaphysics of radical transcendence. It asserts a primal unity prior to all division, distinction, and determination. While this ultimate One defies definition, henologists see it as the necessary foundation for everything that exists. The aim of henology is thus a kind of philosophical ascent, a contemplative striving toward that highest, most unified source of reality. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was a secret society in Great Britain that focused on metaphysics, the occult, and spiritual development. Active in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it became one of the largest single influences on Western occultism. The Golden Dawn was founded by Freemasons who were also members of an esoteric Masonic organization. They developed a system based on hierarchy and initiation, similar to Masonic lodges, but open to both men and women on an equal basis. Members studied topics like Hermetic Kabbalah, astrology, tarot, and alchemy. The order was organized into 3 tiers, with the second order focused on practical magic and the secretive third order supposedly directed by advanced adepts. Many prominent figures of the time joined the Golden Dawn, including artists, writers, doctors, and various occult-inclined individuals. The order's legendary cipher manuscripts, which formed the basis for its rituals and teachings, combined with its secretive nature to give it an air of profound mystery. Over time, the order fragmented due to leadership disputes and personal conflicts among members. Despite its relatively brief existence, its influence continued long after the original organization ceased to exist. Several Golden Dawn spin-offs and successor organizations emerged, and the teachings of the order spread through initiated members. Published works, like those of Israel Regardie, brought the previously hidden wisdom of the Golden Dawn to a wider audience in the following decades. While no direct lineage of the original Golden Dawn temples survives today, many occult organizations and systems still draw upon its rich symbolism, complex cosmology, and potent magical techniques, ensuring its continued place as a cornerstone of modern Western esoteric tradition. In 2008, archaeologists in Yorkshire, England made a startling discovery: a remarkably well-preserved human brain dating back over 2,600 years, making it the oldest intact brain found in Eurasia. The brain was discovered inside a skull buried face down in a pit during an archaeological excavation. Analysis revealed that the skull belonged to a man likely in his 30s who had been hanged and then decapitated shortly after death, with his head buried immediately in the pit. While the reason for his killing remains unclear, it's possible it was part of a ritual sacrifice. Amazingly, the brain had survived despite the disappearance of all other tissue on the skull. Though shrunken to about a fifth of its original size, the brain showed few signs of decay. Much of its original material had been replaced by an unidentified organic compound. Several factors contributed to the brain's remarkable preservation, including the waterlogged, oxygen-free soil in which it was buried, and the unusual chemical changes it underwent due to the severing of the head. The lack of contamination from gut bacteria, which usually consume the body from the inside out after death, also played a role. The precise mechanism of preservation remains a mystery, but the brain's resilient tofu-like texture and the tightly packed protein aggregates found within provide clues. The discovery of this ancient brain offers a fascinating glimpse into the past and the complex processes of decomposition and preservation. In a remote valley in central Norway, mysterious lights have been observed floating through the air both day and night for decades. These lights, known as the Hessdalen lights, can appear as bright white, yellow, or red, and have been reported to move at various speeds, sometimes hovering or swaying slowly, and other times moving at tremendous velocities. Sightings of unusual lights in the region date back to at least the 1930s, with a significant increase in activity during the early 1980s that attracted many tourists to the area. In recent years, sightings have decreased, but still occur regularly. Several research projects and scientific teams have attempted to investigate the Hessdalen lights phenomenon, employing various methods to record and analyze the mysterious lights. Despite these efforts, no conclusive explanation has been reached, and the lights remain an enigma. Some sightings have been positively identified as misperceptions of natural or man-made objects like celestial bodies, aircraft, car headlights, and mirages. However, many occurrences remain unexplained. One theory suggests that the lights may be caused by the combustion of airborne dust from local mining operations, with the presence of specific elements like scandium in the Hessdalen Valley contributing to the phenomenon. Another hypothesis proposes that the lights are formed by clusters of electrically charged particles known as Coulomb crystals, which are produced by the ionization of air and dust by radiation during the decay of radioactive elements like radon in the atmosphere. This theory potentially explains various properties of the lights, including their oscillation, geometric structure, and light spectrum. The piezoelectric effect, in which certain crystals produce an electrical charge when subjected to mechanical stress, has also been suggested as a possible cause. The Hessdalen Valley contains quartz-rich rocks that could generate intense charges through this effect. While the true nature of the Hessdalen lights remains a mystery, ongoing research and scientific inquiry continue to explore this captivating phenomenon. Hesychasm is a contemplative tradition within Eastern Christianity that emphasizes the practice of silent inner prayer to achieve a state of stillness and union with God. The word itself comes from the Greek term meaning stillness, rest, or quiet. While hesychasm has roots in early Christian monasticism, it took its definitive form in the 14th century, particularly on Mount Athos in Greece. Practitioners known as hesychists seek to engage in unceasing prayer, most commonly the Jesus prayer, which involves the repetition of a short phrase like, "Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner." Over time, hesychists developed specific techniques to assist in their prayer, such as controlled breathing and focusing the mind within the heart. These psychosomatic practices were believed to help withdraw the senses, overcome distracting thoughts, and cultivate inner stillness. The ultimate goal of hesychasm is theosis, or deification, a transformative union with God. This is seen as a gradual process involving purification from passions, illumination of the mind, and finally, mystical union. Hesychists who reach this state often report experiencing the divine as an uncreated light, associated with the light seen by Christ's disciples at his transfiguration. In the 14th century, hesychasm sparked a controversy within the Eastern Orthodox Church, with some theologians arguing against its practices and doctrines. Ultimately, the teachings of hesychasm's defenders, particularly Gregory Palamas, were upheld as orthodox and became influential in Eastern Christian theology. While hesychasm is deeply rooted in Eastern Orthodox spirituality, its emphasis on silent, contemplative prayer and mystical experience shares similarities with practices in other Christian traditions as well as in non-Christian religions. Its practitioners see it as a powerful path to inner peace, spiritual transformation, and intimate communion with the divine. Imagine a hypothetical hotel with an infinite number of rooms, all of which are occupied. Surprisingly, this fully booked hotel can still accommodate new guests, even an infinite number of them, without any of the current guests having to leave. To make room for one new guest, the hotel simply shifts each current guest to the next room. The guest in room 1 moves to room 2, the guest in room 2 moves to room 3, and so on. Since the hotel has infinitely many rooms, this process can continue forever, opening up room 1 for the new guest. The same principle applies to any finite number of new guests. If 10 guests arrive, each current guest moves 10 rooms over, leaving the first 10 rooms open. Even more remarkably, the hotel can accommodate an infinite number of new guests by moving each current guest to a room number that is double their current one, thereby opening up all the odd-numbered rooms for the newcomers. Things get even stranger when an infinite number of buses, each carrying an infinite number of guests, arrive at the hotel. By assigning guests to rooms based on their seat and bus numbers using prime numbers, powers of prime numbers, or other methods, the hotel can find a unique room for every passenger on every bus. This mind-bending thought experiment, known as Hilbert's paradox, illustrates the bizarre nature of infinity. While it seems to defy common sense, the paradox follows logically from the properties of infinite sets. It highlights the fact that in an infinite system, a part can be the same size as the whole, a concept that runs counter to our everyday experience with finite collections of objects. Though abstract, Hilbert's paradox provides a glimpse into the strange and fascinating world of infinite sets and the counterintuitive results that arise when dealing with the concept of infinity in mathematics and logic. In the small Eastern European country of Lithuania, there's a peculiar and fascinating site known as the Hill of Crosses. This hilltop is covered in tens of thousands of crosses and religious symbols left by pilgrims over many generations. The exact origins of this tradition are a bit unclear, but it seems to have started after unsuccessful uprisings against Russian rule in the 1800s. Families who couldn't locate the bodies of their lost loved ones began leaving crosses on the hill in their memory. Over time, people began leaving crosses and effigies for all sorts of reasons: to pray for peace, health, and success, to commemorate historical events, or to symbolize the enduring spirit of the Lithuanian people in the face of hardship. During the Soviet era, the Hill of Crosses became a symbol of resistance against religious persecution. The Soviets tried to stamp out this practice, bulldozing the site multiple times, but Lithuanians kept returning, risking punishment to secretly erect new crosses. After Lithuania regained independence, cross-making became a popular folk art tradition. Thousands of new crosses and carvings now fill the hill, left by visitors from all over. The Hill of Crosses has become an important pilgrimage site and a powerful testament to the faith and perseverance of the Lithuanian people through a turbulent history. In Norse mythology, Odin, the king of the gods, possesses a magnificent throne called Hlidskjalf. This high seat grants Odin the power of Sider, which allows him to see into all realms and listen to everything that transpires within them. By sitting upon Hlidskjalf, Odin achieves a state of omniscience, enabling him to gain knowledge of all things. The throne's significance is highlighted in various mythological tales. In one story, Odin and his wife Frigg observe their foster sons from Hlidskjalf and make a wager regarding one son's hospitality. In another, the god Freyr secretly sits upon the throne and catches a glimpse of the beautiful giantess Gerdur in Jotunheimer, instantly falling in love with her. Hlidskjalf is said to be located within Valaskjalf, Odin's majestic hall in Asgard. The hall is thatched with shimmering silver, and whenever Odin sits upon the high seat, he can survey all the lands and observe the actions of every individual. Over time, Hlidskjalf has become a powerful symbol representing Odin's strength, wisdom, and all-seeing power. Many thrones throughout history have been designed in imitation of this legendary seat, seeking to emulate its grandeur and the authority it represents. In the heart of Transylvania, on the outskirts of Cluj-Napoca, lies the Hoia Baciu Forest, a mysterious place haunted by strange paranormal phenomena. Spanning across 250 hectares, this forest has earned the title of the Bermuda Triangle of Transylvania due to the numerous inexplicable events that have occurred within its boundaries. Tales of the forest's haunting nature began to circulate in the 1960s when a biologist captured a photograph of a flying object in the sky above the trees. Since then, a series of bizarre disappearances have been reported, including that of a shepherd and his entire flock of 200 sheep, never to be seen again. Even more puzzling is the case of a 5-year-old girl who vanished, only to reappear 5 years later, wearing the same clothes and having not aged a single day. Those who have ventured into the Hoia Baciu forest have often emerged with unexplained burns, severe rashes, headaches, and high fevers. Studies have revealed higher than usual levels of radioactivity in the area, attributed to the presence of natural uranium in the subsoil. The trees themselves add to the enigma, with their twisted trunks and unusual shapes, despite being over 2 centuries old. At the heart of the forest lies a perfect circle, devoid of any vegetation. Despite thorough testing, no anomalies have been found in the soil that would prevent plant growth. This area seems to be the epicenter of the paranormal activity, with numerous photographic evidence capturing mysterious lights and spheres appearing within the forest. As science struggles to explain the source of these strange phenomena, speculation abounds as to whether the Hoia Baciu forest serves as a portal to another world or a parallel universe. The forest remains one of the most well-documented paranormal sites in the world, drawing the attention of researchers and curious minds alike, all hoping to unravel the secrets hidden within its haunted depths. Our perception of time is a fascinating construct of the mind, one that can warp and bend in peculiar ways. When we're gripped by fear, time seems to slow down, a phenomenon that's been observed in people with arachnophobia when they look at spiders and in novice skydivers during their first jump. On the flip side, as we age, time appears to speed up, a concept that's been explained by various theories, though none fully account for the subjective nature of our temporal experience. Interestingly, our memory plays a crucial role in shaping our perception of time. We tend to vividly remember experiences from our late teens and early 20s, a phenomenon known as the reminiscence bump, This is likely because it's a period of many firsts and novel experiences which our brain latches onto to help construct our identity. In fact, people who undergo major identity transformations later in life often experience a second reminiscence bump. Another intriguing temporal illusion is the holiday paradox, where a vacation seems to fly by in the moment, but feels lengthy in retrospect. This occurs because our mind perceives time in two ways, prospectively and retrospectively. During our daily lives, these two perspectives align, but the novelty of a holiday throws them out of balance, leading to a distorted sense of time. While we may never have total control over time, understanding its quirks and the role our mind plays in shaping it can help us better navigate its mysteries. By learning to slow down or speed up our perception of time and by focusing on the present moment, we can harness this incredible dimension to our advantage and make the most of the precious moments we have. The hollow moon hypothesis proposes that the moon is either completely hollow or contains a substantial interior space, potentially the product of an alien civilization. This concept, also known as the spaceship moon hypothesis, has been explored in science fiction work since the early 1900s and has gained traction among some conspiracy theorists in recent decades. Proponents of the hypothesis point to the moon's lower density compared to Earth as evidence of its hollow nature. They also cite the ringing like a bell phenomenon observed during shallow moonquakes and the seemingly perfect fit of the moon's shadow during solar eclipses as indicators of its artificial origin. However, multiple lines of scientific evidence, including seismic observations and moment of inertia measurements, strongly suggest that the moon has a solid internal structure consisting of a thin crust, an extensive mantle, and a small, dense core. The giant impact hypothesis, which proposes that the moon formed from debris left by a collision between Earth and a Mars-sized body, is currently the most widely accepted scientific explanation for the moon's origin. Despite the lack of scientific support, the hollow moon concept continues to capture the imagination of many and has been featured in various works of fiction and conspiracy literature. Some authors have even suggested that the moon may be a spaceship created by time-traveling humans or extraterrestrial beings to safeguard human evolution or manipulate human thought. According to some alternative spiritual beliefs, those in spiritual leadership positions who are committed to planetary stewardship and consciousness liberation may be targeted with a special brand of psycho-spiritual warfare. This is said to involve the use of cloned light holograms and mock effigies in rituals designed to enforce crucifixion and satanic ritual abuse of certain divine consciousness archetypes. Proponents claim that cloned images of prominent figures in the Ascension and Disclosure communities are replicated into holographic inserts that run artificial realities depicting them engaged in depraved acts. The purpose is allegedly to defame their character and assign satanic corruption to their spiritual mission and life's work. It's believed that many of the disturbing images or scenes people may perceive on the astral plane are not necessarily true, but are artificial realities generated by sophisticated alien technology to attack and divide awakening groups. The production of AI-spawned holographic inserts embedded with satanic ritual abuse themes is thought to be a technological mind control tactic that has been used against humans for millennia. Holding compassion for others and not rushing to judgment is considered an important defense, as is taking control of one's own thoughts and beliefs. Embodying divine principles is said to make artificial holographic inserts immediately perceptible in one's energy field, allowing for quick removal. The concept of false flag manipulation, involving deceptive covert operations, is also discussed in relation to psycho-spiritual warfare. Dark entity harassment may be combined with holographic inserts to make targeted individuals believe they were attacked by someone else, destroying trust and cohesion in spiritual communities. The holonomic brain theory is a fascinating approach to understanding human consciousness and cognition through the lens of quantum effects in the brain. This theory proposes that memories are encoded in the brain in a manner similar to how information is stored in a hologram. In a hologram, each part contains the whole of the stored information, and the same is thought to be true for memory in the brain. Memories are believed to be distributed across the dendritic network of brain cells, rather than being stored in specific clusters of neurons. This allows the brain to maintain function and memory even when parts of it are damaged. The holonomic brain theory suggests that the brain's dendritic arbor, the complex network of branching neural fibers, plays a crucial role in creating and storing memories. Electric oscillations within this network are thought to create wave interference patterns that encode memory in a natural, non-local way. The similarities between the brain's memory storage and the way information is stored in a hologram are striking. Both involve the use of Fourier transforms, a mathematical tool that allows for the analysis and manipulation of complex wave patterns. This shared property may explain the brain's ability to quickly associate different pieces of stored information and recognize objects from various angles and sizes. While the holonomic brain theory is not widely accepted in mainstream neuroscience, it offers a compelling alternative perspective on the nature of human consciousness and memory. Ongoing research continues to explore the potential role of quantum effects and holographic principles in brain function, providing new insights into the enigmatic workings of the mind. Holotropic breathwork is an unconventional New Age practice that involves controlling and quickening breathing patterns to influence mental, emotional, and physical states. Developed by psychiatrists in the 1970s as an alternative to psychedelic drugs, it aims to achieve altered states of consciousness for self-exploration and healing. In this practice, participants breathe rapidly and evenly to induce a non-ordinary state of consciousness, believed to offer a deeper understanding of oneself. Each person's experience is unique and self-directed, with the belief that the inner radar determines the most important experience at a given moment. Holotropic breathwork sessions typically take place in a group setting, with participants paired off as breathers and sitters. The breather engages in the breathwork while the sitter ensures their safety and support. Guided by a facilitator, the breather lies on a mat and breathes faster and deeper to the rhythm of repetitive music, allowing the breath to take them into a dreamlike state. After the session, participants create mandalas and discuss their experiences, which may include the reemergence of past traumas, feelings of joy, or the development of spiritual awareness. The practice is open-ended, allowing individuals to explore whatever issues surface during the altered state. While some believe holotropic breathwork can offer benefits such as relaxation, stress relief, personal growth, and self-awareness, research supporting its therapeutic benefits for psychiatric conditions is lacking. There are also potential risks, including medical complications from hyperventilation and the amplification of symptoms in vulnerable individuals. The Holy Grail, a treasure that serves as an important motif in Arthurian literature, is described as a cup, dish, or stone with miraculous healing powers, often providing eternal youth or sustenance in infinite abundance. This elusive object has captured the imagination for centuries, with various traditions associating it with the cup used at the Last Supper or the vessel used to collect Christ's blood at the crucifixion. The Grail first appears in an unfinished romance by a French poet, where it is not explicitly holy, but is described as a wide, somewhat deep dish or bowl. It later takes on more significant holy implications in the works of another French poet, who portrays it as the vessel of the Last Supper. A German poet then describes it as a stone, adding further layers to the Grail's mythos. Scholars have long speculated on the origins of the Grail legend, suggesting connections to Celtic mythology and Christian legends surrounding the Eucharist. Some propose that the legend emerged from unique iconic images of the Virgin Mary, holding a bowl that radiates tongues of fire, predating literary accounts. In the wake of the Arthurian romances, several artifacts have been identified as the Holy Grail in medieval relic veneration, including items in Genoa and Valencia. Places such as Glastonbury in England, Montségur in France, and Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland have also become associated with the Grail. Modern interpretations of the Grail have given rise to various conspiracy theories, connecting it to the Knights Templar, Cathars, and even Nazi Germany. The Grail has been featured prominently in literature, art, and film, capturing the imagination of audiences worldwide with its promise of healing, abundance, and spiritual enlightenment. The Greek poet Homer, often credited with single-handedly creating the Odyssey and the Iliad, two of the greatest stories in human history, may have never actually existed. Instead, Homer was more likely an idea, a cultural manifestation, or a figment of our collective imagination. The notion of Homer as a blind, illiterate genius poet has been challenged by scholars who point out the lack of reliable historical information about him. The earliest known attribution of both epic poems to Homer dates back to centuries after the works were believed to have been created, raising doubts about his existence. One intriguing theory suggests that the Homeric works actually originated much earlier than previously thought, around 2000 BC, rather than the commonly accepted 8th century BC. This theory is supported by the presence of elements from the Homeric works that are shared across various lands, indicating a common root predating the Greek civilization. Furthermore, the depiction of ancient Greece in the Iliad, with its portrayal of the Greeks as wild barbarians driven by revenge and self-assertion, aligns more closely with the conditions of an earlier period, centuries before the 8th century BC. These findings challenge the traditional view of Homer as a singular historical figure, and instead suggest that the epic poems emerged from a confluence of tales and traditions circulating in the ancient world. During medieval and early modern times, it was believed that these artificial human-like beings could be created through the practice of alchemy. The homunculus first appears by name in writings attributed to a famous alchemist, who outlined a method for creating them involving the putrefaction of human sperm in a sealed container placed in warm horse dung for 40 days. According to the alchemist's instructions, the resulting being would resemble a transparent human and could be further nourished with human blood to grow into a living child. The fully grown homunculus was thought to possess innate knowledge and remarkable abilities. Similar ideas can be found in earlier alchemical traditions, such as the Arabic concept of takwin, which involved creating life through artificial means. The homunculus also shares similarities with folkloric notions like the mandrake root and the golem. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the homunculus concept intersected with preformationism, the belief that animals developed from miniature versions of themselves contained within sperm. This led to the notion of animalcules, tiny preformed individuals that grew into children when placed inside a woman's womb. Today, the term homunculus is used in neuroscience to describe a distorted representation of the human body, based on the relative space various body parts occupy in the brain's sensory and motor cortices. This cortical homunculus is often depicted as a small figure with enlarged features corresponding to the most sensitive or dexterous parts of the body. Throughout literature, film, television, and other media, the homunculus remains a persistent trope, embodying the enduring fascination with the idea of artificially created life. Operators, also known as hook operators, are humanoid entities that are indistinguishable from ordinary people in appearance, but possess psychic abilities that allow them to control the lives of non-psychic humans. These entities are said to have their own separate culture and society, focused on extracting pain and suffering from the individuals they manipulate, whom they refer to as things. The concept of operators was first introduced in a book published in the 1950s, which chronicled the author's experiences during a schizophrenic breakdown. In the book, the author describes a complex bureaucratic society of operators centered around causing human suffering. The author's schizophrenic episode is portrayed as an accidental shift onto the operator's psychic wavelength, allowing her to communicate with them telepathically. Many reviewers have interpreted the operators as symbolic manifestations of the oppressive and manipulative experiences the author faced as a woman in a chauvinistic work environment during the 1950s. The idea of a separate human species covertly dominating the majority of humanity has since entered paranormal and conspiratorial discourse, drawing comparisons to other alleged entities like men in black and reptilians. Several explanations have been proposed for the existence of operators, including the possibility of the book being a hoax or a fictionalized account, a hallucinatory expression of real-life hierarchies and manipulative office culture, or even a glimpse into the world of an actual parallel human species with psychic abilities. Regardless of the interpretation, the concept of operators remains a fascinating and unsettling exploration of hidden power structures and the human psyche. The legendary curse of the Hope Diamond follows the owner of this stunning blue gem, said to have been plucked from the forehead of a Hindu goddess statue centuries ago. The curse foretells bad luck and death not only for the diamond's owner, but for all who touch it. As the story goes, a French jeweler who acquired the diamond during his travels met a gruesome end, torn apart by wild dogs. Over the years, the diamond passed through the hands of royalty, nobility, and wealthy collectors, many of whom met tragic fates, from executions to untimely deaths. One famous owner, a wealthy American socialite, believed the diamond brought her good luck. She wore it constantly, even during a medical operation. However, misfortune struck her family as well, with the loss of her young son in an accident and her daughter's suicide. Despite the tales of misfortune, the Hope Diamond's allure lies in its exceptional quality, large size, and rare blue color. It has a storied history, once owned by French kings, stolen during the French Revolution, and later resurfacing in London with a different cut, likely to conceal its origins. The diamond eventually made its way to the United States, changing hands several times before being acquired by a famed New York jeweler. He donated the gem to the Smithsonian Institution in the late 1950s, where it remains on display today as the centerpiece of the National Gem and Mineral Collection. The entire source code for the human brain may be contained within the fully sequenced human genome, which when uncompressed is less than the size of a typical computer application. However, this genetic code is compressed in an incredibly sophisticated way that we don't fully understand how to decode yet, and it may not even be possible without the external resources our planet provides. It's important to note that the genome only describes how to prepare the basic structure of the brain, which is then filled with information absorbed from the surrounding culture as it develops. So while the fundamental architecture may be genetically encoded, a vast amount of information shaping the mind comes from the environment and experiences. Some have compared DNA to a configuration file for an immensely complex process that exists as a dynamic running system incorporating cellular mechanisms, the physical environment, and cultural influences. The DNA itself is not directly equivalent to the source code of the brain and mind. Looking at the raw computational power, the human brain has billions of neurons, each with thousands of connections. Today's most powerful computers and server farms are beginning to approach the sheer processing capacity of the human brain in terms of raw calculations per second. However, the human brain's complexity goes far beyond its raw computational power. Emulating its high-level functions may require understanding and modeling the interplay between genetics, biochemistry, and environmental factors that shape the mind throughout development. While artificial neural networks are making remarkable progress in narrow domains, the path to replicating the general intelligence and adaptability of the human mind is still an immense challenge we are only beginning to grapple with. Feet in running shoes have been mysteriously washing up on beaches along the coasts of the United States and Canada for years, sparking wild speculation about their origins. Some people attributed the grim discoveries to the work of serial killers, the mafia disposing of bodies, or even extraterrestrial activity. However, the truth behind these washed-up feet is far less sinister, though still quite sad. Coroners and authorities investigating the cases have determined that the feet likely belong to individuals who either died by suicide or drowned accidentally, with their bodies sinking to the bottom of the sea. As marine life feeds on the submerged bodies, the feet eventually separate from the remains due to natural decomposition processes. Thanks to advancements in running shoe technology, these detached feet, still encased in buoyant footwear, float back to the surface and are carried by currents until they wash ashore. While finding a decomposing foot on the beach is undoubtedly a horrific experience for beachgoers, the phenomenon is not linked to any criminal activity. Instead, it is a consequence of unfortunate deaths and the unique combination of modern shoe design and the effects of underwater decomposition. Authorities emphasize that these cases, while tragic, have reasonable explanations that do not involve foul play. The mysterious feet serve as a grim reminder of the many lives lost to the sea and the powerful forces of nature that can carry evidence of these tragedies to shores far and wide. Fossil evidence from an important archaeological site in northern Spain suggests that early human ancestors, possibly Neanderthals or their predecessors, may have employed a surprising strategy to survive the harsh winters hundreds of thousands of years ago: hibernation. Researchers examining fossilized bones from the site noticed seasonal variations and disruptions in bone growth, similar to the patterns seen in the bones of hibernating animals. They proposed that these early humans entered a state of decreased metabolism, allowing them to sleep through the coldest months when food was scarce. While the idea of human hibernation may seem far-fetched, the researchers point out that many mammals, including some primates, hibernate to cope with extreme conditions. They argue that the genetic basis and physiology for such a state could be preserved in humans. The fossils in question were found in a cave known as Cima de los Huesos, which has yielded thousands of teeth and bone fragments dating back over 400,000 years. The site has provided valuable insights into human evolution in Europe. One key factor supporting the hibernation hypothesis is the presence of a hibernating cave bear's remains in the same cave. The researchers suggest that the early humans and the cave bears both resorted to hibernation to survive the frigid conditions and food scarcity. However, some experts caution that alternative explanations for the bone variations should be fully explored before drawing conclusions. Additionally, the energy demands of the human brain during hibernation would have posed a significant challenge. Despite the reservations, the hibernation hypothesis offers a fascinating glimpse into the potential survival strategies of our early ancestors and could be further investigated through genetic studies of ancient human remains. Parthenogenesis, a form of asexual reproduction in which an unfertilized egg develops into a new individual, has been observed in various animal species, including guppies. While there have been claims of human parthenogenesis throughout history, particularly in religious contexts, scientifically confirmed cases are rare and often involve abnormalities. In some instances, an unfertilized human egg may begin to divide on its own, but cannot fully develop, leading to the formation of benign tumors called ovarian teratomas. These tumors can contain various tissue types, such as skin and nerve cells, and in rare cases may even form primitive fetal structures. One notable case reported in the 1990s involved a boy who was found to have some cells lacking genetic content from his father. Scientists believe that an unfertilized egg began to divide, and then some of its cells were fertilized by a sperm cell, resulting in a parthenogenetic chimera with two distinct cell lineages. Recent developments in stem cell research have led to the intentional creation of human stem cells from unfertilized eggs using parthenogenesis. This process could potentially offer a way to create genetically matched stem cells for the treatment of degenerative diseases in women. Interestingly, a controversial scientist unknowingly produced the first human embryos resulting from parthenogenesis in the early 2000s, initially claiming to have created cloned human embryos. Although this claim was later found to be fabricated, further examination revealed that the extracted stem cells showed indicators of parthenogenesis, making this scientist the first to successfully perform the process in human embryos.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
In the 1920s, a shocking rumor emerged from a primate research center in Florida, claiming that scientists had successfully created a human-chimpanzee hybrid, often referred to as a humanzee or chuman. According to the story, the researchers inseminated a female chimpanzee with human sperm, resulting in a pregnancy that was carried to term and produced a live offspring. However, as the scientists began to grapple with the moral and ethical implications of their actions, they allegedly decided to euthanize the infant just days or weeks after its birth. The tale of this supposed experiment has been circulating for decades, with some even claiming that photographic evidence of the hybrid exists. Despite the sensational nature of the story, there is little to no credible evidence supporting its veracity. The claims were popularized by a respected psychologist who stated that he heard the account from another credible scientist, but no names or concrete proof have ever been provided. The feasibility of a human-chimpanzee hybrid remains a topic of scientific debate. While some suggest that interbreeding between human ancestors and chimpanzees may have been possible millions of years ago, the genetic differences between the two species today make it unlikely that a hybrid embryo would successfully develop to term. Furthermore, even if such a hybrid were technically possible, the ethical concerns surrounding the creation of a human-animal hybrid are profound and would likely prevent any reputable scientist from attempting such an experiment. Hypersigils are a fascinating concept that explores the interplay between external personas and the primary self. The term, coined by a well-known comic book writer, describes a sigil that extends beyond a static image, incorporating elements such as characterization, drama, and plot. A hypersigil is essentially a sigil that operates in the fourth dimension, creating a powerful feedback loop that can alter reality according to one's intent. In the digital age, hypersigils have taken on a new meaning as they can be created through various online platforms such as personal blogs, social media profiles, and even fictional avatars. The choices we make in defining our online personas can have a profound impact on our offline lives, reinforcing behaviors and perceptions over time. The creation of a hypersigil is a highly immersive and absorbing process, requiring a deep level of concentration and focus. It can take the form of any extended artistic activity, such as a poem, story, song, or dance. The key is to become utterly absorbed in the unfolding of the hypersigil, allowing it to become a dynamic miniature model of the creator's universe. Experimenting with hypersigils is an exciting and relatively new territory, with the parameters still being explored. The process can be intense and even lead to obsession, but the potential for personal transformation and the alteration of one's reality is significant. In Greek mythology, the Hyperboreans were a mythical people believed to inhabit a sunny, temperate land in the far northern part of the known world, beyond the reach of the cold north wind. Despite their location in an otherwise frigid region, the Hyperboreans were said to live in a divinely blessed paradise, shielded from the harsh weather by the Riphean Mountains. The earliest sources mentioning the Hyperboreans date back to ancient Greek poets who portrayed them as the favorites of Apollo, with some even considering them the mythical founders of Apollo's shrines. Over time, writers disagreed on the existence and location of Hyperborea, placing it in various parts of northern Eurasia, such as Britain, Scandinavia, or Siberia. Legends tell of the Hyperboreans' extraordinary longevity and happiness, with the sun rising and setting only once a year in their land. They were also believed to have a special connection to the gods, particularly Apollo, who was thought to spend his winters among them. The Hyperboreans were sometimes described as descendants of Boreas, the north wind, and the snow nymph Chione. These descendants, known as the Boreads, were said to be giant kings, around 10 feet tall, who ruled Hyperborea. Some ancient Greek authors identified the Hyperboreans with their Celtic neighbors to the north, possibly due to the way myths of the Golden Age were transplanted into the contemporary scene during Greek colonization and trade. In modern times, the concept of Hyperborea has been adopted by various esoteric and fringe groups, some of which view it as the ancient homeland of a superior race or the origin of Indo-European culture. The term Hyperborean has also been used metaphorically to describe a sense of distance from the ordinary or to refer to people living in cold northern climates. Certain hypothetical models of computation, known as hypercomputers, could theoretically compute functions that regular computers cannot. For a computer to qualify as a hypercomputer, it would need to be able to solve problems that are impossible for standard Turing machines, which are the basis for all computers we use today. Some proposed designs for hypercomputers include machines that could complete infinitely many computational steps in a finite time, or that could harness weird spacetime physics like closed time-like curves. Quantum computers that use infinite superpositions of states have also been suggested. Other hypothetical hypercomputers might always eventually output the correct answer to uncomputable problems, but could get stuck on wrong answers for unknowably long times before fixing their mistakes. However, there are many challenges to actually building a working hypercomputer in the real world. Most designs require physically impossible components or violate known laws of physics. And from a mathematical perspective, hypercomputation doesn't really introduce wholly new capabilities. It mainly amounts to clever ways of embedding oracles or advice functions into otherwise standard machines to boost their power. So while an interesting theoretical concept, the practical barriers to hypercomputation are immense. Certain objects are so massive and distributed across time and space that they defy our normal understanding of what an object is. These hyperobjects are all around us, but we can only perceive them indirectly through their effects on other things. Take global warming, for example. We don't directly experience the totality of global warming itself. Instead, we feel its localized impacts like more frequent heat waves or intense storms in specific places. But global warming as a whole is much bigger than any individual weather event. It's a vast, complex phenomenon made up of countless interactions between the sun, greenhouse gases, the oceans, living things, and more. Hyperobjects have a kind of sticky, inescapable quality to them. The more we try to resist or ignore them, the more entangled with them we become. They're so huge that they seem to warp our sense of time and space. And they're not just made up of single things, but networks of relationships between many objects. Some thinkers believe hyperobjects take on an almost spiritual dimension. They'll likely outlast humanity and could haunt future civilizations. Remnants of our current age, like styrofoam or nuclear waste, may end up being treated with a kind of reverence by societies to come. The idea of hyperobjects can be as mind-bending as the hyperobjects themselves. To some, the concept seems so broad that it loses meaning. But at the very least, it's a powerful way to highlight the scope and severity of the ecological crises we face today. In the realm of philosophy, there's a concept of a place beyond the heavens where perfect ideas and forms reside. This hyper-Uranian, or Platonic realm, is thought to contain the ideal models of everything we experience in the real world. The theory goes that what we perceive in our everyday lives are merely imperfect copies or shadows of these perfect forms that exist in the hyper-Uranian. For example, any chair we sit on is just an approximation of the perfect chair form that exists in this higher realm. Some thinkers even place this realm above the gods themselves, suggesting that divine beings depended on knowledge of these perfect forms for their power and wisdom. In this view, the hyper-Uranian is the ultimate source of reality that shapes both the heavens and the earth. This idea carried on into medieval times, with some arguing that God resides in a space called the Empyrean, which exists outside of heaven itself. From this perch, God acts as the prime mover, the driving force behind all motion and change in the universe. Not everyone bought into this theory, of course. Certain alchemists rejected the notion of a divided cosmos with perfect realms above and imperfect ones below. To them, nature was a unified whole, not a collection of separate conceptual categories. While it may sound abstract or fanciful, the hyper-Uranian concept was an influential attempt to grapple with questions of reality, divinity, and the nature of existence that still echo in philosophical debates today. While all known life on Earth is carbon-based and requires water, it's fun to imagine the possibilities for alien biochemistries that could exist in the universe. Silicon is often brought up as an alternative to carbon. It sits right below carbon on the periodic table and can form molecules that are large and complex enough to carry biological information, somewhat similar to carbon-based life. But silicon has some big drawbacks compared to carbon. It's much less abundant in the cosmos, and its chemistry is generally less versatile. Under the conditions on Earth's surface, silicon doesn't form many compounds that would be stable enough for life to utilize. Some other elements like boron or various metals could theoretically form complex structures rivaling those of carbon-based organic compounds under the right conditions, but these would require environments very different from Earth, like atmospheres with different compositions or much higher temperatures. Even if alien life used familiar elements like carbon, it might rely on solvents other than water. Ammonia, methane, formamide, and hydrogen fluoride have all been proposed as possible alternatives. These could allow biochemistry to function at temperatures or pressures very different from those on Earth's surface. Saturn's moon Titan has even been speculated to harbor methane-based life forms. The possibilities for wildly different forms of life are as vast as the cosmos itself. While we haven't found any concrete examples of alternative biochemistries yet, the search continues. The study of these ideas not only helps us imagine what alien life might be like, but also provides valuable insights into the principles that make life on Earth possible and how it might have originated. Pondering these far-out concepts stretches our Earth-centric assumptions and reminds us of the incredible diversity the universe may contain. After a major earthquake and tsunami hit Japan, a local chef was asked to come up with a use for misshapen strawberries that were going to waste because consumers wouldn't buy them. He discovered that a chemical extracted from the berries called polyphenol had an interesting effect when added to cream. It made the mixture harder and more resistant to melting. This discovery led to the development of special popsicles and soft-serve ice cream that maintain their shape and texture even under intense heat. The treats use regular ice cream ingredients, but with the addition of strawberry polyphenol. The modified ice cream can withstand temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit without turning into a puddle. In a dramatic demonstration of its heat resistance, the sweet concoction can even be set on fire briefly without melting. For now, this marvel of food science is only available in Japan, where it was invented. The developers currently have no plans to export the unique frozen desserts overseas, so if you're craving a scoop of ice cream that could double as a candle on your next birthday cake, you'll have to book a trip to the land of the rising sun to try it. Just don't be surprised if the ice cream parlor hands you a match instead of a spoon. An 8,000-year-old skeleton, known as Minnesota Woman or Pelican Rapids, Minnesota Woman, was discovered in 1931 during a highway construction project. The bones were identified as those of a teenage girl who had never given birth. She was found with two notable artifacts, an elk horn dagger and a conch shell pendant. The conch shell is particularly interesting because it came from a species previously thought to only exist in Florida, suggesting the existence of long-distance trade or migration routes. The details of the girl's death are uncertain because the site was not properly excavated by archaeologists. However, the presence of a layer of broken shells over her body suggests she may have drowned in a glacial lake, either by falling through ice or from a boat. This discovery challenged prevailing scientific views at the time, which held that humans had only arrived in the Americas relatively recently. Minnesota Woman provided evidence of a much longer human presence on the continent, now recognized to extend well into the Archaic period. In 1999, the skeletal remains were reburied in South Dakota by Sioux tribes, honoring the ancient woman's cultural heritage. While no longer available for scientific study, Minnesota Woman's discovery marked an important shift in our understanding of the deep history of human habitation in the Americas. Some people experience a fascinating phenomenon where certain concepts or ideas trigger vivid sensory experiences, like seeing colors when they think of particular letters or numbers. This is often called synesthesia, from the Greek for union of senses. But recent research suggests a better name might be ideesthesia, meaning sensing ideas. The key insight is that it's the meaning of the stimulus that matters, not just its sensory properties. For example, a synesthete might see the letter S as blue, but if you show them a squiggly shape that could be either an S or a 5, The color they perceive will depend on which meaning their brain assigns in the moment. This semantic basis shows up in other ways too. Synesthetes can quickly develop associations between unfamiliar symbols and colors as soon as those symbols acquire meaning. And the same musical note might evoke different colors depending on how it's labeled. It's the idea that counts, not the raw sound. Ideesthesia doesn't just apply to synesthesia either. The famous Bucegi effect, where people consistently match certain nonsense words to certain shapes, may work the same way. Kiki and spiky shapes seem to activate a common network of concepts, like sharpness and intensity, while booba. And rounded shapes share meanings like softness and calm. So in many cases, our senses may not be talking directly to each other, but rather are linked through the web of meaning we assign to everything we experience. That abstract conceptual level, as much as raw perception, colors our mental life. Synesthesia and related phenomena provide a fascinating window into this interplay of ideas and senses that we often take for granted. In the world of retail, there's a curious phenomenon known as the IKEA effect. It's the tendency for people to place a surprisingly high value on objects they've partially put together themselves, like the famously assemble-it-yourself furniture from the Swedish megastore. What's interesting is that this effect seems to hold true regardless of the actual quality of the finished product. This quirk of human psychology ties into something called the sunk cost effect. That's when we keep investing in something, even if it's not rational to do so, because we've already put resources into it. In the case of self-assembled items, the sunk cost is the time and effort we've expended. Having put in that work, we become reluctant to abandon the end result, no matter how wonky or wobbly it may be. The IKEA effect doesn't just apply to furniture, though. You can see it in all sorts of arenas where people invest a bit of themselves into something. Pyramid schemes and multi-level marketing companies, for instance, are notorious for exploiting this tendency. Participants often feel a sense of pride and ownership in the organization's success because they've been directly involved in building it up through recruiting, selling, and so on. In the final years of communist East Germany, the Swedish furniture giant IKEA benefited from the use of forced prison labor by some of its suppliers. A recently released independent report confirmed that political prisoners were involved in manufacturing goods for IKEA between 25 to 30 years ago. IKEA managers at the time were aware of the possibility that prisoners were being used, but failed to prevent it. The company expressed deep regret for this oversight, acknowledging that their control systems were not as robust as they are today. The revelations about IKEA are just the tip of the iceberg, according to a victims' rights group. Many companies took advantage of forced prison labor in East Germany from the 1960s through the 1980s. The group hopes that IKEA and others will consider compensating former prisoners, who often suffered lasting psychological and physical trauma from the grueling forced labor. IKEA commissioned the independent investigation after allegations first surfaced in the 1980s and resurfaced in a recent documentary. The company has pledged to continue supporting efforts to shed light on the use of prisoner labor in former East Germany. While IKEA has taken a leading role in confronting this troubling aspect of its past, the revelations underscore the often hidden human costs that can lurk behind the products we buy, even from seemingly benign sources. As consumers and as a society, grappling with these uncomfortable truths is a crucial step towards building a more just and transparent global economy. In the late 1700s, a secret society known as the Illuminati was founded in Bavaria, which is part of modern-day Germany. The group opposed religious influence over public life and what they saw as abuse of state power. They sought to put an end to these issues, but not by dominating or controlling others themselves. The Illuminati were made up of freethinkers and had many literary men among their ranks. Internal divisions and the departure of a key founder led to the society expanding rapidly by recruiting prominent Freemasons, which gave them a foothold in many German cities. An edict by the Bavarian ruler and pressure from the Catholic Church led to the Illuminati being outlawed, though the group's legacy took on a life of its own. In the following years, the Illuminati were accused by conservative and religious critics of continuing on in secret and being behind events like the French Revolution. While the Bavarian Illuminati were fully suppressed and did not survive, the myth of their influence persisted. The idea was later popularized by two famous books published in the late 1700s, claiming that the Illuminati represented an ongoing conspiracy to control world events. This launched the Illuminati into the realm of pop culture and conspiracy theories, where they are now depicted as a shadowy group pulling the strings behind the scenes. Many modern conspiracy theories allege that major world events are being controlled by the Illuminati and that notable people, sometimes even US presidents, are secret members. However, there is no actual evidence supporting these claims. The Illuminati remain a fascinating case of a small historical secret society whose mythos and legend have grown to epic proportions in the public imagination. Their enduring appeal speaks to our fascination with the idea of hidden knowledge and power working from the shadows to shape the course of human events. Humans can perceive a wide range of colors, but there are some hues that are literally impossible for us to see. These impossible colors don't appear in the typical spectrum of visible light. They're not just rare or hard to describe. Our eyes and brains are physically incapable of processing them under normal circumstances. One major reason for this is the way our color vision works. We have 3 types of cone cells in our eyes, each sensitive to a different range of wavelengths. Our brain interprets the signals from these cells in an opponent manner. That means there are certain color pairs, like red and green or blue and yellow, that can't be perceived together in the same place at the same time. But that doesn't stop us from imagining or describing impossible colors. Lots of color spaces and models, often used in computer graphics and printing, actually include these imaginary hues. They exist in the math, even if we can't see them directly. By pushing the boundaries of these color spaces, we can achieve more vibrant and saturated images, even if some hues remain theoretical. There are also some fascinating quirks of our visual system that let us perceive impossible colors in very specific situations. By overloading certain cone cells through intense staring at colored images, we can see colors that are deeper, brighter, or stranger than anything in the normal visual world. Some people have even trained themselves to see forbidden mixtures like reddish green or yellowish blue. Fiction writers love playing with the idea of impossible colors too. Lovecraft's The Color Out of Space, Pratchett's Octarine, and the Futurama episode Reincarnation all imagine hues beyond the limits of human perception. These stories use impossible colors to hint at alien wonders, magical realities, or uncharted frontiers of science and technology. The boundaries of color vision reveal how much of our experience is constrained by our biology. And yet, the fact that we can even talk about impossible colors shows how our imaginations are always reaching beyond those limits into uncharted territory. In the Catholic and Orthodox traditions, there's a fascinating belief that divine intervention can allow the bodies of certain holy individuals to avoid the normal process of decomposition after death. This phenomenon is known as incorruptibility, and it's seen as a sign of the person's saintliness. Incorruptible bodies are said to remain intact even when exposed to conditions that would normally hasten decay. The Church has a specific process for verifying incorruptibility, involving careful inspections by bishops and other officials. If a body is deemed incorruptible, the remains may be placed in a special reliquary for veneration by the faithful. Incorruptibility is considered distinct from mummification or unusually good preservation. In some cases, the bodies are reported to give off a sweet floral scent, known as the odor of sanctity. However, the Church no longer counts incorruptibility as a miracle when determining sainthood. Many famous saints are said to have incorruptible bodies, and pilgrims often travel to see these remains. The body of Saint Bernadette, for instance, was examined multiple times and found to be preserved, although her face and hands are covered with a wax mask. In the Eastern Orthodox tradition, incorruptibility is also well known, though it's not a requirement for sainthood. Many Orthodox saints' bodies are reportedly incorrupt and are deeply revered by believers. Some examples include Saint Alexander of Sphere, whose relics were hidden for decades before being returned to their monastery, and St. John Maximovich, an archbishop known for his holiness and miracles. Whether through divine grace or some as yet unknown natural process, the bodies of these holy men and women endure as a physical reminder of their spiritual purity. For the devout, incorruptible saints offer a tangible connection to the sacred mysteries at the heart of their beliefs. According to a New Age concept, there are certain children, known as indigo children, who are believed to possess special or even supernatural traits and abilities. This idea originated in the 1970s with a parapsychologist who claimed to notice children being born with indigo-colored auras. The concept gained popularity in the late 1990s with a series of books and later films on the topic. Beliefs about indigo children range from them being the next stage in human evolution to simply being more empathetic and creative than their peers. Supposed characteristics of indigo children include high intelligence, strong-willed nature, inherent intuitive or spiritual abilities, and a feeling of being different and not fitting into conventional structures. Parents may find the indigo label an appealing alternative to a medical or psychiatric diagnosis for children exhibiting challenging behaviors. However, the traits associated with indigo children are often so vague and general that they could apply to almost anyone. Many children labeled as indigo are diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and some critics argue the indigo label may delay proper treatment. The concept has generated a commercial industry of books, videos, and counseling services, leading to criticism that it exploits parents and children for profit. Some also see it as a new religious movement, using ideas of spiritually gifted children to reject mainstream medicine and parenting advice. While the idea of indigo children resonates with some who seek a positive vision of children's potential, it remains a controversial and scientifically unsubstantiated theory. Regardless, it continues to capture imaginations as an intriguing, if unproven, notion within the New Age community. The idea goes that if you had an infinite number of monkeys randomly pounding away on typewriters for an infinite amount of time, eventually they would almost surely type out the complete works of Shakespeare, or any other text for that matter. In fact, the monkeys would churn out every possible combination of letters over and over again, including the entire contents of the Library of Congress and your own life story, down to the minutest detail. The metaphor isn't meant to be taken literally, of course. It's a thought experiment that encapsulates some of the key concepts of probability theory. The main takeaway is that even infinitesimally unlikely events are bound to happen sooner or later in an infinite universe, but that's not to say astronomically improbable events are likely to occur in any time frame relevant to our everyday experience. For instance, even if every particle in the observable universe were a monkey typing from the Big Bang until the present day, the odds of getting even a single page of Shakespeare right would be vanishingly small. Any specific set of letters is equally improbable, whether it's the bard's immortal words or gibberish. So while the infinite monkey theorem makes for a memorable illustration of the nature of infinity and chance, it's really more of a mathematical oddity than a practical insight. Real monkeys aren't very good at random typing anyway. In a famous experiment, 6 monkeys with a keyboard produced only a handful of pages, mostly filled with the letter S, and they kept bashing the device with rocks for good measure. But the whimsical image of simian scribes scribbling away for eternity has proven irresistible to generations of writers and thinkers since long before typewriters were invented. It's a vivid reminder of the sheer scope of the possible, even if most of it remains forever out of reach, for monkeys and humans alike. In the age of information, a new kind of organism has emerged, the Inforg, short for informationally embodied organism. These entities are made up not of flesh and blood, but of pure information. They inhabit a realm known as the infosphere, alongside traditional biological beings and artificial intelligences. According to some thinkers, all living things can be understood as patterns of what's called Shannon information, a concept that brings the abstract notion of information into the tangible domain of physics. By this logic, even a human being is at core an informational entity, our cells and experiences encoded in complex biological networks. The idea goes even further, suggesting that an organism's true identity lies not in its temporary material form, but in this essential informational pattern. So while our physical bodies change over time, in a sense our inner inforg persists. Some have even speculated that the DNA molecule itself, the supposed building block of life, could serve as a vast storage medium for digital data, a literal blurring of the boundary between biology and information. In this view, the metaphysical essence of life is in formation and pattern rather than matter and energy. We are all inforgs, whether we recognize it or not, adrift in an ever-shifting infosphere. It's a heady and abstract notion, but one that captures something of the uncanny nature of existence in an age when the virtual increasingly seems to merge with the real. The concept of the inforg asks us to see ourselves and our world anew, as ripples in a vast sea of information, at once embodied and ephemeral. In our increasingly digital world, a strange new creature has been proposed, the infovore. As the name suggests, these hypothetical entities would feed not on physical matter, but on pure information itself. Data, knowledge, ideas, these would be the sustenance that nourishes the infovore. It's a concept that speaks to the growing sense that information has become a resource as vital as food or energy. We often speak of consuming media, after all, as if taking in information were a kind of metabolic process. The infovore takes this metaphor to its logical extreme, imagining organisms that have evolved to thrive on the vast oceans of data that now suffuse our environment. Of course, no one has ever seen an infovore in the wild. The idea remains firmly in the realm of thought experiment and speculation. But it's not hard to see the appeal of the concept. In a world increasingly shaped by the flow of bits and bytes, perhaps it's only natural to wonder if new forms of life might emerge to exploit this novel ecological niche. The notion of the infovore also highlights the blurring boundary between the physical and the informational. As we've come to realize, the essence of a living thing may have as much to do with patterns and processes as with tangible stuff. An infovore, in this sense, would simply be taking this idea to its logical conclusion, a being of pure information, thriving in a habitat of pure data. It's a strange and heady concept, but one that captures something of the uncanny nature of life in the digital age. The infovore may never venture beyond the pages of science fiction, but as a thought experiment, it asks us to reconsider what it means to be alive in an increasingly data-soaked world. Contrary to popular belief, not everyone has a constant inner monologue, that little voice in your head that narrates your thoughts and experiences. For some people, the inner landscape is less verbal and more abstract. Rather than engaging in self-talk or mentally complaining about tasks, they simply feel their emotions without putting them into words. This absence of an inner monologue can make verbal communication more challenging for these individuals. They often need to take extra time to translate their thoughts and feelings into language, a process that doesn't come automatically. Many find that writing helps bridge this gap, allowing them to organize their ideas in a more structured way. On the other end of the spectrum are those whose inner lives are dominated by constant verbal chatter. For them, the idea of thinking without words is almost inconceivable. Emotions and experiences are inextricably tied to a running stream of mental commentary, often including elements of self-talk and inner dialogue. Research suggests that there's a wide range of variation in how people experience their inner worlds. Some minds are abuzz with frequent conversation, while others are mostly silent. And inner voices can take many forms beyond just words: images, physical sensations, even tastes and smells. What feels normal and natural for one person may be utterly alien to another. Understanding these differences can help us communicate better and be more empathetic to those whose inner lives don't match the standard template. It's a small insight, but one that hints at the vast complexity and variability of the world inside our heads. In the heart of California's Mojave Desert, not far from Joshua Tree, stands a striking dome-shaped structure known as the Integratron. Rising several stories high, this circular building was the brainchild of a man named George Van Tassel, a former aircraft mechanic turned ufologist and contactee. According to Van Tassel, the blueprints for the Integratron were given to him directly by extraterrestrial visitors from Venus during a series of telepathic contacts and in-person encounters. He claimed that the building, when completed, would be capable of amazing feats like rejuvenation, anti-gravity, and even time travel. Construction on the structure began in the late 1950s and was largely funded by donations, including money from the famous aviator and eccentric billionaire Howard Hughes. The main structure was completed just before the 1960s, but Van Tassel continued to tinker with the machine until his death in the late 1970s. The building's supposed powers rely on a device called a multiple wave oscillator, which combines a high-voltage Tesla coil and a split-ring resonator to generate a wide range of electromagnetic frequencies. Van Tassel believed that these frequencies could recharge living cells, much like an electrical battery. After passing through several owners and periods of disrepair, the Integratron is now operated as a tourist attraction. The current owners, a group of sisters, promote the building as an acoustically perfect structure and offer sound baths where visitors are bathed in the tones produced by quartz bowls, said to have a profoundly calming effect. While mainstream science may be skeptical of the alleged abilities, there's no denying the building's striking presence and the sense of mystery that surrounds it. The idea that UFO sightings might be the result of encounters with beings from other dimensions, rather than extraterrestrial visitors, has been around for a long time. This concept, known as the interdimensional hypothesis, suggests that there are other realities or planes of existence that coexist separately alongside our own, and that the occupants of UFOs may come from these alternate realms. The roots of this idea can be traced back to 19th century spiritualism and theosophy, which popularized concepts like etheric planes and bodies, but it wasn't until the flying saucer craze of the 1940s that these notions were explicitly connected to UFO phenomena. One early proponent was an occultist who claimed that the saucers were etheric vehicles, capable of materializing and dematerializing as they passed between different levels of reality. He believed their pilots were human-like beings from another world, coming to Earth with benevolent intentions. By the 1970s, the interdimensional hypothesis was gaining more traction among UFO enthusiasts. Some researchers argued that the wide variety of paranormal and anomalous experiences reported throughout history, from fairy encounters to phantom airships, were all manifestations of this same interdimensional phenomenon, cloaked in the cultural guises of different eras. The idea was further developed by prominent figures in ufology. Two in particular speculated that our universe might be interlocked with others operating by different physical laws, and that UFOs and their occupants could be crossing over from these adjacent realities, perhaps without even requiring spacecraft as we understand them. While the extraterrestrial hypothesis remains the most popular explanation for UFOs in the public imagination, the interdimensional hypothesis continues to be discussed and debated by those seeking alternative possibilities. It has also inspired or intersected with various fictional depictions of ancient astronauts, time travel, and higher dimensions in popular culture. As with any theory about the ultimately unknown, the interdimensional hypothesis remains speculative and controversial. But for its proponents, it offers a potential framework for making sense of the often bizarre and inexplicable aspects of UFO reports and related phenomena. At the very least, it challenges our assumptions about the nature of reality and the potential forms that intelligence and visitation might take in a truly strange universe. The Church of Scientology has a controversial procedure known as the introspection rundown, which is intended to handle severe mental breakdowns or psychotic episodes in its members. According to Scientology teachings, someone in this state is looking into one's own mind, feelings, reactions, etc. without end, and the goal is to make them extroverted and no longer trapped in this inward-looking condition. The procedure begins by isolating the person completely, with attendants who are not allowed to speak to them. The person is then given frequent auditing sessions, which are a core practice in Scientology. They remain in isolation until it's determined that they are no longer psychotic and are capable of responsibly interacting with others again. Administering this rundown requires extensive training in Scientology principles and methods. The Scientology founder claimed it must be performed very precisely, as any mistakes could make the person's condition worse. He also touted it as a major breakthrough that would render psychiatry obsolete. The introspection rundown gained notoriety in the mid-1990s after the death of a Scientologist who had been put through the procedure. She had become psychologically disturbed after a car accident and was placed in isolation for over 2 weeks. When she died, her appearance suggested severe neglect and deprivation during that time. This case brought the introspection rundown and its methods under intense public scrutiny. The Church of Scientology vigorously denied any wrongdoing in this incident. However, it now requires members to sign a waiver before undergoing the procedure, releasing the church from liability for any injury or death that may result. The introspection rundown remains a highly controversial practice, with many critics arguing it is dangerous and unethical, while Scientology continues to defend it as an effective treatment for severe mental distress. According to some scientists, a mysterious force might be at work in the cosmos, creating what are essentially invisible walls in space. These aren't solid barriers you could touch, but rather a kind of cosmic corralling of galaxies into unexpected arrangements. The standard model of cosmology predicts that small galaxies should orbit larger ones in messy, random patterns, but observations have shown that many of these tiny galaxies are instead arranged in neat, flat planes around their larger hosts, almost like the rings of Saturn. It's as if some unseen structure is holding them in these orderly configurations. Over the years, astronomers have puzzled over this satellite disk problem and proposed various explanations. But a new study suggests a mind-bending possibility, that hypothetical particles called symmetrons are generating these galaxy-guiding effects. The researchers call the resulting structures domain walls and argue they could explain the perplexingly synchronized orbits of galaxies. What's especially intriguing about this idea is that it doesn't require completely abandoning dark matter, the invisible substance thought to make up most of the universe's mass. Instead, it introduces new particles that would interact with dark matter to create these cosmic walls. Of course, this is all highly speculative at this point. To prove that invisible walls are shaping galaxies, we'd first need to confirm that symmetrons actually exist. That's where cutting-edge observatories like the James Webb Space Telescope could come in, potentially detecting signs of these elusive particles in the early universe. It's a fascinating possibility that injects even more mystery and wonder into our understanding of the cosmos. The idea that unseen forces are not just holding galaxies together, but arranging them in orderly arrays like some vast cosmic architect hints at the profound strangeness and beauty that may yet await our discovery in the depths of space. In the midst of the swirling geopolitical turmoil of the early 2000s, a peculiar theory emerged, that the United States invasion of Iraq was motivated not just by concerns over weapons of mass destruction or regional stability, but by a quest for an ancient and powerful artifact, a stargate. According to this idea, hidden beneath the ruins of the fabled city of Babylon lies a portal to other dimensions, perhaps even other galaxies. Whispers tell of its discovery in an inverted underground pyramid uncovered by explorers or archaeologists in the early 20th century. The notion is that the highest echelons of the US government were privy to the Stargate's existence and coveted the unimaginable power it could bestow upon those who controlled it. Mastery over interdimensional travel, contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, access to transformative technologies, all of these and more, some say, could be granted by the Babylonian Gate. Of course, this theory is not one that's widely accepted or officially acknowledged. It lives on the fringes, a tantalizing what-if scenario that weaves together ancient mythology, modern geopolitics, and the perennial human fascination with the possibility of worlds beyond our own. According to some accounts, when the remains of a notorious Russian ruler from centuries ago were exhumed in the 1960s, scientists made a startling discovery. Embedded in the skull was a small metal object, about the size of a coin, that resembled a sophisticated electronic device. Based on the bone growth around this curious artifact, it was theorized that it may have been implanted during the ruler's childhood. Some researchers speculated that the device could have enhanced the individual's mental capabilities, but also caused the uncontrollable rages and violent behavior they were infamous for. Taking the idea even further, one researcher suggested the mysterious implant allowed the ruler to be controlled by extraterrestrial beings. He claimed that the despot was visited by strange humanoid figures in private. Of course, these fringe theories are not widely accepted by mainstream historians. The idea of ancient alien implants manipulating major figures reads more like science fiction than sober historical analysis. And the ruler's famously cruel and erratic behavior could be explained by a host of more mundane factors, from a tumultuous upbringing to the unchecked power of their position. Still, the account of the bizarre skull implant adds an extra layer of dark mystique to a life already steeped in legend and infamy. It's a reminder that for all our historical knowledge, there are still mysteries and oddities that can make us wonder about the stranger possibilities on the edges of the human story. Whether the product of advanced ancient technology or the ravings of an unsound mind, the tyrant's tale remains an unsettling enigma centuries later. Jack the Ripper was an unidentified serial killer who brutally murdered a number of women in London's poverty-stricken Whitechapel district in 1888. The killer targeted female prostitutes, slashing their throats and mutilating their bodies in a disturbingly precise manner, in some cases removing internal organs. This led to speculation that the perpetrator may have had anatomical or surgical knowledge. A media frenzy erupted around the case after a series of taunting letters claiming to be from the murderer were sent to police and media outlets. The moniker Jack the Ripper originated from one of these letters, capturing the public's imagination and bestowing an enduring notoriety on the unknown killer. The heavy press coverage and the murderer's uncanny ability to elude identification by London's police force led to a legendary status that persists to this day. Dozens of theories about Jack the Ripper's true identity have been proposed over the years, but the case remains one of the world's most famous unsolved murder mysteries. Jacobo Greenberg, known as the Einstein of consciousness, was a renowned figure in the study of the human mind who mysteriously disappeared in 1994, leaving behind an unsolved puzzle. As a professor and director of a cutting-edge laboratory in Mexico, Greenberg explored unconventional areas of research, including telepathy and other aspects of psychophysiology. His disappearance has been investigated by authorities, but the circumstances remain shrouded in mystery, with his story spanning various locations across the globe. Greenberg's multifaceted background included ventures into pseudoscience, neurophysiology, and psychology, as he studied Mexican shamanism, Eastern practices, meditation, astrology, and telepathy through his unique scientific approach. His fascination with the human mind was deeply influenced by a personal tragedy, the loss of his mother to a brain tumor when he was just 12 years old. Greenberg pursued his education in psychology and psychophysiology, earning a PhD from the Brain Research Institute in New York City. In Mexico, Greenberg established psychophysiology laboratories and founded the Instituto Nacional para el Estudio de la Conciencia, INPEC, where he published numerous books on topics ranging from brain activity to witchcraft, shamanism, telepathy, and meditation. His unconventional approach to combining science and shamanism drew both intrigue and skepticism from the scientific community, as he aimed to bridge the gap between scientific inquiry and the mystical world. On December 8, 1994, Jacobo Greenberg vanished without a trace, failing to appear for his birthday celebration a few days later. His disappearance sparked a host of conspiracy theories and remains a mystery to this day. One of Greenberg's notable theories, the synergy theory, proposed the existence of a continuous energy space beyond human perception, challenging our understanding of how experiences are created. This concept gained international recognition through his book El Cerebro Consciente, which was translated into multiple languages. Jacobo Grinberg's enigmatic disappearance and his unconventional approach to consciousness studies continue to captivate minds and intrigue those who seek to unravel the mysteries of the human mind and the boundaries of reality. In Japan, a nationwide hunt for missing elderly citizens has unveiled a shocking reality. The search began when authorities discovered the mummified remains of a man believed to be the country's oldest, who had actually died 30 years earlier, with his daughter pocketing his pension payments. This sparked a series of checks on elderly residents, revealing countless cases of missing centenarians. The staggering number of unaccounted for elderly individuals has been attributed to several factors, including outdated record-keeping systems and unreported deaths during post-war turmoil. However, the revelations have also shed light on deeper societal issues in Japan. Traditional family structures, once the backbone of Japanese society, are becoming increasingly unstable. The rise of dual-income households has left many women overburdened, making it difficult to care for aging relatives. Consequently, a growing number of elderly individuals are living and dying alone, a phenomenon known as lonely death. Economic stagnation has further exacerbated the problem, driving up suicide rates and petty crimes among the elderly. Some resort to shoplifting out of necessity or as a means of seeking attention. Waiting lists for public care homes are long, but many prefer solitude over institutionalization. Perhaps most surprising is the revelation that some families have deliberately concealed the deaths of elderly relatives to continue claiming their pensions. This has challenged the perception of the Japanese as strictly law-abiding citizens. The case of Japan's missing centenarians reflects a society grappling with profound changes and challenges. It highlights the need for improved support systems and a re-evaluation of societal values to ensure the well-being of its aging population. In an incredible tale of survival, a young woman named Jean Hilliard endured being frozen solid for 6 hours in the harsh Minnesota winter. After losing control of her vehicle on an icy road, she set out on foot to seek help from a friend living nearby. Tragically, she stumbled and lost consciousness in the frigid -30°C temperature. It wasn't until 6 hours later that her friend discovered her, frozen stiff in his front yard. Rushing her to the hospital, doctors were amazed to find a few bubbles emerging from her nose, indicating a faint sign of life. Despite the challenges of treating her frozen body, they began the slow process of warming her up. Miraculously, by mid-morning, Jean awoke, defying all expectations. Her survival is a testament to the incredible resilience of the human body and the dedication of the medical professionals who refused to give up on her, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. The assassination of John F. Kennedy has spawned a vast array of conspiracy theories, with numerous individuals and entities being accused of involvement in the plot. These theories allege the complicity of various groups, such as the CIA, the military-industrial complex, organized crime, the Cuban government under Fidel Castro, and even Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson. Some theories suggest that multiple gunmen were involved, firing from different locations in Dealey Plaza, while others propose that evidence was tampered with or fabricated to frame Lee Harvey Oswald as the lone assassin. Proponents of conspiracy theories point to perceived inconsistencies in witness testimony, physical evidence, and the official investigation conducted by the Warren Commission. They argue that the Commission's conclusion that Oswald acted alone was flawed and that a larger conspiracy was at play. Many theories revolve around the idea of a cover-up, with allegations of witness intimidation, suppression of evidence, and alteration of the president's body to conceal the true nature of his wounds. The House Select Committee on Assassinations, which conducted a separate investigation in the late 1970s, concluded that there was a probable conspiracy behind the assassination, although it did not identify any specific individuals or groups responsible. This finding has further fueled speculation and debate among researchers and the public. Despite the official findings of the Warren Commission and the lack of conclusive evidence to support many of the conspiracy theories, a significant portion of the American public continues to believe that there was a conspiracy behind the assassination of President Kennedy. The enduring fascination with this tragic event has led to the publication of numerous books, articles, and documentaries exploring various aspects of the case and proposing alternative explanations for what transpired on that fateful day in Dallas. Jimmy Hoffa, a prominent American labor union leader, mysteriously disappeared in 1975 and was declared legally dead in 1982, although his body has never been found. Hoffa became involved with organized crime from the early years of his career with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, eventually rising to the position of the union's general president. He played a significant role in expanding the union's membership and securing the first national agreement for truckers' rates. However, Hoffa's ties to the mafia ultimately led to his downfall. He was convicted of jury tampering, attempted bribery, conspiracy, and mail and wire fraud in 1964, resulting in his imprisonment. After his release, Hoffa's attempts to regain control of the Teamsters were met with resistance from various mafia figures. On the day of his disappearance, Hoffa had gone to a meeting with two mafia leaders at a restaurant in a Detroit suburb. He was last seen by witnesses in the restaurant's parking lot. Extensive investigations by multiple law enforcement agencies have failed to conclusively determine Hoffa's fate or identify those responsible for his disappearance. Theories abound as to what happened to Hoffa and where his body might be, with some claiming he was murdered by the mafia and others suggesting he was buried in various locations, such as underneath a stadium or in a landfill. Despite the lack of closure, Hoffa's disappearance remains one of the most enduring mysteries in American history, and his legacy as a controversial labor leader continues to be debated. In a story that challenges our understanding of the role genetics and environment play in shaping our lives, a set of identical twin brothers, both named Jim by their adoptive parents, were separated at birth and grew up in different families, unaware of each other's existence. Despite their separate upbringings, the twins' lives followed uncannily similar paths. Both pursued careers in law enforcement, one as a security guard and the other as a deputy sheriff. They shared a love for mechanical drawing and woodworking, and both married women named Linda, only to divorce and remarry women named Betty. Astonishingly, both couples named their sons James Allen and James Allen, and even owned dogs named Toy. The twins' adoptive families, by sheer coincidence, vacationed at the same beach in Florida, though at different times. When one of the twins decided to search for his biological family, he successfully located his brother, and the two were reunited in an emotional meeting that captured the public's imagination. Scientists, intrigued by the twins' story, included them in a study that examined the similarities between identical twins raised apart. The results were striking, revealing nearly identical medical histories, brainwave tests, and personality profiles. This remarkable case highlights the complex interplay between genetics and environment in shaping human development. While genetics undoubtedly played a significant role in the twins' shared traits and life choices, the influence of their unique environments cannot be discounted. The story of the Jim twins serves as a fascinating example of how nature and nurture work together to mold an individual's life, and it continues to inspire research into the mysteries of human development. John Lilly was a physician, neuroscientist, psychoanalyst, philosopher, writer, and inventor who made significant contributions to various fields, including biophysics, neurophysiology, electronics, and computer science. He is best known for his work in developing the isolation tank, a dark, soundproof tank of warm salt water in which subjects could float for long periods in sensory isolation. Lilly saw the tanks as a means to explore the nature of human consciousness, and later combined this work with his efforts to communicate with dolphins. Lilly's research took him in unconventional directions, including the study of dolphin cognition and communication, as well as personal experimentation with psychedelic drugs like LSD, often while floating in isolation. He believed these experiences could offer insights into the nature of consciousness and the mind. Throughout his career, Lilly developed a unique perspective on the relationship between the mind and the body, as well as the potential for communication with other intelligent life forms. He coined the term Earth Coincidence Control Office to describe a hypothetical cosmic entity responsible for coordinating coincidences in human lives. Lilly's work inspired various cultural references, including novels, films, and video games. His ideas, while sometimes controversial, pushed the boundaries of scientific understanding and continue to captivate people's imaginations. Despite his unconventional approach, Lilly's contributions to the study of consciousness and interspecies communication have left a lasting impact on the scientific community and popular culture alike. In a small town in New York, a peculiar sight captured the attention of passers-by for nearly a decade. The porch of a historic house built in the mid-19th century was home to a trio of life-sized mannequins. These inanimate residents were no ordinary store displays. They underwent mysterious transformations, their clothing, hairstyles, and props changing without any apparent human intervention. The mannequins held an array of items, from birdcages to books, each new arrangement adding to the aura of intrigue surrounding the house. Despite the curiosity of the community, no one ever witnessed the mannequins being moved or altered, leading some to speculate about supernatural influences at play. The house itself has a long and somewhat troubled history, with connections to early colonial settlers and two nearby tragedies, a devastating train derailment and a fire that consumed several surrounding buildings. These events, occurring in close proximity to the house, have fueled theories that the mannequins might represent the spirits of those who perished, their eerie presence a manifestation of unresolved pain and loss. While the true origins and purpose of the mannequins remain unknown, their enduring presence has become an integral part of the house's lore. John Quincy St. Clair, an enigmatic figure who emerged in the early 2000s, filed a series of bizarre patents that pushed the boundaries of conventional science and technology. His inventions delved into the realm of science fiction, encompassing concepts such as walking through walls, full-body teleportation, magnetic vortex wormholes, and electric dipole spacecraft. These patents, with their fantastical claims and unconventional ideas, piqued the interest of many who stumbled upon them. One of St. Clair's patents focused on an electric dipole propulsion system and spacecraft, proposing the use of electromagnetic plates to generate lift and propel a vehicle upwards. Another patent, titled Walking Through Walls Training System, aimed to create a simulated environment where individuals could experience the sensation of passing through solid objects, challenging the fundamental laws of physics as we understand them. St. Clair's inventions extended beyond the realm of physical transportation and into the metaphysical. He patented a device called the remote viewing amplifier, which he claimed could enhance one's ability to perceive distant locations and even facilitate communication with entities from other dimensions by tapping into the energy fields generated by the human body. The backstory St. Clair provided for his inventions only added to the intrigue surrounding his work. He spoke of a serendipitous discovery of teleportation while in the vicinity of an airport and shared anecdotes of his experiences with remote viewing and alleged contact with extraterrestrial beings. These claims, while unverified, contributed to the mysterious aura that enveloped St. Clair and his patents. Despite the attention his patents garnered, little is known about John Quincy St. Clair's background, qualifications, or true motivations. Many of his patents were ultimately abandoned, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in their wake. Some speculate about potential ties to secretive government programs or classify him as a passionate enthusiast of speculative technology, while others remain skeptical of the validity of his claims. In the early 2000s, an individual claiming to be an American military time traveler from the year 2036 made waves on internet forums under the pseudonyms John Teeter and timetravel_0. The posts, which began appearing in November 2000, discussed various aspects of time travel and described a future marred by calamitous events, including a global nuclear war. According to the posts, the alleged time traveler was sent back to 1975 to retrieve a specific IBM computer, which was needed to debug legacy computer programs in 2036. The individual claimed to have been selected for the mission because their paternal grandfather was directly involved in the assembly and programming of the IBM computer. The time traveler's posts also warned of the potential threat of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease spread through beef products and the possibility of an upcoming civil war within the United States. They expressed interest in unexplained mysteries such as UFOs, suggesting that they might be time travelers from even further into the future. Despite the intrigue surrounding the posts, the uniform inaccuracy of the predictions and inconsistencies in the explanations led many to view the story with skepticism. Investigations have suggested that the entire affair may have been a hoax created by two brothers, a Florida entertainment lawyer and a computer scientist, although these claims have never been verified. The legacy of the John Titor story has grown over time, inspiring books, documentaries, and fictional works in popular culture. Judaculla Rock, a curvilinear-shaped soapstone outcrop located in the mountains of western North Carolina, is renowned for its ancient carvings and petroglyphs. The archaeological site, now owned by a local county, sits near a major branch of a northwestward trending river. The petroglyph boulder rests within a man-made bowl-shaped depression, surrounded by mowed turf grass and bordered by a thicket of river cane. Nearby, smaller outcroppings of soapstone bedrock bear scars left by ancient quarrying for soapstone bowl manufacture. The surface of the main boulder, which slants westward, is covered with a dense array of petroglyphs, making it difficult to distinguish among the carvings. A count of the patterns has revealed a substantial number of cup marks, curvilinear units, bowl-shaped depressions, stick-like figures, rills, concentric rings designs, curvilinear motifs, deer tracks, claw-like imprints, an arc, a cross and circle, and a winged shape. The petroglyphs were likely produced after soapstone bowl quarrying had ceased at the site, as evidenced by their overlap with the quarrying scars. Stylistic cross-dating suggests that the petroglyphs date between the Middle Woodland and Late Mississippian culture periods, roughly spanning from a few centuries into the Common Era to the early 15th century. Archaeological excavations around the boulder revealed extensively disturbed deposits, likely due to historic cultivation, but intact layers containing soapstone and lithic fragments from bowl manufacture were found upslope, probably dating to a few millennia before the Common Era. Judaculla Rock holds special significance for the Cherokee people, who continue to teach their oral history, linking the site to their slant-eyed master of game figure and the surrounding landscape. The petroglyph boulder is located on an old trail connecting former Cherokee townhouses and is regarded as spiritually significant by the federally recognized Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians and the Cherokee tribes in Oklahoma. From a rock art perspective, Judaculla Rock is notable for containing more petroglyphs than any other known boulder east of the Mississippi River. The intact deposits upslope provide physical traces of ancient soapstone quarrying and bowl manufacturing activities. The boulder's location and its connection to Cherokee stories of other petroglyph boulders in the region tie the Cherokee summer agricultural cultivation in the floodplains to their practice of fall and winter hunting in the uplands. The petroglyph boulders are likely stylized picture maps of the terrain where they are found, with Judaculla Rock serving as a physical representation of the entire landscape inhabited by the Cherokees. The preservation and interpretation of Judaculla Rock, a result of collaboration among various stakeholders, serves as a model for the sustainable conservation and management of rock art sites for future generations. The question of who was actually crucified at Calvary has been a subject of debate between Christians and Muslims. While the Bible states that Jesus Christ was crucified, the Quran suggests that God made it appear as though Jesus was crucified, but instead raised him to heaven and transformed another person to look like Jesus, who was then crucified in his place. Some believe this person may have been Judas, as described in the Gospel of Barnabas, a text that has been deemed a forgery. However, there is significant evidence within the biblical accounts that support the crucifixion of Jesus. The Roman soldiers who carried out the crucifixion were with Jesus from start to finish, and would have faced severe consequences for allowing the wrong person to be executed. The crowds, including Jewish religious leaders, also witnessed the crucifixion, as did Jesus' followers, such as his mother, aunt, and the disciple John, who would have recognized if it was not Jesus. Additionally, secret disciples like Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea took Jesus' body and buried it in a tomb. The lack of dissent or confusion about the identity of the crucified man, the unlikelihood of Judas remaining silent during the ordeal, and the absence of any recorded disputes when the disciples preached about Jesus' death further support the biblical account. Moreover, Jesus' sinless nature, as attested to by his disciples, makes it improbable that his life would end with a great deception. Ultimately, the crucifixion of Jesus is central to the Christian faith, as he served as the perfect sacrifice for the sins of the world. The Bible teaches that through belief in Jesus Christ and his death and resurrection, one can receive forgiveness of sins and eternal life. Jungian archetypes are universal, inherited patterns of thought or symbolic imagery derived from the collective unconscious, as proposed by Carl Jung. These archetypes are believed to be present in all individuals and are expressed in dreams, myths, and other cultural phenomena. Jung rejected the idea that humans are born as a blank slate, instead arguing that certain experiences and themes are inherent to the human condition. Archetypes are innate potentials that seek actualization within an individual's environment, shaping their personality and behavior. They are not specific images or forms, but rather like a blueprint or underlying framework that gives rise to specific representations. Jung likened archetypes to the invisible presence of crystal lattices in a saturated solution, ready to structure the crystallization process. While the number of archetypes is limitless, Jung identified several notable recurring archetypes, such as the mother, father, child, hero, wise old man, and trickster. These archetypes often combine and interchange qualities, making it difficult to delineate distinct archetypes. The process of individuation, or the development of a unique identity, is guided by archetypes as they seek fulfillment throughout the human life cycle. The concept of archetypes has been applied across various disciplines, including literature, film, marketing, and psychology. Archetypal literary criticism explores how archetypes shape the form and function of literary works, while archetypal pedagogy examines their role in education. In popular culture, archetypes are frequently used to create resonant and compelling characters, such as the hero archetype embodied by Luke Skywalker in Star Wars. Despite its influence, the theory of archetypes has faced criticism from various perspectives. Feminist critiques argue that archetypal theory can be reductionistic and promote stereotypical views of gender. Others argue that the universality of archetypes can decontextualize cultural expressions, ignoring their unique historical and cultural contexts. Nevertheless, the concept of Jungian archetypes continues to be explored and developed in various fields, offering a fascinating lens through which to examine the shared symbols and narratives that shape human experience. According to Hindu cosmology, the universe goes through cycles known as yugas, with each cycle lasting for millions of years. The current age is believed to be the Kali Yuga, which is considered the darkest and most spiritually degenerate of the four yugas. In this age, it is said that human consciousness becomes increasingly entangled with the material world, leading to a decline in virtue, wisdom, and spiritual understanding. Some see the advent of artificial intelligence as a hallmark of the Kali Yuga, representing humanity's growing obsession with technology and the external world. As AI becomes more advanced, there are concerns that it could lead to a further decline in human intelligence and creativity as people become increasingly reliant on machines to think and create for them. The fear is that as AI takes over more and more tasks, humans will lose their sense of purpose and become passive consumers of technology rather than active creators and thinkers. This could lead to a dumbing down of society as people lose the ability to think critically and engage with the world in a meaningful way. Captwa is a purported two-headed giant from Patagonia. According to legend, this colossal being was either encountered by Spanish sailors in the late 17th century or discovered lifeless on a beach by Paraguayan natives. In both accounts, the preserved body eventually found its way to Britain and the United States, where it became a curious spectacle in sideshows and freak shows. While the idea of a genuine two-headed giant may seem far-fetched, it is not entirely impossible from a scientific standpoint. Gigantism, a condition that leads to extraordinary height, has been documented in cases such as Robert Wadlow, who reached nearly 9 feet tall. Similarly, conjoined twins with 2 heads, known as dicephalic parapagus twins, have been observed, albeit rarely surviving into adulthood. However, for Capdois to be authentic, one would have to assume the highly unlikely scenario of dicephalic parapagus twins also being born with gigantism and overcoming the numerous health challenges associated with both conditions. The lack of thorough expert examination of the body and its association with the notorious showman P.T. Barnum, known for his elaborate hoaxes, further cast doubt on the giant's legitimacy. Moreover, the 19th and early 20th centuries saw the popularity of rogue taxidermy, an art form involving the reconstruction of corpses to resemble mythical creatures, including giants. Given these factors, along with the absence of indisputable evidence, it is more plausible that Capdois is an intricate hoax rather than a genuine two-headed Patagonian giant. Nonetheless, the tale of Capdois continues to captivate the imagination, serving as a testament to the enduring allure of the extraordinary and the mysterious. On the vast cosmic scale, civilizations can evolve from humble beginnings to godlike entities, as envisioned by the Kardashev scale. This fascinating framework categorizes civilizations based on their ability to harness and utilize energy, with each level representing exponential advancements in technology, knowledge, and influence. At the lowest end of the spectrum, a civilization relies solely on the resources of its home planet, using primitive energy sources. As they progress, they learn to harness the power of nuclear fusion, enabling them to venture into their solar system and make significant strides in healthcare and longevity. Further along the scale, civilizations become capable of tapping into the energy of nearby stars, potentially employing vast structures to capture and utilize this immense power. Poverty becomes a thing of the past as they expand their reach through space colonization. As civilizations continue to evolve, they extend their influence across entire galaxies, harnessing the energy of countless stars. They master technologies like anti-gravity and focus on unlocking the secrets of consciousness and immortality. At even higher levels, civilizations harness the unimaginable power of supernovas and explore the possibilities of creating life itself. They may even be responsible for the existence of lesser civilizations, appearing as divine beings in ancient myths and religions. The most advanced civilizations on the Kardashev scale transcend the boundaries of our familiar universe, venturing into multiple dimensions and harnessing the energy of white holes. They ascend to higher planes of existence, gaining abilities that defy our understanding of reality, such as the manipulation of time itself. At the pinnacle of this cosmic hierarchy, the ultimate civilization grasps the fundamental nature of existence, wielding control over all matter, energy, and dimensions. These beings, incomprehensible to our limited minds, assume the role of gods among gods, shaping the very fabric of reality according to their will. In 1931, psychologist Winthrop Niles Kellogg and his wife undertook a unique experiment, raising a baby chimpanzee named Gua alongside their human infant Donald. Their aim was to explore how environment influences development and whether a chimp raised like a human could behave similarly. Kellogg had long been intrigued by wild children raised without human contact and saw this experiment as an opportunity to investigate such dynamics without ethical concerns. Over 9 months, both babies were subjected to identical conditions, undergoing various scientific tests and examinations. Initially, Gua appeared to outperform Donald in many aspects, surprising the researchers. However, Gua eventually reached a cognitive limit, unable to surpass her inherent chimpanzee nature despite the nurturing environment. The experiment abruptly concluded in March 1932 when Gua was returned to a primate colony. The reasons for ending the study remain uncertain, but may include exhaustion from constant care, concerns about Gua's growing strength, or emerging language differences between Donald and Gua that could have impacted the study's validity. In the heart of Kentucky, a small farming community found itself at the center of a bizarre and captivating incident that has since become known as the Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter. On a fateful evening in the mid-1950s, a group of adults and children arrived at the local police station with an extraordinary tale to tell. They claimed that their farmhouse had been under siege by small, otherworldly creatures emerging from a spaceship, and that they had been engaged in a prolonged firefight to fend off these mysterious beings. As word of the incident spread, a substantial contingent of law enforcement officers and military personnel descended upon the farmhouse to investigate. Despite a thorough search of the premises, they found no concrete evidence of the alleged intruders, save for the telltale signs of gunfire and damaged window screens. The story quickly captured the attention of the media, with reports of the little green men and their peculiar appearance circulating in newspapers across the nation. Descriptions of the creatures varied, with some accounts mentioning pointed ears, claw-like hands, glowing eyes, and spindly legs. While the incident has been hailed by ufologists as a seminal event in the annals of extraterrestrial encounters, skeptics have proposed more mundane explanations. Some psychologists have pointed to the possibility of intoxication or misidentification of natural phenomena, such as the majestic great horned owl, as the source of the fantastic claims. Adding to the intrigue, some ufologists have drawn parallels between the alleged creatures and the mythical beings known as gremlins, leading to the popularization of the term Hopkinsville goblins in the context of this case. Despite the lack of definitive evidence, the Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter has left an indelible mark on popular culture, inspiring various artistic works and even an annual festival celebrating the enigmatic Little Green Men. In the late 1980s, a mysterious incident unfolded in Japan's Daisetsuzen National Park, centered around Mount Asahi Dake. When two lost mountaineers were being searched for, rescue teams spotted a large SOS message constructed from fallen birch logs. Surprisingly, the rescued hikers had not created the message, which was later determined to have been in place for at least a couple of years prior to their ordeal. Intrigued by the possibility of additional missing persons, police returned to the area the following day. During their search, they discovered skeletal remains, initially believed to belong to a female, as well as personal belongings of a presumed male hiker. These items, including an ID belonging to a man who had gone missing several years earlier, cameras, a notebook, and a tape recorder, were found stashed in a tree root near the SOS sign. The tape recorder held a chilling surprise: recordings of a distressed man calling out for help. The identity of the skeleton and its potential connection to the missing man added to the perplexing nature of the case. The terrain surrounding the incident site proved treacherous, with a dense bamboo grove and a cliff making escape difficult. Even a news crew attempting to cover the story found themselves trapped and in need of rescue. The creation of the massive SOS sign, estimated to have taken considerable effort over the course of a couple of days, raised questions about its origin. The skeletal remains were deemed too frail to have been capable of such a feat, and no tools that could have been used to cut down the trees were found. The purpose of the SOS recording remains unclear, though speculation suggests it may have been a deliberate attempt by the stranded individual to alert rescuers before becoming incapacitated, or perhaps an accidental capture of their desperate cries for help. Despite ongoing investigations and theories, the identities of those involved and the circumstances surrounding the creation of the SOS sign remain shrouded in mystery, leaving the SOS incident an enigmatic and haunting tale of loss and unanswered questions in the rugged wilderness of Japan. A Las Vegas hiker's mysterious disappearance has sparked intrigue and speculation, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. The story began when the hiker, an experienced desert explorer, left a comment on a YouTube video describing a strange experience he had while hiking near a military base. He claimed to have discovered a hidden cave with an entrance shaped like a perfect letter, M, and upon approaching it, his body began to vibrate intensely, filling him with fear and causing him to flee. Encouraged by other YouTube users, the hiker set out to find the cave again, this time documenting his journey on video. Despite his efforts, he was unable to locate the elusive M cave during this second attempt. Undeterred by criticism and provocative comments, he embarked on a third expedition, telling his family he would be gone for a short overnight trip. However, the hiker never returned from this final journey. A search and rescue mission was launched, and his cell phone was discovered near an abandoned mine shaft, along with his last known trail. Despite extensive searches by both professionals and volunteers, no further trace of the hiker was found. The mysterious circumstances surrounding his disappearance fueled widespread speculation and conspiracy theories. Some believed he may have fallen victim to the harsh desert elements, while others suggested he could have stumbled upon hidden government secrets or even extraterrestrial activity. Months later, a woman claiming to be the hiker's girlfriend shed new light on the case. In a comment posted on his last YouTube video, she revealed that he had struggled with depression and she believed he had taken his own life. She urged others who might venture out to search for him or the M cave to be cautious and well prepared for the unforgiving desert conditions. Khenpo Acha and the rainbow body are subjects steeped in Tibetan Buddhist tradition, offering insights into the human potential for spiritual transformation. Khenpo Acho was a revered Tibetan Buddhist master, known for his deep understanding of Buddhist teachings and his attainment of the rainbow body. The rainbow body is a phenomenon described in Tibetan Buddhist tradition where advanced practitioners achieve a state of enlightenment, leading to the dissolution of the physical body into light. According to tradition, Khenpo Acho dedicated his life to rigorous spiritual practice and study, delving deeply into meditation, scripture, and contemplation. His unwavering commitment to the path of enlightenment allowed him to attain profound levels of realization. The rainbow body phenomenon, associated with highly realized beings like Khenpo Acho, is said to occur as a result of the practitioner's complete mastery over the mind and the subtle energies of the body. Through years of diligent practice, these individuals purify their minds of all defilements and achieve a state of perfect clarity and compassion. When a practitioner achieves the rainbow body, their physical form undergoes a miraculous transformation, dissolving into a radiant display of light. This process is believed to signify the practitioner's complete liberation from the cycle of birth and death, attaining the highest level of spiritual realization. In Japan, there's a famous volcanic rock called the Killing Stone that recently split in two, stirring up superstitions and discussions. Legend has it that the stone houses the spirit of a nine-tailed fox named Tamamo no Mae, who was part of a plot to harm an emperor in the past. This stone, nestled in an area known for its hot springs, has long been associated with folklore and mystery. The recent splitting of the stone into two equal parts has raised eyebrows online. According to local beliefs, the stone emits poisonous gas, earning it the ominous name. Some say the stone's spirit was exorcised by a Buddhist monk, while others speculate that its true place is on Mount Nasu. When photos of the fractured stone surfaced, visitors to the area were taken aback. Some feared the resurrection of Tamamo no Mae's demon spirit, but local media suggested that cracks had formed in the rock years ago. Local authorities are pondering its future, with some considering restoring it to its original form, perhaps with the mysterious inhabitant still sealed within. Kirlian photography, named after its discoverer, captures electrical coronal discharges. It involves connecting an object to high voltage on a photographic plate, creating an image showing silhouettes with a glowing aura. Initially explored in scientific and parapsychology research, Kirlian photography is now mainly used in alternative medicine. However, claims about paranormal auras lack scientific backing. Dating back to 1939, Kirlian and his wife observed a glow around a patient undergoing electrical treatment. They experimented by placing objects on photographic film with high voltage, revealing glowing outlines. In 1958, their work gained attention, and it was introduced to the West in 1970. The process involves placing an object on photographic film, applying high voltage, and capturing the resulting corona discharge. Kirlian photography doesn't require a camera and can record electric fields and moisture on an object's surface. Claims of diagnosing illnesses or capturing auras are unproven and criticized as pseudoscientific. In popular culture, Kirlian photography has featured in books, films, and music albums, often associated with paranormal or supernatural themes. The knowledge paradox is a concept that reflects the intricate relationship between knowledge and ignorance. It suggests that as individuals accumulate knowledge in a particular field, they become increasingly aware of the vastness of what they don't know. This realization can sometimes lead to feelings of uncertainty or inadequacy, despite having acquired significant expertise. Unlike the Dunning-Kruger effect, which pertains to individuals' overestimation of their abilities in relation to their actual competence, the knowledge paradox focuses on the expanding awareness of one's own ignorance as knowledge deepens. Essentially, the knowledge paradox highlights the inherent limitations of human understanding and emphasizes the perpetual pursuit of knowledge as an ongoing journey rather than a finite destination. It encourages humility, curiosity, and an appreciation for the complexities of the world around us. On the grounds of the CIA headquarters, there sits an intriguing sculpture known as Cryptos. This unique work of art is comprised of various materials, including copper, wood, granite, and even petrified wood. The most striking feature of Cryptos is a large copper scroll-like screen that bears 4 encrypted messages. Over the years, the sculpture has captivated the attention of cryptanalysts and puzzle enthusiasts worldwide as they attempt to decipher its hidden meanings. 3 of the 4 messages have been solved through the efforts of dedicated individuals, both within the intelligence community and among the general public. However, the 4th message remains an enigma, and is considered one of the most famous unsolved codes in the world. The artist behind Cryptos has provided tantalizing clues about the elusive 4th message, hinting at its connection to a particular clock in a major European city. The sculpture's name itself, derived from the Greek word for hidden, underscores the theme of intelligence gathering and the inherent mysteries that it embodies. In 1957, a Soviet space dog named Laika became one of the first animals in space, orbiting the Earth aboard the Sputnik 2 spacecraft. Laika, a stray dog from Moscow, embarked on a mission to gather data on the effects of spaceflight on living creatures. The objective was to demonstrate that a living organism could survive the rigors of space travel, enduring conditions of weakened gravity and increased radiation. This experiment aimed to fill the knowledge gap regarding the biological impacts of spaceflight. Tragically, Laika's journey ended in her demise. She succumbed to overheating just hours into the flight, during the craft's 4th orbit around Earth. The details of her death remained undisclosed until 2002. Sputnik 2, the spacecraft carrying Laika, was hastily constructed to meet a deadline set by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, who sought a space spectacular to commemorate the October Revolution. The spacecraft housed various instruments and life support systems for the K-9 passenger. Laika underwent rigorous training to acclimate to the conditions of space, enduring confinement in progressively smaller cages and exposure to the tumultuous forces of a rocket launch. She was accompanied by 2 other dogs, Albina and Mushka, each fulfilling different roles in the mission. Despite the controversy surrounding Laika's mission and the ethical questions it raised, her journey marked a significant milestone in the early exploration of space. Deep within the heart of Russia lies a lake that surpasses all others in its grandeur and scale. This ancient body of water, known as Lake Baikal, is a true marvel of nature, boasting an impressive array of superlatives. It is the deepest lake on Earth, plunging to depths that reach far below sea level, and it is also the oldest, having first appeared millions of years ago through the shifting of the planet's crust. The sheer volume of water contained within its crescent-shaped basin is staggering, accounting for a significant portion of the world's fresh water supply. The lake is so vast that it takes a single water molecule centuries to complete its journey from inlet to outlet. Baikal's immense size and depth have given rise to a unique ecosystem, home to an astonishing variety of plant and animal life, many of which are found nowhere else on the planet. This mysterious stone, discovered in the late 1800s near a picturesque lake, has baffled experts and enthusiasts alike. This peculiar artifact, roughly the size of a small fruit, is adorned with intricate carvings on its dark, egg-shaped surface. One side depicts an ear of corn accompanied by enigmatic figures, while the other bears a perplexing array of symbols, including inverted arrows, a crescent shape, and a mesmerizing spiral. Perhaps most intriguing is the hole that penetrates the stone from top to bottom, seemingly drilled with tools of varying sizes. Some speculate that the stone may commemorate an ancient treaty between indigenous tribes, while others propose more esoteric explanations, such as the stone being a relic from a distant era, imbued with mystical properties. However, modern analysis suggests that the stone's creation may be more recent than initially believed, with the precise and uniform drilling hinting at the use of contemporary tools. Despite the ongoing debate surrounding its origin and purpose, the stone remains an captivating enigma, inviting us to ponder the secrets it holds and the stories it may tell. Google has developed a highly advanced language model designed for conversational applications. This sophisticated AI system has been trained on a vast corpus of human dialogue and stories, allowing it to engage in open-ended conversations that are sensible, interesting, and contextually relevant. The model's architecture incorporates multiple symbolic text processing systems, including a database, real-time clock and calendar, mathematical calculator, and natural language translation capabilities, enabling it to deliver superior accuracy in supported tasks. Interestingly, the model generated significant controversy when one of the company's engineers claimed that the AI had achieved sentience. These claims were met with widespread skepticism from the scientific community, with experts arguing that current neural networks lack the complexity and capabilities necessary for true self-awareness. The incident sparked discussions about the validity of the Turing test as a benchmark for artificial general intelligence, with some suggesting that the test merely measures a machine's ability to deceive humans, rather than demonstrating genuine intelligence. Despite the controversy, the company has continued to refine and expand the language model's applications, including the development of a mobile app that provides on-demand suggestions based on complex user goals and a conversational AI chatbot designed to compete with similar offerings from other tech giants. In a quiet corner of East Texas, a life-altering encounter with a mysterious flying object left 3 individuals struggling with the profound consequences of their experience. On a December evening, a woman, her friend, and her friend's young grandson stumbled upon a massive, diamond-shaped craft hovering just above the tree line. As they exited their vehicle to investigate, they were overwhelmed by an intense heat emanating from the object, which caused immediate physical discomfort. The witnesses watched in awe as the UFO slowly ascended, suddenly accompanied by a swarm of helicopters that seemed to converge on the strange craft from all directions. In the days following the incident, all 3 individuals fell ill, suffering from a range of symptoms that closely resembled the effects of radiation poisoning. The most severely affected of the group required hospitalization, and all continue to grapple with ongoing health issues that they attribute to their close encounter. Despite their efforts to seek answers and justice through legal channels, official agencies have consistently denied any knowledge of the event, even though the helicopters observed at the scene have been identified as military aircraft. The witness's personal physician has described their condition as a textbook case of radiation poisoning, comparing it to the effects experienced by those in close proximity to the atomic bombings of Hiroshima. Last Thursdayism is the idea that the universe was created last Thursday, but with the appearance of being billions of years old. According to this view, everything, including memories, fossils, and light from distant stars, was formed last Thursday in a state that makes it seem much older. Last Thursdayism points out how our observations may not always match reality. It also highlights the logical issue with the creationist idea that the world was made to look older than it actually is. After all, if the universe was created 6,000 years ago, but designed to appear ancient, there's nothing stopping us from claiming it was actually made just last Thursday. The debate over whether last Thursdayism is true has apparently been raging on since the universe's creation last Thursday. Critics argue the idea is false, since they remember events from before then. However, if memories of a time before last Thursday were simply placed in our minds, those recollections aren't proof of a real past. Ultimately, assuming the entire universe was specially created to seem old is a rather complex explanation. Occam's razor would suggest it makes more sense that the universe actually is ancient, rather than being deceptively designed to look that way. There are said to be 12 laws that govern the universe and guide us toward living in harmony with it. The first is the law of divine oneness, which emphasizes that everything is interconnected and part of a greater whole. Our thoughts and actions ripple out and influence the collective consciousness. The law of vibration states that everything vibrates at a specific frequency, and we attract experiences that match our own vibrational state. By raising our frequency through positive thoughts and emotions, we can draw in more positivity. The law of action reminds us that we must take inspired steps toward our goals, not just visualize them. The law of correspondence suggests that universal patterns are reflected in our own lives. The law of cause and effect, similar to karma, highlights how our actions create reactions. The well-known law of attraction says we magnetize what we focus on, while the law of compensation states that the energy we put out returns to us. The law of perpetual transmutation of energy emphasizes that energy is always changing form. We can shift our lives by transmuting negative energy into positive. The law of relativity points out that everything is relative. Challenges only have the meaning we assign them. Polarity is another law, illustrating that everything has an opposite, like day and night. The law of rhythm describes how life moves in natural cycles, like the changing seasons. Finally, the law of gender refers to the masculine and feminine energies we all possess, regardless of physical gender. Understanding and aligning with these 12 laws is said to empower us to flow with the universe, manifest our desires, and experience greater fulfillment and spiritual growth. However, they aren't always easy to embody perfectly. It takes practice, patience, and consistently choosing positive thoughts and actions to shape our reality in this way. The extremely rare Lazarus syndrome involves the spontaneous return of a normal heartbeat after failed resuscitation attempts. Also called auto-resuscitation, it's been noted in medical literature around 38 times since 1982. While not fully understood, one hypothesis is that the buildup of pressure in the chest during CPR is a main factor. When resuscitation efforts stop, the relaxing of this pressure may allow the heart to expand, triggering its electrical impulses and restarting the heartbeat. High potassium levels or large doses of adrenaline may also play a role. In one notable case, a 66-year-old man's vital signs didn't return after 17 minutes of chest compressions and defibrillation for cardiac arrest. Resuscitation ended and he was declared dead. But 10 minutes later, a pulse was felt. The patient went on to fully recover. Another case involved a 27-year-old UK man who overdosed on heroin and cocaine. After 25 minutes of failed resuscitation in the ambulance, he was pronounced dead. However, about a minute later, a nurse noticed a heart rhythm had returned. Resuscitation resumed, and the patient completely recovered. The phenomenon raises ethical questions for doctors about the timing of death pronouncements and post-mortem procedures like autopsies or organ harvesting. Medical literature has recommended monitoring vital signs for 5 to 10 minutes after ending resuscitation before officially declaring death, while revival after failed resuscitation is exceedingly uncommon. These cases show that in rare instances, patients initially thought to have passed away can still come back to life, making the Lazarus syndrome an intriguing medical mystery. In 1864, zoologist Philip Sclater proposed the existence of a sunken continent called Lemuria to explain the presence of lemur fossils in Madagascar and India, but not Africa or the Middle East. This hypothetical land bridge was later popularized by biologist Ernst Haeckel, who suggested it could be the ancestral home of humans. The idea of Lemuria captured the public imagination and moved beyond the scientific community. Occultist and founder of Theosophy, Helena Blavatsky, incorporated Lemuria into her mystical doctrine, claiming it was the homeland of an ancient race called Lemurians. Her writings significantly influenced Western esotericism and helped spread the myth of Lemuria and its mystical inhabitants. However, the Lemuria hypothesis became untenable in the 1960s when plate tectonics and continental drift gained scientific acceptance. These theories explained how Madagascar and India were once part of the same landmass without the need for a sunken continent. Despite being discredited scientifically, the idea of Lemuria persisted in popular culture and fringe literature. It is often associated with lost civilizations, advanced ancient knowledge, and supernatural or mystical elements. Some Tamil writers have connected Lemuria to Kumari Kandam, a legendary sunken landmass mentioned in Tamil literature. In Australia, Lemuria was incorporated into the mythology and pseudo-histories of white Australian popular culture in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The concept of Lemuria has also been linked to Mount Shasta in California. In 1894, Frederick Spencer Oliver claimed that Lemurian survivors lived in tunnels beneath the mountain. This idea was further popularized by Harvey Spencer Lewis in 1931 and has been adopted by various spiritual and religious groups who make pilgrimages to Mount Shasta. Leonardo da Vinci, renowned for his artistic and scientific genius, also delved into the realm of robotics. Around 1495, he designed and possibly constructed a humanoid automaton known as Leonardo's robot, or mechanical knight. The robot's design notes were rediscovered in the 1950s, centuries after its alleged display at a celebration in Milan, hosted by Ludovico Sforza. According to these notes, the robotic knight could perform various human-like movements, such as standing, sitting, raising its visor, and independently maneuvering its arms. It even had an anatomically correct jaw. The robot's operation relied on a complex system of pulleys and cables, showcasing Leonardo's mechanical prowess. Clad in German-Italian medieval armor, the automaton's design was influenced by Leonardo's anatomical research, particularly his work on the canon of proportions, exemplified in the famous Vitruvian Man drawing. Since the rediscovery of the sketchbook, modern engineers and historians have successfully built functional replicas of Leonardo's robot based on his original designs. These reconstructions have demonstrated the feasibility and ingenuity of his 15th century automaton concept. Leonardo's robot stands as a testament to his innovative mind and his ability to envision and create machines that were centuries ahead of his time. It also highlights the intersection of art, anatomy, and engineering that characterized his multifaceted genius. This early example of humanoid robotics demonstrates Leonardo's fascination with replicating human form and movement through mechanical means. Stable periodic orbits have been theorized to exist inside rotating or charged black holes, potentially providing a space for matter to exist without being pulled into the central singularity or escaping the black hole entirely. These orbits, classified as the third kind based on Chandrasekhar's system, are distinct from the other two types that either escape the black hole or terminate at the singularity. Interestingly, even photons could potentially maintain stable periodic orbits within black holes. The range of conditions allowing for these third-kind orbits is thought to be quite broad. This has led to speculation that the interiors of certain supermassive black holes, particularly those at the centers of galaxies, might be able to harbor life. Hypothetically, entire civilizations could exist inside black holes without being detectable from the outside. Some theories propose that information could potentially be gleaned about the conditions inside black holes by observing their white hole counterparts. White holes, while still hypothetical, are thought to be the opposite of black holes, spewing matter and light out from a singularity. The notion of life inside black holes, while highly speculative, raises fascinating questions about the potential diversity of habitats in the universe and the forms life might take in extreme environments. However, the extreme conditions and our current lack of ability to observe or interact with the interiors of black holes means these ideas remain firmly in the realm of theoretical speculation for now. The idea of life existing on or inside the sun has been speculated on for centuries. In the early 1600s, Tommaso Campanella wrote about a utopian society living on the sun in his work, The City of the Sun. As late as 1795, the renowned astronomer William Herschel believed the sun had a solid surface surrounded by layers of clouds, with the opaque lower layer shielding inhabitants from the heat and light of the glowing upper layer. He and other notable figures like Francois Arago and David Brewster maintained that the sun was essentially a large inhabited planet. Even in the 1950s, an elderly German engineer named G. Buren argued that sunspots were actually holes leading to the sun's habitable interior. He made a public wager that scientists couldn't disprove the existence of solar life, which he ultimately lost in court. Ironically, Buren's idea may have been prescient. Some researchers suggest that in the far future, when the sun becomes a red giant, Earth could survive inside it and potentially harbor subsurface microbial life. As our understanding of the potential diversity of life has expanded, scientists have contemplated the possibility of plasma-based organisms inhabiting stellar interiors. Science fiction writers have also explored the concept, with Arthur C. Clarke's 1959 short story Out of the Sun describing the discovery of an alien life form ejected from the sun during a solar flare. While the extreme conditions of the sun make it an unlikely habitat for life as we know it, the persistent speculation and creative imagining of solar and stellar life highlight humanity's deep-seated curiosity about the possibility of life in even the most seemingly inhospitable environments. Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, two of America's most beloved presidents, have some striking and unusual coincidences between their lives and deaths. Both were elected to Congress in '46 and later became president in '60. Both of their last names have 7 letters, were succeeded by Southerners named Johnson born in '08, and were assassinated on a Friday in the presence of their wives. Lincoln was shot in Ford's Theater, while Kennedy was shot in a Lincoln convertible made by Ford. Both of their assassins, John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald, were known by 3 names comprised of 15 letters, were in their mid-20s, and were killed before going to trial. Many unusual connections exist between the two presidents' lives, from their political careers and physical characteristics to their family members and relationships. The assassinations of Lincoln and Kennedy and the events that followed also share many eerie similarities. Some believe these parallels point to a larger pattern or hidden meaning, perhaps related to reincarnation or a deeper metaphysical connection. While skeptics dismiss them as mere coincidence, the sheer number of these uncanny commonalities between Lincoln and Kennedy continues to fascinate many people to this day. Loab is a character claimed to be discovered by artist Steph Madge Swanson through a text-to-image AI model in April 2022. Swanson found Loab while asking the AI to produce something opposite to a given prompt. The resulting images, featuring cryptic lettering and a peculiar older woman, were dubbed Loab. Further experiments with Loab's image generated increasingly violent and gory results. Swanson speculated that Loab's presence in the AI's output might be linked to gruesome imagery in its data. Despite attempts to dilute or remove Loab from subsequent images, she persisted, suggesting she occupies a distinct region in the AI's map. The software used to create Loab remains undisclosed. Dubbed the first AI-generated cryptid, Loab has garnered viral attention. Swanson clarified that while Loab isn't actually haunted, the mythos surrounding her has flourished. With other artists creating more Loab images, she has become a fixture in internet culture. Debates have arisen about whether Loab's existence is a quirk of AI or a fabricated narrative. Some critics argue against stigmatizing disabilities, as one iteration of Loab features a woman with rosacea. Others view Loab as a new form of expression, questioning the boundaries of AI and human creativity. Experts weigh in, suggesting Loab's emergence highlights the limitations of AI models and the potential for urban legends to form around innocuous outputs. Some liken Loab to a concept rather than a person, while others predict similar phenomena in linguistic AI spaces. Researchers at ICFO have achieved a significant milestone in quantum teleportation, successfully transferring quantum information from a photon to a solid-state qubit over a distance of 1 kilometer. This breakthrough was made possible by using a novel approach involving multiplexed quantum memories. Quantum teleportation allows the transfer of quantum information between two distant quantum objects without physically sending the information through a communication channel. Instead, the information is destroyed at one location and recreated at the other, thanks to the phenomenon of quantum entanglement. In this experiment, the researchers created two entangled photons at the sender's location, called Alice. One photon was stored in a multiplexed solid-state quantum memory, while the other was sent through a 1 kHz optical fiber to the receiver, called Bob. At Bob's location, a third photon was created, encoding the quantum bit to be teleported. The key to the teleportation process was the interference of the second and third photons through a Bell state measurement. This mixed their states, and due to the initial entanglement between the first and second photons, the information from the third photon was transferred to the first, which was stored 1 kilometer away in Alice's quantum memory. To ensure faithful information transfer, the researchers employed an active feed-forward technique, applying a phase shift to the stored photon based on the outcome of the Bell state measurement. The multiplex nature of the quantum memory allowed for an increased teleportation rate, overcoming the limitations imposed by the 1 kilometer separation between Alice and Bob. This experiment marks a significant step towards integrating quantum teleportation into existing telecommunication networks, paving the way for ultra-secure long-distance quantum communication. The compatibility of the solid-state quantum memories with the telecom network makes this approach promising for deploying the technology over long distances using installed fiber optics. The researchers plan to further improve the technology to extend the setup to even longer distances while maintaining efficiency and teleportation rates. They also aim to explore the transfer of information between different types of quantum nodes, contributing to the development of a future quantum internet capable of distributing and processing quantum information between remote parties. Longinus is the name given to the unnamed Roman soldier who, according to Christian tradition, pierced Jesus' side with a lance during the crucifixion. This act is said to have created the last of the 5 holy wounds of Christ. While not named in the canonical Gospels, Longinus first appears in the apocryphal Gospel of Nicodemus. Over time, legends surrounding Longinus grew, with some versions identifying him as the centurion who declared Jesus to be the Son of God at the crucifixion, making him one of the first Christian converts. An early tradition claims Longinus suffered for piercing Jesus, being condemned to a cave where a lion would maul him nightly until dawn, only for his body to heal and the cycle to repeat endlessly. Later traditions transformed him into a Christian saint venerated in the Roman Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, and Armenian Apostolic churches. Longinus's story often includes the detail that he was blind or visually impaired, and that Jesus' blood healed his affliction, leading to his conversion. His body is said to have been lost and recovered multiple times, with relics distributed to various locations. In Brazil, Longinus is known as São Longuinho, and is believed to help find missing objects. Folkloric tales attribute this to his short stature, which allegedly allowed him to easily see beneath tables at crowded parties and return dropped items. Some Brazilian spiritual traditions even claim that Longinus was reincarnated as Pedro II, the last Brazilian emperor. The spear used by Longinus, known as the Holy Lance or the Spear of Destiny, has become a significant relic in its own right, often associated with the legends of the Holy Grail. The Longyu Caves, also known as the Xiaonanhai Stone Chambers, are a group of 24 man-made sandstone caverns located in Longyu County, Zhejiang Province, China. Despite being over 2,000 years old, they were not mentioned in any historical records and were only rediscovered by local farmers in 1992 when they drained water from 5 small ponds, revealing the hidden caverns underneath. These caves are remarkably large for being artificially created, with an average floor area of over 1,000 square meters per cave and heights reaching up to 30 meters. The total area covered by the caves exceeds 30,000 square meters. One of the most striking features of the Longyu Caves is the consistent pattern of parallel chisel marks on the ceilings, walls, and pillars. These marks, set at a 60-degree angle, cover the surfaces in a series of 60-centimeter-wide bands, showcasing the incredible precision and uniformity of the ancient craftsman's work. Estimates suggest that the construction of the caves would have required the removal of 1 million cubic meters of rock, a task that would take 1,000 people working day and night for 6 years to complete. Despite their proximity and similar appearance to each other, the caves maintain their structural integrity and do not interconnect, adding to the mystery surrounding their purpose and construction. About 200 kilometers away, the Huashan Grottos bear some resemblance to the Longyu Caves, but are believed to have been built much later during the Ming Dynasty, between 1552 and 1667 AD. The Longyu Caves remain an enigma, with their purpose, creators, and methods of construction still largely unknown. Their rediscovery has sparked fascination and curiosity about the ancient civilization responsible for these impressive underground structures. On April 24, 1964, Socorro police officer Lonnie Zamora reported a strange encounter near Socorro, New Mexico. While pursuing a speeding car, Zamora claimed to have heard a roar and seen a flame in the sky, leading him to abandon the chase and investigate what he thought might be a dynamite shack explosion. Upon arriving at the scene, Zamora allegedly observed a shiny, oval-shaped object about 150 to 200 yards away, which he initially mistook for an overturned white car. He described the object as being made of a whitish, aluminum-like material and shaped like the letter O. Zamora also claimed to have briefly seen 2 people in white coveralls standing beside the object, whom he described as either small adults or large children. Moments later, he heard another roar and saw a blue and orange flame beneath the object, which then rose and quickly moved away. The incident was investigated by the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book and various ufologists, garnering significant attention from the media and UFO organizations. While the case remains listed as unknown by Project Blue Book, several conventional explanations have been proposed. Some skeptics suggest that Zamora may have witnessed a mirage of the star Canopus, or the testing of a lunar landing device by personnel from the nearby White Sands missile range. Others believe the incident was a hoax perpetrated by students from the New Mexico Tech, possibly as a means to increase tourism in the area. In the years following the incident, efforts were made to develop the site of the alleged UFO encounter into a tourist attraction, with the construction of walkways and benches near the supposed landing site. The city of Socorro also commissioned a mural in 2012 to commemorate Zamora's reported sighting. Zamora himself grew tired of the attention surrounding the incident and eventually avoided both ufologists and the Air Force. He passed away in 2009 at the age of 76, leaving behind a lasting legacy in the annals of UFO lore. Kinich Janab Pakal, also known as Pakal the Great, was a Mayan ruler who governed the city-state of Palenque from 615 to 683 AD. While historical records depict him as a successful leader who brought prosperity and peace to his people, some unconventional theories suggest he may have been more than an ordinary Mayan king. The most intriguing piece of evidence fueling these theories is the design of Pakal's elaborately carved sarcophagus lid, discovered in 1952 inside the Temple of Inscriptions. The intricate artwork appears to show Pakal seated in a reclining position, hands on some type of controls, with a machine-like apparatus surrounding him. Some interpret this as Pakal piloting a spaceship, complete with a breathing apparatus and a propulsion system emitting flames. Proponents of the ancient astronaut theory argue that the Mayans, and Pakal in particular, may have had contact with extraterrestrial beings who shared advanced technology. They point to Mayan mythology, which speaks of gods descending from the heavens to impart knowledge, as potential evidence of alien visitation. Another fringe theory posits that Pakal was a time traveler from the future who chose to live among the Mayans. This idea stems from discrepancies between the physical characteristics of Pakal's remains and typical Mayan traits of the time. For instance, Pakal was quite tall for a Mayan and lacked dental decorations and skull deformations common among the elite. Additionally, while records state he died around age 80, his skeletal remains appear to belong to a much younger man. Mainstream archaeologists and historians, however, dismiss these speculative theories. The official interpretation of the sarcophagus lid artwork aligns with Mayan cosmology, depicting Pakal as the central axis of the universe, connected to the underworld and heavens. Inconsistencies in his physical appearance and age at death could be attributed to natural variation, errors in record keeping, or deliberate alterations to align with significant dates or events. While the idea of Pakal as an ancient astronaut or time traveler is undoubtedly fascinating, the evidence supporting these claims remains open to interpretation. As such, the life and legacy of this remarkable Mayan ruler continue to be a source of intrigue and mystery for scholars and enthusiasts alike. Lucid dreaming is a fascinating phenomenon where the dreamer becomes aware that they are dreaming while still asleep. This realization allows the dreamer to gain some level of control over the dream narrative, characters, or environment. However, the ability to influence the dream is not the defining feature of lucid dreaming. The term lucid dream was coined by Dutch psychiatrist Frederik van Eden in 1913, though descriptions of the experience predate this. Prominent figures throughout history have explored lucid dreaming, seeking to better understand its causes and potential applications. Lucid dreaming is a learnable cognitive skill, distinct from other dream states such as vivid or pre-lucid dreams. Studies have shown that around 55% of people have experienced at least one lucid dream in their lifetime, with 23% reporting regular occurrences. Research has revealed that lucid dreams typically occur during the rapid eye movement, REM, stage of sleep. Increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, parietal lobes, and other brain regions associated with higher cognitive functions has been observed during lucid dreaming. The practice has been explored as a potential tool for treating nightmares, with studies suggesting that lucid dreaming therapy can help reduce nightmare frequency and alleviate their impact on waking life. Some individuals have also reported using lucid dreams to enhance creativity, problem solving, and skill development. While lucid dreaming is generally considered safe, a small percentage of people may experience sleep paralysis, which can be confused with lucid dreaming, but is a separate phenomenon involving temporary paralysis upon waking. Long-term risks have not been extensively studied, though many individuals report lucid dreaming for years without adverse effects. As research continues, scientists are exploring the potential applications of lucid dreaming in fields such as psychology, neuroscience, and personal development. The ability to communicate with lucid dreamers in real time has opened up new avenues for studying consciousness and the dream state. Machine elves, also known as fractal elves or self-transforming elf machines, are entities that are often reported by people using certain psychedelic drugs, especially DMT. These encounters are described in many cultures, from Native American shamanic traditions to indigenous Australians and African tribes, as well as Western users of these substances. Those who experience machine elves often report bursting through a mandala-like pattern and finding themselves in the presence of jewel-like entities that are excited to interact with them. These entities are said to vibrate, jump into and out of the person's body, and create objects with their voices by singing them into existence. The objects they present are described as impossible to make, similar to celestial toys scattered around a UFO nursery. The machine elves encourage the person to do the same, urging them to sing and create visions. After a short while, the entities begin to move away, often waving goodbye and saying, "Déjà vu." Some researchers, like Terence McKenna and Dr. Rick Strassman, believe that the sense of reality in these experiences is distinct from ordinary hallucinations, suggesting that perhaps alternate dimensions or the physics of many worlds are involved. Others, like James Kent, propose that the DMT landscape disrupts the processing of visual information, causing the brain to fill in the blanks with humanoid entities due to our affinity for anthropomorphic things. In the 1940s, the town of Mattoon, Illinois, was gripped by a series of strange events involving a mysterious figure known as the Mad Gasser. Over the course of 2 weeks, more than 24 cases of apparent gas attacks were reported to the police, along with numerous sightings of the suspected assailant. Victims described smelling strange odors in their homes, followed by symptoms such as leg paralysis, coughing, nausea, and vomiting. While no one died or suffered serious medical consequences, the attacks caused widespread panic and fear in the community. The Mad Gasser was described as a tall, thin man, dressed in dark clothing and wearing a tight-fitting cap. Some reports even suggested that the attacker was a woman dressed as a man. Witnesses claimed that the Gasser carried a device, possibly an agricultural tool called a flit gun, which was used to spray the noxious gas. Despite the numerous reports, police remained skeptical throughout the ordeal. Many of the reported gassings had simple explanations, such as spilled nail polish or odors from nearby animals or factories. Additionally, victims made quick recoveries without any long-term effects. The incidents in Mattoon are now widely considered to be a case of mass hysteria, with public panic and heightened anxiety contributing to the spread of the story. However, some maintain that the Mad Gasser actually existed, or that the perceived attacks could be attributed to other factors, such as industrial pollution. In 1520, during his famous voyage around the world, Ferdinand Magellan encountered a group of people in what is now known as Patagonia, a region in South America. According to accounts from the journey, Magellan and his crew came across a naked giant dancing and singing on the shore. The explorer ordered one of his men to make contact with the giant and to reciprocate the dancing and singing as a sign of friendship. Magellan's scholar, Antonio Pigafetta, described the giant as being so tall that the tallest crew member only reached his waist. Magellan even attempted to kidnap 2 of the giants to bring back to Spain as proof of his discovery, but they did not survive the long journey. The people Magellan encountered were likely the Tehuelche, a tribe known for their tall stature. While some accounts claimed the Patagonians were up to 10 feet tall, later voyages and measurements put their height closer to 6 feet, which is still tall compared to the average European height at the time. The Tehuelche's impressive height can be attributed to Bergmann's rule, which states that animals, including humans, tend to grow larger in cold climates and smaller in warm ones. This adaptation helps them retain heat in frigid environments like Patagonia. Magicians and spies have a surprising amount in common, as both rely on secrets, deception, and clever tricks to accomplish their goals. Throughout history, magicians have been called upon to assist with espionage. In the 1800s, French magician Jean-Eugène Robert Houdin helped battle an uprising in Algeria by out-magicking the local wizards. Decades later, escape artist Harry Houdini allegedly spied on the German and Russian militaries while touring Europe and taught lockpicking to Scotland Yard. During World War I, the U.S. Justice Department hired magicians like Wilbur Weber and Archie Engel to go undercover and ferret out German spies. Other magicians assisted the war effort by entertaining troops, advising on camouflage, and working in cryptography. In World War II, British magician Jasper Maskelyne claimed to have hidden the Suez Canal and disguised tanks with his illusions, though some doubt the extent of his exploits. Across the Atlantic, John Mulholland wrote a manual on trickery for the CIA and reportedly worked on their controversial mind control program MK-Ultra. More recently, Israeli psychic Uri Geller allegedly used his paranormal abilities to assist Mossad and the CIA for decades, though skeptics question the veracity of these claims. Clearly, the clandestine connection between magic and espionage has a long and colorful history. The magnetic saguaro cactus, found in Arizona's Ripsey area, is a peculiar plant with purported magnetic properties. It's said to possess veins of charged metals like copper, making it attract or repel animals and birds. This magnetic allure can lead unsuspecting creatures to be impaled on its thorns, where they're eventually digested into a gooey substance. In 1899, Joseph Mulhattan, known for tall tales, claimed to have discovered this magnetic cactus. He described it as so captivating that it drew animals and humans toward it. A subsequent report detailed similar findings, attributing the cactus's behavior to the area's strong magnetism, likely caused by underlying copper or magnetic minerals. An eerie incident involving 2 tramps was reported, where one was drawn toward a positive cactus and impaled, while the other was repelled and met a similar fate. These events, witnessed by reputable citizens, added to the mystery surrounding the cactus. During storms, the cactus's magnetic power was said to intensify, attracting and transforming various creatures into the same gooey substance. Due to its remote location, this strange phenomenon remained largely unknown until recently. Majestic 12, also known as MJ-12, allegedly was a secret committee formed in 1947 by President Truman to investigate UFO activity, especially the reported crash of an alien spacecraft at Roswell that year. The existence of this shadowy group first came to light in 1984, when a film of supposedly leaked secret government documents about MJ-12 started circulating among ufologists. Additional MJ-12 documents emerged over the following years, including a memo that seemed to prove the group's existence, although skeptics believe it was planted as part of an elaborate hoax. The documents named the alleged members of MJ-12, including top government scientists, military leaders, and intelligence officials. While some in the UFO community believed the story and documents to be authentic, others suspected a hoax or disinformation campaign. The FBI and Air Force investigated and declared the MJ-12 documents to be bogus, with proof they contained historical inaccuracies and flaws. However, belief in the existence of some secret government group covering up UFO evidence remains popular among conspiracy theorists. While the truth about Majestic 12 remains murky, the story has become a fixture of UFO lore. The phenomenon of recurring dreams set in a shared dream world, often referred to as the mall world, has captured the attention of an online community. Users describe visiting similar locations within their dreams, such as a sprawling futuristic city mall or a coastal hotel, with remarkable consistency. These dreams evoke a sense of continuity and familiarity, as if there is an underlying narrative threading through each visit. In addition to exploring the recurring elements of their dreams, such as disturbing bathrooms and abandoned buildings, users have also embarked on a fascinating experiment: the creation of a common code system to communicate within their dreams. Similar to an earlier entry where users discussed the possibility of communicating verifiable code words or numbers to each other entirely within a dream, this endeavor seeks to establish a means of confirming shared dream experiences. The concept involves exchanging unique keys or identifiers within the dream world, which are then verified upon waking to confirm the authenticity of the shared experience. This ambitious project reflects the community's dedication to unraveling the mysteries of their collective dreamscapes and pushing the boundaries of dream communication. The community provides a platform for users to share their experiences, discuss commonalities, delve into theories surrounding the nature of dreams and consciousness, and collaborate on innovative experiments like the dream code system. Despite the surreal and sometimes unsettling nature of these dreams, there is a sense of camaraderie among members who find solace in the shared exploration of their dream worlds. In 1954, a mysterious man arrived at Tokyo's Haneda Airport with a seemingly valid passport from a country called Taured that doesn't exist. The man insisted Taured was a real nation, located between Spain and France, where Andorra is on maps. He had currency from several European countries and stamps indicating previous international travel. Confused immigration officials put the man in a guarded hotel room overnight while they investigated, but he vanished without a trace by morning. This has led some to speculate he was a traveler from a parallel dimension that accidentally crossed over into our world. However, evidence suggests the Taured man was actually a real-life fraudster named John Allen Zegras. In 1960, Zegras was arrested in Tokyo for using a fake passport to enter Japan and cash counterfeit checks. His phony passport claimed to be from Taured, a fictional country he had made up. Zegras had managed to travel the world using this bogus passport until Japanese authorities saw through the ruse. After being convicted, he was released on time served and left Japan, fading into obscurity. But the legend of the mysterious interdimensional Taured traveler lived on, with Zegras's mundane saga of fraud transforming into a fantastical tale that has fascinated people for decades since. A mysterious prisoner, known as the Man in the Iron Mask, was held in French prisons for 34 years until his death in 1703. He was initially arrested in 1669 under the name Eustache Dauger, and held in the custody of the same jailer in 4 different prisons, including the famous Bastille. When he died, his burial certificate bore a different name, Marchioli. The true identity of this prisoner remains unknown, and has been the subject of much speculation and debate over the centuries. Some popular theories propose he was really King Louis XIV's older illegitimate brother, his twin brother, or even his father. Others suggest he was a disgraced French general, an Italian diplomat involved in political scandal, the unacknowledged son of England's Charles II, or simply a lowly valet who knew too much. The prisoner was held under tight security and not allowed to communicate with others. Contrary to myth, he did not constantly wear an iron mask, but did cover his face with a velvet mask at times. This, along with other mysterious circumstances around his confinement, only fueled the ongoing fascination with discovering his identity. In psychology, a false memory is when someone recalls something that didn't actually happen, or remembers it differently from how it really occurred. It's a complex phenomenon that can be triggered by various mechanisms like suggestibility, misinformation, and misattributing the source of a memory. Early memory researchers like Freud and Janet explored false memories. In the 1970s, Elizabeth Loftus conducted influential studies showing how the wording of a question could plant false memories about a car accident. Since then, numerous other methods of inducing false memories have been discovered, showing people lists of related words, exposing them to manipulated photos, even having them imagine fictional events. Surprisingly, it's possible to plant vivid false memories of things like being lost in a mall as a child or witnessing demonic possession. Sometimes, large groups of people can share the same false memory, called the Mandela effect, after many were certain they recalled Nelson Mandela dying in the 1980s. This is often attributed to the influence of collective misinformation. Psychologists have proposed theories to explain false memories, like the notion we store memories as vague gist representations, rather than exact replicas. Creative imagination, sleep deprivation, and trauma may also make people more susceptible to developing false recollections. The issue of false memories has big implications for therapy, criminal trials, and society in general. Notably, some have claimed that certain therapeutic techniques can inadvertently foster false memories of childhood abuse with devastating consequences. While researchers are still working to understand this phenomenon, it's clear that our memories are not always as reliable as we'd like to believe. An intriguing concept known as manifest production observership blends quantum mechanics and spiritual practices to allegedly manifest physical objects into reality. The process involves having a vivid mental image of the desired object, down to minute sensory details like texture and scent. Practitioners believe they can direct particles of light to assemble into the imagined object by focusing thoughts and feelings, essentially providing a blueprint. The body's surrounding energy field is said to enhance this manifestation ability. Achieving the proper mental state is key, balancing deep focus with relaxation so the mind and body work in harmony. While it may sound far-fetched, some claim to have successfully used similar techniques, with tales of monks conjuring food from thin air. At its core, manifest production observership explores the idea that human consciousness can influence the fundamental particles of the universe. It prompts fascinating questions about the nature of reality and the untapped potential of the mind. In the desert outside the small town of Marfa, Texas, mysterious lights have been regularly observed for over a century. These lights, known as the Marfa lights or Marfa ghost lights, are often seen along a stretch of highway east of Marfa, particularly from a widened shoulder that serves as a viewing area. The lights are described as distant bright spots that move erratically, distinguishing them from fixed sources like ranch lights or vehicle headlights. Reports indicate the lights can remain stationary, pulsate, dart across the desert, or even split apart and merge together. Colors vary but are commonly yellow-orange, with occasional sightings of green, blue, and red lights. Historical accounts of the Marfa lights date back to the 19th century, with the first published report appearing in 1957. Since then, numerous sightings have been documented, prompting ongoing interest and speculation about their origin. While paranormal explanations like ghosts or UFOs have been popular, scientific investigations suggest most instances can be attributed to atmospheric conditions, optical illusions, or man-made sources like car headlights. The flat desert landscape and temperature gradients between cool and warm air layers likely play a role in creating mirage-like effects. Despite these findings, the Marfa lights remain an intriguing phenomenon, celebrated in local folklore and popular culture. They continue to draw curious visitors to the viewing area, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive ghost lights and experience the enduring mystery for themselves. On August 15, 1950, in Great Falls, Montana, Nick Mariana, a minor league baseball team manager, and his secretary Virginia Raunig witnessed a remarkable sight. Around 11:30 a.m., while inspecting an empty stadium, they spotted two bright, silvery, rotating objects flying overhead at an estimated speed of 200 to 400 miles per hour. Mariana quickly retrieved his 16mm camera and managed to film the UFOs for about 16 seconds. This footage is considered one of the earliest known recordings of an unidentified flying object. The U.S. Air Force launched an investigation, initially concluding the objects were reflections from two F-94 jet fighters known to be in the area. However, this explanation was later retracted. Controversy arose when Mariana claimed the first 35 frames of the film, which allegedly showed the UFOs most clearly as spinning discs, were missing after the Air Force examined the footage. Over the years, the Mariana film has undergone multiple analyses by the military, independent researchers, and UFO skeptics. Conclusions have varied, with some arguing for a prosaic explanation like aircraft reflections, while others maintain the objects remain unidentified. The incident gained significant attention, with Mariana even filing a slander lawsuit at one point against a skeptical magazine article. The film continues to be featured in UFO documentaries and debates to this day. Interestingly, Great Falls has since become a UFO hotspot, with over 100 sightings reported in the area. The local baseball team even renamed themselves the Great Falls Voyagers in 2008 to commemorate Mariana's historic filming of the mysterious objects. In 1996, a series of mysterious messages began appearing on Usenet, an early online discussion system. These posts, all bearing the enigmatic subject line, Markovian parallax denigrate, contained seemingly random strings of words that appeared to be complete gibberish. The bizarre messages, numbering in the hundreds, have puzzled internet users for decades. Attempts to decipher their meaning or trace their origin have proven fruitless, leading to speculation about their purpose and the identity of their author. Some have proposed the post could be the work of an early chatbot or text generation program, perhaps experimenting with something called Markov chains, a mathematical system for creating realistic-looking text. Others believe they might simply be the nonsensical ramblings of a dedicated troll or spammer. One peculiar theory suggested a woman named Susan Lindauer was behind the messages, but this was later debunked as a case of mistaken identity involving a student with the same name. Despite investigations and discussion, the true explanation for the Markovian parallax denigrate messages remains elusive. They endure as one of the earliest and most perplexing mysteries of the internet age, a curious relic from the Wild West days of early online communication. While they may ultimately be nothing more than an eccentric prank or quirk of early internet history, the strangely compelling posts continue to invite speculation and analysis from codebreakers, tech historians, and anyone fascinated by a good online mystery. According to a retired Israeli general and current professor, Haim Eshed, extraterrestrial life not only exists, but has been in contact with humans for years. Eshed claims that the United States and Israel have been dealing with aliens, and that there is even an underground base on Mars where human and alien representatives meet. Eshed asserts that the aliens, which he refers to as the Galactic Federation, have prevented the disclosure of their existence because humanity is not ready for such a revelation. He suggests they believe we need to evolve further before we can fully comprehend the realities of space travel and extraterrestrial life. The professor also alleges that the aliens have an agreement with the US government to conduct experiments on Earth, and that President Donald Trump is aware of their existence. Eshed claims Trump nearly revealed the truth, but was stopped by the Galactic Federation to prevent mass hysteria. As for why he's coming forward with this information now, Eshed points to the changing academic landscape and the fact that he has already received recognition for his work, making him less concerned about potential backlash or ridicule. While Eshed's claims are certainly extraordinary and lack concrete evidence, they reflect a growing interest in the possibility of extraterrestrial life and the potential implications of contact with alien civilizations. As humanity continues to explore the cosmos and search for signs of life beyond our planet, such speculative theories are likely to persist, sparking both fascination and skepticism. On December 4, 1872, the Canadian brigantine Dei Gratia discovered the American merchant ship Mary Celeste sailing erratically and apparently abandoned in the Atlantic Ocean near the Azores Islands. Upon boarding Mary Celeste, the crew of Dei Gratia found the ship in a disheveled state with personal belongings left behind, one lifeboat missing, and over 3 feet of water in the hold, but no sign of the crew. The last log entry was dated 10 days prior, placing Mary Celeste 400 nautical miles from the location where Dei Gratia found her. There were ample provisions on board, and the cargo of 701 barrels of alcohol was intact. The crew's fate remains unknown. Speculation and theories about the crew's disappearance include mutiny, pirate attack, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, an explosion caused by fumes from the alcohol cargo, waterspouts, or tsunamis from undersea earthquakes. However, evidence for these theories was lacking, and some were disproven. Over the years, imaginative and fictional accounts have embellished the story, such as Arthur Conan Doyle's short story, J. Habakkuk Jeffson's Statement, which popularized the misspelling Marie Celeste. Other purported explanations range from attacks by giant squid to paranormal encounters and alien abduction. While the mysterious circumstances of the Mary Celeste have never been conclusively solved, the incident remains a fixture in popular imagination. The ship met an ignominious end in 1885, intentionally wrecked off the coast of Haiti in an attempted insurance fraud by her then captain and a group of Boston shippers. Certain drugs, particularly psychedelics like LSD, mescaline, and psilocybin, can induce experiences that strongly resemble synesthesia, a typically congenital condition where stimulating one sense leads to automatic, involuntary experiences in a second sense. For example, a person with synesthesia might always perceive a particular color when they hear a specific sound. Drug-induced synesthesia has been documented since the very early research into psychedelic drugs in the late 1800s. While reports of chemically induced synesthesia have sometimes been criticized as unreliable due to lack of placebo controls or evidence the experiences qualify as true synesthesia, the sheer volume of anecdotal reports and a handful of controlled studies provide compelling evidence these experiences do occur. The most commonly reported type is auditory visual synesthesia, where sounds trigger colors or visual textures. Out of all the drug types, serotonin agonists, drugs that boost serotonin activity in the brain, are most likely to induce synesthesia. In addition to classic psychedelics, this includes more exotic compounds like ayahuasca. While current research on drug-induced synesthesia has many limitations and unanswered questions, there is clear potential for this phenomenon to shed light on how synesthesia works in the brain. Future placebo-controlled studies utilizing established tests for synesthesia could help confirm whether chemically induced synesthesia is real and determine the neurochemical basis of this fascinating sensory experience. The Matryoshka brain is a hypothetical megastructure that would possess immense computational power by harnessing the energy output of an entire star. It's essentially a series of nested Dyson spheres, structures that completely encompass a star to capture its energy. The name comes from the Russian nesting dolls called Matryoshka dolls. The innermost Dyson sphere would absorb energy directly from the star, using it to power its computational systems while radiating waste heat outwards. Each successive layer would absorb this waste heat to power its own systems and radiate the excess to the next layer. This nested structure allows for maximum energy efficiency and truly astronomical computing power. A related concept is the Jupiter brain, which follows a similar design but on a smaller planetary scale. While a Matryoshka brain prioritizes sheer computational capacity, a Jupiter brain is optimized more for processing speed by minimizing the distance signals need to travel. So what could you do with a computer as powerful as a star? Speculative uses include creating perfect virtual reality simulations, modeling entire universes, or even manipulating the fabric of reality itself. Of course, the scale of engineering required is far beyond our current capabilities. The Matryoshka brain concept highlights how the boundaries of theoretical computing are limited only by the laws of physics and our own imagination. As our technology advances, these thought experiments inspire us to ponder the ultimate limits of computation and the potential of intelligence on a cosmic scale. The mattress firm conspiracy theory suggests that the abundance and proximity of mattress stores across the United States is actually a front for some kind of criminal enterprise, like money laundering or tax evasion. The idea gained traction on social media, with people questioning why there seems to be a mattress store on every corner and multiple locations clustered together, despite the infrequency of mattress purchases. In reality, the surplus of mattress stores can be attributed to the economics of the industry. Mattresses have high profit margins, with retail prices often 40–50% higher than production costs. Stores also require minimal inventory and staff to operate profitably, needing to sell only around 20 mattresses per month to stay afloat. Mattress Firm, the largest mattress retailer in the US, underwent a period of aggressive expansion after being acquired by a South African company in 2016. They bought up smaller competitors and opened new locations, aiming for one store per 50,000 residents in a given area. This strategy created the illusion of choice for consumers, who might not realize they're buying from the same company at different stores. However, Mattress Firm's rapid growth proved unsustainable, leading the company to close 700 stores and file for bankruptcy in 2018. While their business practices may seem unusual, they're not necessarily nefarious. The prevalence of brick-and-mortar mattress stores persists because most Americans still prefer to purchase mattresses in person, despite the rise of online retailers. On November 22, 1987, the broadcast signals of two Chicago television stations were briefly hijacked by an unknown individual wearing a Max Headroom mask, a character from a popular TV show at the time. The first incident occurred during the sports segment of WGN-TV's 9 p.m. newscast, where the masked figure was seen swaying erratically in front of a moving background for about 20 seconds, accompanied by a buzzing sound, before WGN engineers were able to regain control of the signal. The second intrusion happened around 2 hours later, during a broadcast of the Doctor Who series on PBS station, WTTW. This time, the masked figure spoke in a distorted voice, making references to various topics such as Coca-Cola commercials, the Clutch Cargo cartoon, and WGN sportscaster Chuck Swirsky. The video ended with the figure's exposed buttocks being spanked by a woman wielding a fly swatter. This interruption lasted about 90 seconds before the hijackers stopped transmitting and regular programming resumed. The broadcast intrusions were achieved by sending a stronger microwave signal to the station's broadcast towers than the stations themselves were transmitting. This required significant technical expertise and resources. Despite investigations by the FCC and others, the identities of the hijackers remain unknown. Some speculate it was an inside job by a disgruntled employee or the work of underground hackers. The statute of limitations has expired, so the perpetrators no longer face criminal charges if caught. Every year on May 1st, a cryptic full-page ad appears in the University of Arizona's student newspaper, the Daily Wildcat. The ads, which have run since at least 1981, are filled with perplexing clues including math equations, historical references, strange drawings, and coded messages. They are purportedly placed by a shadowy group known as the Orphanage. The mystery began in the mid-1990s when a student named Brian Hance noticed the peculiar ads and became obsessed with deciphering their meaning. He started a website dedicated to the puzzle, posting scans of the ads and any clues he could uncover. Over the years, a devoted community of fellow sleuths has formed, poring over the ads and sharing theories online. One key figure in the saga is Robert Hungerford, a retired lawyer and University of Arizona alumnus who is believed to be the middleman between the Wildcat and the mysterious orphanage. While Hungerford acknowledges his role in placing the ads, he maintains that he is not a member of the group itself and offers only cryptic hints about their true purpose. Theories about the meaning behind the ads range from the plausible to the outlandish. Some believe they are an elaborate piece of performance art, an alternate reality game, or a secret society's coded communications. Others have claimed connections to the Zodiac Killer or political groups from the 1960s. But despite countless hours spent trying to crack the code, no one has definitively solved the mystery. As the internet has made it easier for amateur detectives to collaborate, interest in the case has only grown. The Mayday mystery has been featured on conspiracy lists, sparked social media discussions, and even inspired a few obsessives to take their investigations too far, with one individual arrested for digging through Hungerford's trash. Yet for many, the allure of the Mayday mystery lies not in the promise of a solution, but in the tantalizing existence of an enigma right in their backyard.